In this world, all items dropped in games can be brought back to the real world. However, this man has gained the ability to obtain designated monster drops. So while others are still wearing beginner equipment, he is covered from head to toe in legendary gear. Just a few days ago, the Cosmic Online game descended into this world. Since then, items from the online game can be brought back to reality, but at the same time, monsters from the game can also enter the real world. Faced with unknown dangers, everyone is anxious, but this man is the only one smiling happily. Just moments ago, he awakened the talent to obtain designated monster drops. Excitedly looking at his attribute panel, he understands that this means he can directly become a top player and wealthy through this talent. Lu Chen suppresses the urge to immediately enter the game and begins to earnestly study the game rules. 1. The ratio of game time to real time is 2 to 1. 2. Attribute enhancements and equipment obtained in the game can be brought into reality. 3. Players can enter the game for 12 hours every 24 hours, with the ability to save and use time and pre-allocate future game time based on player level and attributes, currently up to 48 hours. 4. Game currency is connected to reality, with all financial institutions in the star element linked to the cosmic bank. 5. The real world has been invaded by demonic energy, causing random appearances of monsters from the game. There are hundreds of rules in total, each one like a nuclear bomb exploding in Lu Chen's mind. If the rules are indeed as stated in the rulebook, then from the moment the star element started the game, a new era has begun. The entire human society is likely to undergo earth-shaking changes. Lu Chen looks at his soul talent again, unable to help but ponder. With such talent, should he set his goals higher? But it doesn't matter, he can think about goals later. Let's enter the game first. Lu Chen chooses to enter the game. A white light suddenly appears, enveloping him. Lu Chen's spirit becomes trance-like, floating higher and higher. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lu Chen's body seems to be wrapped in a white light sphere, floating in the air. With a flash of light, Lu Chen appears in an ancient square. The ground of the square is made of bronze, surrounded by an endless starry sky. Beams of light emanate from the stars above, converging near the square to form a magnificent aurora. Lu Chen's attention is drawn to 5 statues in the center of the square. The leftmost one is a man in armor wielding a giant sword, followed by a man in leather armor with a longbow, a man in leather armor with dual daggers, a man in mage robes with a staff, and a man in mage robes with a scepter. To his surprise, Lu Chen discovers that all these men have his own face. As he gazes at the statues, information appears in his line of sight. Warrior, basic class; archer, basic class; assassin, basic class; mage, basic class; priest, basic class. Below this information, there are further details. Lu Chen opens it and finds that these classes are similar to those in regular online games. Does the Cosmic Online game also have these classes? Lu Chen scratches his head, expecting to see some more powerful special classes. However, these are basic classes, indicating that there may be different types of advanced classes. Lu Chen's thoughts are scattered, but he quickly loses interest. He hasn't even touched them yet, so he'll think about it later. With his powerful soul talent, no matter what class he plays, his ultimate achievement will not be lacking. He has always played as a warrior in online games before. There's a saying he particularly likes: heaven to the left, warrior to the right. He hopes that the warrior charges forward with unwavering passion. Well, actually, the warrior is just more durable and less likely to die. When he used to play games, he also played as squishy classes like mage. Every time he accidentally attracted more monsters, he would be in trouble. He was still suitable for this brainless brute profession. With Lu Chen choosing the War Earth, the huge bronze statue turned into a stream of light and merged into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen only felt warm all over, as if soaking in a hot spring. A mechanical prompt sounded: ding. You have become a War Earth, strength +2, stamina +2. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. There are benefits to this too? No wonder he felt like his strength had improved a bit. Before Lu Chen could think more, the mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations on player employment. Detecting that the player is a Yuan star human, located in the Hunter arm of the Milky Way galaxy, next we'll send the player to the Hunter Novice continent. The player races on this continent are Yuan star humans, various Nala star humans, Semi-Shan starstone people, and Blackwood tiger people. May the player fight for the Yuan star humans. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen was stunned. Wait, didn't he still need to choose a name? He had already thought of a cool and awesome nickname: just call himself Who Can Stop Me. Why wasn't he given a chance to change his name? And a novice continent? Isn't it a novice village? And why are there other races? What does it mean to fight for the Yuan star humans? To go to war? Lu Chen was full of question marks. However, the next moment, the square suddenly disappeared, and Lu Chen's body fell directly. He looked at the endless aurora below, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't it supposed to be teleportation? Is this how they send you? Passing through the gorgeous aurora, Lu Chen suddenly saw an incredibly vast continent. On the continent were mountains of immeasurable height, giant trees that reached the sky, endless flames, and so on. In the south of the entire continent, there was endless black mist circulating, as if endless evil was brewing within. And in other areas, there were also places where black mist appeared. Seeing these black mists, Lu Chen instinctively felt fear and danger. He continued to fall, heading towards the sea on the right side of the continent. It was only then that Lu Chen discovered that there were countless islands in the sea. These islands were densely packed, like stars. As he descended, the islands in front of him continued to enlarge. Lu Chen realized that these were not islands, but incredibly huge continents. Wait, if even these islands are so huge, how big is the central continent? Lu Chen took a deep breath, making a significant contribution to global warming. The target of Lu Chen's descent was one of the continents. This should be the Hunter Novice continent that the system mentioned earlier. When he was close to the continent, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, no parachute. Am I going to freeze falling like this? Just as Lu Chen was terrified, a white light appeared. His body became light. When the white light disappeared, he found himself on a square. There were exclamations everywhere. Wow, is this the cosmic game? It's too real. Of course, this is no longer something that can be explained by science fiction. It's simply theology, a game created by the gods. Of course it's real. Are there any CPs to form a team? Let's play together. CPDD. Hee, smart people have already gone to improve themselves. Lu Chen found that there were players wearing gray cloth all around, both male and female. The oldest seemed to be 50 or 60 years old, and the youngest might only be 14 or 15 years old. Lu Chen looked down and found that he was also wearing the same gray cloth. Looking at the attributes, all the cloth added up to no attributes. Lu Chen, 6. In addition to the cloth, he also had a worn-out iron sword in his hand. It was really worn out, with many nicks on the blade and rust. The damage was only increased by 1 point. Alright, the newbie artifact is in hand. However, this game is indeed a cosmic server, seemingly identical to the real world. Lu Chen touched his body, and he even still had body temperature. Lu Chen frowned, his expression serious. Is there a harmonious system in here? He shook his head quickly. I, Lu Chen, and Fong Dupo are sworn enemies. Lu Chen checked his panel again. After changing to the War Earth class, he found that he had gained a new skill. Heavy Strike, Level 1. Launch a powerful attack, dealing 120% damage. A divine skill is also acquired. This wave is invincible, right? Lu Chen thought to himself, then blended into the group of players and walked out of the square. Lu Chen discovered that there were many buildings made of wood and rocks in the village. The indigenous people were also present, and what surprised Lu Chen was that the skin of these indigenous people was silver. There were no people with silver skin on Element Star. Were they not humans from Element Star? Were they from other planets? As for whether these might be non-player characters without intelligence, Lu Chen didn't think so. After all, this universe game was too bizarre, and even NPCs probably had their own personalities. Like many other players, he tried to communicate with these silver-skinned humans. However, no matter who it was or what was said, these indigenous people seemed to have no intention of responding. They just glanced at the players and then acted as if the players didn't exist. A hot-tempered strong man couldn't help himself and tried to forcibly grab one of the indigenous people. Then, the strong man was slapped into a mosaic by the indigenous person. Everyone immediately behaved themselves. Not to mention triggering a quest, even having a conversation was difficult. Apart from the shopkeepers who sold equipment, potions, and other items, no one else was willing to communicate with the players. Lu Chen also tried to get quests from the shopkeepers, but as soon as they realized he wasn't there to buy anything, the shopkeepers' expressions changed, and they kicked him out. Others had similar experiences and got nothing. Lu Chen thought it might be due to insufficient reputation or missing prerequisites. He could only choose to go monster hunting to level up. There were 4 entrances to the village, each in the east, south, west, and north. As an Easterner, Lu Chen naturally chose the east. At the eastern village entrance, Lu Chen saw vast farmland outside. Various crops were planted in the fields, some of which Lu Chen recognized as crops visible on Element Star, while others were unfamiliar. Among these fields, there were many large black rats moving around. These large black rats were similar in size to dogs, with crimson eyes, sharp teeth, and looked quite fierce. Many players were fighting them. The scene was simply brutal. Players at the village entrance were shouting, "Team up to fight the demonized rats." We need more people to fight these tough rats. Priest looking for a demonized rat team, PM for invite. Lu Chen walked out of the village entrance with a calm expression and used his scouting skill. Demonized rat, level, 1 health, 100 attack, 5 description, originally ordinary rats, they turned into ferocious bloodthirsty demonized rats after being corrupted by demonic energy. Demonic energy? Lu Chen suddenly remembered the black mist he had seen before arriving on this continent. At the same time, he recalled that the rules seemed to mention that when demonic energy invaded reality, monsters would appear. Was this the demonic energy? Looking at the terrifying appearance of the demonized rats, Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy. This demonic energy seemed quite terrifying. However, it had nothing to do with him at the moment. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. The focus now was on something else. Rubbing his hands with anticipation, Lu Chen opened the drop list of the large black rats. Let's see what good stuff they have. The list appeared before Lu Chen. Items were arranged from high to low level, with white items at the top and gray items below. Lu Chen flipped through the list, finding about dozens of items. The gray items were mostly rat teeth, rat eyes, rat fur, and the like. The white items were better, including a few pieces of equipment such as cloth armor, leather armor, chainmail, and a weapon. Rusty greatsword, common, attack +5, required level, 1 drop rate, 0.8%. This attack power was much stronger than the shabby sword Lu Chen had in hand, but with a drop rate of only 0.8%, could this game be played? Besides this equipment, there were some white miscellaneous items. One item caught Lu Chen's eye. White small bag, common, increases storage space by 10 slots. Drop rate, 0.9%. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. This was a good item. He just noticed that his initial backpack only had 20 slots. There wasn't much space for things. But in addition to the backpack he brought, there were 4 extra slots for equipping 4 bags. The white small bags were placed on the slots. If there were 4 of these small bags, it would directly add 40 slots to the backpack space. The space suddenly increased a lot. As for the drop rate, Lu Chen didn't want to say much. He could only say it was a broken game. What level of luck was needed to drop these small bags? Lu Chen didn't directly choose dropped items, but instead looked at other big black rats. He found that the drop lists of each big black rat were similar but somewhat different. For example, there were some differences in equipment. Also, over half of the big black rats wouldn't drop backpacks. Furthermore, Lu Chen found that the drop rate in this game was really outrageous. Even for the highest drop rate gray items, it was only about 50%. In other words, when you defeat a monster, there's a 50-50 chance of getting nothing besides experience. Who could bear this? Can I specify drops? Then it's fine. Lu Chen also found that maybe it was because the big black rats were of a relatively low level. Lu Chen could only specify 1 item drop at a time. He had originally thought of dropping multiple items at once, but found out he was thinking too much. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to first get some equipment. This way, fighting monsters would be a bit easier. As for the backpack, he would deal with it later, as many monsters had this item. Lu Chen chose a big black rat and selected the drop of an old big sword. Then he wielded the small broken sword and charged at the big black rat to fight. He found that this game was too realistic. Not only did he feel pain, but the monsters would also dodge attacks. Moreover, the big black rat's bite was strong, and Lu Chen doubted his life as he was bitten several times. He only had a total of 90 health points, but fortunately, his attack power was slightly higher than the big black rats. He had a total of 9 strength points, each adding 1 point to his attack, plus 1 point from the small broken sword, making a total of 10 attack points. Despite this, Lu Chen spent 70 health points to kill the big black rat. Mainly because he had never been in a fight before, it was his first time wielding a sword to attack someone. The big black rat was not honorable and dodged Lu Chen's attacks several times. Although it was said like this, Lu Chen also dodged a few times, balancing it out. As the big black rat died, a white light ball appeared and floated above its body. Several players nearby looked over. A white item dropped? Damn, such good luck? Is this real? I can't believe I'm seeing a white item drop in my lifetime. They knew how difficult the drop rate was for this stuff. Many people had defeated dozens of big black rats and only got a few gray items, making them doubt their lives. They never expected to see someone drop a white item now. This made them extremely envious. Some were even turning green with envy. This game was related to their real-life strength. If it wasn't for the peaceful mode in the newbie village, many people would probably rush to grab it. Lu Chen noticed the attention from the players nearby and furrowed his brows slightly. Fortunately, the newbie village was in peaceful mode. Otherwise, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand the competition from so many players. But based on his drop rate, once he left the newbie village, he would be flying high and wouldn't fear anyone. As for reality, there was a rule in the rulebook that player information was protected by the universal server to safeguard player privacy. Unless the player exposed themselves in real life, their information couldn't be found. Since that was the case, what did Lu Chen have to worry about? Lu Chen picked up the white light ball, which instantly turned into a big sword and entered his backpack. Lu Chen equipped it directly. The big sword was larger than his small broken sword, about 1.5 meters long. Fortunately, his strength was decent enough to wield it. Amid the envious gazes of others, Lu Chen sat down to rest. After all, he had lost too much blood. With only 20 health points left, he dared to fight monsters and was willing to die. The rulebook stated that the punishment for death was severe, with the first death resulting in a 1-hour offline penalty. The more deaths, the longer the penalty. This was too harsh for the early stages of the game. Soon, Lu Chen discovered another pitfall of the game. Sitting down to regenerate health, he only recovered 1 point per second. This meant that it would take Lu Chen over a minute to fully recover his health. This was too inefficient for monster hunting. No wonder players teamed up. By the time his health was restored, others had already stopped paying attention to Lu Chen. After all, everyone was busy fighting monsters. Lu Chen randomly found a monster and continued to target its drops. The Warlin could equip chainmail, which had higher defense compared to leather and cloth armor. Of course, Lu Chen chose chainmail. Then he charged towards the big black rat. With the greatsword equipped, his attack range increased, making it harder for the big black rat to dodge. Combined with the increased attack power, Lu Chen only lost 50 health points this time and managed to kill one, with another white orb appearing. Amid the envious gazes of other players, Lu Chen picked up the designated drop, a chainmail chest piece. After equipping it, Lu Chen felt much safer. Resting to recover health, Lu Chen continued to fight monsters. Before long, Lu Chen had collected chainmail chest, gloves, leggings, boots, belt, wrist guards, and other pieces. Clad in white chainmail armor from head to toe, Lu Chen's armor rating increased by 23 points. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, he thought his current armor would no longer be penetrated by the enchanted rats. Yet, when those big black rats attacked, he still lost 2 health points. It seemed that the damage reduction mechanism of the armor was different from what Lu Chen had originally thought. Nevertheless, it didn't matter. At least now he was losing much less health, and his monster hunting efficiency had greatly improved. He would only lose less than 20 health points at most per monster. He could take down 3 monsters at a time and then sit down to recover. His efficiency in monster hunting was comparable to that of a 3-person team. Moreover, he got to keep all the experience for himself. Every monster dropped a white item for Lu Chen, leaving everyone around him puzzled. Who is this guy? He keeps getting multiple white items in a row. Someone argued, "What do you mean multiple? I've been watching him since earlier. He gets a white item every time." Everyone was full of question marks. Damn, is he cheating? This game is unplayable. Cheater! Someone exclaimed in anger. Exactly, we work so hard and get nothing. Why does he get so many things? Is it because he's just lucky? Is luck even a factor here? Is he the husband of the goddess of luck? Many people's eyes turned red with envy. But unfortunately, they had no way to do anything about it. They could only watch Lu Chen continuously drop equipment. At that moment, someone had a thought and their expression changed slightly. I heard that some players have innate talents. With his high drop rate, could he have a talent that boosts luck? Upon hearing this, many people suddenly realized, that's possible. I heard that very few people have talents, let alone one that increases drop rates? How come he gets all the good stuff? At that moment, a smart-looking young man approached Lu Chen with a smile, trying to please him. Bro, how about we team up? You can have more experience, and just share some equipment with me later. I don't ask for much, just 1 white item, that's all. Seeing this, others quickly caught on. Big brother, look at me, look at me. I'm a mage, my output is super high. I'll take 1/3 of the experience, take me with you. Big brother, I'll take 1/4. I'm a mage too. Damn, can you guys stop begging? The mage who had just spoken was immediately furious. If looks could kill, he would have sliced the beggars into pieces. Big brother, can you take my sister with us? She can be your companion. Brother, my sister is a 36D. She's gentle, understanding, and not clingy. Can you take her with us? Nearby men and women all want Lu Chen to form a team with them. Not to mention, getting a piece of equipment is a big win. It can greatly increase their combat power. This is a game that affects reality, and most people won't miss the opportunity to improve. Faced with the crazy players, Lu Chen was a bit overwhelmed. Especially when he saw the women rushing towards him, he took a glance and noticed that some of them were quite attractive. These female fairies, trying to disturb my peace of mind? Rushing towards him, isn't this exposing their information completely? Unless he is sure it's safe enough, he wouldn't expose his own information. Lu Chen struggled to break free from the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, don't be noisy. If there are extra equipment, I will set up a stall in the square to sell them later." After that, Lu Chen ignored the others and ran to the side to continue fighting monsters. Teaming up is not something Lu Chen is considering at the moment. With his current equipment, the efficiency of teaming up and fighting alone doesn't differ much. Seeing that Lu Chen showed no intention of teaming up, many people felt disappointed. But when they heard Lu Chen might sell equipment, many people started to think actively. As long as they have money, they can buy equipment. Many people became more excited to fight monsters. The gray items dropped can be sold at the village store for money. Maybe they can buy an equipment piece later. The difficulty of leveling up in this game is not low. Even with Lu Chen's efficiency, it took him over 3 hours to reach level 2. After leveling up, all 4 attributes increased by 1 point. In addition, there are 2 free attribute points to allocate. Without hesitation, Lu Chen allocated both points to strength. His equipment is good enough, defense is sufficient, what he lacks is attack power. With higher attack power, his efficiency in fighting monsters will increase significantly. During this process, Lu Chen obtained 4 small bags, which expanded his backpack space. However, due to the excessive drop of equipment in bags, Lu Chen's backpack quickly filled up. He planned to go to the square first to sell some items and clear up his backpack space. Arriving at the square, Lu Chen quickly noticed many people setting up stalls. Upon a glance, most of them were selling equipment. However, their equipment was of gray quality, and white quality items were rare. Gray quality equipment, like white quality, does not have attribute bonuses, but its defense is half that of white quality. Selling one piece is fine, but when combined, the difference is significant. Surprisingly, others were selling gray quality equipment for 5 silver coins. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Because the universal server was already connected to the Blue Star financial institution, players could buy and sell gold coins on the trading platform within the game without being discovered. There were a total of 20 million players in the game, including many wealthy individuals. Many wealthy players were collecting gold coins, and the price had reached a ratio of 1 copper coin to 1 blue star coin. With 1 silver coin equal to 100 copper coins, it was equivalent to 100 blue star coins. A gray quality level 1 equipment piece could sell for 500. This was outrageous. However, considering that this game ultimately affects the future of humanity, Lu Chen felt a bit relieved. Therefore, he took out his equipment and priced each piece at 6 silver coins. He also had 6 small bags, which he decided to sell for 10 silver coins each on the ground. Although this price might be lower than the actual value of the equipment and bags, for Lu Chen, time was the most important factor now. He could drop equipment and bags at any time. By selling them early and clearing his backpack, he could continue to fight monsters and level up. Like other players in the square, Lu Chen started calling out, "White equipment, 10-slot backpack wholesale. Low prices, act fast." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, players in the square turned to look at him. "What? White equipment? Backpacks? What are backpacks?" People started discussing, and many crowded around. After seeing the equipment and backpacks on Lu Chen's stall, many were stunned. Is this real? So many white equipment pieces? Dozens? What's so special about white equipment? You look at that small bag, it can actually add 10 slots of backpack space. This is simply a magical item. How can there be such a thing? Isn't it that the enchanted rats only drop gray materials? What are these things? The crowd discussed one after another, looking at Lu Chen in astonishment. Just then, a tall and handsome middle-aged man walked over, wearing a tattered robe with a few patches on it. This is gray cloth armor. Even wearing a tattered robe, the middle-aged man's aura was still strong. His gaze swept over the equipment on the stall, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. Then he looked up at Lu Chen and smiled. "Young man, you're so lucky to drop so many pieces of equipment?" Lu Chen smiled. "Do you want to buy them?" Seeing Lu Chen unaffected by his probing, the middle-aged man didn't say much more. As a businessman, he naturally had a keen eye. Considering the impact of this game on the future, the young man in front of him who could produce so much equipment at this point in time was definitely extraordinary. Such a person, either befriend or eliminate in one go. And he was in business, with profit as his starting point. Befriending was certainly more beneficial for him. He smiled. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Chang, chairman of Tianyue Group." Lu Chang's introduction caused the people around him to change their expressions and discuss one after another. Tianyue Group? Isn't that one of the top 10 groups in the country? It could even rank in the top 30 globally. I didn't expect it to be him. No wonder he looks familiar. I've seen him in the news before. It's really Lu Chang. Damn, Lu Chang is actually a beta tester. Big news. Hearing Lu Chang's self-introduction, Lu Chen also felt pleased. A big client had arrived. Such a person shouldn't be short of money, right? After all, he believed that there were definitely people who were short of money trading copper coins directly through the game trading platform. Lu Chen smiled. So you're Chairman Lu, I'm Lu Chen, nice to meet you. Lu Chang had a good attitude. No need to be polite, I'm a bit older than you, so I'll call you Lu, my little brother. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chang. How about it? Lu Chen was stunned by Lu Chang's attempt to establish a relationship. When did he become able to actively build a relationship with the chairman of a large group that ranked high globally? During work, even the boss of their small company would boss them around, treating them like cattle and horses. It was only at this moment that Lu Chen felt a completely different sense of life. Faced with Lu Chang's attempt to build a relationship, Lu Chen naturally went along with it. He nodded with a smile, Brother Chang. Good. Lu Chang smiled, feeling somewhat surprised. In his view, building a relationship with Lu Chen this time was more valuable than discovering these pieces of equipment. He said, I'll take all these equipment. Lu, my little brother, your price is a bit low. How about raising it a bit? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. The crowd. For a moment, everyone was speechless. They felt that Lu Chang exuded a dazzling light that was hard to look at. It was the light of money. They felt enlightened. It was the first time they had seen someone bargaining for a higher price. It was unbelievable. Even Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. So many things weren't cheap. This Brother Chang he had just met actually asked him to raise the price? How much money did he make from the trading platform? Lu Chen smiled, let's stick to this price. People should be honest. How can you change the price of something that's clearly marked? Hearing this, Lu Chang raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Chen with a more friendly gaze. Honesty is the way of business. Lu, my little brother, you're right. Lu Chang smiled, so shall we make the trade? Just then, a voice rang out, wait. Hearing this, Lu Chang frowned slightly. The trade was interrupted, and he was somewhat displeased. He turned to look and saw a tall young man walking over. The young man had a crew cut and moved with a commanding presence. Lu Chang was slightly surprised to see the numerous people. Military personnel? The crew-cut youth approached Lu Chang and Lu Chen. He saluted the two. Hello, Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Wang Bing, captain of the 7th team of the 3rd Legion of the Xian Niao Army. Xian Niao Army? Lu Chang frowned. I have never heard of the Xian Niao Army in the Xia military. Wang Bing grinned. It's normal that Mr. Lu hasn't heard of it. This is a new army formed by the military for public testing today, specifically for the cosmic game. Taking the meaning of Xian Niao bathing in fire and rebirth, it aims to allow Xia to also undergo rebirth and transformation in the era of games. Upon hearing this, whether it was Lu Chen, Lu Chang, or the players nearby, their expressions changed slightly. Lu Chang smiled understandingly, indeed. With His Majesty's great wisdom, how could he not see the way? Lu Chen agreed in his heart. This world was different from his previous life. Xia was an imperial empire, ruled by the royal Xia family for over 3,000 years. Each generation of the Xia family produced outstanding figures who led Xia further. At every turning point in history, such as the Industrial Revolution, Xia always led the world. Now, Xia was even on par with the Baron Empire as the two great powers of the world, with a high international status. Xia citizens were respected and well treated wherever they went in the world. Any Xia citizen had a sense of pride. All of this was brought about by the great wisdom of the Xia emperors and the strong military of Xia. At this moment, the entire Yuan Star was at a turning point in the new era, and the contemporary Xia emperor would naturally not miss such an opportunity. The appearance of the Xian Niao army was the most normal and reasonable thing. However, no one had expected that even military personnel would appear here. In the crowd, there were also some wealthy individuals, but upon seeing Lu Chang, they had already given up on this transaction. After all, they had no chance against Lu Chang when it came to money. But the military was different. The military represented the entire Xia. For a moment, people whispered to each other. Even the military is involved. It seems that changes are coming. Yes, the times are changing. With the Xia military involved, there may be reforms in reality as well. While people whispered among themselves, Lu Chang and Lu Chen looked at Wang Bing. Captain Wang, what can I do for you? Lu Chang smiled. Wang Bing spoke, Mr. Lu, our 7th team also needs to upgrade equipment. Could you spare some for us? Of course, we won't skimp on payment. Lu Chang sighed inwardly, as expected. However, he had no choice. It was a critical period, and the military indeed needed equipment. If he didn't agree at this time, he might face trouble from above. Of course, looking at it positively, the Lu family also had officials. Giving in to Wang Bing this time would be good news for the Lu family's officials. His mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. He then said with a smile, "Of course, the Dixia military spirit is born for the people of Dixia. If you become stronger, you can also protect Dixia in this era. As a citizen of Dixia, it is only right for me to do what I can." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chang had insisted on not giving, with the Lu family status, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fortunately, Lu Chang was a good person and could be reasoned with. He expressed his gratitude. "In that case, thank you, Mr. Lu. But my word is not final. You must ask for Mr. Lu's opinion." Lu Chang waved his hand, indicating not to be presumptuous. Wang Bing quickly looked at Lu Chen, looking hopeful. "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Lu Chen smiled. "Of course, I am also a citizen of Dixia and wish for Dixia to become better and better. I hope the Dixia military spirit will be immortal." Lu Chen also had a good impression of the Dixia military. After all, he was also a part of Dixia. Selling equipment, Lu Chen naturally leaned towards the Dixia military. Wang Bing was moved and saluted Lu Chang and Lu Chen. "Thank you both." Lu Chang spoke up. "In that case, I'll take 2 sets of cloth armor and 1 set of leather armor, and the rest can go to Captain Wang." He explained with a smile, "My 2 daughters have also joined the game, otherwise, I would only need 1 set of cloth armor." The people nearby were puzzled. A family of 3 beta testers? What kind of luck is this? Even Wang Bing's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "If our military had Mr. Lu and the 2 young ladies' luck, that would be great." In the eyes of Wang Bing, the vast Dixia army with only 30,000 people qualifying as beta testers was not enough. He wished for 3 million instead. After that, the 3 completed the transaction. Lu Chang was wealthy, and the Dixia army was certainly not poor. The transaction went smoothly, with a total of exactly 40 pieces of white equipment, totaling 240 silver coins. As for the 6 small bags, Lu Chang and Wang Bing each took 3, totaling 60 silver coins. Altogether, it was 300 silver coins, which is equivalent to 3 gold coins. According to the current exchange rate, that's $30,000. Lu Chen found it somewhat unreal. $30,000. He had worked tirelessly for over 3 months to earn this much money. Now, he earned it in just a few hours. And this was just the beginning. When he obtained better equipment and could sell for more money, he would be able to pay off his parents' debts soon. Then, his mother wouldn't have to work so hard. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since his father left, Lu Chen had felt immense pressure. Now, he felt the weight on his chest slowly disappearing. After the transaction, Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Lu, I don't know if you're interested in joining the military?" Lu Chen was taken aback, then shook his head. "Sorry, Captain Wang, I'm used to a leisurely life. The military rules are too many, not suitable for me." Joining the military would mean he had to disclose information to them. Even though Lu Chen respected the Dixia army, he couldn't risk his safety. He needed to be strong enough before revealing his identity in reality. Hearing this, Wang Bing sighed. He had only invited Lu Chen out of curiosity. He wasn't surprised by Lu Chen's refusal. After all, Lu Chen's abilities spoke for themselves, and he could live well without joining the military. However, what Lu Chen said next pleased Wang Bing. "Although I won't join the military, if there are suitable equipment in the future, I will consider you first." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing became excited. "Thank you so much. Lu, my man, you can't just focus on the military. I also need equipment," Lu Chang said with a smile. In fact, Lu Chang even wanted to establish a guild, which required a lot of equipment. "Don't worry, Chang, I won't forget about you," Lu Chen smiled. After that, the 3 added each other as friends and bid farewell. After Lu Chen left, his private messages kept ringing. "Boss, can you take me with you? Boss, give me some equipment, you have plenty anyway, you won't miss a few pieces, right?" There were even women sending explicit messages, revealing their measurements and even whether it was their first time. This made Lu Chen wonder if in the game, they couldn't send photos, or else these people wouldn't directly send private photos, right? As a normal man, Lu Chen naturally liked beautiful women. But with time pressing, he decided to focus on improving himself first before considering other matters. Eventually, Lu Chen became annoyed by the private messages and set to reject messages from strangers. The world suddenly became quiet. In a forest, 2 young girls were leveling up. One of them was wearing tattered leather armor, with snow-white arms and thighs exposed to the air, a slender and tall figure, fiery and explosive. She held a long bow, sharp-eyed, each arrow hitting the eyes of the distant black wild boar. The other was wearing ragged robes, holding a staff. She was calm and gentle, and as she waved the staff, a golden arrow shot out towards the boar. Surprisingly, the two girls had identical faces, equally exquisite and beautiful. It was just the difference in their expressions, one quirky and the other gentle and sweet. The girl with the bow was named Lu Yueqing, while the girl with the staff was named Lu Yuexin. At that moment, Lu Yuexin's staff-waving motion paused as she looked at a private message. With Lu Yuexin's firepower support lost, Lu Yueqing, who was struggling with the enchanted boar, suddenly felt much more pressure. She shouted repeatedly, "Wow! Lu Yuexin! What are you doing? I'm going to die." Lu Yuexin then came to her senses and consecutively condensed two light arrows, shooting them towards the enchanted boar. The enchanted boar suffered heavy blows and howled as it fell to the ground. Lu Yuexin smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Sorry, little sister, it was a message from Dad. He said he bought us a set of equipment, including weapons." She added, "All white equipment." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuexing's eyes lit up. Wow! Did the old man go rob someone? How could he get so many white equipment? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were indeed very lucky, both activating their soul talents and even ending up in the same village. They teamed up to level up efficiently. However, after killing so many monsters, Lu Yuexin also knew how difficult it was to get equipment. Now that Lu Chang said he had prepared a complete set of equipment for them, it was imaginable how surprised Lu Yuexin was. Lu Yuexin understood her sister's character and gently smiled. "Don't you know what kind of person Dad is? How could he go rob someone? I heard he bought it from a young man. He also said that young man was very lucky, getting all the equipment himself." Hearing this, Lu Yuexin was puzzled. One person got several sets of white equipment by himself? Damn! What's going on with this guy? Isn't he too lucky? Lu Yuexin lightly tapped Lu Yuexing's head with the staff and reprimanded, "No swearing. I don't know the specifics either, but Dad has already sent the equipment to us through the mail, and there seem to be two small packages, each adding storage space. One for each of us." Lu Yuexing? Her mind was full of question marks. Do monsters drop that kind of stuff? For a moment, Lu Yuexing was extremely puzzled by the luck of the young man mentioned by her father, and she was also greatly shocked. She couldn't wait and said, let's go back and get the equipment first." Lu Yuexin also nodded, and the two started to head back. After selling the equipment, Lu Chen cashed out 1 gold coin through the trading platform, which was equivalent to 10,000 Dixia coins. He planned to leave the remaining money in the game. Sharpening the axe will not delay the job of cutting wood. Next, he needed to quickly grind monsters to level up and improve efficiency so that he could get more equipment and earn more money. His method was to buy healing potions and directly use them to grind monsters. Although monsters also dropped healing potions, the price of healing potions was still different compared to equipment. Lu Chen naturally chose designated equipment and small package drops, sold them, and then went to the potion shop to buy potions. The potion shop was located on the east side of the newbie village, with a small storefront and only one counter. Behind the counter was the owner of the potion shop. She was a mature woman with silver skin, a decent appearance, and a ponytail. Beside the counter, there were several players trying various methods to see if they could pick up a quest. Lu Chen chuckled to himself. These people probably just entered the game, and the natives were very aloof, not paying attention to you at all, right? A young man approached the boss, looking pitiful, tears streaming down his face. "Boss, I found that you look a lot like my deceased mother." Before he could finish his sentence, the boss slapped him across the face. Smack! The young man somersaulted in the air for 7.5 turns, flew out of the pharmacy, and landed horizontally on the ground at the entrance. His body twitched a few times, turned into white light, and disappeared. Instant death. The players who had planned to use all sorts of skills to move the boss were stunned to see the boss withdraw his hand expressionlessly. They were shocked. What kind of game is this? Can NPCs kill players? They were all stunned and decided to leave the pharmacy. Don't mess with them. Just then, they saw a handsome young man approaching the boss. It was Lu Chen. A young girl next to him, who looked quite young, saw Lu Chen's friendly face and kindly reminded him, "Little brother, don't go over there, this boss kills people." Lu Chen was taken aback, smiled at the girl, and said, "It's okay." The others stopped in their tracks. They wanted to see what would happen. Is this kid not afraid of death? This game is different from regular online games. I suspect these NPCs might be real people, and they might even be aliens with high autonomy. I guess so, after all, their skin is silver, completely different from us humans from the original planet. If this kid angers the boss, he's probably done for. As the crowd watched, Lu Chen had already approached the boss. The boss just glanced at him and then looked away. Lu Chen didn't mind. He smirked, revealing a domineering smile like a CEO, and slapped 2 gold coins on the counter. "Boss, I want to buy medicine." The whole atmosphere in the pharmacy suddenly fell silent. Several players looked at the 2 gold coins Lu Chen had placed on the counter, and a question mark slowly formed in their minds. The expression on the boss's face changed visibly. Her originally cold and ruthless expression turned into a sweet smile. "Oh, handsome young man, what medicine do you want to buy? How much?" Several players saw the change in the boss's demeanor, their mouths slightly agape, their eyes almost popping out. "What the heck? Can it be like this? No, some players bought medicine just now. Why didn't the boss's expression change? You don't understand anything. Look at how much money this big brother is using. 2 gold coins. That's a whopping 2,000 pieces. The voice of a middle-aged man almost roared out. He looked at the 2 gold coins, his eyes turning red. 2 gold coins were worth a full 2,000 pieces. The girl who had spoken earlier widened her eyes and said in a daze, "Could it be that this is the legendary money talks?" They looked at each other. Could the radiance of money be irresistible even to the natives? How could they, poor souls, bear this? They felt as if their hearts had been pierced by an arrow, a sharp and unbearable pain. Lu Chen smiled. "I'll buy 200 bottles of healing potion." The pharmacy in the newbie village sold only the most basic potions, including healing potions. Apprentice healing potion, normal, immediately restores 80 health points when used, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. 1 bottle of potion could almost fully restore his health, and he could use it every 30 seconds. With this potion, Lu Chen didn't have to worry about his endurance. After all, he didn't use many skills, his basic attack damage was high, and he didn't consume much mana. Just keep slashing all the way. The only problem was the high price, requiring a full 80 copper coins. Most people couldn't afford it. However, Lu Chen had a huge sum of 2 gold coins and was not short of money. For efficiency, he directly bought 200 bottles, totaling 1 gold and 60 silver. However, these potions would last him a long time. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the pharmacy boss smiled even more sweetly. "All right, handsome young man, very generous." She turned her hand over, counted out 200 bottles of healing potions and 40 silver coins, and placed them on the counter. In the backpack grid, the same potion, 100 bottles occupy 1 grid, 200 bottles occupy 2 grids. Lu Chen collected the healing potion and silver coins, smiled and said, "Boss, since I bought so many things, can I ask you a few questions?" The boss raised an eyebrow, looked at Lu Chen, and said with a smile, "Sure, go ahead, but I may not answer." Hearing this, the players nearby held their breath, staring at Lu Chen with wide eyes. The boss's attitude towards him was really different. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Indeed, money talks. Yeah, even the aloof natives are much gentler now. But we also benefit from this big brother. We can learn some game information. After all, since the Universe online game qualified for public testing, there had been no sound, not even an official website. They only knew that this game was related to reality, but the specific situation was a mystery to everyone on Earth. Now, they could finally learn some information. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Boss, let me ask the first question. Who are you? Data? Or real people?" Upon hearing this, the pharmacy boss looked at Lu Chen with a slightly strange expression, and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Chen didn't expect the pharmacy boss to counter-question him. After a moment of surprise, he quickly gave his answer, "Real people, are you from other races in the universe?" "Half right. Half right?" Both Lu Chen and the others showed a hint of surprise. Not only Lu Chen, but others also thought that the natives in this village might all be aliens. Now it seemed not necessarily. "Then who are you?" Lu Chen asked again. We are just wandering souls." The pharmacy boss smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. "Wandering souls? What does that mean?" Lu Chen frowned, looking at the pharmacy boss with some incomprehension. He was somewhat uncertain and asked, "Are you natives dead?" The pharmacy boss looked at Lu Chen, then at the other players, and seemed to be lost in memories. She smiled and said, "When you entered the universe game, you should have received a reminder from the universal server, right? The demonic energy will invade reality." Lu Chen nodded, "Yes." The pharmacy boss smiled and said, "That's what happened to us too. Once the demonic energy appeared, it would only increase. The monsters appearing in reality would become stronger. If you couldn't resist those monsters, what do you think would happen?" The air in the pharmacy suddenly became extremely quiet. Whether it was Lu Chen or the other players, they held their breath at this moment. They had already thought of that situation. When the monsters couldn't be resisted, there was only one future: destruction. It seems you know the consequences. Yes, our planet was devoured by demonic energy. We were lucky, although our physical bodies were destroyed, our souls were sheltered by the universal server and eventually became the natives here. Lu Chen didn't expect the answer from the pharmacy boss to be like this. He was a bit dazed for a moment, but having lived 2 lives, Lu Chen quickly came to his senses. He took a deep breath. Originally, his goal was just to make money, pay off his parents' debts, and let his mother live a good life. Now it seemed that he had to become stronger. Only by being strong enough could he protect himself and his loved ones when the demonic energy invaded. Lu Chen made up his mind silently, then wanted to ask more questions. But he found that he was in the dark about this world and didn't know what to ask for a moment. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Boss, we should all be humanoid, right? We can be considered the same race, so give me some advice. What should I do next?" The pharmacy boss looked at Lu Chen with some surprise and said, "Young man, you're quite good, very smart." She knew that the Element Star people knew little about the whole world, and even had no idea about the magic energy. The Element Star person in front of her knew where her weakness lay and directly asked for her advice, which was undoubtedly a very clever way. The pharmacy owner smiled and said, "Actually, there isn't much you need to do. I find you agreeable, so I'll give you 2 pieces of advice. First, level up to level 10 as soon as possible. At level 10, you can advance. When challenging the advancement, try to choose high difficulty challenges as much as possible. This way, after you advance, your strength will surpass that of ordinary people." Lu Chen nodded and kept the matter of advancement in mind. The second advice is also related to advancement. Currently, on the Hunter Novice continent, there are a total of 4 cosmic races, and the resources on the entire continent are limited. For the sake of your planet and race, you naturally need to first enhance the strength of your own race, which requires competing for resources. When a race player advances to the first rank, their race will announce the second round of public testing qualifications, allowing more players of that race to enter the game. In this way, in the future competition for resources among the 4 races, there will be a significant advantage. The pharmacy owner thought for a moment and said seriously, "Remember, to resist the invasion of magic energy into reality, it requires the concerted efforts of an entire race. In my many years in the game, I have seen too many races whose strength greatly diminished due to civil wars and were eventually consumed by the magic energy. I hope you Element Star people do not go down this old path." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He naturally understood the inherent flaws of humans. Internal conflicts were always inevitable. However, he had no way to deal with such matters at the moment. He would address them when his strength was strong enough. With his current abilities, all he could do was provide equipment to the Great Xia military and some high-ranking officials as much as possible. This way, when the magic energy invaded in the future, Great Xia would also have some strength to resist. Alright, those are the 2 pieces of advice, which essentially boil down to 1 level up first. Oh, right, let me give you 1 more piece of advice. If you complete some achievements in the game, there will be special rewards. You should be a talent of your race, your soul talent may not be bad, and you may have a chance to complete some achievements and showcase your greatest talent. Strive to do so, don't wait until your planet is consumed by the magic energy and regret it in the end. After listening to the pharmacy owner's words, Lu Chen felt a lot of pressure. He nodded solemnly, "Thank you for the reminder, I will do it." Then he smiled, "Well, boss, I'll go busy myself now. I'll take care of your business next time. Oh, by the way, do you have any tasks for me?" The pharmacy owner glanced at Lu Chen and coldly smiled, "With your current strength, even if I give you a task, you won't be able to complete it." Lu Chen. He was still a customer after all, how could he be so disrespectful? He smiled helplessly, "Alright, I'll come back to you when I'm strong enough." With that, Lu Chen turned and left. As he passed by several stunned players, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Did you hear what I just said? Those 2 pieces of advice and 1 piece of advice, you can spread them too. This way, players from our Element Star can have enough pressure. Pressure leads to motivation." The players were as if awakened from a dream. They looked at Lu Chen with a hint of respect in their eyes. Even the knowledgeable pharmacy owner said that Lu Chen was a talent among their Element Star people. Such a person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Moreover, he even let them listen to game information here for free. Just based on this generosity, they were willing to acknowledge him. A middle-aged player nodded seriously and said, "Alright, big brother, we will spread the word." Lu Chen nodded and walked away. On the way, Lu Chen thought for a moment and sent a private message to Wang Bing and Lu Chang about what the pharmacy owner had said. Both of them had status and reality, especially Wang Bing. If he reported it, the Summer Emperor, with his great wisdom, would surely take it seriously. As for their reactions, Lu Chen couldn't care less. He had to continue leveling up. Set a small goal for himself, to level up to level 10 as quickly as possible, and then complete the highest level job change. The Xia Palace. Shenwu Hall. Xia Huang sat on the throne, looking at the silent courtiers below, his face calm but his eyes containing unimaginable majesty. They were waiting for information about the game. At the first moment when the public testing slots for the cosmic game were released, Xia Huang ordered people to count all the Xia soldiers who obtained the public testing slots and established the Xian Niao army. The Xian Niao army also entered the game at the first moment. They had two purposes. One was to enhance their strength in the game. The second was to obtain all the information in the game. From the moment the Xian Niao army entered the game, Xia Huang summoned all the officials to court. Everyone was waiting in the Shenwu Hall, waiting for news from the game to come out, to be analyzed by the officials and Xia Huang together, and appropriate countermeasures to be made. By this time, 2 hours had passed, and 4 hours had passed in the game. It was approaching dawn, and Xia Huang, leading by example, even if the officials were tired, they dared not complain. Just then, a tall man rushed in. "Your Majesty, the Xian Niao army has sent the latest information." Upon hearing this, Xia Huang's spirit shook. "Present it." The information was handed to Xia Huang by the attendant, and he carefully read it word by word. After reading the information, Xia Huang clenched the report, furrowing his brow slowly. The entire Shenwu Hall fell silent. Seeing Xia Huang's frown, the officials looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Xia Huang handed the report to the attendant next to him. "Read it out." The attendant cleared his throat, intending to read the report. But after seeing the contents of the report, the attendant's eyes widened, looking somewhat stunned, momentarily stunned. Xia Huang frowned, looking at the attendant. The attendant then regained his composure and quickly began to read the report. It was the information that Lu Chen had obtained from the pharmacy owner, including the source of the pharmacy owner, the advice and suggestions given by the pharmacy owner. As the officials listened, their breathing became rapid, and they exclaimed in surprise. After the attendant finished reading, the entire Shenwu Hall fell silent once again. Xia Huang calmly said, "Gentlemen, what are your insights on this information?" The officials looked at each other, and for a moment, no one answered. Xia Huang called out, "Nangong Zhu." Nangong Zhu was the white-haired old man standing at the forefront. Although old, there was no cloudiness in his eyes, clear as a baby's. This person was the Prime Minister of Xia. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, if this news is true, our previous actions may be far from enough. Next, whether it is official functions or education, corresponding reforms need to be made. However, I have a question. Is this news really true? This is too sensational." Xia Huang looked at the man who brought the information. "Wang Yi, you brought the information, you speak." Wang Yi stepped forward, his expression serious. "This news was brought by my son Wang Bing. He encountered a very powerful player in the newbie village, who is said to have a very high drop rate. In just a few hours, he obtained dozens of white equipment." "What? That's impossible. Obtaining dozens of white equipment in a few hours? Are you kidding me?" Before Wang Yi could finish, the ministers beside him had already started to exclaim. They had been in the Shenwu Hall for so long, although they had not entered the game, through the information that came out, they had a certain understanding of the drop rates in the game. Obtaining dozens of white equipment in a few hours was completely different from what they understood about drop rates. Even Xia Huang couldn't help but furrow his brow, finding it somewhat unbelievable. But he glanced at the other ministers and said slowly, "Quiet." The many ministers fell silent. Xia Huang looked at Wang Yi. "Continue." Wang Yi's expression was calm. "I also know that some colleagues don't believe it. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first either, but I know my son's temperament. He wouldn't make a mistake in such a big matter. That player seems to have a soul talent that enhances luck, so the drop rate is so high." Hearing this, many ministers were somewhat enlightened, but also frowned. Luck, as a vague and intangible thing, was not particularly acknowledged by those present. However, they were equally aware of the soul talent information. "This thing is completely unreasonable. My son reported that this player obtained this information from the indigenous medicine shop owner through some means. In my opinion, the authenticity of the information should be related to the attitude of the indigenous people towards us. However, based on the information we previously obtained, this information should be true." After Wang Yi finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The air in the Hall of Martial Valor quieted once again. Emperor Xia slowly spoke, "We should be prepared for everything. Let's assume this information is true. In that case, Nangong Zhu, what changes do you think should be made next?" Nan Gongju fell silent and said, "If that's the case, I propose establishing an official department to deal with the invasion of demonic energy, preferably inviting players from the common people to join. This not only facilitates player management but also prevents ambitious individuals with powerful abilities among the common people from causing social unrest. Furthermore, if the information is true as stated, the importance of this game far exceeds our imagination. We should start with education, starting from elementary school. There should be courses about the game, and also encourage the common people to understand relevant game information so that when the second public test arrives, the common people of our great Xia can seize the opportunity." After Nan Gongju finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Emperor Xia nodded and continued, "Any other opinions from the esteemed ministers are welcome." The ministers immediately began to express their opinions. Emperor Xia listened quietly, his expression calm as water, but the authority he unintentionally exuded was as stern as a prison. Wu Yi, immediately deploy the establishment of a player management bureau, collect player information, focus on appeasing players, and invite them to join the official ranks. Those unwilling to join only need to register. Furthermore, if there are players committing crimes, they should be arrested immediately and given severe punishment. This is to serve as a warning to others. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Yi, inform the major military districts to increase vigilance. If monsters appear, deal with them immediately. Monsters appearing in the city can be handled together with players from the Player Management Bureau. Yes. Emperor Xia issued orders methodically. He discussed various possibilities with the ministers to deal with unforeseen circumstances. After arranging everything, Emperor Xia rubbed his forehead slowly. He thought of something and looked at Wang Yi, asking, "Can we find the player who obtained this information?" Wang Yi smiled bitterly, "We only know his name, Lu Chen, but as Your Majesty knows, we have tried many times. Player information cannot be found through conventional means. They had tried when the game first arrived. As long as players did not reveal information in reality, even through population information investigations, they could not find out the player's information. It was as if all traces of this person's existence in reality had been erased." Emperor Xia sighed slowly and nodded, "I understand." Even he felt somewhat powerless, sighing, "Truly a cosmic game." "Your Majesty, you look tired. Why not take a rest first?" The attendants and ministers looked at the weary Emperor Xia with concern. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Xia said, "In that case, let's take a 1-hour break. Those who have tasks to do, go ahead." Everyone nodded. Emperor Xia got up and left. Leaving the Hall of Martial Valor, Emperor Xia immediately went to a heavily guarded palace. Upon seeing Emperor Xia approaching, the leading soldiers quickly bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xia nodded and walked inside. In a room within the palace, a stunningly beautiful young girl was enveloped in white light, floating in mid-air above the bed. There was a runic bracelet on her snow-white left wrist. Beside the girl sat an equally beautiful mature woman, looking at the girl with concern. As Xia entered, the woman stood up to greet him. "Your Majesty, how is Yenner? After entering that so-called game, she hasn't woken up. There's a protective barrier around her, I can't touch her." Hearing this, Xia nodded slightly. The woman looked worried and said, "Yenner should have let the soldiers try entering the game first. Wouldn't it be better for her to go in later? We know nothing about this so-called game, it's too dangerous." Xia gazed deeply at Xia Yan and said slowly, "You don't understand." With his hands behind his back, he turned to look at the stars outside the window. "Doesn't Yenner know the danger? It's just that, the rulebook of this game indicates that our great Xia, with a heritage of over 3,000 years, is facing its greatest calamity. Times have changed, Huar. Yenner is the only beta tester of our Xia clan, she is fighting for us, for the people of Great Xia." Times have changed? Xia Yan's mother, Hua Fei, looked puzzled. Yes, times have changed. Xia remained calm but his eyes flickered. However, no matter how times change, the principle of power supremacy will not change. Yenner understands this better than you. Yenner. Hua Fei looked at the beautiful girl lying on the bed, her face full of worry and complexity. Xia clenched his fists. As the emperor of Great Xia, the leader of the people of Great Xia, he didn't even have a beta testing spot. In the turbulent tide of this era, he didn't know if he could lead Great Xia further. He didn't know if he could once again shield the people of Great Xia from wind and rain. He let out a sigh and turned to Xia Yan, saying to himself, "Yenner, when you wake up, the 30,000 Xin Niao army will be your strongest support." After resupplying, Lu Chen left the village again. This time, Lu Chen's target was no longer the demonized rats in the fields. As a level 2 expert, level 1 small black rats no longer satisfied Lu Chen's needs. His strong desire for battle urged him to seek stronger opponents. so Lu Chen headed to the forest behind the farmland. Inside the forest, many wild dogs roamed. These wild dogs were about the size of Samoyeds, entirely black with red eyes, and sharp white teeth. Demonized wild dog, level 2 health, 120 attack, 7 description. Originally ordinary wild dogs, they turned into ferocious bloodthirsty demonized wild dogs after being corrupted by demonic energy. Lu Chen couldn't help but grin when he saw the information about the wild dogs. Indeed, as level 2 monsters, they were much stronger than the level 1 black rats. However, for Lu Chen, they were still manageable. With his current equipment and plenty of healing potions, if he couldn't defeat them, he might as well hit himself with a block of tofu. Instead of directly engaging, Lu Chen, as usual, checked the drop list. The items dropped by the demonized wild dogs were also white and gray. Lu Chen set his eyes on the weapons listed. Rusty Greatsword, common, attack +6, required level, 2 drop rate, 0. 8% compared to the level 1 Rusty Greatsword, it had 1 more attack point, worth a try. Let's do this. Lu Chen pumped himself up and charged into battle. The wild dog's attacks were slightly higher than the demonized rats, hitting Lu Chen for 4 points of health each time. But with his increased attack power, Lu Chen managed to kill the demonized wild dogs in just a few strikes. He only lost a little over 20 health points in total. After killing 3, Lu Chen would drink a potion, instantly replenishing his health. With each batch of demonized wild dogs slain and all equipment upgraded, his defense improved. He now only lost 2 health points per hit, increasing his endurance. Holding the large sword, he looked like a war god, slaughtering in the pack of wild dogs. However, the hatred range of demonized wild dogs is wider than demonized rats. Carelessness may attract 2 or 3 demonized wild dogs to attack simultaneously. Once, Lu Chen accidentally attracted 3 of them, almost costing him his life. Fortunately, the cooldown time of the blood vial was good. Otherwise, he might have had to give away first blood. The punishment of death is not being able to play the game for an hour, seriously slowing down progress. This made Lu Chen break out in a cold sweat. After that incident, Lu Chen became more stable, carefully pulling one at a time. The number of players in the demonized wild dog area is not many. Those who can farm in the level 2 monster area are basically powerful teams at the current stage. Seeing Lu Chen soloing with such high efficiency, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, who is that person? His monster killing efficiency is almost the same as our 3-person team. Of course, look at him constantly using the blood vial. And he's fully equipped. 1 blood vial for 80 copper, 1 blood vial for 80 copper. A middle-aged man with a weathered face kept muttering the price of the blood vial, looking incredulous. That's 80 coins. How can he waste them like that? Is this how rich people play games? The middle-aged man was envious. No, don't you notice something else? Isn't it that this guy drops white items every time? A girl couldn't help but speak up. Others also realized. Yeah, why does he get drops every time? And they are all white items? A young man from the nearby team pondered. I heard there's a crazy guy in our newbie village who always drops items when killing monsters, and they are always white. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be him. Drops every time? And they are always white? Isn't this outrageous? It's absolutely outrageous, beyond belief. Others were stunned when they heard the young man's words. So, why is there such a big difference between people? When everyone was numb, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. He looked at a demonized wild wolf in front of him, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Because the first item on this wolf's drop list was green. Wild dog leather armor, excellent leather armor, defense +15, agility +1, required level, 2 drop rate, 0.004% a level 2 leather armor with 15 defense. It's even better than the level 2 chainmail he's wearing now. It's really outrageous. And it also adds 1 point of agility, which is a small artifact for agility-based classes in the early stages. As for this drop rate, others probably won't get it even after playing for years, right? Lu Chen grinned and immediately designated the drop of the wild dog leather armor. Then he rushed up with his greatsword, afraid that someone would snatch it from him. With a few slashes, he killed the demonized wild dog, and a green light ball slowly rose. The players nearby saw the green light ball, their eyes widened in shock. The air fell silent for a moment. The next moment, a young man jumped up, his eyes red. Damn! It's green! It's green! Others also reacted. They all rushed over. Brother! Check the stats. Can we sell this equipment? I can pay cash directly. As high-end players, they didn't beg or ask for help like other players. Instead, they wanted to check the stats first and asked if it was for sale. Lu Chen looked at the expectant crowd and didn't hide anything. He posted the stats of the wild dog leather armor. After reading the stats, everyone fell silent. The next moment, a girl in leather armor sighed softly, "Why can't this damn game allow robbery?" "Lu Ken?" He looked at the girl speechlessly. "Your idea is a bit dangerous." The people nearby also smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I also feel like robbing. The attribute is too good. My gray leather armor only added 7 defense points, which is more than twice what I added, and it also added 1 agility point. I'm crying. Brother, name your price, we'll buy it." A middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head. "I don't deal with cash, only with gold coins." Joking, if he used cash, he would need a bank card. That would be considered leaking information. The server wouldn't help protect his privacy. He's not very strong right now, so it's better to keep a low profile in reality. Why bother going through the trading platform in the game to exchange gold coins for money? Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked disappointed. He had read the rulebook and knew he couldn't persuade Lu Chen. "Too bad, we don't have that many gold coins." "Then forget it," Lu Chen shrugged. Whether they really didn't have that many gold coins or had ulterior motives in reality, Lu Chen didn't care. As long as he didn't reveal any weaknesses, it was fine. He had no intention to harm others, but he couldn't be defenseless either. As for selling this equipment, of course, Lu Chen planned to sell it. After all, Lu Chen was a warrior. Agility didn't bring him much benefit. As for defense, the chain armor he was wearing now was not inferior to this leather armor. It wasn't very useful to him. Selling it for money was the best choice. He opened a private chat, inviting Lu Chang and Wang Bing to join a chat room. Lu Chang and Wang Bing almost instantly agreed. Before the two could speak, Lu Chen directly sent the information about the wild dog leather armor. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Both of them typed a series of question marks at the same time. Lu Chen grinned. That was the effect he wanted. He said, "Who wants it?" Lu Chang, "Bro, give it to me. I want it. Just name your price in gold coins." Wang Bing, "Brother Lu, give it to me. I want it too. Just name your price." Lu Chang, "Wang Bing, I won't give you this leather armor. My daughter needs it." Joking, his little daughter was a leather armor profession, so such good leather armor should be used by his precious daughter. Lu Chang was ready to spend money. And what he was least afraid of was spending money. Wang Bing, "Lu, since that's the case, then we're not brothers today. Come on, let's bid." Lu Chang, 2 gold. The chat room fell silent. After a moment, Wang Bing slowly typed a question mark. Wang Bing, "Wait, Lu Chang, what do you mean? You're offering 20,000 for a piece of green equipment? What do you mean by that?" Wang Bing, "Can we bid normally?" Although the wild dog leather armor had good attributes, it was only a level 2 equipment. In Wang Bing's opinion, a few thousand would be enough. Lu Chang offering 20,000 at once left Wang Bing speechless. The funds of their Xian Niao army were indeed sufficient, but they had 30,000 brothers to support, so they couldn't spend money like that. Not only was Wang Bing stunned, even Lu Chen, who was silently watching, was a bit confused. In 1,000 words, all that remained in Lu Chen's mind were the words "what the hell." Rich people were really outrageous. Oh, he earned that money? Then it's fine. Lu Chang, Captain Wang, we're opponents now. Let's not beat around the bush. 2 gold, yes or no? Wang Bing? What are you talking about? Lu Chang, anything my daughter can use, even if it's the moon in the sky, I have to buy it, let alone a piece of green equipment? Arrogant smoking. JPG, Wang Bing. He was suddenly silenced. Lu Chen couldn't help but comment. Daughter's slave, truly terrifying. Lu Chang, Lu, what do you say? Lu Chen, deal, I'll mail it to you when I get back, or you can pick it up yourself. Lu Chang, mail it to me, I'll cover the postage. Lu Chen, generous, Chang. Chang is mighty. Lu Chang, grinning. JPG, Lu Chen, that's it then, I have to go. Lu Chang, go ahead. Wang Bing, I'm out. Lu Chen had just completed the transaction, and the middle-aged man next to him hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Brother, we discussed it and decided on 40 silver. This is our highest price. What do you think? Lu Chun. His expression was a bit strange as he replied, it's already sold. Ah, the middle-aged man and others were taken aback, feeling somewhat disappointed. No wonder he didn't speak earlier. Was he selling things privately? The middle-aged man then curiously asked, didn't expect it to be sold so quickly? How much did you sell it for? 2 gold. The group's expressions froze, a question mark slowly forming in their minds. Ignoring the confusion of the other players, Lu Chen continued his monster hunting journey. As time passed, more and more players reached level 2, and the number of players in the forest increased. Although the experience required to level up to level 2 was higher, Lu Chen, with a large number of healing potions, actually leveled up more efficiently. he quickly reached level 3. During this time, Lu Chen went back once. After all, his backpack was full. Even though he now had 60 slots in his backpack, he couldn't handle all the drops from every monster. Among them were 13 small bags, and the rest were all level 2 white equipment. Lu Chen planned to go back and deal with them. On his way back, Lu Chen contacted Wang Bing and Lu Chang, asking if they wanted anything. Wait, what did you say? How many pieces of equipment did you drop? Wang Bing saw Lu Chen's message and was full of question marks. Lu Chang was equally dumbfounded, just like Wang Bing. How long has it been? You dropped a whole backpack of items? On a grassland north of the village, several teams were hunting monsters. These people were well trained and coordinated seamlessly, not exchanging a word throughout. The ferocious demonized wild monsters in their hands seemed like lambs to be slaughtered. Ordinary players who saw them would steer clear. They were from the 7th Squad of the 3rd Legion of the Xin Niao Army, with Wang Bing among them. He was a warrior, clad in chainmail, wielding a sword and shield. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression becoming very strange. The members of the squad beside him were puzzled when they saw this. Captain? What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? They knew their captain very well. He wasn't the type to lose focus in battle. Why did he suddenly seem distracted? Wang Bing snapped out of it and waved his hand. You guys keep fighting. I have something to attend to. Oh. Wang Bing quickly walked to the side and directly contacted Lu Chen via voice chat. On Lu Chen's side, besides Wang Bing, Lu Chang also initiated a voice chat. Seeing this, Lu Chen opened a small room again, and the three of them entered to communicate via voice chat. Wang Bing's urgent voice rang out. Lu brother, what you said earlier, is it true? Did you really drop over 40 pieces of equipment? Lu Chen smiled. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Lu Chang was also pleasantly surprised. And 13 backpacks too? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, everything I said is true. The atmosphere in the chat room fell silent. Then Wang Bing spoke up. Lu brother, look at these equipment. How about selling them all to our Xian Niao army? Hey. Wang Bing, don't be too much. What do you mean by selling them all to your Xian Niao army? What about me? Lu Chang immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Bing lamented. You don't know, when I brought back the equipment earlier, I didn't know how to distribute them. The brothers who didn't get any have been complaining to me. It's been weighing on my heart. But Lu Chang wasn't buying it. You're suffering, so I'm not? What are you saying? Last time I gave you most of the equipment. Don't say I'm heartless. This time I want half. Isn't that fair? Wang Bing furrowed his brow. No, brother, why do you need so much equipment? These are level 2 equipment. Not level 1. I and my 2 daughters need to upgrade. Lu Chang justified confidently. Of course, he didn't mention that he planned to use the equipment he obtained to form his own team. He could pay this team a salary, allowing them to distribute a small amount of experience and help him level up quickly. Even Lu Chang has the idea of recruiting beta testers to join the company, to establish a gaming department for Tianyue Group. Lu Chang knew that he was not the only one doing this. Probably all major companies worldwide would do the same. This is the trend of the times. If they don't seize the opportunity, Tianyue Group might be left behind by others. That's why he wants to have more equipment and build a better team. For this, Lu Chang is very fortunate to know Lu Chen. With Lu Chen around, he believes that his team will not lag behind in terms of equipment. With good equipment, the game progress will definitely not be low. By then, Tianyue Group might even make a lot of profits from this game. They might even move a few steps forward in the global company rankings. Thinking of this, Lu Chang is also excited. Tianyue Group is his blood and sweat, so naturally he hopes that Tianyue Group will get better and better. On the other side, Wang Bing frowned. He knew that Lu Chang's request was serious. He also knew that the equipment eliminated by Lu Chang would not be brought out. How could he not understand Lu Chang's thoughts? However, he had no reason to refuse. Wang Bing's expression changed, and he sighed slightly. Since Brother Lu said so, then let it be. Give us more backpacks this time. No problem. Just then, Lu Chen, who had been silent all along, smiled and said, You don't need to be in a hurry. I will go level up later, and there will be more equipment by then. Captain Wang, your team will also have equipment. Hearing this, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. The slightly depressed mood instantly disappeared. Right. Lu Chen has gained so much equipment in just a short time. How much equipment will there be by then? It's unimaginable. Equipping the 100 members of their 7th squad will be a breeze. Wang Bing quickly said, Brother Lu, if you think highly of me, just call me Brother Wang. In the game, if anyone dares to go against you, I will lead the team to support you. Upon hearing Wang Bing's promise, Lu Chen immediately smiled. Wang Bing is not an ordinary person, but a member of the Great Xia Army, representing the military. With this statement, ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. This is the benefit of having connections. Lu Chen said, then I won't be polite, Brother Wang. Alright, when do we make the trade? I'm heading back to the village now, I'm almost at the village entrance. Lu Chen looked up at the village entrance and said. Wang Bing quickly said, I will send someone to meet you now. Lu Chang also spoke, I will also send someone over. By the way, since that's the case, let's trade the green leather armor together. Wang Bing raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly Lu Chang had already arranged manpower without realizing it. However, neither Lu Chen nor Wang Bing was surprised by this. Tianyue Group is very wealthy. And the power of money is something ordinary people cannot resist. Alright, let's meet at the village entrance. Okay. The three of them ended the voice call. Wang Bing looked around and soon saw a beautiful and dignified woman with a ponytail. His eyes lit up, and he waved, Susie, come here. Jiang Su heard this and ran over. She saluted seriously, Captain, what's the matter? You go back to the village, find Lu Chen, and trade equipment with him. Hearing this, Jiang Su was stunned, her eyes lighting up. Captain, do you mean that Lu Chen has more equipment again? They knew that their captain had brought back a batch of equipment before. Jiang Su got one piece and instantly felt stronger. She also knew that this equipment was bought from a player named Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had more equipment so soon. Their team's equipment will definitely be even better by then. Yes, he has. Wang Bing nodded with a smile. He cleared his throat and said, establish a good relationship with Lu Chen in the future. We might have to rely on him for equipment. Jiang Su didn't hear anything, casually patting her chest. Don't worry, I know what's important, I won't offend anyone. Then you go. Jiang Su turned to leave. Suddenly she thought of something. I don't know what Lu Chen looks like. He's at the east side of the village entrance. The best equipped young handsome guy you see is him. Wang Bing described Lu Chen's features. Oh. Jiang Su nodded and turned to leave. Watching Jiang Su's departing figure, Wang Bing muttered to himself. Brother Lu, don't blame me for using the beauty trap. After all, this equipment is just too tempting. He didn't believe that a young man with just strength and energy could resist a woman's sweet talk. In this wave, the advantage was with him, Wang Bing. Lu Chen returned to the village entrance and waited. Before long, he saw a mature woman with beautiful features and long black hair approaching. She smiled. Hello, are you Mr. Lu Chen? Lu Chen was taken aback, nodded. I am. Who are you? I am Li Mu, sent by Lu Dong for the trade. Wait a moment, let me confirm. After all, the trade involved a considerable amount of money. Lu Chen couldn't be careless. Okay. Li Mu smiled and nodded. Lu Chen and Lu Chang chatted privately and quickly confirmed that this person was indeed sent by Lu Chang. He smiled and said, no problem. So, Mr. Lu, shall we trade now? Sure. Brother Chang is trading 2 sets of cloth armor, 1 set of leather armor, and the green leather armor we agreed on before, right? Yes. Li Mu nodded. Although Lu Chang had told her before, when she confirmed the existence of the green equipment, Li Mu was still shocked. 20,000 yuan. For a piece of green equipment, it cost 20,000 yuan. Li Mu sneakily glanced at Lu Chen, who was organizing the equipment. Over 1.8 meters tall, very handsome, and so capable, even Lu Dong's relationship with him was so good. Li Mu couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This man was a rare find. All right. Oh, okay. Li Mu's face was sweet with a smile. Choosing to trade, Lu Chen placed the equipment one by one, and Li Mu handed the prepared money to Lu Chen. Check if there's any problem. No need, with your good relationship with Lu Dong, it should be fine. Li Mu smiled and said. Of course, she had already counted during the trade, and indeed, there was no problem. By the way, Mr. Lu Dong said that I will be in charge of future trades. Let's add each other as friends. In fact, Li Mu wanted to add Lu Chen as a friend just now, but the system prompted that Lu Chen refused to chat with strangers and add strangers as friends. She could only say it in person. Sure. Lu Chen nodded and added Li Mu as a friend. Just then, a woman with a ponytail, beautiful features, and a bit of heroism walked over. The woman didn't look at Li Mu, but asked Lu Chen, hello, are you Mr. Lu Chen? Lu Chen nodded, I am. The woman immediately stood up straight and saluted. 3rd Legion of the Xian Niao Army, 17 Mage Jiang Su reporting to you. I'm here to trade equipment with you. Lu Chen suddenly realized. So she was a soldier, no wonder she looked so serious. Li Mu beside her muttered to herself, this woman looked good, but she acted like a man. How could she have the charm of a woman like this? Then she saw Lu Chen smiling. Hello, Jiang Su. Li Mu? Clearly, when she faced her just now, he didn't smile so happily. Mr. Lu actually liked this kind of woman? Li Mu secretly noted it down, planning to try and learn. As usual, Lu Chen confirmed with Wang Bing. After confirming there were no issues, Lu Chen traded the remaining equipment in small packages with Jiang Su. As for the trade records of both parties, Lu Chen sent them separately to Lu Chang and Wang Bing. After all, this was a trade, better to be safe. After the trade with Jiang Su, she also proposed adding each other as friends. Naturally, Lu Chen accepted with pleasure. In that case, I won't disturb you, Mr. Lu, Jiang Su said decisively. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. If there is anything you need, Mr. Lu can come to our 7th team. To friends, our 7th team will definitely do our best to help. Jiang Su smiled and spoke. Lu Chen also smiled. Watching Jiang Su leave, Li Mu also hurriedly said, then I'll leave too, Mr. Lu, goodbye. Lu Chen smiled and bid farewell to Li Mu. After the two left, Lu Chen looked at his balance. Level 2 equipment, each priced at 7 silver coins, totaling more than 40 pieces, adding up to over 3 gold coins. There were also 13 backpacks, totaling over 1 gold coin, plus, selling the green leather armor for 2 gold coins. In total, he made over 6 gold coins. Another over 60,000, comfortable. Lu Chen even felt somewhat unreal, coupled with what he had earned just now. In just a few hours, he had made nearly 100,000 by selling equipment. This was 100,000. Previously, he would have to work hard for a year to earn this much income. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to pay off his debts. Lu Chen was suddenly filled with motivation. Like before, Lu Chen took out 3 gold coins to exchange for cash, leaving the remaining 3 gold coins for emergencies. After dealing with the equipment, Lu Chen continued to hunt monsters. The number of players around the forest perimeter was increasing. After reaching level 3, Lu Chen entered the depths of the forest. In the depths, there were still demonized wild dogs, but their level had increased to 3. The demonized wild dogs at level 3 had an attack of 9 points and 150 health. There were fewer players here compared to the outskirts. Of course, this didn't mean that there were only a few players in this newbie village at this level. Because there were leveling areas in all 4 directions of the village, level 3 monsters were not only found here. Higher level players were just scattered around. Lu Chen continued to hunt monsters. The level 3 monsters also dropped gray and white items. Since the wild dog leather armor he got last time, he hadn't seen any green items. It could only be said that he was lucky back then. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly saw 3 demonized wild dogs gathered around a large tree. And in the bushes at the base of the tree, there seemed to be a chest. Lu Chen cast Detect Magic. Old wooden chest, seems to contain something. A treasure chest? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. At that moment, he noticed that this wooden chest, like the monsters, also had a drop list. This made Lu Chen even more excited because it meant that he could specify the dropped items from opening the chest just like when defeating monsters. He quickly opened the drop list. The first 6 items on the list were all green, followed by some white and gray items. This greatly surprised Lu Chen. There were a total of 6 green items. He quickly checked them. Lu Chen had noticed before that the drop list was arranged according to the rarity of the items. Items of the same quality with lower drop rates were more valuable and placed higher. The first one was a skill book. Basic Regeneration, Level 1 Passive Skill, restores 1 health point per second. Requirement, all professions. Drop rate, 0.0001%. A skill book for all professions? And it's a passive skill. Although 1 health point per second may not seem like much, it's passive, so it can restore 1 point even in combat. Remember, even when out of combat, the average player only restores 1 point per second. This is like being in a constant state of recovery even during battles. This could save Lu Chen a lot of health potions. A little divine skill. The second item was a stone. Tiny attribute stone, strength, permanently increases strength by 1 point when used. Drop rate, 0.0009%. Another good item. Lu Chen was extremely surprised. The player's attributes in this game can be brought into reality, so a 1 point increase in strength is a real boost. The third item was a two-handed sword. Training Greatsword, attack plus 12, strength plus 1, requirement level, 3 drop rate, 0.6%. Another good item. 12 attack points, doubling the 3-level white greatsword he had in his hand. It also added 1 point of strength. Very powerful. Behind, 3 items are also equipment. A pair of chainmail bracers, a cloth robe, a pair of cloth boots. They are all good things with added attributes. Lu Chen was stunned. With so many good things, he wanted them all. Unfortunately, although the drop rate items in the treasure chest are more than ordinary monsters, they can only specify up to 3 at most. Lu Chen hesitated, but ultimately chose, basic regeneration, tiny attribute stone, strength, and a greatsword. The first two are self-explanatory. Skills and attributes even at higher levels have bonuses, but equipment is sometimes time-limited. Lu Chun chose the weapon that would give him the biggest boost. After specifying, Lu Chun also specified the drops from the 3 demonized wild dogs nearby, all white equipment. After picking up the dropped items, Lu Chun couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. 3 green orbs floated out, exciting Lu Chun. Even though he had specified drops, he had only gotten 1 green item so far. It can only be said that this game is too harsh. After putting all 3 items in his bag, Lu Chun directly learned the skill. Then he used the attribute stone, and his strength reached 14 points. Finally, Lu Chun also equipped the green greatsword. It has to be said, green equipment is indeed green equipment, much better looking than the rusty broken sword. The sword is smooth, gleaming with a cold light. At first glance, it's extraordinary. After equipping this greatsword, Lu Chun's attack power directly reached 27 points. It became much easier to kill level 3 wolves, taking just a few strikes to kill them. Before long, Lu Chun's backpack was full again. Lu Chun felt a bit helpless. The high drop rate was quite troublesome. He often had to clean up his backpack. He currently has a total of 60 slots in his backpack, but for his drop rate, it's not enough at all. It fills up after killing 60 monsters. With his current efficiency, killing 60 monsters would take at most half an hour. It would be great if there were larger bags dropping. Lu Chun muttered to himself, then messaged Wang Bing and Lu Chang again. When they heard that Lu Chun had a backpack full of level 3 equipment, Wang Bing and Lu Chang both sent friendly question marks. Wang Bing, no way, Lu brother, your equipment updates are faster than our leveling speed, right? There are only a few of us in the team who have reached level 3, and you have dozens of level 3 equipment? Lu Chang, bro, I just hit level 3, your equipment came just in time. Lu Chang is wealthy, specifically paying players to team up with him, and he splits the experience points by 80%. This is also the highest experience points that can be shared in a team. Almost all other players are practically working for him, so his leveling speed is not slow. However, even so, his leveling speed is still a bit slower compared to Lu Chun. Wang Bing, Lu, just like last time, don't think about taking more. Lu Chang, don't worry, am I that kind of person? Lu, shall we trade like last time? Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, I'll send you a location. Let the traders come directly to me, I still need to level up. Going back and forth wastes too much time. Wang Bing, no problem. Lu Chang, you send the address, I'll have someone come over. Lu Chun's ability to produce so many pieces of equipment in a short time has elevated his status in the eyes of the two. The conditions Lu Chun proposed, even if they were difficult, they would find ways to meet them. Okay, I'll send you the address now so I can kill a few more monsters. Lu Chun sent the address and continued to grind monsters. However, because his backpack was full, Lu Chun couldn't pick up the dropped items from the monsters he killed, so he had to leave them on the ground for now. The dropped items wouldn't refresh in a short time. If they did refresh, there was no other way, he couldn't just stop killing monsters, right? As a result, a strange sight appeared within a few hundred meters in the deep forest. The ground was littered with the corpses of demonized wild dogs, each still emitting a white orb. After a while, a small team of 5 players happened to be fighting monsters in this area. When they saw the bodies on the ground and the white light orbs, they were all stunned, with many question marks popping up in their minds. No way, what's all this on the ground? So many white items? Damn, there's a white item on each body? Which god is fighting here? And doesn't he pick up things? Just then, a young woman remembered something and widened her eyes. I suddenly remembered a legend in the village. What legend? Everyone was puzzled. I heard that there's a big shot in our newbie village who always drops white items when fighting monsters, just like the current situation. The young woman widened her eyes, finding it somewhat unbelievable. I thought it was just a legend, but it turns out to be true? The others gasped in amazement, making a significant contribution to the warming of the game world. Is it real? Is there really such a godly person? A young man widened his eyes, exclaiming repeatedly, Isn't the fact right in front of us? The young woman pointed to the piles of white light orbs on the ground. The players in the team fell silent. Looking at the white light orbs on the ground, tears of envy almost flowed from their eyes. Let's go in and see why that legendary big shot doesn't pick up items. A few of them curiously walked towards the inside. Before long, they heard the sounds of battle. Their hearts shook, and they hurried over. Then they saw a handsome young man in full chainmail armor, wielding a sharp sword, fighting monsters. The young man's attacks were outrageous, killing a demonized wild dog with 7 or 8 strikes, with a terrifying speed. Moreover, after fighting a few monsters, he didn't even rest to heal, just chugged health potions. This made the players' eyes almost pop out. They were already at level 3, considered experienced players. But they had never seen someone fight monsters like this. Lu Chen also noticed someone approaching. He killed a demonized wild dog and looked over. The players immediately ran over with smiles. "Hello, big shot, hello." The young woman speaking was almost starry-eyed. Although she had heard of this big shot's legend, she didn't expect him to be so handsome. Such a cool and handsome big shot. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The others also greeted Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. "Hello, what's up?" "Ah, nothing, we just suddenly found many bodies here, and lots of equipment left uncollected, so we were curious and came to take a look." "Yeah, big shot, why don't you pick up all these things? It would be a waste when they respawn." Lu Chen smiled helplessly. "My backpack is full." Players. There was a moment of silence in the air. The 4 words "backpack is full" caused them immense distress. They thought about how they had fought hundreds of monsters tirelessly, and none of them had a full backpack yet. And this big shot? His backpack was full, and he couldn't pick up all these white items on the ground. How heartbreaking. But when they thought about the number of items on the ground, the players began to understand a bit. The young woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the system's 20-slot backpack seems a bit insufficient. The others also nodded repeatedly, indicating that they often had full backpacks and were troubled by it. Maybe this way they wouldn't be looked down upon by the big shot? Lu Chen was taken aback. "Huh? My backpack has 60 slots. Players? What's going on? Wasn't the system's backpack 20 slots? Why does he have 60 slots?" They looked at each other and realized that several of them looked puzzled. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lu Chen chuckled. "Don't you know that monsters drop small bags?" Lu Chen displayed the attributes of a small bag. Seeing the small bag's attributes, the players in the team were stunned. "No way, what's this? Are these dropped by these small monsters?" The young man with yellow hair, who seemed to be the leader, was almost losing his eyeballs. "Can small monsters drop such artifacts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Boss, you're not fooling us. This must be something dropped by the elite monster you defeated." They refused to believe. Lu Chen shrugged. "It was dropped by a small monster. Every small monster has a chance to drop this thing." Players, 6. Before they could say more, 2 beauties with a score of 7 walked over. "Mr. Lu, hello." Li Mu's expression was serious as she ran over to greet him. She had learned from Jiang Su's efficiency before. She had seen Lu Chen fall for this before. Lu Chen looked at Li Mu with some confusion, wondering what was wrong with this woman. She seemed normal last time, why does she look a bit awkward this time? "Miss Li, hello." Jiang Su next to him saluted Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, Jiang Su reporting." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "Miss Jiang, there's no need to be so serious, I'm not a soldier." Jiang Su shook her head. "You are the benefactor appointed by the captain. As a soldier, I must salute." Lu Chen had no choice but to go along with her. He smiled at the two and said, "Let's start trading, but there's a situation. You've seen the items on the ground. My backpack is full, I can't pick them up. If you want them, you can take them." Upon hearing this, Li Mu and Jiang Su's eyes lit up, and they both said in unison, "Mr. Lu, I want it." The two were stunned and looked at each other, with a glint of competitiveness in their eyes. Just as they were about to compete, Lu Chen nodded. "Let's do a little trading first, finish the trades in my backpack, then I'll pick up the rest and discuss with Wang and Chang." Hearing this, Li Mu and Jiang Su knew they had no room to maneuver. Li Mu pretended to be serious and nodded. "Everything will be as Mr. Lu commands." Lu Chen looked at Li Mu and couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay? Are you sick?" Jiang Su, pfft. Although she was a soldier, she was also a woman and could guess Li Mu's thoughts to some extent. Jiang Su thought Li Mu's awkwardness was quite clever. Li Mu heard Lu Chen's words and felt a bit embarrassed. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she smiled awkwardly. "Aha, I'm fine, Mr. Lu, you don't need to worry. Oh, as long as you're okay." Lu Chen didn't think much of it. "Let's start trading then." Following the previous agreement, they traded all the items in their backpacks. Then Lu Chen picked up all the dropped items on the ground, discussed with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, and finalized the selling plan. Afterwards, Lu Chen traded with Li Mu and Jiang Su. "Mr. Lu, there are a total of 2 gold and 70 silver here. Please count it." "Mr. Lu, there are 2 gold and 60 silver here." Li Mu and Jiang Su handed the gold coins to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, and his hand now held more than 5 extra gold coins, feeling very fulfilled. He had earned over 50,000. "Alright, when you want to trade again, I'll inform Wang and Chang. Then we'll take our leave." Li Mu and Jiang Su bid farewell to Lu Chen and left. Since Li Mu and Jiang Su arrived, the 5 players in the team next to them had all fallen silent. They listened to the conversation and felt like they were dreaming. Military personnel were actually trading with the boss? And it seemed like a long-term partnership? This boss was too amazing. And in such a short time, the boss had earned over 5 gold. That's over 50,000. Tears of envy welled up in the eyes of several people. You're not leaving yet? The players snapped out of it. The young woman opened her mouth and said, "Boss, please take care of me." Lu Chen? Other players? The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. The young woman coughed. "I misspoke. Boss, please carry me." The others also realized. "Boss, please take me. I can offer my chrysanthemum." "Boss, please let me cling to your thigh." Lu Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I'm busy, goodbye." He turned and left. In the eyes of the young woman, Lu Chen instantly transformed into a cold and ruthless overbearing president, with his mind already playing out 30 episodes of a romantic drama. Next, Lu Chen continued to kill monsters. Every time his backpack was full, he would notify Wang Bing and Lu Chang to send someone to collect the equipment. This way, Lu Chen didn't have to run back and forth, and his leveling efficiency increased significantly. After a few hours, Lu Chen reached level 4. The demonized wild dogs in the entire forest were at most level 3, unable to meet Lu Chen's leveling needs. He chose to leave the forest. Beyond the forest were continuous mountain ranges, where a large number of demonized wild wolves resided. These demonized wild wolves stood at about 1.3 meters tall, pitch black, fierce-looking with bared teeth. They roamed in groups of at least 3, ranging from level 4 to 5. Even for an average person or a 5-person team, leveling up here was quite challenging. Lu Chen had to be cautious. If he accidentally attracted 4 or 5 demonized wild wolves, he would be chased around. However, he could handle 3 of them. After all, he was equipped with level 3 chainmail armor, green equipment, and a primary passive regeneration skill for healing. Although it was tough, his efficiency was not low. Due to the abundance of demonized wild wolves, Lu Chen didn't need to spend time searching for monsters, he just needed to keep fighting. After killing the demonized wild wolves, Lu Chen quickly upgraded to a set of level 4 equipment. Even when facing level 4 demonized wild wolves, they could only cause him to lose a few drops of blood per attack. His efficiency in monster hunting increased. The only trouble was that due to continuous fighting, Lu Chen's healing potion consumption rate was fast. Originally having 200 bottles, he now had only over 30 left. He planned to use up these potions before returning. This time, besides buying healing potions, Lu Chen also intended to purchase some mana potions. He had a heavy strike skill from the beginning, which he sometimes used during battles. Just now, he discovered that his heavy strike skill had reached level 2. Heavy Strike, level 2 launch a powerful attack, dealing 130% damage. Compared to level 1, the damage had increased by 10%. If the skill reached level 8, it could deal 200% damage, a decent damage skill. So, Lu Chen decided to practice the skill as well. Since skills required mana, he decided to buy some mana potions for emergencies. After all, continuous skill usage consumed a lot of mana. 12 hours had passed since Lu Chen entered the game. His healing potions were almost used up, with only 12 left. Just as he was about to finish them and return, he suddenly heard a different wolf howl. He paused and looked towards the direction of the howl. It came from a deep pile of rocks. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be a boss? He felt a bit excited. How could he play a game without challenging a boss? Bosses represented a massive amount of experience and various good equipment. He quickly moved towards the direction of the howl. Arriving at the pile of rocks, Lu Chen soon saw a black wolf over 1.5 meters tall resting on a bluestone slab. Indeed, different from ordinary wolves. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Bloodfang, Elite, level, 5 health, 400 attack, 29 description. Originally a normal demonized wild wolf, raised by a little demon leader, it has transformed into an elite monster. Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp when he saw the information about this wild wolf. A normal demonized wild wolf at level 5 only has 180 health points, but this elite monster's health has doubled. The attack has also increased by almost double. This is what an elite is like. How outrageous must higher level monsters be? However, Lu Chen estimated that with his current strength plus the blood vial in his hand, he should be able to defeat this bloodfang. What puzzled Lu Chen was the introduction of this monster. It says that this bloodfang seems to be the pet of a little demon leader? But who knows what kind of monster that little demon leader is? Anyway, Lu Chen has never encountered such a monster as a little demon leader. Lu Chen didn't bother to think too much and directly started the most important step. He opened the drop list. A series of green items almost blinded Lu Chen's eyes. He quickly glanced through and found that most of them were equipment and materials. However, the first item on the list surprised Lu Chen. Unknown necklace, elite, the necklace inside the Bloodfang's belly. Perhaps someone in the village knows its origin. Drop rate, 0. 25%, unique. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen an item that drops uniquely. This means that this thing may be related to a unique mission. Just thinking about the rewards of a unique mission made Lu Chen choose this item without hesitation. The second item was a green chainmail chest armor. Bloodfang Battle Armor, Elite, Chainmail, Defense plus 59, Strength plus 3, Required level, 5 drop rate, 0. 7%. The attributes of this equipment are better than all the green equipment Lu Chen had seen before. Strength increased by 3 points directly, and the defense is astonishingly high, reaching 59 points. Lu Chen's current level 4 white chainmail only added 35 defense points. Although the drop rate of this equipment is slightly higher than that of the unknown necklace, the unknown necklace is unique and obviously much more valuable than this equipment. This elite monster can drop 2 items. Lu Chen looked through the other equipment and materials and found nothing better than the Bloodfang Battle Armor. As for the unknown necklace, it was definitely a must-have. So Lu Chen chose these 2 items. After selecting, Lu Chen immediately rushed up with his great sword. It must be said that the strength of this Bloodfang is much stronger than that of a normal demonized wild wolf. Each hit could take away 9 health points from Lu Chen. The damage was much higher than that of a normal demonized wild wolf. Moreover, the Bloodfang was more agile than a normal demonized wild wolf. Even though Lu Chen had been training for a long time and his combat skills had improved a lot since he first entered the game, he still missed some attacks. But Lu Chen himself could also dodge some attacks. Plus, with healing potions in hand, he could wear it down. There was a little incident where Lu Chen didn't expect the Bloodfang to have a skill. His detection skill could only reveal basic information and didn't detect the skill. With one hit, Lu Chen lost 20 health points directly, but fortunately, he was controlling his health points, or it would have been dangerous. In the end, it was a narrow escape. With a mournful howl, the Bloodfang fell to the ground, and Lu Chen completed the kill. Looking at the 2 green orbs floating above the Bloodfang's body, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked up the 2 green orbs. After that, he glanced at the remaining 4 bottles of healing potions, didn't linger, and went straight back. To prevent too much dreaming in the night, he planned to go to the village first to see if the unknown necklace was related to a unique mission. Back in the village, the first indigenous person Lu Chen thought of asking was the owner of the pharmacy. It just so happened that he was going to buy some healing potions and mana potions. So, Lu Chen went straight to the apothecary. Because all players had now entered the right track. Everyone fights small monsters, occasionally dropping some gray items. Gray items can be sold for money. If you drop equipment, you can sell it in the square for even more money. Many people can afford potions now, so the potion shop has more customers than before. However, the money of ordinary players is not abundant. At most they can buy 1 or 2 bottles of potions for survival, and they dare not hope for more. It's difficult to even get the potion shop owner to take a second look at the small amount of money. So, under the expressionless face of the potion shop owner, players buy potions one by one and leave. Lu Chen, as a law-abiding citizen, also did not cut in line. Soon it was his turn. Seeing Lu Chen, the originally cold face of the potion shop owner made a 180-degree turn, revealing a gentle and sweet smile. "Hey handsome, is it you? Here to buy potions? Many players?" They watched the process of the potion shop owner changing faces as if they were watching a magic show, their eyes almost popping out. Why does he change so quickly when he sees this big brother, even though he treats us like air? Exactly. It's just like when my favorite streamer sees a big spender. Ouch. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll take 300 bottles of novice healing potions and 100 bottles of novice mana potions." "Hey handsome, you're so generous." The smile on the potion shop owner's face became even brighter. Many players waiting to buy potions were stunned. How many did he buy? 300 bottles of novice healing potions, 100 bottles of novice mana potions, 80 copper per bottle, totaling 3 gold 20 silver. Mathematicians had already started calculating. By the end, everyone swallowed hard. Over 3 gold? That's over 3,000 coins? What kind of family is this? Who can buy potions like this? Is it a big guild in the village? How is that possible? The game has just started, no big guilds have been established yet. Even the chairman of Tianyue Group, Lu Chang, has recruited a group of people, but he wouldn't spend so lavishly on potions. Unless it's the Xian Niao Army's procurement. The Xian Niao Army's procurement just left not long ago. It can't be the Xian Niao Army. People were discussing one after another, their minds full of question marks. To a big spender, over 3 gold might not be much, but even a big spender player wouldn't buy so many potions at once. Who is this big shot? For a moment, everyone felt that Lu Chen was extremely mysterious. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Boss, I'm a regular customer, can you give me a discount?" The potion shop owner smiled slightly. "Who are you, handsome?" "Lu Chen." His mouth twitched, and he handed over 3 gold 20 silver. "Hee, thanks boss." Lu Chen looked at the excited potion shop owner with some curiosity. "Boss, why do you like gold coins so much?" The potion shop owner glanced at Lu Chen, smiled, and said, "You wouldn't understand." Lu Chen didn't ask further upon seeing this. He took out the unknown necklace that had dropped from the blood tooth earlier. It was a necklace made of several pieces of ancient white stones, which didn't seem valuable. He waved the necklace in front of the potion shop owner and asked, "Boss, do you know the origin of this necklace?" The potion shop owner looked up, his face changed when he saw the necklace. "This is." "Let me see." Lu Chen was delighted to see the potion shop owner's excitement. "There's something here. The potion shop owner should know about this." Other players, seeing this, were curious and looked at the counter. "What is that necklace?" "I don't know, but the potion shop owner's face changed so quickly, it must be something special. Can someone tell me who this big shot is? Seems pretty awesome, even the natives recognize him." "I know this big shot, seems to be the husband of that lucky goddess." "What? The big shot who always drops common items when fighting monsters? Oh, it's him, no wonder." Everyone suddenly realized, looking at Lu Chen with fiery eyes. This big shot represents a lot of equipment and money. If you can please this big shot, hold onto his leg, they will definitely take off on the spot. Several female players who consider themselves good-looking are also looking around with different thoughts. Unfortunately, when they wanted to send a private message, they found out that Lu Chen actually refused to chat with strangers. This made these players' thoughts come to nothing. Lu Chen handed the necklace to the boss. The boss of the potion shop looked at the necklace, his expression changing constantly, his eyes also showing some complexity. Lu Chen, seeing that the boss of the potion shop did not speak, asked, "Boss, do you know the origin of this thing?" The boss of the potion shop came to his senses. She looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Where did you get this necklace?" Lu Chen truthfully confessed, "It dropped after killing an elite-level demonized wild wolf." "Elite demonized wild wolf. I see. That's why." The boss of the potion shop muttered softly, then she looked at Lu Chen, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be only level 4, and you could actually kill an elite wild wolf? Not bad, handsome young man." Lu Chen smiled, "Boss, stop praising me, tell me about this necklace." The boss of the potion shop handed the necklace back to Lu Chen and said, "Go to the village chief in the center of the village, he will tell you." Involving the village chief? Indeed extraordinary. Lu Chen was secretly delighted and took the necklace. "Thanks, boss." After bidding farewell to the boss, Lu Chen left the potion shop under the gaze of many players. He headed straight to the center of the village. In the center of the village, there was a small courtyard made of stone. The door of this courtyard was open, but the players who entered were all upright, and came out horizontally. No one has ever come out alive. It's like a den of dragons and tigers in there. After seeing a few players coming out horizontally, Lu Chen never thought of going in. However, many players knew that it was the village chief's house. Outside the village courtyard, there were several players lingering. They wanted to see if they could receive any tasks from the village chief. Just thinking about it, they knew that the village chief was the most important person in the village. Who in the whole village is most likely to have a task? Without much thought, it must be the village chief. They knew that entering the village chief's courtyard would get them killed, so they waited outside for the village chief to come out. Lu Chen came here and walked straight in. The players lingering beside him were a bit slow to react. After all, Lu Chen walked too fast, without any hesitation. They stared wide-eyed at each other. Someone just went in? Yeah, is that person an idiot? Don't they know you can't barge into the village courtyard? Maybe they're a newbie? They'll know once they die once. This was Lu Chen's first time entering the village chief's courtyard, and he found that the yard was overgrown with weeds, desolate. Lu Chen was surprised. He didn't expect the village chief's courtyard to be like this. It looked like no one had lived there for many years. In the center of the courtyard, there was a stone house. Lu Chen quickly saw an old man sitting slumped outside the stone house. The old man had gray hair, disheveled, and was holding a jug in his hand. His clothes were dirty, and even from a distance, Lu Chen could smell a strange odor. Lu Chen cast a probing spell and saw that this old man was indeed the village chief, his expression somewhat strange. Is this person really the village chief? If you didn't know, you'd think he was a beggar. After all, he was too sloppy. The village chief seemed to sense someone coming in. He raised his head and looked at Lu Chen. Only then did Lu Chen see the village chief's face clearly, full of wrinkles, his eyes unfocused, looking very drunk. The next moment, Lu Chen saw the village chief stand up, his face showing anger. You outsiders just do your own thing, why disturb me? What are you looking for? Seeking death. Lu Chen felt a terrifying aura emanating from the village chief. His body couldn't help but tremble. Damn, this old beggar. No, this old village chief is so awesome? Lu Chen watched the old village chief about to make a move and quickly said, Wait, village chief, it was the owner of the pharmacy who sent me. The village chief's footsteps paused, swaying in place, then spoke, Oh, it's the matchmaker. What do you need from me? Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He almost got killed by the village chief. He took off the unknown necklace and said, Village chief, do you know what this is? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that the village chief had appeared in front of him without him realizing, and the necklace in his hand had somehow ended up in the village chief's hand. The old village chief, originally blurry-eyed and full of wrinkles, stared at the necklace in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Lu Chen widened his eyes, somewhat astonished. What's going on? Seeing the old village chief staring blankly at the necklace, Lu Chen thought for a moment and didn't disturb him. It was obvious that this necklace had a very important connection to the old village chief. If he disturbed the old village chief now, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. Lu Chen stood in place waiting. This wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. Only then did the old village chief come back to his senses, wiped his face absent-mindedly, and looked up at Lu Chen. Kid, you must have had a good laugh at me. The old village chief's voice was no longer as intimidating as before, but it carried an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, with a hint of hoarseness. Lu Chen smiled. Everyone has their tough times. Lu Chen thought of when his father had just passed away, and he and his mother had also cried their hearts out, right? Seeing Lu Chen's complex expression, the old village chief smiled. Hee hee. It seems like you've had some experiences too, kid. Lu Chen smiled. If I hadn't had those experiences, I would be very happy. Yes. The old village chief sighed, then continued, Do you know whose necklace this is? Lu Chen shook his head. It's my grandson's. Your grandson? Lu Chen was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Yes, my grandson. I don't know if the matchmaker has told you about the origins of us indigenous people? The village chief looked at Lu Chen. The owner of the pharmacy? She told me. It seems the matchmaker has high hopes for you. The village chief smiled. Ultimately, we are the lost souls who have lost our homeland and even our lives. But in this game world, we are no different from ordinary people. We can breathe the same air as you players, we can get married and have children just like in reality. My grandson came into being this way. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished, never expecting that in this world, one could also get married and have children? Wait a minute. Lu Chen thought of a question. If players marry indigenous people, would they be able to have children? After thinking for a while, Lu Chen couldn't figure it out. The village chief continued. My son was the leader of our clan back then, and also the greatest player. At his peak, he even reached the demigod level, powerful enough to roam a whole star domain. Unfortunately, our planet was eventually consumed by dark energy, and he died in battle just like us. After coming to this world, he felt guilty for betraying our trust, for betraying our entire clan. After settling our clan, he went to the central continent. You must have seen it too. Images of the immense central continent he saw when entering the game flashed through Lu Chen's mind, a land millions of times larger than the hunter's newbie continent they were currently on. Lu Chen nodded. I saw it. He believed that this game contained the entire universe, that if it could accommodate our souls, it must also have a way to resurrect us. So, he took my daughter-in-law to the central continent to search for this method of resurrection, to revive our clan. Because the journey was too dangerous, my young grandson was left behind. Lu Chen looked at the necklace in the old village chief's hand, with some speculations in his mind. We were powerful players in our past lives, but after only our souls remained, our power diminished greatly. Moreover, we also have tasks set by the universal server, unable to easily leave the village. However, the offspring born in the game world are different, they can freely leave. Just half a year ago, a crack in the demon world appeared outside the village, and a group of little demons were transported here. My grandson wanted to investigate the situation, but he never came back after he went. I never expected to see my grandson's necklace here. The old village chief looked at the necklace in his hand, tears streaming down his face again. In this world, our essence is already our souls. Dying here means the annihilation of the soul, not like you players who can resurrect, but a true death. Lu Chen fell silent and comforted. Old village chief, please accept my condolences. People cannot come back to life after death. The old village chief sighed slightly and said, Thank you, young man. You have found the necklace left by my grandson, which is a small consolation for me. This skill book happens to be useful for you, so I'll give it to you. The old village chief flipped his hand, revealing a skill book. Thank you, village chief. Lu Chen naturally did not refuse. When he took a look, his eyes widened in shock. Battle intent, level 1 passive skill. Entering battle will increase all your attributes by 10%. Requirement, warrior class profession. This is a passive skill. As long as you enter battle, all your attributes will increase by 10%. This is like a permanent attribute boost. Although the effect may not be very obvious now due to the limited attributes, once the attributes increase, the boost will be significant. Moreover, this is only a level 1 skill. As the skill level increases, the boost will definitely be higher. Just thinking about it shows how powerful it is. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that he only picked up this necklace, yet he received such a good reward. Is it not too suitable? He muttered to himself, but his hand moved on its own and he directly learned the skill. My hand has its own thoughts. After Lu Chen learned the skill, the village chief spoke, young man, since the little demons were transported here, there has been no news of them. The village has sent out many investigators, but they have not achieved much. I hope you can help investigate the situation of the little demons. Are you willing? A system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding, new quest discovered, investigate the whereabouts of the little demons. Do you accept? Lu Chen became even happier. There was actually a quest. Lu Chen glanced at the quest introduction. Quest, investigate the whereabouts of the little demons. Introduction, traces of little demons have appeared in Silver Moon Village, and the village chief hopes you can investigate their whereabouts. Reward, experience points, 2 gold coins, tiny skill stone. Apart from that, the main attraction was the tiny skill stone. Lu Chen looked at it and found out that it was a treasure that could enhance skill levels. Such a good thing exists? Lu Chen originally thought that skill enhancement could only be done gradually on his own, but he didn't expect there to be shortcuts. Even if it was just for this tiny skill stone, Lu Chen had to accept the quest. He nodded, no problem, this is what I should do. The old village chief smiled, then I'll trouble you. Lu Chen repeatedly said it was no trouble, then bid farewell to the old village chief and left the village chief's small courtyard. As Lu Chen left, the old village chief trembled and sat back at the entrance of the stone house. He looked at the necklace in his hand, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, the old village chief sighed, Ming, I'm sorry to you. Outside the village chief's courtyard, the players who were wandering around at the moment were starting to doubt life. After Lu Chen entered the courtyard, they had been waiting to watch the show. They even bet on how long it would take for Lu Chen to be thrown out. But it had been almost half an hour since Lu Chen entered, and he still hadn't come out. This made them somewhat unable to understand. One of the players couldn't help but say, did that kid die in there? Hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. It's very possible. Otherwise, it can't explain why that kid hasn't come out yet. Just like that, everyone else died and it wouldn't make sense for this kid to be any different. It seems he should have died in there. Before this player could finish his sentence, they saw the courtyard door open and Lu Chen walked out in a grand manner. Several people widened their eyes, mouths slightly agape, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, they snapped out of their daze and hurried over. No, big brother, wait. Lu Chen heard the voices and turned to look. He saw several players running towards him, their faces full of eagerness. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, is there something you need? One slightly chubby player among them smiled and said, Big brother, how did you manage to come out alive from inside? Lu Chen suddenly realized that these players must have seen players die in the village chief's courtyard, so it was a bit strange for them to see him alive. Lu Chen smiled, it's nothing, just a task I have. A task? Several people widened their eyes, looking incredulous. They belonged to the exploration type of players, who focused on discovering hidden tasks in the newbie village and then skyrocketing to fame. Players like them were not uncommon. After all, there were too many players outside fighting monsters, and the monsters were powerful, making leveling up through monster hunting really difficult and tiring. So, a small group of players tried to take a different path. They were dedicated to finding hidden tasks in the newbie village to make a fortune. Unfortunately, so far, no player had actually discovered any hidden tasks, and now someone was claiming to have a task. This naturally shocked the players. Their eyes were almost bulging out. Brother, what task are you doing? Can you tell us? The chubby player rubbed his hands, looking eager. Lu Chen glanced at them and shook his head, don't bother, it's something you can't handle. Ha? Why? Lu Chen chuckled, can you defeat a level 5 elite monster? The players? A question mark slowly popped up in their minds. Level 5 elite monster? Big brother, don't joke around, not to boast. Even if I were to fight a level 3 regular monster, I would end up dead. Lu Chen. That's not boasting. He said, the task item drops from a level 5 elite monster, you can't defeat it, so forget about it. Hearing this, the players looked at each other, each looking like a deflated balloon. Especially the chubby one, he was the epitome of it. Seeing their disappointed expressions, Lu Chen shook his head. Instead of waiting here for a task, you might as well work hard to level up. This game is related to reality. Wasting a bit of time here is being irresponsible to yourself. With that said, Lu Chen didn't pay attention to the others' reactions and turned to leave. The reason he reminded them was mainly because of the village chief's words that had struck a chord with him earlier. Although he didn't know how strong the demigod was, being able to roam a star domain, just thinking about it made him realize that the demigod was an incredibly powerful figure. If such a powerhouse couldn't protect their own race, it put immense pressure on Lu Chen. This kind of pressure, he couldn't bear alone, right? They were all humans, shouldn't they help each other? Of course, Lu Chen hoped for more strong individuals, so that their elemental star could be safe. After resupplying, Lu Chen left the village once again. He planned to investigate the whereabouts of the little demon. Lu Chen didn't know where the little demon was, so before leaving, he asked the village chief, who only knew it was on the east side of the village. The exact location was unclear to the village chief. The east side of the village was so vast that finding it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lu Chen had a clue, which was the bloodfang he had killed earlier. Bloodfang was introduced as a demonized wild wolf raised by the little demon leader. Since it was a pet, bloodfang shouldn't be too far from its owner. Starting from where he had killed bloodfang earlier, the probability of finding the little demon's whereabouts should be higher. The place Lu Chen was heading to now was naturally where bloodfang was located. There were more and more players on the east side of the village. Players who had obtained the beta test slots obviously have mostly entered the game. In the fields, there are even elderly people in their 60s entangled with large black rats. There are also teenagers of 15 or 16 years old crying out in pain from being bitten. The number of players in the forest has increased compared to before. Even in the mountains, there are now shadows of some high-end teams. Lu Chen arrived at the chaotic pile of rocks where bloodfang was previously located. Beyond the chaotic rocks lay the continuous mountains. Lu Chen directly chose to venture deep into the mountains. Along the way, Lu Chen killed demonized wild wolves while searching for traces of little demons. Wearing the bloodfang armor and mastering the battle intent, Lu Chen's combat power soared. Now, even a level 5 demonized wild wolf would only make Lu Chen lose 2 drops of blood when attacked. He could handle 4 demonized wild wolves at once. Mom doesn't have to worry about me attracting too many monsters anymore. When fighting monsters, Lu Chen consciously used skills. Active skills need to be used by oneself to improve, while passive skills progress continuously because they are passive. This was good news. After half an hour of fighting, Lu Chen was glad he had foresight. Fortunately, he had bought some mana potions, or else he wouldn't have enough mana to increase the level of heavy strikes. After passing through the outermost peaks of a mountain range, Lu Chen arrived at a valley. In the valley, many trees grew, and the demonized wild wolves inside were already at level 5 or even level 6. Lu Chen was planning to charge in when he suddenly saw a path at the edge of the valley. This path looked different from the natural surroundings, clearly showing signs of human intervention. This surprised Lu Chen. He raised his eyebrows and walked along the path. The winding path was flanked by towering cliffs, leading to an unknown destination. After walking a few hundred meters, Lu Chen felt the path widening. After walking a while longer, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. He saw 2 humanoid monsters with pitch-black bodies, only 1.5 meters tall, long pointed horns, and fierce faces standing on both sides of the path. Lu Chen quietly cast a detection spell. Little demon, elite, level, 5 health, 400 attack, 30 introduction, the lowest level demon in the demon world. Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted. Delighted because he had finally found the trace of the little demon, and surprised because the little demon turned out to be an elite. Both were elites. This meant that the little demon itself was likely a monster of elite template. However, although Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, he quickly smiled. For others, elite monsters might drop more experience and possibly good items. But for him, it was different. He was guaranteed to get good items. Lu Chen quickly checked the drop list of the 2 elite monsters. As he expected, the drop list of these elite monsters had several green items at the beginning. Although the quantity of green items seemed a bit less compared to bloodfang, Lu Chen was still very happy. Any green item was definitely valuable. Lu Chen carefully examined the description of the green items. The green items of one little demon were equipment and a material called Blood of the Little Demon. The green items of the other little demon surprised Lu Chen. Tiny attribute stone, endurance, permanently increases endurance by 1 point when used. Drop rate, 0.0001% attribute stone. Lu Chen had a bold idea. If elite monsters had a chance to drop attribute stones, wouldn't he be able to obtain many attribute stones and raise his attributes to extremely high values? They say one force can break 10,000 methods. When his strength reaches hundreds or thousands, wouldn't he be able to kill monsters instantly? When his endurance reaches hundreds or thousands, who could kill him? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chen was extremely delighted. Was this the correct way to open the designated drops? Elite monsters drop 2 items. This meant that Lu Chen could choose 2 items. Needless to say, the attribute stone was a must-pick. Other than that, Lu Chen looked around and chose his equipment. 2 of them were suitable for him. Little Devil Battle Axe, attack plus 20, strength plus 3, required level, 5 drop rate, 0. 6%, Little Devil Gauntlets, Chainmail, defense plus 25, stamina plus 2, required level, 5 Little Devil Set, February 4th reduced damage by 2 points Little Devil Set, April 4th increased damage by 5% drop rate, 0. 7%. What surprised Lu Chen was that the Chainmail Little Devil Gauntlets turned out to be part of a set. The set effect was also very good. Reduced damage by 2 points, a solid reduction. His damage could also be increased by 5%. It could be said to be balanced in offense and defense. Since only these 2 Little Devil items were suitable for him, along with 1 dropped item, Lu Chen chose the highest priced green staff. Little Devil Staff, magic attack plus 20, intelligence plus 3, required level, 5 drop rate, 0. 4%. It had to be said that the staff's attributes were excellent. If given to a magic class, they would definitely be thrilled. Presumably, Wang Gu and Shang Gu would want this. After selecting the drops, the next step was to defeat these 2 elite monsters. These 2 elite monsters had higher damage compared to Bloodfang. Although Lu Chen's attributes had increased a bit, he didn't dare to face both at the same time. However, Lu Chen had his own way. He picked up a stone and threw it at one of the little devil's heads. A crisp sound echoed. The little devil was stunned, looking towards the direction the stone came from, only to see Lu Chen running away. The little devil's eyes turned red, waving the long sword in its hand, roaring, "There's an intruder!" It charged towards Lu Chen with its companion. Lu Chen entered the narrow path he came from. The narrow path only allowed one person to pass through, which was a great advantage for Lu Chen. This meant that only one of the 2 little devils could attack him. Lu Chen kept running along the path for a few hundred meters. When he was about to leave the path, he stopped. He turned to look back at the path and saw the 2 little devils chasing him ferociously. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen smiled. This situation was under control. Next was the simple exchange of blows between them. When Lu Chen fought Bloodfang before, he didn't have the Bloodfang armor or the battle intent skill, yet he could still win, let alone now. Lu Chen would strike the little devils, and if he got hit, he would immediately take a potion to maintain his health. The companion of the little devil behind him was anxious, shouting, "Let me have a go too." He pushed his companion, wanting to rush forward and attack. Unfortunately, the narrow path didn't allow it. When the little devil facing Lu Chen had only 100 health points left, it finally realized something was wrong. It let out a scream, turned around, and tried to flee. However, its companion behind it didn't give in, not letting it pass despite its cries. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He had been worried that the little devil was clever and might escape, so he had run a long distance along the path to prevent that. Now it seemed that this little devil was just a low-level demon with low intelligence. With only a little over 100 health points left, the little devil was easily slain by Lu Chen, even more effortlessly than before. Since it had initially wanted to flee without resistance, it was too late when it realized it couldn't escape. With a final scream, the front little devil fell to the ground, dropping 2 green orbs. The little devil behind it smiled. It could finally attack. However, its smile didn't last long. When it realized it couldn't win, it turned around to flee. Lu Chen caught up and killed the little devil with several strikes. He picked up everything dropped by the 2 little devils. Lu Chen happily used the endurance attribute stone, then equipped the little demon gloves, and switched the great sword to a battle axe. Gripping the axe handle, Lu Chen swung it a few times and found it a bit awkward compared to the great sword. After all, he had been using the great sword for so long that he was used to it. But it didn't matter, this battle axe had high damage. Even if it was a bit awkward, it was definitely stronger than the great sword in his hand. After equipping the gear, Lu Chen felt much stronger. He returned to the position where the 2 little demons were on guard. He was curious about what was outside the exit where the little demons were guarding. Lu Chen cautiously stuck his head out of the exit. When he saw the scene outside the exit, Lu Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Outside the exit was a vast basin. Inside the basin, fortresses made of stones were everywhere. There were teams of little demons patrolling inside. Especially in the center of the basin, Lu Chen saw a huge castle over 10 meters tall, with countless little demons inside. In the entire basin, there were at least a few hundred little demons. Lu Chen tried to use detection skills and found that all these little demons were elites. There were hundreds of elite little demons. So many elite little demons. These were all treasures. Lu Chen was extremely excited. Just then, he heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding, player discovered the little demon camp, mission completed. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chen remembered that he hadn't completed the mission even though he had killed 2 little demons just now. So, he had to see this little demon camp with his own eyes to complete the mission? Lu Chen thought for a moment, planning to go back and turn in the mission first, and then come back here to farm elite monsters. After all, there were too many elite monsters here, and he needed to improve his strength first. The mission would reward a skill stone, which was quite useful. He took another look at the little demon camp before turning around and leaving. On the way back, Lu Chen sent the little demon staff to his own group, along with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Wang Bing? Lu Chang? They both sent a series of friendly question marks. Lu Chen, bidding starts. Lu Chang, 8 gold. This is my daughter's staff. Arrogant smoking. JPG, Wang Bing. 6. Lu Chen? Wang Ge, 6 is actually less than 8. This is something even elementary school students know. Wang Bing? Wang Bing, I'm not bidding. I just think Brother Chang is really 6, willing to pay 50,000 for a level 5 green staff. I never expected that. Crying. JPG, Lu Chen. Are you feeling down? Wang Bing, I'm done. Lu Chang, hey, I don't have much else, just a lot of money. Lu Chen, Brother Chang is awesome. Wang Bing, stop praising Brother Chang. The most awesome one is you, right? You, how the hell did you manage to get 2 green equipment pieces so far? I haven't even gotten as many white equipment pieces as you. Lu Chang, well, I'm a bit better, I got 2 white equipment pieces. Wang Bing, go away with your luck. Lu Chang, you call me lucky? What about Lu Buddy? Wang Bing, that's probably playing games with longevity, right? Lu Chen was speechless. I'll sell the next equipment to Brother Chang, smile. JPG, Wang Bing, don't do that, Lu bro, I'm just kidding. Lu Chang, but to be honest, Lu Buddy's luck is really too good, actually getting 2 green equipment pieces, I'm so envious. Lu Chen, little demon gloves, little demon battle axe, bloodfang battle armor, sunglasses smoking. JPG, the chat room fell silent for a moment. Lu Chen thought they might have disconnected. But then he realized this was the universal server, how could they disconnect? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, another message came through. Wang Bing, Godfather, please look at your poor child. Lu Chen, bah, shameless, disgracing the Xia army. Wang Bing, be careful of the military stick. Right, good son-in-law? How about I introduce my daughter to you? Both of my daughters are exceptionally beautiful. Wang Bing? Lu Chun. In a forest, Wang Bing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, not reacting even when the monster next to him attacked. The soldiers nearby were shocked. Captain? Captain? Oh no, could the captain be possessed? They quickly killed the monster and surrounded Wang Bing. Coming back to his senses, Wang Bing was startled to see a group of people around him. What are you doing? No, Captain, we should be asking you, what are you doing? You didn't react when the monster attacked you just now, the deputy captain complained. Wang Bing twitched his mouth, then glanced at the chat records. He then asked with a strange expression, do you guys think it's normal to drop green equipment now? The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe it. 5 pieces of green equipment? Captain, are you joking? Yeah, how is that possible? How could there be so many green equipment? We only get white equipment even from elite monsters. Captain, are you really possessed? Get lost. I'm serious. Oldly, go report this. Deputy Captain Li Ming looked at Wang Bing. Captain, should I really report this? Go. Seeing that Wang Bing was not joking, Li Ming nodded and then exited the game. They needed to report all the information in the game. Since the last report on Lu Chen, they had been instructed to pay special attention to him. After all, Lu Chen's drop rate was too abnormal. If they could befriend Lu Chen, then in the future, their great Xia army might lead globally in equipment. Therefore, information about Lu Chen was of high priority. In another mountain range, Lu Chang was standing aside, watching the chat records with changing expressions. Beside Lu Chang, a high-level player hired with money was trying hard to kill monsters, but most of the experience was taken by Lu Chang. After some thought, Lu Chang sent a message in the chat room with his 2 daughters. Lu Chang, Yuexin, I bought you a green staff, little demon staff. Uxin, thank you, Dad. Hug. JPG, a gentle smile appeared on Lu Chan's old face. His daughter Yu Exin was indeed very considerate. He felt very satisfied. Yu Qing, old man, how come there's another green equipment? Could it be dropped by that Lu Chen again? Her green leather armor was dropped by Lu Chen, and in these few hours, Lu Chang had often sent new equipment to his daughters, all dropped by Lu Chen. This also left a deep impression of the name Lu Chen on Yu Qing. With this damn game's ridiculous drop rate, how did this guy named Lu Chen manage to have such a high drop rate? Yu Qing couldn't figure it out. Lu Chang, yes, it's dropped by Lu Chen. By the way, Yu Exin, Yu Qing, you two are in your second year of college now, you can start dating. Should you consider Lu Chen? That kid is pretty good, and handsome too. Yu Xin? Yu Qing? In a forest, Yu Xin and Yu Qing looked at the information in the chat room, their smiles frozen on their faces. Although Yu Qing was curious about how Lu Chen could obtain so many equipment, it was just curiosity. I haven't even met him, and my old man is already trying to matchmake us? What a joke! Lu Yuqing sneered, isn't Dad going too far? He's trying to matchmake us when we're only sophomores? Lu Yuelin beside her also rarely agreed with her sister's thoughts, nodding, Dad did indeed go too far this time. At least we should understand each other if we're going to date, right? Exactly. Lu Yuqing nodded vigorously, while sending a message at the same time. How handsome is he? Lu Yuelin beside her? She silently turned her head to look at Lu Yuqing. Yuqing? Lu Yuqing innocently blinked her eyes. I'm just curious, it doesn't hurt to look at handsome guys. Lu Yuelin. When Lu Chang saw Lu Yuqing's message, he immediately felt hopeful. Is there a chance? To be honest, Lu Chang really thought highly of Lu Chen. He had a confident personality, and from their previous collaborations, he didn't act arrogantly, and he was a good person. Moreover, based on the information he had gathered from the game recently, it was certain that this strong player in the game would also have a corresponding status in reality. With Lu Chen's talent, he would definitely not be lacking in the future in Great Xia. Lu Chang really thought that it would be a good thing if his daughter and Lu Chen could get along. Of course, although Lu Chang was playing matchmaker, he naturally had to consider his daughter's opinion. If his daughter didn't like it, he wouldn't force it. But if it worked out, then as the father-in-law, what would he have to worry about in the future? Lu Chang happily thought about it and replied to the message super quickly. Very handsome. Handsomer than those celebrities. Why, are you interested? Lu Yuqing, oh, no, I was just asking casually. Lu Chang. Lu Yuelin, Dad, please don't interfere with our relationship, or I'll be angry. Lu Chang, alright, but after leaving the newbie village, can't I introduce you guys to each other? Lu Yuelin and Lu Yuqing fell silent, but eventually agreed. Lu Chang smiled, I'll send you the equipment later. In Lu Chen's chat room with Lu Chang and Wang Bing. Wang Bing, father-in-law, if you happen to drop green equipment again, can you sell some to us? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, the father-in-law also wants some. Lu Chen looked at their messages, pondered for a moment, and finally decided to sell them some green equipment if he had any. For the current Lu Chen, attribute stones were the most important. Attribute stones were too valuable, almost like strategic resources. Lu Chen definitely wouldn't sell them, he planned to keep them for himself. As for equipment, selling some to Lu Chang and Wang Bing would enhance Great Xia's strength, and in the future, if there were demonic forces, their resistance would be stronger. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sent a message. Sure, when I have extra, I'll sell them to you. Wang Bing, thank you, father-in-law. Lu Chang, I'll go talk to my daughter, I've approved of you as my son-in-law. Watching their performance, Lu Chen was speechless. Of course, he wouldn't take their words seriously. After multiple transactions, their relationship was good, and it was all in jest. As they chatted, Lu Chen had already returned to the newbie village. He went straight to the center of the village. Before entering the village chief's courtyard, Lu Chen looked around and found that the players who had been here before were gone. He didn't know if they had gone to level up by killing monsters. After entering the village chief's courtyard, Lu Chen saw that the village chief had changed into a set of plain white clothes. His previously dirty and messy gray-white hair had been washed, becoming neat and clean. The dirt on his face had also disappeared. Compared to the old beggar from before, the village chief now looked like a different person. Lu Chen greeted, "Village chief." The village chief, seeing Lu Chen, was somewhat surprised. "You're back so soon? Is there a problem?" Lu Chen shook his head. "I've already found the traces of those little demons." "What? So soon?" The village chief was somewhat surprised. Lu Chen told the village chief about the small demon camp he had seen. After listening, the village chief frowned, with a look of worry on his face. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" The village chief sighed and said, "Little one, the demons in the game world come from the demon realm, as you must know." Lu Chen nodded. The village chief continued, they enter our universe by opening the gates of the demon realm. Our clan was defeated by the demons and could only survive in the game world in the form of spirits. The demons can also enter the game world. They will destroy all the indigenous cities and villages, making it difficult for players to receive help from the natives, losing supplies and guidance, and making it very difficult to level up in all aspects. If players find it difficult to level up and the invasion of demonic energy remains constant, what do you think will happen? Lu Chen's eyes widened at the heavy thought. If players find it difficult to level up and the speed of demonic energy invasion remains the same, then players may have no hope of resisting the invasion of demonic energy. The village chief nodded heavily, yes. The arrival of the little demons is probably for our Silver Moon village. If our Silver Moon village falls, we indigenous people will perish completely, and although you players will not die, it will be difficult to level up without supplies. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, not expecting the situation with the little demons to be so serious. All of Lu Chen's potions were bought from the potion shop. If the potion shop disappeared, Lu Chen knew his leveling efficiency would decrease significantly. Although he could rely on monster drops for potions, what about others? And without the equipment repair shop, even if the equipment durability decreased, it couldn't be repaired. The place where players gathered to rest would also be gone. In the wilderness, they could be attacked at any time, and if they died, they would be offline for several hours. Once this happened, all the players in Silver Moon Village would be in great trouble. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, the village chief spoke, now we can only trouble you, little one, to find a way to destroy that little demon camp, which will slow down the demons' attack. However, although the little demons are low-level demons, they are also elite, so you'd better find some help. Ding, new quest discovered, destroy the little demon camp, do you accept? Lu Chen heard the system prompt, not surprised at all. This was obviously a follow-up quest, and it was probably a very difficult task. Lu Chen looked at the quest description. Quest, destroy the little demon camp, unique, description, the little demons are gathering a large army, preparing to attack Silver Moon Village and cut off the players' supplies. The village chief hopes you can destroy the little demon camp to slow down the demon attack. Note, this quest is extremely difficult, it's best to bring your companions. Rewards, experience points, 10 gold coins, 10 attribute points, tiny skill stone x2, plus 50 Daewoo City reputation, plus 500 Silver Moon Village reputation. Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly. It was still a unique quest? Lu Chen nodded seriously, don't worry, village chief, I'll take care of the little demon camp. The village chief nodded, you have already completed the previous task, and now I will give you the reward. He took out a pale white stone and handed it to Lu Chen. This is a skill stone, which, when used, can enhance your skill level, the village chief explained. Lu Chen quickly took it, showing a smile, thank you, village chief. And here are 2 gold coins, also as a reward. As for experience, the universal server will provide the reward. After the village chief finished speaking, Lu Chen's experience bar surged, directly leveling up to level 5. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, showing a smile. It was indeed an elite task, saving him several hours of effort. Just then, the village chief reminded, you are now level 5, you can go to the village tavern to find Axe, the battle axe mentor, who will teach you skills. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately smiled. Many players have tried to find professional trainers, but the indigenous people would not even acknowledge you, let alone teach you new skills. So, do you need to be level 5 to learn skills? Lu Chen nodded, okay, I'll go right away. After leaving the village chief's courtyard, Lu Chen went to the tavern in the village. Lu Chen had been to the tavern before while wandering around the village. It sold alcohol and food. Eating food during rest can speed up life recovery, but at that time, Lu Chen had no money and couldn't buy it. Later, when he had money, Lu Chen directly bought healing potions. After all, healing potions provide instant recovery, much more efficient than food recovery. Lu Chen wasn't short of money. Most of the people who came to the tavern were indigenous people. As Lu Chen entered the tavern, he saw many indigenous people sitting together drinking, making loud noises. Some players were buying food here, while others were wandering around, seemingly looking for quests. Just as Lu Chen entered, the tavern server approached and asked, what would you like to eat, sir? Lu Chen was stunned. The last time he entered the tavern, the server completely ignored him, right? Why was it different this time? If he had spent money, it would be understandable, but he clearly hadn't spent any money, right? Then Lu Chen thought that maybe it was because he had reached level 5? Nearby players were also a bit puzzled. Isn't this person a player? Yeah, why is the server greeting him? Ha? Isn't this the lucky big shot? Which one? The legendary big shot who drops white items every time he kills monsters. It's him! Wow, seeing a real person. Alive! Lu Chen also heard the players' conversation and felt speechless. What do you mean by alive? Did he die before? Lu Chen didn't say much and directly asked the server, I'm here to find Battleaxe, is he here? So you're looking for Master Battleaxe, he's over there drinking. The server smiled and pointed to a table in the corner. Lu Chen thanked him and walked over. When he reached Battleaxe, Lu Chen smiled and said, Hello, are you Master Battleaxe? The village chief sent me to learn skills from you. Battleaxe raised his head drunkenly, and only then did Lu Chen notice a fierce wound running across his cheek. Battleaxe burped, level 5 already? Pretty fast, kid. You said the village chief sent you? Battleaxe's eyes, blurred with drunkenness, showed surprise. That old man has been decadent for a few months, and he's communicating with you? Strange. Lu Chen smiled. Of course, he wouldn't say much about the affairs between the indigenous people, just smiled and said, the village chief asked me to come. Battleaxe looked at Lu Chen, smiled, and said, Alright, let's learn skills. With a wave of his hand, a light screen appeared in front of them, showing the skills Lu Chen could learn now. There was only one. Charge, level 1 Battleaxe charges towards the enemy at a very fast speed, approaching the enemy and stunning them for 1 second. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. There really was a charging skill? A Battleaxe that can charge as a true Battleaxe. Unstoppable, blocking gods and killing Buddhas. Learning skills was quite expensive, costing 30 silver coins. Many players probably couldn't afford to learn it even at level 5. But for Lu Chen, it was pocket change. He chose to learn it directly. After learning the skill, Lu Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Master Battleaxe, I'll take my leave. Wait, Battleaxe called out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was puzzled, what's wrong? You managed to get a response from the village chief, and he looked at the equipment on Lu Chen's body, marveling, you have green equipment at level 5, you're quite extraordinary, kid. I have a task for you, do you want to do it? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. A quest? Of course, he would do the quest. Master, please tell me. It's like this, I'm currently crafting a weapon and I need a boss-level demonized tiger spine. If you can help me get it, I'll teach you my unique skill. Ding, new quest discovered, weapon material, do you accept? Lu Chen glanced at the quest description. Quest, weapon material, unique, description. The Battleaxe requires a boss-level demonized tiger spine to craft the weapon, hoping players can help him obtain it. Note, this quest is extremely difficult, it's best to bring your companions. Rewards, experience points, unique skill book counterattack, and it's a unique quest. The reward is actually a unique skill. Lu Chen speculated that it might be because his strength has been recognized that he received this quest. Lu Chen smiled, no problem, I'll get it. Demonized tigers are monsters of level 8 to 9, with bosses possibly reaching level 10. You still have a long way to go, so practice more. Lu Chen smiled, alright, thanks for the advice, Axe Master. With that, Lu Chen bid farewell to the axe and left. The surrounding players witnessed this scene clearly. They watched Lu Chen's departing figure, eyes wide, stunned. What? A quest already? And it's a boss-killing quest? Just thinking about the rewards for this quest. No. The most outrageous thing is that this big shot is already level 5, right? That's level 5. There aren't many players who have reached level 4 yet, are there? Bullshit. The most outrageous thing is that this big shot actually has a relationship with the village chief. Stop talking, it's also outrageous, incredibly outrageous. Many players found that meeting Lu Chen this time was overwhelming. Having a relationship with the village chief, reaching level 5, and receiving such a cool quest. Their minds felt like they were being bombarded with information, unable to recover for a moment. Forget about trying to curry favor. A young man slapped his thigh, distressed. Don't bother, I tried to message him just now, but this big shot rejected private messages. Probably can't curry favor now. The crowd sighed. After learning the skill, Lu Chen went to the potion shop again. He bought 200 bottles of apprentice healing potions. Because next, Lu Chen planned to go to the small demon camp to farm elite monsters, so he needed to be well prepared. As for the quest suggesting finding partners, that's for ordinary players. With his current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat a few elite monsters. If he really can't handle it, he can ask Wang Bing and Lu Chang for help. Once again outside the small demon camp, Lu Chen prepared to farm monsters. Since there were elite monsters inside, Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless and needed to act cautiously. Near the exit, 2 patrols of small demons were crossing paths. Each patrol consisted of 3 small demons, 1 demon warrior and 2 demon scouts. Their attributes were similar to regular small demons. The warrior had more health, reaching 450, while the scouts had 400 health but dealt 33 damage. Lu Chen didn't attack directly but first used the skill stone rewarded from the previous quest. Without much thought, Lu Chen definitely used the skill stone on the skill Battle Intent. After using it, Battle Intent reached level 2. Battle Intent, level 2 passive skill. Upon entering battle, all your attributes increase by 20%. Requirement, Warrior Class Amplification Effect directly increased by 10%. If each level increases by 10%, when Battle Intent reaches level 10, it means Lu Chen's attributes will double in battle. You can imagine the power of this skill. Truly a divine skill. Even with just a 20% increase for now, Lu Chen's strength attribute has increased by 6 points. This is equivalent to the attribute increase from 2 or even 3 pieces of green equipment. And other attributes have also increased. It can be said that the attribute improvement brought to Lu Chen by this skill is roughly equivalent to half a set of green equipment. When all his equipment is green, his attributes will also be higher, and the improvement will be even greater. Feeling the power rising within him, Lu Chen clenched his fist, his confidence soaring. Even if they were all elite monsters, he could still take them on alone. After that, Lu Chen began to target specific drops. Among the 6 little demon monsters, there was only one agility attribute stone, and the drop rate was ridiculously low. Looking at it this way, the probability of monsters dropping attribute stones in elite monsters is also not very high. But having this probability was already a good thing for Lu Chen. After specifying the attribute stone, Lu Chen also specified a new backpack. Little Demon's Cloth Bag, excellent, increases storage space by 15 slots. Drop rate, 0.004%, much better than the small bag. Lu Chen also specified this. The rest, Lu Chen specified all the equipment. Lu Chen found that besides leather armor, the Little Demon set surprisingly also had leather armor. Most of what the Little Demon scouts dropped was leather armor, including the Little Demon leather armor set. The Little Demon warlords dropped a pair of Little Demon leggings in chainmail, which Lu Chen also specified. After that, Lu Chen, like before, attracted a patrol team, then ran to a narrow path to engage in real man-to-man combat. With a significant increase in attributes and updated equipment, Lu Chen's efficiency in fighting monsters increased significantly. He could kill an elite little demon in less than a minute. It didn't take long for all 3 little demons to be defeated. Lu Chen put on the new little demon leggings, further increasing his attributes by 3 points in strength. Plus, the set bonus reduced damage by 2 points. Now, a little demon could only deal 5 points of damage to him. Remember, this was an elite monster. It was like tickling him. And with one swing of his axe, he could deal over 50 damage. Even against elite little demons, he only needed 8 or 9 hits to kill one. Lu Chen didn't need to use terrain obstacles. He could just charge in and forcefully kill 3 elite little demons. Lu Chen noticed that the experience gained from each elite monster was 5 times higher than that of regular monsters. Naturally, Lu Chen's leveling efficiency also increased significantly. Lu Chen steadily progressed, gradually dealing with the little demons outside the fortress. In addition to the little demon warlords and scouts, there were also little demon archers and mages. The most troublesome were the little demon mages. They dealt massive damage. A small fireball could take away 20 points of Lu Chen's health. Fortunately, the little demon mages had low defense and only 300 health points, which Lu Chen could handle. Unknowingly, Lu Chen had killed dozens of little demons. Not to mention the green equipment drops, his backpack was almost full. This was with Lu Chen switching to a 15-slot backpack, otherwise, it would have been full long ago. Lu Chen had already collected the complete Little Demon set, including the Little Demon chest armor, leggings, gloves, and boots. In addition to these 4 pieces of equipment, he also obtained some individual pieces. His entire set of equipment was all green. In addition, he also dropped 7 attribute stones. This included 2 agility stones, 1 strength stone, 2 stamina stones, and 2 intelligence stones. Lu Chen used all of them, equivalent to leveling up by more than 1 level. These items brought a greatly exaggerated increase in combat power to Lu Chen. Now, a level 5 little demon warlord could only take away 2 drops of Lu Chen's blood when attacking him. Even the little demon mages could only deal 12 points of damage to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, each of Lu Chen's attacks exceeded 80 points. It only took 5 hits to defeat an elite monster. He was almost in a state of unstoppable grass-cutting. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly stopped and widened his eyes. He saw a tiny skill stone in the drop list of a little demon. He was deeply shocked. Elite monsters could even drop skill stones? As a player with powerful skills, Lu Chen knows how much each upgrade in skills can increase combat power. It can be said that the second level of combat intent is completely different from the first level of combat intent. And skill stones can be used to enhance skills, the value of which is very high. Without hesitation, Lu Chen directly specified the drop of skill stones. After specifying the other drops, Lu Chen rushed up and killed a team of small demons with a few axes. After picking up the dropped items, Lu Chen directly chose to use them. Needless to say, the upgraded skill is Combat Intent. Combat Intent, Level 3 passive skill. After entering battle, all your attributes will increase by 30%. Requirement, combat-related professions. Looking at the third level of Combat Intent, Lu Chen's mouth lifted into a smile. As expected, the attribute increase of the third level of Combat Intent reached 30%. With Lu Chen's current attributes, this increase is equivalent to adding the attributes of almost a full set of green equipment to Lu Chen. You can imagine how powerful it is. Lu Chen tried to fight monsters. A small demon warrior swung a big sword and howled, hitting Lu Chen's chest. -1 Lu Chen and the small demon warrior fell silent at the same time. The small demon warrior howled, "The invader is powerful, attack together." Lu Chen smirked, wielding his battle axe, and killed all the small demons rushing towards him with a few strikes. He didn't even need to use healing potions. After picking up all the dropped items, Lu Chen found that his backpack was already full. Even if he threw away the previous white equipment, he couldn't fit more things. He looked at the depths of the small demon camp. He had only advanced less than 1/5 of the distance. Behind him, there were only 5 fortresses, with small demon corpses scattered all over the road. Ahead, there was a slightly larger fortress, where the monsters inside might be stronger or more numerous. But he planned to go back and rest first. After all, he had been fighting for so long and was quite tired. He could rest and sell the equipment in his hands. I wonder what Wang Gu and Chang Ji's reaction will be when they see so many green equipment. Lu Chen smiled. Anyway, no matter what their reaction, he would definitely profit. On the way back, Lu Chen initiated a discussion in the chat group. Lu Chen, anyone want green equipment? Wang Bing, I do. Lu Chang, I do. Both replied instantly, making Lu Chen suspect if they were just staring at the chat group without doing anything else. Lu Chen, a total of 73 pieces, all level 5 green equipment, how should we price them? The chat group fell silent all of a sudden. Neither of them spoke. Lu Chen? Just as Lu Chen sent a question mark, Wang Bing and Lu Chang both sent a series of question marks. Wang Bing, Godfather, what you just said is true. How many pieces of green equipment? How many? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, do you really have 73 pieces of green equipment? You're not lying to your old father-in-law, are you? Lu Chen, I really have 73 pieces, including green equipment for all professions. Lu Chen thought of something and sent another message, oh, and there's a set. Lu Chen casually sent out a set of small demon leather armor. Lu Chang, I want this set, 30 gold. Wang Bing? Wang Bing, no, Lu Chang, are you really this shameless? Wang Bing, who was leveling up, had a twisted expression on his face, almost like a demon. The Xianyao army players nearby saw this scene and quickly distanced themselves from Wang Bing. Since the captain went evil, things had been getting weirder. Wang Bing was speechless. Damn it, a set of level 5 green equipment, only 4 pieces in total. And it costs 30 gold, equivalent to 8 gold per piece. With this price, their Xianyao army couldn't afford it at all. Did Lu Chang want to take it all for himself? Wang Bing was already thinking about letting the Daxia army check the water meter next. But he was just thinking about it. The Lu family was extremely powerful, and he certainly couldn't really let the Daxia army check the water meter. Lu Chang, this set, these attributes, 30 gold is not too much, right? Wang Bing, you can't do this. Trying to freeload on my son-in-law? No way. Wang Bing, 6. Lu Chen saw the chat between the two and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Brother Chang to support him like this, but he could also understand Wang Bing's thoughts. After all, the Xianyao army is official, and there are so many local soldiers here. If they really go with this price, each of the 30,000 Xianyao army soldiers would get a set of little demon outfit, and their military expenses probably wouldn't need to be spent elsewhere. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, Brother Chang, let's make it cheaper. We are all Great Xia people. If the Great Xia army becomes stronger, we will be safer, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was deeply moved. His eyes turned red. Wang Bing, Lu, just for what you said, if anyone dares to touch you, I'll twist his head off and use it as a ball for you to kick. Lu Chang, since a good son-in-law says so, I have no objection. Lu Chen, how about this? All are level 5 green equipment. Individual pieces are 50 silver each, set of 4 pieces for 3 gold. As for weapons, we'll calculate separately. What do you think? The price Lu Chen offered was very favorable. Wang Bing, Dad, you're the best. This price was 10 times lower than what Lu Chang had offered. Lu Chen? No, I'm afraid your dad will come to beat me. Lu Chang, no, at most, Wang Yi will just skin Wang Bing, and then make you his son. Lu Chen? then it's unacceptable. What do you all think of this price? Wang Bing, I have no objection, thank you, father-in-law. I'll give my all. Lu Chang, I have no objection, of course. Lu Chen, then it's settled. Lu Chen wasn't bothered by the money. He just knew that the situation in the future might be very serious. When the demonic energy invades, there might be turmoil in Great Xia. The entire Yuanqing would face disaster. Selling at a high price at this time seemed like profiting from national calamity. This had already crossed Lu Chen's bottom line. Lu Chen, I'm going back to the Novice village now, we'll trade when I get there? Wang Bing, sure, I'll head to the Novice village now. Lu Chang, I'll go back too. This wasn't just white equipment. It was a complete set of green equipment. Letting their subordinates handle it, both of them were a bit worried. Because Lu Chen was now quite far from the Novice village where he was hunting monsters, on his way back, Lu Chen ran for almost an hour. This made Lu Chen speechless. The map was so big, if he had to rely on his feet to travel in the future, who knows how long it would take? Was there any way to travel faster? Otherwise, leveling up in the future would be too inefficient, with a lot of time spent on traveling. Lu Chen grumbled as he returned to the Novice village. At the village entrance, he saw Wang Bing and Lu Chang waiting. Perhaps because both of them were big shots in the village, many players passing by were paying attention to them. One was the chairman of Tianyue Group, and the other was the captain of the Great Xia Xian Niao Army. When these two were together, the attention they attracted was too high. At that moment, the two who had been expressionless suddenly brightened their eyes and showed brilliant smiles. Good son-in-law, over here. Father-in-law, I'm here. Nearby players? A series of question marks appeared in everyone's minds. What's going on? Chairman Lu actually has a son-in-law? Who's this freeloader, being so awesome? Yeah, that's Tianyue Group. This move directly skips years of hard work. What a role model. No, the most outrageous thing is Captain Wang, right? He's the captain of the Xian Niao Army, a member of the Great Xia Army, and he actually calls someone father-in-law? That's really outrageous. Yeah, Wang Bing represents the Great Xia Army. Is it really okay to call someone father-in-law? Who exactly are these immortals? The crowd discussed, looking towards the direction Lu Chang and Wang Bing were focused on. Soon they saw a very handsome young man approaching. All the players stared in shock. They had seen handsome guys before, but this guy was wearing a full set of heavy armor, carrying a huge battle axe, looking extremely luxurious. Most players probably only had 2 or 3 white equipment pieces in their hands, with the rest being gray equipment. Compared to Lu Chen, they were like refugees. Almost everyone's gaze was on Lu Chen. Is that Lu Chen, the boss? What's the deal with his equipment? Looks really awesome. Yeah, white equipment doesn't seem to have so many styles, right? Could he have green equipment? Don't you know? Didn't you hear about Lu Chen learning skills before? The skill instructor already said Lu Chen had green equipment on him. Now he probably has several pieces of green equipment. Wow. Is that true? Is there really such a huge gap between people? I can't understand. Same here. Agree +1. The players' emotions were extremely complex. This gap made them unable to even envy. They were not on the same level at all. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chang and Wang Bing approached Lu Chen. Wang Bing rubbed his hands expectantly. Godfather, how about the equipment? Lu Chang also looked expectantly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, we can trade now. Lu Chen posted all the equipment in the chat room. After counting, Wang Bing and Lu Chang engaged in intense negotiations. In the end, Lu Chang got 2 sets of little demon cloth armor, 1 set of little demon leather armor, and some pieces for mages, priests, and archers. The rest of the equipment was given to Wang Bing. This was also because Lu Chang was concerned about the impact of the Xian Niao army on Xia. Otherwise, Lu Chang would not have given up so easily. For Lu Chen, it didn't matter who he sold to. A total of 73 pieces of green equipment, 13 sets of equipment, and other individual pieces. The total price was as much as 60 gold, which was $60,000. Adding the money Lu Chen earned from selling various white equipment before, his current income was close to 100 gold, a full 1 million. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lu Chen could pay off his debts. So, all 3 of them were very satisfied. Meanwhile, the players nearby were dumbfounded. They had also heard Wang Bing and Lu Chang arguing. Especially Wang Bing's loud voice, they couldn't ignore it. But what did they hear? Dozens of pieces of green equipment? Each piece of green equipment for only 1 gold? Their envious eyes turned red. Envy made them wish they could replace Wang Bing and Lu Chang on the spot. No wonder Captain Wang calls him Godfather. If it were me, I would call him father. Yeah, no wonder. I said which freeloader could be Lu's son-in-law. This is not an easy meal. Brothers, be bold. Given the situation in this game, in the future, Mr. Lu might have to rely on Lu Chen to soar. Lu Chen is really too much. Why does he have so many green equipment? I don't know, this is probably the legend's power, right? Our squad was lucky enough to defeat an elite demonized rat, and in the end, we got a pair of white shoes. Guess how Lu Chen got his? Everyone felt a pang in their hearts. Wang Bing collected the equipment and said with a smile, with these equipment, our 7th team will definitely be the strongest team in the 3rd Legion. By then, won't the Legion commander have to be me? Wang Bing naturally knew the importance of the Xin Niao army to Xia. If he could become the commander of the 3rd Legion, his path would be broadened. Lu Chen glanced at Wang Bing and said with a smile, then congratulations to brother Wang. Well, what's there to congratulate? If it really happens, it's all thanks to you, Godfather. When the time comes, feel free to tell me anything. Wang Bing laughed like a fool, a bit dazzling. Fortunately, their team members were not around, or they would have doubted life. Lu Chang beside him was also very satisfied. However, he didn't say much, just asked, by the way, I heard from other players that you accepted a mission to kill a boss monster? Lu Chen nodded, yes. Boss monsters are not ordinary. If you need help, just say so. Wang Bing also expressed his willingness, our 7th team can help you anytime, and all drops will be yours, we don't need the experience. Lu Chen smiled, if I really need it, I will let you know. Both Lu Chang and Wang Bing nodded. By the way, do you know of any items that can speed up travel? The leveling area is a bit far now, and it takes some time to run back and forth. Lu Chen thought of this problem. Lu Chang and Wang Bing looked at each other and shook their heads. Lu Chang said, I don't know, I find traveling troublesome too. The place we need to hunt monsters now is a level 4 area, and it takes almost half an hour each time. Wang Bing nodded, us too. Level 4 is definitely high among the current players. Seeing that they were also facing this issue, Lu Chen had no further thoughts. Later, Lu Chen bid farewell to the two of them. He planned to go to the potion shop to ask the owner if there was anything to speed up travel. Lu Chang and Wang Bing, on the other hand, planned to distribute equipment. After the three of them left, the players who were watching the excitement continued to discuss enthusiastically. In another newbie village area, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were leveling up by killing monsters in the level 4 monster area. Just then, they heard a notification sound in the chat room. After killing a monster, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing decided to take a break and check the chat records. Wang Chang, my good daughters, guess what gift Dad has prepared for you? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing looked at each other and smiled. To make the old man so excited, could it be green equipment again? Lu Yueqing touched her smooth chin, feeling a bit expectant. Lu Yuexin smiled gently, it should be. Probably dropped by Lu Chen again? Lu Yueqing nodded and sent a message in the chat room, green equipment? Mine or sister's? Lu Yuexin looked curiously at the chat room. Wang Chang, little devil robe, little devil cloth boots. Wang Chang sent out more than 10 pieces of green equipment in a row. Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing widened their beautiful eyes, looking stunned at the equipment information in the chat room. Lu Yueqing swallowed nervously, her voice trembling, Sis, I think I might be seeing things. I see over 10 pieces of green equipment. Lu Yuexin blinked, I think I might be seeing things too. The two looked at each other in silence. Then Lu Yuexin pinched Lu Yueqing's pretty cheek. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, ouch, sis, what are you doing? Is this a dream? An illusion? Are there really over 10 pieces of green equipment? Lu Yuexin was shocked. Lu Yueqing. She was speechless, with black lines on her head, pouting and glaring at her teasing sister. But soon her attention was drawn to the green equipment. It seems to be real. So many, could they all be dropped by Lu Chen? Let's ask. Lu Yueqing, old man, are all these green equipment dropped by Lu Chen? Wang Chang, what do you think? Surprised? Is my son-in-law amazing or not? Lu Yuexin? Lu Yueqing? The two girls blushed. Lu Yueqing complained, old man is really. He hasn't even given us anything yet, and he's already calling him son-in-law. Lu Yuexin blinked, if all of these are really dropped by Lu Chen, then his talent must be very strong, and his future prospects are limitless. Lu Yueqing giggled and said, sister, you go take him down. As the younger sister-in-law, I won't have to worry about equipment in the future. Lu Yu's face blushed and she pretended to hit her, saying, Lu Yuexin, do you believe I'll beat you up? Why don't you go take him down? Then I, as the elder sister-in-law, won't lack equipment. Ha, spare me. The two immediately started playing around. On the other side, Lu Chang saw the two not responding and scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. The two obedient daughters wouldn't be angry because he called Lu Chen his son-in-law, right? They wouldn't ignore their old father, right? Lu Chang felt a bit anxious for a moment. Meanwhile, in the leveling area of the 7th team, Wang Bing looked serious as he watched the Xian Niao Army's 17 players gathered in front of him. I have something important to tell you next, he said. Li Ming, Jiang Su, and others looked puzzled. Captain, what's the matter? Why so serious? Wang Bing cleared his throat and said, I just went to find Lu Chen, you know? Yes, is it about trading equipment? What equipment made you so secretive? Wang Bing took a deep breath and said, it's not just one piece of equipment. The crowd frowned. Li Ming was curious, not one piece of equipment? Then what is it? Something else? Wang Bing cleared his throat and said, you misunderstood, it's not one, but many pieces of equipment, all green equipment. Xian Niao Army players? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and all the Xian Niao Army players came to their senses. Excited, they rushed over, hugging Wang Bing's legs. Father! No, real father! Real father! Please give me a piece of green equipment. I beg you. Good captain. My best captain. I don't ask for much, one piece is enough. Seeing the players rushing over, Wang Bing felt so happy. Wasn't this scene what he wanted to see when he called Lu Chen his father? Suddenly, he had many more sons and even daughters. Wang Bing coughed solemnly and said, alright, the army has its discipline. Do I need to explain the principle of the capable going up and the mediocre going down? These green equipment are all level 5. Whoever reaches level 5 first will receive the equipment. Oh, I forgot to mention, there are also sets. The first in each profession will directly receive a set. Wang Bing posted the attributes of the Little Devils set in the 7th team's chat group. The 7th team players' eyes turned red. Like beasts, they directly formed teams and went to level up. Wang Bing then looked at Li Ming. Old Li, do you know what to do next? Li Ming hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He nodded, I know, I'll go report now. Good. Wang Bing nodded, I'll go to the mailbox and send a set of equipment to the 3rd princess. Okay, go ahead. In another newbie village, Xia Yan with black hair looked at the message, squinting her eyes with a glint. Lu Chen? Truly a formidable figure. Lu Chen went to the potion shop to ask if there was anything to speed up his journey. The potion shop owner told him that after reaching level 10 and leaving the newbie village, he could learn the skill of capturing mounts, allowing him to capture a mount. For now, he only had the option of a town scroll, but it was expensive, costing 50 silver each. Only the general store had them for sale. Lu Chen thought for a moment and bought 4, spending 2 gold. Anyway, he wasn't short of money now, efficiency was the key. Afterwards, Lu Chen continued on to the Little Devil camp without stopping, planning to continue leveling up by killing monsters. Arriving at the Little Devil camp, Lu Chen continued to fight monsters. As he went deeper, the level of the Little Devils he encountered also increased, now facing level 6 Little Devils. However, even though Lu Chen was still at level 5, he didn't feel pressured dealing with level 6 Little Devils. After all, his equipment was excellent now, and his skills were powerful enough. Soon, Lu Chen killed over 30 Little Devils and obtained another tiny skill stone. Lu Chen had originally planned to continue using the skill of Battle Intent, but the system prompted him, ding, the skill of Battle Intent can no longer be upgraded with minor skill stones. Please use higher level skill stones. Hearing this, Lu Chen understood that there was a limit to upgrading with minor skill stones. However, he didn't have higher level skill stones at the moment. He could only use the minor skill stone to upgrade other skills. Currently, Lu Chen had 3 skills, Charge, Heavy Strike, and Basic Regeneration. After some thought, he decided to use the skill stone on Basic Regeneration. He realized that upgrading passive skills was more challenging than active skills, and passive skills, being permanent, might provide greater benefits to players. After using the skill stone, the Basic Regeneration skill became level 2. Basic Regeneration, level 2 passive skill, restores 2 health points per second. Just as Lu Chen expected, the health restored per second increased by 1 point. If this rate of increase continued, when Basic Regeneration reached level 10, it should restore 10 health points per second, which was acceptable. With this passive skill, Lu Chen no longer needed healing potions. He continued to defeat monsters and level up. Soon, he arrived at a larger fortress compared to others. After killing the monsters patrolling outside the fortress, he peeked inside and saw a spacious hall. In the hall, there was a group of demonized wild wolves, and at the deepest part, a small demon with dual blades was feeding one of the demonized wild wolves. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. He discovered that all these demonized wild wolves were elites with names like Big Flower, Little Tiger, Blood Fawn, and others. Counting them, there were a total of 12 elite demonized wild wolves. Surprisingly, the small demon at the center was a boss. Jining, Boss, Level 6 Health, 5000 Attack, 90 Introduction, the mini-boss of the demonized wolf camp, responsible for training demonized wild wolves to cooperate with small demons. Seeing these attributes, Lu Chen widened his eyes in shock. The boss's attributes were outrageous. Compared to level 6 elite monsters, its health had increased tenfold, and its attack had doubled. This made Lu Chen frown. Even with his good equipment and high attributes, and the 30% attribute boost from battle intent, it seemed difficult to solo a boss like Jining. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to challenge this boss. Although he estimated he couldn't defeat it, at least he could give it a try, right? However, if he didn't escape in time, dying would waste an hour. Amid his hesitation, he habitually opened Jining's drop list. The next moment, a plethora of blue and green lights almost blinded Lu Chen. So many treasures? Lu Chen gasped. He saw skill stones, attribute stones, and even skill books. Lu Chen was amazed at how rich this boss monster was. The first item on the drop list left Lu Chen dumbfounded. Could this really exist? Mount, Demonized Wolf, rare summons a demonized wolf mount. Drop rate, 0.000071%, amount. The potion shop owner had mentioned that one could only capture mounts after reaching level 10 and learning the capture skill. But she didn't mention that bosses could also drop mounts. The only issue was the extremely low drop rate. However, drop rates were not a problem for Lu Chen. Without a doubt, if he could defeat Jining, he would definitely aim for this mount drop. This can improve Lu Chen's efficiency in running maps, which is definitely needed. Boss monsters can drop 3 items. However, there are more than 3 blue items in the drop list. Lu Chen can only reluctantly give up some. In the end, apart from the mount, Lu Chen chose 2 other items. Primary skill stone can be used to increase skill levels. Drop rate, 0.00018%. This should be a higher level skill stone than the tiny skill stone, which can be used to increase the level of combat intent. This is very useful for Lu Chen. The third item is a skill book. Sweep, level 1, swing the weapon to launch an attack on all enemies in front, dealing 150% damage. Learning condition, warrior class. This is a rare AoE skill. With this skill, Lu Chen's monster grinding efficiency will also increase significantly. In addition to this skill book, there are many other good items such as primary attribute stones, fine equipment, and so on. Lu Chen can only choose 3 items. Compared to skill stones, he can obtain attribute stones from other elite monsters, so they are not so urgently needed. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's thoughts were beautiful, but he was not confident in defeating the boss with such exaggerated attributes. Seeing so many treasures in front of him that he couldn't take made him feel itchy. Lu Chen's gaze wandered, looking at the surrounding environment, then at the drop list of the demonized wild wolves, hoping to find a way to defeat Jining. Lu Chen found that the only somewhat useful item in the drop list of the demonized wild wolves is the green healing potion that many elite monsters drop. Apprentice healing potion, excellent, immediately restores 120 health points when used, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Although this healing potion is stronger than a regular healing potion, Lu Chen feels that it is still quite challenging to defeat such a boss with just this healing potion. After all, this healing potion also requires a 30-second cooldown. If there were no cooldown, Lu Chen would think that this healing potion would be enough. But for now, it's still lacking something. In the end, Lu Chen really couldn't think of any other way. After much consideration, he thought that the most reliable method would be to reach level 6, equip himself with level 6 green equipment, add attribute stones and dropped attribute stones, and then bring along excellent apprentice healing potions to see if there is hope to defeat Jining. After all, he was not far from reaching level 6. Although the experience bar for level 5 was long, he had been fighting elite monsters all along, so leveling up was fast. If level 6 still didn't work, then he would just clear all the small monsters in the imp camp first. This should allow him to reach level 7, along with the dropped attribute stones and new level 7 green equipment. By then, he should be able to defeat Jining. If that still didn't work, then he would have to ask Wang Bing and Lu Chang for help. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took a deep look inside the fortress. He circled around directly, bypassing the back of the fortress, and continued to fight monsters uphill. Past Jining's fortress, the small demons behind were already at level 7, 2 levels higher than Lu Chen. However, compared to the boss-level small demons, their attributes were like night and day. Lu Chen could easily defeat a few of them. Following the usual practice, he opened the drop list of the small demons. This time, Lu Chen no longer looked for high-price dropped items but focused on finding items that could help him defeat Jining. Soon, Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly as he saw a very interesting item. Apprentice Weakening Scroll, excellent, can reduce the target's movement speed by 40%. Duration, 30 seconds. Note, target level cannot exceed level 10. Drop rate, 0.0011%. Although Lu Chen had seen scroll-type items in the drop list before, the slowing scroll was not very useful for him. After all, even if he can easily handle a small team of elite monsters, why would he need this? And the value of this thing is obviously not as high as the green equipment of the same level. So Lu Chen has never specified the drop of this thing. Now, seeing this scroll, Lu Chen suddenly had a bold idea. If feasible, he should have a good chance of defeating Jining. Even if he can't win, he can still run away. Lu Chen immediately specified the drop of this weak scroll. In addition to this weak scroll, Lu Chen also specified the drop of excellent apprentice healing potions. Unless encountering attribute stones and skill stones, Lu Chen's other specifications are these two things. In the end, Lu Chen killed dozens of little demons, obtained an agility attribute stone, an endurance attribute stone, and also obtained a skill stone. He continued to use the skill stone on basic regeneration, increasing his life recovery to 3 points per second. As for the apprentice weak scroll that Lu Chen mainly specified, he obtained a total of 24 pieces. Lu Chen obtained a total of 30 bottles of excellent apprentice healing potions. In addition, Lu Chen also leveled up, reaching level 6. After putting on the prepared level 6 green equipment, Lu Chen allocated all the attributes to strength. In this way, Lu Chen was fully prepared. He walked back, planning to raid Jining. Arriving at Jining's fortress, Lu Chen first selected all the dropped items. Then Lu Chen checked his backpack to make sure everything was ready. Finally, Lu Chen casually picked up a stone and threw it at a demonized wild wolf near the door. Ayo, the demonized wild wolf was attacked, immediately howled, and then all the demonized wild wolves raised their heads and looked at Lu Chen at the door. Even Jining, who was feeding his pets, did the same. Jining saw Lu Chen and immediately showed a fierce expression. Intruder! Tear him apart, my little darlings. Immediately, all the demonized wild wolves rushed towards Lu Chen. Jining also took off his double knives, howled, and charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen was surrounded by demonized wild wolves, leaning against the wall to prevent attacks from behind. If it was a frontal attack, Lu Chen could use his weapon to block or dodge the attack to minimize the damage. But attacks from the back would cause higher damage. Soon, the claws of the front demonized wild wolves fell on his armor. None of them broke through. Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to be completely unbreakable, but he wasn't too surprised either. After all, he now had a full set of level 6 equipment, plus powerful attributes. Facing the attacks of elite demonized wild wolves, not breaking through was normal, right? Of course, this was only relative to Lu Chen. For ordinary players, they couldn't withstand the attacks of elite demonized wild wolves at all. Lu Chen swung his battle axe, hitting one of the demonized wild wolves on the head. -174. A huge number floated up, unexpectedly landing a critical hit. The health of this demonized wild wolf was immediately reduced by half. Lu Chen endured the claws of the other demonized wild wolves and swung his battle axe. Before long, he killed one of the demonized wild wolves. No! My little flower! Seeing the demonized wild wolf fall in front of him, Jining let out a mournful scream. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he stared at Lu Chen. Little darlings, avenge little flower. Immediately, all the demonized wild wolves howled and waved their claws faster. Lu Chen clearly felt that the attacks of these demonized wild wolves seemed heavier than before. Although he still didn't break through, he could clearly feel that these demonized wild wolves seemed stronger. He frowned, and used detection on the demonized wild wolves. It was then that Lu Chen discovered that the attack power of the demonized wild wolves had increased by 1 point. Lu Chen was shocked and took a deep breath. If killing a demonized wild wolf increases the attack of other demonized wild wolves by 1 point each time, then after killing about a dozen of them, won't these demonized wild wolves be able to break through the defense? Oh, there are only 12 demonized wild wolves here? He can also automatically regenerate 3 points of health per second? Then it's fine. Lu Chen continued to kill the demonized wild wolves. Every time a demonized wild wolf was killed, Gunning would howl. Lu Chen looked at Gunning's attributes with some concern, afraid that Gunning would also increase his attack power like the demonized wild wolves. Fortunately, Gunning's attributes did not change, otherwise Lu Chen would have to consider escaping. 90 points of attack is already very strong, adding another 12 points, Lu Chen is afraid that he can't withstand this damage. Although Gunning was angry, he was blocked by his little treasures and could not personally attack Lu Chen, so he could only howl in frustration. Lu Chen had enough time to slowly kill all the demonized wild wolves. As each demonized wild wolf died, Gunning finally found an opportunity and squeezed in front of Lu Chen. His twin blades swung and launched an attack towards Lu Chen. The speed of the twin blades was extremely fast, and Lu Chen couldn't even dodge in time, so he could only take 2 attacks head-on. -12 to 13, 2 hits of over a dozen points of damage, surprised Lu Chen. Such high damage. After the 2 attacks, Gunning's blades lifted and fell again. Soon, 2 more hits of damage floated out. In just 1 second, Lu Chen was hit 4 times, losing about 50 points of health. This made Lu Chen feel a bit toothache. He couldn't bear it at all. Fortunately, he didn't recklessly attack Gunning directly before. Otherwise, he might have died by now. Lu Chen took out a weakness scroll and used it on Gunning. Suddenly, a layer of gray mist appeared on Gunning's body. This was the effect of the scroll taking effect. Lu Chen turned around and retreated, getting out of Gunning's attack range. Gunning's speed slowed down by 40%, although his agility was high and his speed was fast. But Lu Chen had been consuming attribute stones during this time. His agility was slightly higher than an average level 5 player, plus Gunning's greatly reduced speed. Lu Chen barely evaded his pursuit. Seeing Gunning chasing him from behind, Lu Chen's mouth lifted, revealing a smile. Success! As long as Gunning couldn't take him down instantly, when his health was unsafe, he could escape Gunning's attack range to regenerate. After his health was restored, he would continue to attack Gunning. Compared to Gunning, Lu Chen, as a player, had the greatest advantage of being able to use healing potions to restore health. Lu Chen naturally wanted to maximize this advantage. When he saw the weakness scroll, the plan emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Now it seemed that this plan was very effective. After dodging the 2 strikes from Gunning, Lu Chen turned around and took advantage of the longer reach of his battle axe to strike at Gunning. If Gunning had been at his normal speed, Lu Chen felt that this strike would likely have missed. But now, Gunning was solidly hit by this strike. Over 50 points of damage floated above his head. After the hit, Lu Chen continued to retreat, avoiding Gunning's attacks. Then he retrieved his battle axe and launched another attack. With this advance and retreat, Lu Chen used the advantage of the battle axe's longer attack range over the twin blades, combined with the advantage in speed, to seize the initiative. Although Lu Chen hadn't fought much before, after more than 20 hours of battle, he had gained some combat experience. Although Lu Chen's combat experience was still somewhat immature, he would still make mistakes in actual combat. He would occasionally be hit by Gunning, causing his health to rapidly decrease. But Lu Chen had room for error. With about 300 health points, he could withstand many of Gunning's attacks. And as his health decreased, Lu Chen would start taking potions to keep his health at full. He didn't believe that Gunning had no skills. As a boss, Gunning must have powerful combat skills. If he didn't keep his health at a certain level, Lu Chen wouldn't feel safe. The tug-of-war lasted for more than 2 minutes, and Lu Chen depleted half of Gunning's blood volume. At this moment, Gunning roared, "Damn intruder, die!" The dual blades in his hands emitted a dark red light. The next moment, 2 blade lights intersected and fiercely slashed towards Lu Chen. Despite Lu Chen's best efforts to dodge, he was still hit. -99 to 102 exaggerated damage figures popped up, and Lu Chen's blood volume immediately hit rock bottom. Startled, he quickly used an excellent healing potion to restore his health. Lu Chen felt a bit scared, but fortunately, he had been cautious with his health management. Otherwise, he might have been done for. Unexpectedly, the level 6 boss was so terrifying. Only Lu Chen, with his defensive capabilities and attribute enhancements from previous gains, had higher basic endurance than a full endurance warrior. Coupled with his all-green equipment, players of the same level probably couldn't match his resilience. Even so, he would lose over 10 drops of blood from a single hit, while other players would likely fare worse. At this stage, hardly any players could withstand such damage. After the blade skill, Gunning was astonished that Lu Chen was still alive, his attacks now dealing nearly 20 points of damage. Luckily, Lu Chen had saved plenty of excellent healing potions and maintained distance control to ensure his safety. Through dozens of rounds of attacks, Lu Chen's grasp of distance improved, allowing him to dodge more of Gunning's strikes, with his health fluctuations becoming less pronounced. Seizing the opportunity, he accurately landed his battle axe on Gunning's head. The adrenaline rush from the battle made Lu Chen's heart race. He found himself craving the danger and excitement of combat, surprising even himself with his bellicose nature. As Gunning's health dwindled to the final 200 points, he unleashed the blade skill once more, dealing even higher damage than before. Lu Chen was left with a mere 20 health points. Startled, he quickly restored his health. After the final blade strike, Gunning seemed to have exhausted his strength, even lowering his attacks. Lu Chen delivered several more blows, depleting Gunning's health to 0. "No! This can't be!" Gunning cried out and collapsed on the ground. 3 blue orbs floated above its body. Watching Gunning fall, Lu Chen, who had been on high alert for several minutes, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Mentally drained, he had only 2 weakness scrolls left. It was down to the wire. If Kening had a bit more health, it would have been Lu Chen's end. In those final moments, Lu Chen dared not even blink, fearing he might miss the mark and fail due to the depletion of his scrolls. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Seeing the 3 blue orbs, Lu Chen's fatigue dissipated, replaced by the joy of his harvest. These were all high-quality items. As Lu Chen bent down to pick up the loot, a majestic voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Elemental Star Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for the first kill of a boss-level monster. Reward, 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, fine chest *1, plus 30 reputation in the Great Martial City. Elemental Star Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for the first kill of a boss-level monster. Reward, 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, fine chest *1, plus 30 reputation in the Great Martial City. The announcements echoed 3 times, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Lu Chen widened his eyes, looking up at the sky in bewilderment. Damn, just killed a boss, and there's a system announcement? He touched his nose, wondering if he was getting famous. Then Lu Chen suddenly remembered what the owner of the pharmacy said about achievements. Is this an achievement? The first achievement for killing a boss-level monster? Sure enough, there were many rewards. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Ding ding ding. Lu Chen's chat channel kept ringing. Lu Chen saw it was Wang Bing and a few other friends. Wang Bing, damn. Godfather, you actually killed a boss monster? You're too strong, aren't you? Did you solo it? Lu Chang, good son-in-law. What did the boss monster drop? Anything you don't need, you can sell to your father-in-law. Jiang Su, congratulations, Mr. Lu, for killing the boss monster. You're famous throughout Yuanqing. Li Mu, Mr. Lu is amazing, admiration. JPG, Lu Chen smiled, thanked Jiang Su and Li Mu first. Then he replied to Wang Bing, it was tough doing it alone, almost died. Finally, he replied to Lu Chang, sorry, Chang, I need all the dropped items this time. As soon as Lu Chen replied, Wang Bing messaged in the chat room. Wang Bing, Godfather, can I see what dropped? Let me broaden my horizons. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, let's see what the boss monster dropped? Lu Chen smiled and shared the dropped items information. Seeing 3 blue items, Wang Bing and Lu Chang were stunned. Wang Bing, damn. All blue items? Lu Chang, all blue items? We haven't even dropped green equipment, and the good son-in-law is already dropping blue items? Lu Chang, there's even a mount. With this, traveling will be much easier in the future. I'm so envious. Wang Bing, are skill stones for enhancing skills? There's even this? It's my first time seeing it. Isn't this too much? I've been struggling so hard, and I've only raised heavy strike to level 2. Lu Chang, and there's a group attack skill book. The good son-in-law will level up faster in the future. After all, everyone is currently fighting one monster at a time. With a group attack skill, it's a whole new ballgame. Wang Bing, this game is unplayable. Why is the gap between people getting bigger and bigger? Lu Chang, game +1. Seeing Wang Bing and Lu Chang excited, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Daily task, show off in public, January 1st, Lu Chen, just these things, what's so surprising about it? Smug smile. JPG, Wang Bing? Lu Chang? Both of them felt deeply hurt, with their hearts full of holes. Wang Bing, Godfather, you'll end up with no friends like this. Lu Chen, should I sell the green equipment to Chang this time? Wang Bing, Godfather, my good Godfather, even though you have no friends, you have a son. Lu Chen, 6. While Lu Chen, Wang Bing, and Lu Chang were chatting, in the entire Yuanqing player area, everyone heard a system announcement. Players in Silver Moon Village widened their eyes, looking confused. Is it Lu Chen, the big shot? He's already started killing bosses? No, is this for real? I'm only level 2, I haven't even seen an elite monster yet. Lu Chen is on the broadcast, awesome. I knew Lu Chen is not an ordinary person, I'm not surprised at all. In another village, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were fighting a demonized wild wolf. Suddenly, they heard the system announcement, and both of them froze, with Lu Yueqing almost being bitten by the demonized wild wolf. They hurriedly killed the demonized wild wolf, looked at each other in shock, mouths slightly open, both a bit surprised. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuexin reached out to pinch Lu Yueqing's cheek. Lu Yueqing quickly backed away, looking wary at Lu Yuexin. Sis, what are you doing? Lu Yuexin blinked and silently put her hand down. Huh? I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. Lu Yuexin? No, do you want to see if you're dreaming by pinching me? She was full of black lines, furious. Lu Yuexin smiled and said, quick, ask Dad what's going on. Dad and Lu Chen have such a good relationship. Lu Yuqing rolled her eyes and complained, it's very good, so good that he even called his son-in-law. The two asked Lu Chang. Lu Chang was still immersed in the 3 pieces of blue equipment dropped by Lu Chen, and then he saw the inquiries of his 2 daughters. He told them that Lu Chen soloed the boss and dropped 3 pieces of blue equipment. Immediately, Lu Yuxian and Lu Yuqing widened their eyes, both more shocked. Lu Yuqing couldn't accept it. Soloing a boss monster? Isn't that too outrageous? Even Lu Yuxian frowned, extremely shocked. Even the 2 of us are a bit dangerous to solo an elite monster. How did he manage to solo a boss? Yeah, bosses are definitely stronger than elites. The 2 couldn't understand no matter how they thought about it. However, they were equally curious about Lu Chen dropping 3 pieces of blue items. With blue equipment, Lu Chen's strength will definitely be stronger. The gap with others will definitely widen. Could that guy be the network manager of that cosmic server? Lu Yuqing was a bit frantic. She originally thought her talent was pretty good. Why does it feel like the gap is so big? In another newbie village, Xia Yan held a staff and was leveling up. After hearing the system announcement, her movements suddenly stopped. The demonized wild wolf rushed towards Xia Yan, and Xia Yan dodged the attacks of the demonized wild wolf like a nimble butterfly. While moving, Xia Yan chanted a spell and killed the demonized wild wolf. She stopped, her face also showing an incredulous expression. Soloing a boss. How can there be such a big gap? She glanced at the staff in her hand and the robe on her body. Her equipment was all bought from Lu Chen. She originally thought the gap between her and Lu Chen would narrow. Unexpectedly, the gap was getting bigger. Xia Yan fell silent and messaged Wang Bing. When you leave the newbie village, help me arrange a meeting with Lu Chen. I want to see him. Not only in the Great Xia region. Players from various elemental star country regions such as the Barren Empire region, Lionheart Kingdom region, and the Kalido Kingdom region all looked up at the sky. A tall figure, wearing battle armor, holding a sword and shield, with golden hair, showed a look of surprise. Killing a boss? How is that possible? There were many players beside the man. They were equally shocked. Adams, how did that guy Lu Chen do it? Yeah, we also tried to kill that boss, but we were wiped out in less than a minute. How did he do it? I don't know. Adams pondered for a long time, then shook his head and sighed. Truly the oldest empire, the Great Xia is truly full of talents. But we are not weak. Let Lu Chen take a step ahead. So what? Adams, your talent gets stronger as you progress. In the future, you will definitely become the strongest player in our elemental star. The players around looked at Adams one after another, with a look of admiration. Adams took a deep breath, calmed his expression, and nodded, for the glory of the Barren Empire. For the glory of the Barren Empire. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian, wearing a white robe, with a beautiful and pure face and golden long hair, looked up at the sky, equally surprised. Many players of the princess's guard looked at each other. By the Lionheart King, is the Great Xia going to produce outstanding talents again? Being able to kill a boss now, this is too terrifying. In the discussions of the many players of the princess's guard, Alice looked up at the sky and sighed softly. The era always stands by the side of the Great Xia. Others also nodded silently, feeling envy, jealousy, unwillingness, and awe in their hearts. For thousands of years, Daya has always stood at the forefront of the times. This is beyond the reach of their Lionheart Kingdom. After chatting with Lu Chen, Wang Bing, and Lu Chang, they used all the dropped items. Lu Chen naturally used the primary skill stone on the fighting spirit. As he guessed, the fighting spirit once again increased to level 4, with all attributes increasing by 40%. Lu Chen immediately felt stronger. Of course, Lu Chen also learned the sweeping skill. After learning it, Lu Chen found that this skill was different from heavy strike, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Nevertheless, it was still a powerful combat skill that could greatly improve monster grinding efficiency. As for the mount, it could be directly placed in the backpack and taken out when needed. In addition to these, the system achievements also rewarded Lu Chen. 40 gold coins were equivalent to 400,000, and 5 free attribute points. Lu Chen thought for a moment and added them to endurance. The scene just now where Ganing almost killed him with a skill left a deep impression on him. He felt that he still needed to increase his health points to improve his margin of error. There was still a large area of the little demon camp that had not been destroyed, and there must be a boss inside. Lu Chen had to be careful. Finally, there was also a high-quality treasure chest in the backpack. Lu Chen found that this treasure chest also had a drop list. Lu Chen was happy about this. He opened the drop list and found that the first item on the list was actually a purple item. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a high-quality treasure chest, and it even had a purple item. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that it was a greatsword. Flame, Legendary, Attack plus 95, Strength plus 9, Endurance plus 7, 5% chance for the attack to deal 100 fire damage to the target, requirement level 6. Lu Chen was shocked when he saw the attributes, feeling a chill in his lungs. What does Legendary mean? Tactical Backflip. JPG, Lu Chen looked at the Little Demon Battle Axe in his hand. Little Demon Battle Axe, excellent. Attack plus 26, Strength plus 4, requirement level 6. The difference was not just a little bit, right? One was heaven, and the other was earth. Although there were some other good things behind, such as primary skill stones, primary attribute stones, and even a mage skill book, Lu Chen didn't even think about it and decisively chose the Flame Greatsword. If Lu Chen had this greatsword just now, he could have easily defeated Guning. Although the other items were good, compared to the Flame Greatsword, they were still lacking. Lu Chen originally thought he could choose 3 items from the high-quality treasure chest, but he found that the rewards from the system and the chests found in the wild were a bit different, only allowing one selection. It was as good as having no choice. Lu Chen chose the Flame Greatsword and then opened the chest. A crimson sword, about 1.7 meters long, appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. When he took it out and looked at it, he immediately felt the heat emanating from the sword. There were faint flames dancing on the blade. Lu Chen licked his lips. It was indeed a legendary weapon, and it looked very domineering. Lu Chen decisively switched weapons, carrying the Flame Greatsword on his back. Unfortunately, he couldn't see how cool he looked with the sword on his back, which made Lu Chen a bit regretful. It should look very handsome. After finishing counting his gains, Lu Chen checked the time. There was only 1 hour left until the end of today's 24-hour game time. Lu Chen decided to continue tomorrow. For now, he planned to go back and tidy up his backpack and sell the equipment inside. Lu Chen took out his mount, and a deep black magic wolf appeared in front of him. The magic wolf was about 1.6 meters tall, huge in size, agile in shape, crouching beside Lu Chen, growling softly. Lu Chen mounted it, pulled the reins, and the magic wolf shot out like an arrow. However, since Lu Chen had never learned horseback riding before, he was a bit uncomfortable in his but felt a bit sore. The demonic wild wolf mount was much faster than Lu Chen running. Lu Chen, who would normally take close to an hour, arrived at the newbie village in just 20 minutes. Outside the newbie village, many players were grinding monsters to level up. When a demonic wild wolf rushed out, they were all startled. But when they saw Lu Chen on the back of the wolf, they widened their eyes. Wow! Who is this big shot? He actually has a wolf mount. So cool, this game actually has mounts. It's my first time seeing one. This big shot. Seems to be Lu Chen, right? Ah, so it's Lu Chen, no wonder he has a mount. The people who were initially surprised calmed down a bit upon hearing it was Lu Chen. Come on, he was the first to kill a boss monster. What's the big deal about having a mount? Wait, look at the weapon on Lu Chen's back. A sharp-eyed player noticed the flaming greatsword on Lu Chen's back. When they saw the flames burning on the sword, everyone widened their eyes. Wow, am I seeing things? Weapons can have fire? What level of weapon is this? Is it green? Are you kidding me? Can green weapons burn with flames? It must be blue. It should be blue. Lu Chen killed a boss before. It must have dropped from that, right? Compared to the mount, as players, they were obviously more curious about the weapon. Each of them looked at Lu Chen's flaming greatsword with envy. A blue weapon, they wouldn't dare to dream of it. Even having a green weapon would make them wake up from their dreams with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen rode the demonic wild wolf into Silvermoon Village. Wang Bing and Lu Chang had also returned and were waiting for Lu Chen at the village entrance. Seeing Lu Chen riding a demonic wild wolf over, the two of them looked envious. A giant wolf mount, clad in full armor, Lu Chen looked like a victorious general. Which man wouldn't envy such a heroic figure? Lu Chen rode up to the two of them on the demonic wild wolf, and after dismounting, he put the wolf back into his backpack. He smiled. You guys are pretty fast. Isn't it to wait for you, foster father? Wang Bing laughed heartily. He rubbed his hands. Foster father, how many green equipment pieces this time? Not many this time, only about 60. Because later on, Lu Chen specified that elite monsters would drop scrolls and potions, so there were fewer green equipment pieces this time. But when Wang Bing and Lu Chang heard this, they were stunned. Over 60 pieces of green equipment, and he called it not many? All the green equipment they had seen so far was dropped by Lu Chen. Others didn't even have a single piece of green equipment yet. And here he was, saying over 60 pieces were too few. This left Wang Bing and Lu Chang momentarily unsure of how to react. It took Lu Chang a while to recover, and he said, "Good son-in-law, ready to trade now?" Lu Chen nodded, "Sure. The green equipment this time is level 6 and 7. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? The two fell silent again. Wang Bing was dumbfounded. Wait, we haven't even reached level 5 yet, foster father, how did you get level 6 and 7 green equipment? Lu Chen also looked innocent. I'm fighting level 6 and 7 monsters now, I can't help it. Lu Chang and Wang Bing felt like their hearts had been stabbed. Is this even human language? They were struggling with level 5 monsters, and he was already fighting level 6 and 7 monsters. Is he even human? Lu Chen chuckled, if Wang doesn't want it, I'll sell it to Chang. No, foster father, I want it. Even though they hadn't reached level 6 and 7 yet, hoarding equipment would definitely be useful. They had so many people in the Vermilion Bird army. When the level is reached, just change it directly, isn't that satisfying? So, the three of them quickly completed the transaction. Because this batch of equipment is all level 6 and level 7, the price is higher than the green level 5 equipment. Although the quantity is less than last time, they actually earned more gold coins. Lu Chen happily collected the gold coins and traded all the equipment. At this moment, Lu Chang saw a wisp of flame suddenly appear on Lu Chen's back weapon, which made him widen his eyes in surprise. Good son-in-law, your weapon. Why is it still burning with flames? Wang Bing heard this and was a bit surprised. He turned to look and indeed saw it. He widened his eyes, looking envious. Father-in-law, please don't tell me, your weapon is blue? Lu Chen shook his head and said with a smile, of course it's not blue. Lu Chang and Wang Bing both breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chen had obtained a blue equipment now, their mentality would have collapsed. However, the next moment, Lu Chen's voice rang out again, lucky me, I opened a box and got a purple equipment, doesn't it look cool? Lu Chang, Wang Bing. The two stared wide-eyed, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief, as if they were looking at a demon. The air suddenly became quiet. Lu Chen chuckled, what's wrong? Wang Bing and Lu Chang snapped out of it. Wang Bing's eyes were red, his voice trembling, pointing at the large sword on Lu Chen's back. You, me, purple? Purple? Beside them, Lu Chang swallowed hard. Good son-in-law, where did you open the box? Can I open one too? I'm fine with blue, right? Lu Chen laughed. I just opened the reward box announced by the system earlier. Hearing this, Lu Chang and Wang Bing suddenly remembered the previous system reward announcement. Wang Bing frowned, realizing that something seemed off. Wait, the system reward just now was clearly a fine box, right? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, it was a fine box. Lu Chang also noticed something was wrong. Then how did you get a purple item? Isn't it normal for a fine box to contain purple items? Lu Chang, Wang Bing. The two looked at Lu Chen, who seemed so matter-of-fact, feeling like they wanted to vomit but didn't know how to express it. How could it be normal for a blue box to contain purple items? Wang Bing and Lu Chang glanced at each other, feeling like there was an incomprehensible generation gap between them and Lu Chen. Wang Bing didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore, to avoid feeling worse. He looked at Lu Chen curiously. Father-in-law, how are the attributes of this purple equipment? Lu Chen smiled and posted the attributes in the chat room. Wang Bing? Lu Chang? The two stared wide-eyed, looking horrified. No, are these attributes real? Too exaggerated, these attributes are too exaggerated, right? With these attributes, wouldn't it be a one-hit kill against same-level enemies? The two were extremely shocked. For the first time, they realized that this game might not have a concept of balance. No, it should be said that the essence of this game is more like a real world, where anything is possible, and fairness does not exist. Seeing the two's surprised expressions, Lu Chen thought of his own reaction when he first saw the attributes of the Flame Greatsword. It was similar. These attributes could indeed drive any player crazy. Wang Bing sighed with complex emotions. Is this a legendary item? It's terrifying. As a veteran player, he understood the significance of this weapon. With Lu Chen's equipment, plus this weapon, and the skills he had obtained earlier, he could truly dominate the monsters. Wang Bing's level of respect for Lu Chen increased once again. After going back, it seemed that Old Li would have to work hard again. I wonder what the higher-ups would react to when they hear that Lu Chen has obtained a legendary weapon. Wang Bing dared not imagine. Lu Chang, seeing this weapon, became even more certain that Lu Chen has a boundless future. Such a young hero, his daughter must seize the opportunity. Lu Chang is very optimistic about Lu Chen's future. He silently shared the weapon's attributes in the chat group with himself and his two daughters. Lu Yuexin? Lu Yueqing? Both sent a series of question marks at the same time. Lu Yueqing, old man, don't tell me this dropped from Lu Chen. Lu Chang, yes, envious, right? Lu Yueqing, envious? Haha, old man, you underestimate me. Lu Chang was a bit surprised that his daughter didn't even envy such a good weapon. However, in the next moment, Lu Yueqing sent another message. I'm just jealous. Lu Chang, Lu Yuexin, Dad, sister said she will take down Lu Chen. Lu Chang, really? Lu Yuexin, I didn't say that. Don't listen to Lu Yuexin's nonsense. She said she's the one who wants to take down Lu Chen. Seeing his two daughters say this, Lu Chang smiled slightly. It was clear that his two daughters had a lot of interest in Lu Chen. This is a good thing. Just afraid of no interest. No matter which daughter ends up liking Lu Chen, for Lu Chang, it's all good. Lu Chang sighed in his heart, realizing that he, as the old father-in-law, had to support his son-in-law. Times have really changed. Just then, Wang Bing's voice, somewhat teasing, sounded, "Hey, Mr. Lu, why do you seem to be smiling so lecherously? What are you up to?" Lu Chang snapped out of it, realizing that Lu Chen and Wang Bing were both looking at him. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, "It's nothing, just thinking about something." Wang Bing looked suspicious, and Lu Chang quickly said, "Well, I have things to do, so I'll leave first." Hearing this, Wang Bing relented. Lu Chen also smiled and said, "Brother Wang, I'm logging off first." Wang Bing was surprised. Logging off already? The time shouldn't be up yet, right? Feeling a bit tired, want to rest for a while. After fighting monsters for over 20 hours, he was indeed mentally exhausted. Hearing this, Wang Bing didn't say much more and nodded, "Okay, rest well, I'll leave first." After exchanging the gold coins for Daxia coins, Lu Chen logged off on the spot. A white light flashed before Lu Chen's eyes. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the bed. He looked around and saw the familiar simple apartment, with a wooden bed of about 10 square meters. It felt like a world away. After more than 20 hours of battle, he returned to his apartment. He quickly sat up, took his phone, and checked his bank account. Balance, 2,102,912. Over 2 million in balance. 1 million was from selling gold coins, and the rest was his salary. After sending money to his mom and paying rent, he only had a little over 2,000 left. But difficult days will pass. Lu Chen lay back on the bed, showing a relieved smile. This was just the first day. In a few days, he could pay off all his debts. When that happens, debt-free and lighthearted, both he and his mom can finally relax. After laughing for a while, Lu Chen got up, checked the time, and found it was already past 8 in the morning of the second day. 24 hours had passed in the game, but only 12 in reality. It's truly a magical virtual game universe. He thought for a moment and called his supervisor. Soon, the call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Hello, Lu Chen? What's up?" "Supervisor, I want to resign," Lu Chen said straightforwardly. Hearing this, the supervisor sounded surprised. "Resign? Why so suddenly? Are you okay?" Lu Chen smiled. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit tired from work recently, want to take a break." The supervisor breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and chuckled, then remembered to handle the resignation procedures. "By the way, you're not that beta tester for the online game, are you?" Lu Chen smiled. "How could that be possible? There are only 10 million players in total, I don't have that kind of luck." "Alright then." Suddenly there's this weird game appearing, the world is about to change. After rambling for a few more sentences, the supervisor hung up the phone with Lu Chen. Lu Chen originally wanted to transfer money directly to his mother, but before doing so, he hesitated and decided to call her first to explain the situation to avoid scaring her. It was now past 8 o'clock. Based on Lu Chen's understanding of his mother, she should have just finished her night shift and gone to sleep. Around 11 o'clock, his mother would wake up and go to work again. With some time to spare, Lu Chen planned to go to the company to handle the resignation procedures first. However, before that, Lu Chen decided to try and see if what the game claimed about being able to bring items from the game into reality was true. Lu Chen first assessed his physical condition and found that his strength and other aspects seemed much stronger than before. This was due to the improvement in his basic strength. He then tried opening his backpack and found that everything inside could be taken out, including mounts. Finally, Lu Chen tried on some equipment. He discovered that equipment could be hidden, meaning that he could wear equipment in reality and hide it to avoid being noticed. This was good news, at least the world that was about to become chaotic would be much safer. Lu Chen put on all the equipment and chose to hide it. As a result, his attributes received another significant boost, and when he casually threw a punch in the air, it made a piercing whistle. He felt like a martial arts master. Delighted that the items in the game could indeed be brought out, Lu Chen left feeling satisfied. While riding the subway, Lu Chen idly checked the news on his phone. He found that today's news was mostly about the game and some measures taken by Daxia. Education Department reform. Online game education officially included in the basic education system. Player Management Bureau established. How big is the impact of universal games? Daxia is mighty. According to official sources, the first to kill a boss-level monster was one of us from Daxia. National Guardian. Super player appears in a newbie village in Daxia. Lu Chen was surprised to see several news items related to him. This made him uneasy. Would his information be discovered? With a heavy heart, he opened the news about killing the boss monster. Soon, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew someone had killed the boss monster in the game, they couldn't mention Lu Chen's name. Every time the two characters Lu Chen appeared, they turned into strange black squares. Relieved, Lu Chen thought the Universal game was awesome. With a strange feeling, he then clicked on the news about the National Guardian. His intuition told him that this news was probably related to him and that guy Wang Bing. And indeed it was. In a newbie village called Silver Moon Village in the game, a super player favored by the goddess of luck has appeared. His luck is extraordinary. It is reported that the Xian Niao army is cooperating with this unknown player, and the captain of the Xian Niao army even jokingly calls the player Guardian Father. According to insiders, if the big shots can sell him green equipment, he also calls them Guardian Father. At this moment, in the official Universal Game Forum, many people are already calling this player Guardian Father. Lu Chen looked at this news with a very strange expression. He searched for the Universal Game Forum and quickly found the platform. It was an official forum that seemed to have been built overnight. It was divided into many sections, including some information about the game such as professions, races, monster types, and so on. It also includes channels for gamers to communicate with each other, and even connects to the Player Management Bureau. Players can apply to join the Management Bureau, become official personnel, and enjoy official benefits. Lu Chen took a rough look inside in his heart. It's no wonder that Great Xia is really efficient. Then Lu Chen carefully checked the gossip information in the game. Not looking, not knowing, but once you look, you'll be shocked. Among the posts, 5 out of 10 are about Lu Chen. This includes the system announcement of Lu Chen killing the boss, as well as speculations about Lu Chen's drop rate, and more. At the same time, many players are jokingly calling Lu Chen their godfather. This makes Lu Chen a bit embarrassed. How did he suddenly get so many sons and daughters? He's starting to feel embarrassed. Fortunately, no one knows who he is. With a complex mood after reading his own gossip post, Lu Chen looked at other posts. One of the pinned posts titled Crossroads of the Era, Speculation and Outlook on the Game Era caught Lu Chen's attention. Lu Chen clicked on it and found that the poster had written a lot of things, almost like a thesis. He looked at the content inside and found that this person is a player, and also a high-level player. His level has actually reached level 4, not weaker than Wang Bing and the others. This player summarized and inferred the game information he had gathered, and then put forward his own speculations. The information provided was very useful. When all players first enter the game, they should have heard about the invasion of demonic energy. And when entering the Novice continent, everyone must have seen the endless darkness at the southern end of the largest continent. I speculate that it is the demonic energy. This demonic energy is like a virus that has entered the universe's immune system, and we players are like immune cells within the universe. The universe game allows us to enter the game, continuously improve, and the ultimate goal may be to kill these viruses. I speculate that the spread of the virus is very high. From the clues, it won't be long before our world will also experience the invasion of demonic energy. I hope everyone can be prepared. In addition, I call on all players here, if possible, I hope everyone can join the Player Management Bureau. The times have changed, everyone should become a whole, mutually beneficial, whether in the game or in reality, we can go further. Lu Chen? He originally thought it was an analysis post, but it turned out to be an advertisement post at the end? He seriously suspects that the poster is an official personnel. Soon, the subway arrived at the station. Lu Chen stood up and squeezed out of the crowd. He noticed that many people were looking at news about the Cosmic Online game on their phones. Obviously, everyone is paying attention to the situation of the Cosmic Online game. He even heard people whispering about the content of the Cosmic Online game. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. The changes are really evident everywhere. The company where Lu Chen works is located in the center of Xianhai City. This is the financial and commercial center of Xianhai City, and also the most prosperous area in the entire Xianhai City. After getting off the subway, the station was crowded with people. A large number of young men and women walked out of the subway and hurried to work. Lu Chen's pace was leisurely, watching the passengers coming and going, like a tourist. He used to be one of them, but now that he has resigned, he naturally doesn't need to rush to the company. Stepping out of the subway station, there were wide streets outside. The street was wide, with a constant flow of vehicles. Every now and then, a luxury car would speed by, attracting envious glances from others. As the center of Xianhai City, the one thing that is not lacking here is wealthy people. Just then, a red convertible sports car appeared on the street, and the roaring engine sound attracted the attention of the crowd. Lu Chen also looked over. There were two equally beautiful and stunning girls sitting in the sports car. It stunned everyone. Such beautiful women are rarely seen in reality. Luxury cars and beautiful women will always attract people's attention. Until the sports car sped by, the crowd reluctantly withdrew their gaze. The Viper sports car is one of the top sports car brands in the entire Dacia, and also one of the top sports car brands in the world. The Red Viper is a limited edition, costing tens of millions for one. Even if Lu Chen's parents had not gone bankrupt before, this sports car would still be an unattainable object for Lu Chen. But now, for Lu Chen, it was just a few days' worth of income. Lu Chen didn't have much fluctuation in his heart. He could buy one to play with in the future. While the crowd was still discussing the Red Viper and the twin beautiful girls just now, Lu Chen crossed the road and entered one of the high-rise buildings. Taking the elevator, he quickly arrived at the company's floor. Because he had already greeted the supervisor, Lu Chen's resignation went smoothly. After settling the final salary in the finance office and receiving the resignation certificate, Lu Chen became a free man. Before leaving, the supervisor and colleagues invited Lu Chen to have lunch as a farewell. This was also a tradition of the company. Everyone in the company was colleagues, and they were all in technical positions, so there were no major conflicts, and the relationships were still good. Before leaving, the supervisor would treat everyone, sending off the departing person together. In the supervisor's words, this was not called resignation, but graduation. After lunch, Lu Chen took the subway back to his apartment. He took out his phone and called his mother. The phone rang twice and was quickly answered. "Hello, son, what's up?" Hearing his mother's voice, Lu Chen instinctively showed a gentle smile. He said, "Mom, I have good news to tell you." On the other end of the phone, Du Shuefei, with a somewhat tired face, sounded surprised and asked, "What good news? Why so mysterious?" Lu Chen said, "Is there anyone next to you now?" Du Shuefei's part-time job was cleaning and doing housework. There was no one at home at the moment, so she asked, "No one, what's the matter?" Lu Chen said, "Wasn't there that cosmic game yesterday? I was selected for the public beta." Hearing this, Du Shuefei widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Really?" She showed a happy smile. "I've been following that game too. The treatment for public beta testers is very good now. I heard you can even become an official. This is great news." Hearing Du Shuefei's excited voice, Lu Chen coughed and said, "Well, I'm doing well in the game, so I made some money to pay off debts." Du Shuefei was stunned for a moment, then sighed, "You keep this money for yourself? I'll figure things out on my end." Lu Chen asked, "Mom, don't you want to know how much I earned?" Du Shuefei didn't think much about how much Lu Chen could earn. After all, she was also following news about the cosmic online game. She heard that the game was very difficult and making money wasn't easy. However, she still asked, "How much did you earn?" 2 million. Du Shuefei? She froze in a casual manner, her expression somewhat stunned. She thought she misheard and asked again, "How much?" 2 million. Du Shuefei? She looked around, pinched her hand in disbelief, feeling a tingling sensation. It wasn't a dream. She took a deep breath, looked around to make sure no one was there, and said in disbelief, "Is there really that much? Mom, why would I lie to you? But you know the situation of this game, so don't spread this news." Du Shuefei was not a woman who knew nothing. She had a bachelor's degree and years of experience in society, so she was well aware of its dangers. She nodded, I know. Du Shuefei's eyes were slightly red, choked up. "My son is really successful." In recent years, due to her husband's death, Du Shuefei had been burdened with a huge debt, and life had almost crushed her. It was only because she had her son as support that she didn't completely give up. Unexpectedly, her own son had earned so much money in such a short time. The pressure in her heart suddenly eased a lot. When Lu Chen heard the sobbing on the phone, he also felt his eyes getting hot. These years, they had a tough life as mother and son. He smiled and said, "Mom, I can earn this much in a day. It won't take long to pay off all the debts. By then, you can enjoy life. When the debts are paid off, you should consider your lifelong matter." Lu Chen. He was speechless. He had been in a relationship before, but his ex-girlfriend broke up with him after hearing about his family's bankruptcy and debts. Lu Chen didn't care about love anymore. However, he suddenly remembered that teacher Lu Chang had called him a good son-in-law. He twitched his mouth, shook his head, and cleared Lu Chang's voice from his mind. "I will try to find one, but Mom, you don't have to rush, right? I'm still young." "Oh, I'll transfer the money to you first. Wait, keep some for yourself. You may not earn money tomorrow, so you need to save some for emergencies." "Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely earn it. You don't have to worry. You shouldn't work so hard in the future. Go home and rest well." You worked the night shift last night, right? Hearing this, Du Shuefei smiled and said, okay, I got it. You go ahead. After ending the call, Lu Chun transferred 2 million to Du Shuefei through mobile banking, keeping around 100,000 for himself. Lu Chen decided to change his living environment. The current apartment was partitioned into several small rooms, and the soundproofing was not good. He could hear strange noises from different rooms every night, making it hard for him to sleep. Now that he had money, Lu Chen planned to move to a better place, at least a separate suite. He chose a location closer to the city center with complete facilities and convenient transportation. However, when he was about to go house hunting, he hesitated. What if the agent or landlord was a player? His information would be exposed. He was too famous, and all players probably knew him. It could be fatal. So Lu Chen reluctantly decided to stay for a while and wait until he was stronger before considering changing his living environment. There was nothing else to do next. While in the game, his body rested in reality, so he didn't feel tired except for some mental stress at the beginning due to prolonged battles. After a morning's rest, he had recovered. With no work to do, Lu Chen's days became leisurely. He lay on the bed, idly browsing his phone and watching short videos to pass the time. Suddenly, he came across a live stream by a beautiful young female streamer with a surprising theme. This girl's luck exploded. She participated in the public beta of the cosmic online game, and it was in her stepfather's Silver Moon village. Lu Chen was amazed to find a streamer who participated in the public beta. Lu Chen usually doesn't watch live streams much. After all, there are too many beauty filters in live streams nowadays. Who knows if the person behind the live stream is a human or a ghost? Despite this broadcaster looking sweet and lovely, a perfect beauty, the amount of technology involved is only known to her. But because it's related to the cosmic online game, and this broadcaster even claimed to be in Silver Moon Village, this piqued Lu Chen's interest. He stopped to watch the live stream. Fans in the chat were commenting all sorts of things, messages flashing rapidly. Wow! Who is this new broadcaster? Is she really that stunning? Heavenly Fate Righteous Maiden, 666. This dog broadcaster's name seems to have ill intentions towards the Righteous Father. Ha, the broadcaster is daydreaming, the Righteous Father belongs to me. Lu Chen? It was then that he noticed, the broadcaster's name was actually Heavenly Fate Righteous Maiden. What's going on? Are people now competing to be her righteous daughter? Isn't this a bit absurd? He doesn't even know this broadcaster at all, right? The broadcaster's voice was crisp, like a flowing stream. She chuckled and said, stop thinking about it. With my beauty, if I meet the Righteous Father, I'll just slide over and hug his thigh. He won't be able to shake me off. Lu Chen? He didn't even know how to react. This broadcaster was a bit scary. Planning to hug someone's thigh directly? Is it really that kind of thigh hugging? The thought of being publicly hugged by a woman made him shudder. This scene was just too much. I'm dying of laughter. Are broadcasters this funny nowadays? Sliding over directly, the Righteous Father might be scared to death by you. You could have been a beauty broadcaster, but you chose to steal the funny broadcaster's job, right? Just then, a fan asked, seriously, broadcaster, are you really in Silver Moon Village? You're not a scammer, right? When Heavenly Fate Righteous Maiden heard this, her eyes widened. Of course it's true. I don't lie as a broadcaster. And I even caught a glimpse of the Righteous Father. 666. Didn't you say you'd slide over when you saw him? Why didn't you? Seeing this question, Heavenly Fate Righteous Maiden looked frustrated. She slammed the table in distress. Do you think I don't want to? This student. You don't know the situation at that time. The fans were all excited. What situation? To be honest, I'm a player too, but unfortunately, I'm not in Silver Moon Village. I'm really curious about what the Righteous Father looks like. Damn, so many players, why am I not there? Not just me plus one. To be honest, I find it hard to imagine that someone would willingly acknowledge someone as their father. Isn't that absurd? You guys don't understand. Do you know the value of green equipment in the cosmic online game? Do you know the value of hundreds of pieces of green equipment? The person above must be a player too. I'm a player too. Let me tell you, in that damn game, I've only heard of the Righteous Father dropping green equipment. Do you understand what that means? Hey, the topic is off track. Broadcaster, tell us, what was the situation? A fan forcefully brought the discussion back. The broadcaster had a dreamy expression on her face and began, the situation was like this, I was just a level 3 newbie, fighting a demonized wild dog, then suddenly a demonized wild wolf rushed out from not far away. I was so scared at that moment, you know? Really scared to the point of being dumbfounded. Fans who weren't players might not know, demonized wild wolves are level 4 and 5 monsters. With the broadcaster's equipment, encountering a level 4 monster could lead to death, let alone fighting monsters at that time. Guess what I saw? Seeing the broadcaster's mysterious look, the fans exploded. Wow, stop teasing us, broadcaster. Goddess, just tell the story properly, don't mess with us like this, okay? The anchor didn't continue to keep the suspense, cleared their throat, and continued, I saw my adoptive father sitting on a demonized wild wolf. That demonized wild wolf is my adoptive father's mount. Do you understand that feeling, my dear family? A mount. My adoptive father actually has a mount. I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. My adoptive father was wearing a complete set of battle armor, and the weapon on his back was even burning with flames. The key is, my adoptive father looks really handsome. Who understands, my dear family? It's like a dream god walking into reality. I didn't hesitate and just wanted to slide over there and make a few sounds. The anchor said so many words in one breath, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. She took a sip of water, moistened her throat, looking distressed and indignant. Didn't someone ask me why I didn't slide just now? The answer is, I couldn't run as fast as the demonized wild wolf. I was just about to act, and the demonized wild wolf had already run far away. I couldn't catch up at all, my dear family. Do you understand that feeling? Many fans. Lu Chun. Looking at the anchor's distressed appearance, Lu Chun almost confirmed that this anchor was indeed a player from Silver Moon Village. After all, to be honest, there are probably not many players outside of Silver Moon Village who know that he has a demonized wild wolf mount. He felt a big relief in his heart. This guy actually wanted to slide him? Are there really such outrageous people in the world? Lu Chun couldn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. And the fans were speechless because the amount of information was too much. Especially the players in the live broadcast room, they were even more shocked. Damn! A mount? Is it true? My adoptive father actually has a mount? A weapon with flames? What level of equipment is that? It can't be blue, right? Sob, why isn't my adoptive father in our newbie village? I also want to slide. Want to slide +1, want to slide +1. Whether players or not, the essence of human nature remains unchanged. For a moment, everyone behind just wanted to slide, making Lu Chen's scalp numb. People nowadays are too crazy. What? Am I also a human? Could it be that I don't act crazy enough? That's why I don't fit in with these people? The anchor said seriously, I swear here, one day, this righteous lady will slide to my adoptive father. Lu Chen? Please don't do this, my adoptive father will really be scared. Lu Chen complained in his heart. Just then, a fan's message came through. Listening to the anchor's description, she really is a player. Anchor, you're so high profile, aren't you afraid of other players messing with you? Upon hearing this, many people responded. Yeah, there are many weirdos in this world. What if a player is a weirdo? Anchor, be careful. Lu Chen also had a serious expression. He also thought that the anchor was a bit too high profile. After all, if your player identity is discovered, what if you make enemies in the game, and they can't kill you in the game, but they can in real life? What will you do? However, the anchor was smugly laughing with hands on hips. The things you think of, how could the clever and witty me not think of? I've long joined the Player Management Bureau. Now I'm an official person. Oh, by the way, this righteous lady is now the face of the Player Management Bureau, that is, an official anchor, you understand, right? If you're a player, hurry up and register. If you register over level 3, you can apply to join the official. Also, if you have special talents or skills, it's okay to be a lower level. Lu Chen? He was speechless. It's another ad. He originally thought that the ads and the posts were already the limit. Even live broadcasts have ads. It can only be said that it's no wonder that even the official anchors have come out in disya. It really follows the trend of the times. No wonder, Lu Chen hadn't really come across live broadcasts when he was browsing short videos before. He unexpectedly came across an anchor this time. Turns out she's an official person. The fans were also in an uproar. Damn, she's actually an official person. The anchor is actually a high-ranking official of Daxia. Impressive. No wonder the anchor is so arrogant, fearless. Daxia is your backing, I understand now. By the way, I am also a level 3 player. Can I really join the official organization? Seeing this information, the anchor nodded repeatedly. Of course you can. Don't you believe in our Daxia? Oh, right, I forgot to mention a task. The anchor patted her forehead, cutely stuck out her tongue. Regarding the invasion of demonic energy, even if you are not a player, you should pay attention. If you notice anything unusual, everyone must report it immediately. The Player Management Bureau has started establishing branches in major cities, which will be responsible for dealing with the demonic energy invasion. Those who apply to join the Player Management Bureau will be responsible for this work in the future. She playfully winked, smiling. Let me tell you secretly, we are all leaders, responsible for leading military officials and even collaborating with the Xian Niao army. Do you understand the Xian Niao army? The designated partner of the adoptive father. Level 6, I'm applying now. I'm level 4, I'm applying too. What? A level 4 big shot appeared. The big shot is amazing, actually level 4. Next, the anchor continued to interact with fans, mainly promoting information about online games. Additionally, she also warned players and ordinary people about the dangers and precautions of the demonic energy invasion. Lu Chun also understood that this Tianming Einer was a publicity person for the Player Management Bureau. Of course, she was not an official spokesperson. How could an official spokesperson be so cheeky? Definitely more formal. Daxia officials promote the changes brought by the cosmic online game in a more down-to-earth manner through anchors. After watching for a while, Lu Chun finally closed the live broadcast. It was impossible to speak. What if he slipped up? After browsing short videos for a while, reading novels, and playing games, the time quickly passed into the evening. After dinner, Lu Chun rested for a while. When it was past 8 o'clock, the game time for the new day resumed, and Lu Chun entered the game again. A white light flashed by. This time entering the game, unlike the first time, Lu Chun did not fall from the sky, nor did he see the central continent and other newbie continents resembling stars. He appeared directly in the newbie village. After logging in, Lu Chun looked around vigilantly, feeling a bit nervous. He was afraid that someone had been influenced by that dog anchor and would come sliding over to him after seeing him. Fortunately, although his login attracted the attention of surrounding players, everyone remained relatively reserved, and there was no sign of sliding over. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief and rode his demonized wild wolf mount. He planned to go to the potion shop first, buy healing potions and mana potions, and replenish his supplies. The demonized wild wolf was extremely fast and arrived at the potion shop in the blink of an eye. Seeing the demonized wild wolf, the players waiting in line all turned their heads. It's the great Lu Chun. What Lu Chun? Call him adoptive father. Adoptive father really has a mount, impressive. Faced with the whispers of the crowd, Lu Chun pretended not to hear and was about to line up when a player spoke up. Let the adoptive father go in first. How can we let the adoptive father waste time waiting in line? He is our Daxia's number one. Yes, let the adoptive father buy first. The stronger the adoptive father, the better chance we might have to buy equipment in the future, right? Everyone made way for Lu Chun to go first. Seeing this, Lu Chun hesitated a bit. I can wait in line myself, your time is also precious. Don't be like that, adoptive father, you don't need to be polite to us. Yes, adoptive father, after you become stronger, during the demonic energy invasion, you will definitely have a greater impact, much better than a small fry, right? Adoptive father, please go in first. Hearing this, Lu Chun fell silent, nodding, well, thank you all. Then he paused and said, since you all think highly of me, in the future, when I have green equipment, I will leave some to sell in the square. Although the strength of Daxia relies on the Xian Niao army and powerful forces, the strength of ordinary people is also formidable. Upon hearing this, the air fell silent. Soon, deafening cheers erupted. Long live the foster father. Foster father, I love you. Oops. I should call you Godfather now. Godfather, can I give birth to a monkey for you? Foster father is invincible. From now on, I will be the most obedient child of the foster father. Lu Chun did not expect such a big reaction from everyone, especially their words made him sweat. I say, can everyone be a bit more reserved? The title of foster father is somewhat embarrassing. However, no one paid attention to Lu Chun's words, they all laughed like fools. Helpless, Lu Chun walked into the potion shop. He saw the shop owner looking at the cheering players outside with a complex expression, as if reminiscing about something. Boss, I want to buy some potions. Lu Chun's voice brought the shop owner back to reality. She looked at Lu Chun and smiled, it seems you are quite respected in your group? Lu Chun smiled, it's just that everyone thinks highly of me. The shop owner sighed, being respected and expected by others, when the demonic energy invades, your pressure will be immense. Perhaps your group will rely on you to survive. Lu Chun pondered for a moment and smiled, I will try my best. The shop owner smiled and was about to speak when she noticed the flaming greatsword on Lu Chun's back. She widened her eyes, looking puzzled. Wait, your weapon? Is it a legendary equipment? Lu Chun glanced at the shop owner in surprise. Boss, you have sharp eyes to recognize it as legendary equipment at a glance. The shop owner? Her mind was filled with question marks, looking puzzled. Wait, let me think for a moment. She rubbed her forehead and then looked at Lu Chun in shock. You are only level 6 now, how do you have a legendary weapon? That's unreasonable. Lu Chun blinked innocently, I got it from opening a box, what's unreasonable about that? The shop owner? You mean the excellent treasure chest rewarded by the system? Yes. Lu Chun nodded. The shop owner doubted life, can an excellent treasure chest contain a legendary weapon? Lu Chen smiled and nodded, yes, why not? Didn't I get one? The shop owner fell silent, her expression extremely strange. Lu Chen scratched his head, boss, are you okay? How could she be okay? They were players of the Silver Moon race before, and when did their entire group get their first legendary equipment? Wasn't it around level 20? And now, in front of her was a level 6 newbie, holding a legendary weapon. The shop owner felt that the universe server was so unfair. A level 6 having a legendary weapon, isn't that invincible? She shook her head stiffly. I'm fine, just a bit frustrated. She looked at Lu Chen, how come your luck is so good? If you can maintain this luck, maybe there is hope to resist the invasion of demonic energy in the future. Lu Chen smiled, then I'll borrow your auspicious words. Stop chatting, pay for the potions. The shop owner didn't want to say more. She felt that if she continued thinking about this matter, her mentality would explode. Lu Chen nodded, bought 300 bottles of novice healing potions, and 200 bottles of mana potions. After that, Lu Chen turned to leave. However, he noticed that the players queuing behind him had strange expressions. They looked at Lu Chen with peculiar eyes. Perplexed, Lu Chen touched his face. Was there something on his face? It seemed not. Lu Chen glanced at the players with strange expressions and left. After Lu Chen left, the owner of the pharmacy shouted, those buying medicine, hurry up. Her tone was not very good. She had just been fooled by Lu Chen. Many players finally came to their senses. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Did you hear that? Yes, legendary. It's actually legendary equipment. I thought my adoptive father's sword was just excellent, didn't expect it to be legendary. Wow, is this for real? I only have 3 white equipment on me now, haven't even seen green equipment, and I dare not even dream of excellent equipment. Legendary equipment? What is that thing? The crowd discussed one after another, full of shock. After Lu Chen finished restocking, he rode the demonized wild wolf and rushed out of the newbie village. When entering the demonized wild dog area in the forest, Lu Chen was particularly vigilant. He was afraid of encountering the destined female warrior. If she was waiting ahead to ambush him, he would be a bit panicked. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not encounter the destined female warrior in the end. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the small demon camp. To his surprise, the monsters in the small demon camp had not respawned. Other places monsters would respawn, right? Why didn't the small demons respawn? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. After entering the small demon camp, Lu Chen continued to kill monsters. The small demons ahead were all level 6 and 7. They were also in groups of 3, either patrolling, resting, or guarding in the fortress. When the small demons saw Lu Chen, they howled and rushed over. Lu Chen wielded the flame greatsword, and with a casual strike, he dealt over 150 points of damage. If he used the sweeping skill, the damage would directly exceed 200. And if it was a critical hit, he could almost take down 2/3 or more of the elite small demons in one blow. The most exaggerated instance was when Lu Chen's sweeping skill landed a critical hit and triggered the special effect of flames, causing 100 points of fire damage. With just one skill, 3 elite small demons ascended to heaven on the spot. If other players saw this, they would probably be scared to death. Not to mention other players, even Lu Chen himself was startled. This damage was really off the charts. One hit killing elite monsters of the same level or even one level higher. Who could have imagined that? The damage the small demons inflicted on Lu Chen was only 3 or 4 points, almost like a drizzle to him. Lu Chen could say that he was mowing down enemies effortlessly, completely different from when he first arrived at the small demon camp. Lu Chen effortlessly mowed down enemies, greatly increasing his efficiency in monster hunting. In just an hour, Lu Chen killed over 100 small demons. Among them, a lot of time was spent on walking, looting drops, and looting corpses. These over 100 small demons contributed 13 tiny attribute stones and 2 tiny skill stones to Lu Chen. In addition, considering that he might have to fight boss monsters next, he also looted many excellent apprentice healing potions. At the same time, he also looted some weakening scrolls and other types of scrolls. Apprentice shield scroll, excellent, grants a 100-point shield upon use, lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Drop rate, 0.00122%. Apprentice strength scroll, excellent, increases strength by 5 points upon use, lasts for 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.0021%. Scrolls like these. Unfortunately, the probability of scrolls appearing was not too high, but even so, Lu Chen looted around 30 of them. Among them, there were mostly weakening scrolls. Lu Chen specified 2 strength scrolls and 5 shield scrolls. The rest were all equipment. Even so, there were nearly 70 pieces of green equipment. Lu Chen's inventory slots were now full. Lu Chen felt a bit desperate. The monster hunting efficiency and drop rate were too high. The only downside was that the slots were completely insufficient. When can he get a higher level backpack? At the very least, give him a backpack with a few hundred slots, just enough for him to use, right? But with so many green equipment, it would be a shame to throw them away. Lu Chen thought about it and decided to go back and sell them. Just then, Lu Chen had promised other players before that he would sell some green equipment in the square. This way, ordinary players also have the chance to get green equipment. As for how to go back, Lu Chen naturally used a teleport scroll. This can save about 20 minutes of time. After using the teleport scroll, Lu Chen saw a white light flash before his eyes. When the white light disappeared, Lu Chen appeared in the square of the newbie village. Around him, there were players shouting to sell things everywhere. Lu Chen took out 10 pieces of green equipment and set up his own stall. Green equipment for sale. Come and get it. With just one shout from Lu Chen, the entire square fell silent. It was so quiet that it was almost eerie. All the players in the square, whether they were setting up stalls or buying things, were staring at Lu Chen with wide eyes. Hundreds of players looked at Lu Chen, their eyes somewhat resembling zombies, making Lu Chen feel a bit creepy. The next moment, all the players rushed towards Lu Chen. The stall owners didn't even want their items anymore, and each player rushed over like crazy. Godfather. It's the Godfather. Godfather is selling green equipment. Selling green equipment. Godfather, give me one. Do you have any weapons? Lu Chen's stall was suddenly surrounded by a crowd. Just then, Lu Chen heard a somewhat familiar voice. Godfather, I'm here to hug your leg. Lu Chen? He widened his eyes and saw a female player rushing out of nowhere, directly hugging his leg. Lu Chen? He looked down and saw a pair of innocent big eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the female streamer he had watched during the day. He was dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this woman for real? Doesn't she feel any shame? He quickly kicked his leg. Let go. Let go. The female streamer had both hands and feet wrapped around Lu Chen's leg. Lu Chen lifted his leg, and she followed suit, creating a bizarre scene. The once frenzied players stood still, dumbfounded by what they were witnessing. What is going on? But when they saw how beautiful the female player hugging Lu Chen was, many male players' eyes turned red with envy. Let's be honest, they also wanted to be hugged like that. The female players exploded. Where did this little B*TCH come from? This is sexual harassment. Why is this B*TCH holding onto my godfather and not letting go? Let go. Seeing more and more female players with green eyes slowly approaching, Lu Chen felt things were getting out of hand. Will it cause a riot if it continues? He was at a loss and gave the female streamer a stern look. Let go quickly, or I won't be polite, got it? The female streamer blinked innocently, then reluctantly let go of his leg, muttering, geez, why are there so many shameless women, calling my godfather daddy? Ugh. Lu Chen? Pot calling the kettle black, who's more shameless than you? He was stunned by the female streamer's audacious behavior. Lu Chen glared at her coldly, without my consent, if you dare to hug my leg again, do you believe I'll use the system to punish you? The system does have punishments for such behavior. Lu Chen had just received a system prompt, but he was somewhat soft-hearted. He could tell from watching the stream during the day that the female streamer respected him. Although her behavior was exaggerated, Lu Chen couldn't bring himself to be harsh. He could only say that his heart was too soft. Godfather, don't be mad. I just couldn't help it. I'll definitely ask for your permission next time. The female streamer blinked her innocent big eyes, trying to act cute. Lu Chen? She still wants a next time? Others are a bit silly. He was a bit exhausted, changed the subject, and said, do you want to buy green equipment? Yes. Then wait in line. I'm so close to you, I must be the first, right? The dog broadcaster blinked. When Lu Chen heard this, he was furious. I remember now, you sexually harassed me, so I won't sell you the green equipment this time. Dog broadcaster? She widened her eyes, as if struck by lightning. This was a path she had never imagined. Originally, she thought that with her invincible cuteness, her adoptive father would be kind to her, right? If she tried harder, maybe her adoptive father would treat her better? But now what? No green equipment for her? Adoptive father, don't do this. The dog broadcaster immediately wailed. Other players cheered, especially the female players. That's how it should be. How dare this little B*TCH hug my adoptive father like that? Serves her right. Lu Chen waved at the dog broadcaster. Go away. Don't disturb me from selling equipment. It would be best to drive away this dog broadcaster, as Lu Chen was not good at dealing with this type of woman. Especially after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, Lu Chen had an instinctive wariness towards such shameless women. The dog broadcaster pouted, a look of grievance on her cute face. Seeing this, the male players beside her softened. The one who was second in line was a young man, and he quickly said, Miss, please don't cry, I can give you my turn, how about that? There were a few more male players behind him, all nodding in agreement. Beauty, I'll give you my turn, can we be friends? Beauty, mine too. The dog broadcaster glanced at the male players who spoke, and her pitiful look disappeared. With her hands on her hips, she said, Who are you guys? You're not my adoptive father, so get lost. Many players? The onlookers were amused. Ha ha, I see several dogs here. Wow, what kind of simping behavior is this, giving up the chance to buy green equipment? They probably didn't expect this woman to refuse, right? The male players who had spoken earlier felt embarrassed. Especially noticing the gazes of the players around them, they became even more annoyed. But as newbies, they couldn't attack, so they could only glare at the dog broadcaster. No one dared to act. After the dog broadcaster refused, she squatted in front of Lu Chen, staring at him with wide eyes. Lu Chen? He was speechless. Why aren't you leaving yet? I won't take back what I said. You don't get a share of the equipment this time. The dog broadcaster blinked innocently. I didn't plan to buy anything. I'm just here to watch my adoptive father sell equipment. Lu Chen was a bit helpless. Do as you please. Let's start selling equipment. The second young player quickly stepped forward, smiling. Adoptive father, I'll buy a piece of chainmail chest armor. 70 silver. The young man was taken aback. Huh? That's expensive? Lu Chen? He looked dumbfounded at the young man. This is a level 7 green equipment. Is this price expensive? The young man had a pleasing smile on his face and said, Can you make it cheaper, adoptive father? I only have 20 silver, and you won't miss that little money, right? Lu Chen? Players nearby? The dog broadcaster was speechless. Are you trying to haggle here? My adoptive father could have sold it to the Xian Niao army and Tianyu guild, but kindly offered it to you, and you still want a discount? Yeah, you should have a conscience, right? To be honest, this price is really not expensive. If you can't afford it, don't join in the fun. You can't say that. 70 silver, that's 7,000 yuan. How many players have that much money now? Wow, are you kidding me? This game is closely related to reality. It can greatly enhance your green equipment, only selling for 7,000 yuan, and you still think it's expensive? Where did these sand sculptures come from? If you find it expensive, then get lost quickly. Don't affect my adoptive father's equipment sales. Exactly. With trading platforms so convenient now, just buy gold coins directly and you'll have money. Isn't it ultimately just trying to morally blackmail my adoptive father, wanting him to give you a discount? The people I despise the most in my life are those who morally blackmail others. Disgusting. So damn nauseating. The fact is that the vast majority of people are normal. Although there are a few players who are out of line, most players are supportive of Lu Ken. The young man who intended to buy equipment turned red in the face under the criticism of the crowd and was pushed out. In addition, a few players who wanted Lu Ken to sell at a lower price also hesitated to speak up. The remaining players, of course, wanted to buy equipment. After all, this is a level 7 green equipment. Even if they can't use it now, when they can, they will instantly become much stronger. The attributes of the equipment on the stall can be seen. Which player wouldn't be envious seeing these equipment attributes? So, the equipment sold out quickly. Although there was some competition, with Lu Ken around, everyone could only line up to make a purchase. After selling 10 pieces of equipment, Lu Ken packed up the stall. That's it for now. There will be equipment for sale at the square at irregular times today. Players who didn't buy anything can look forward to it. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, excited beyond measure. Wow! Long live adoptive father. Oh my god, but we need to go monster hunting to level up. What should we do? Should we find someone to watch over? How is that possible? Who would watch over you for this kind of price for green equipment? Why don't they buy it themselves? People whispered to each other. However, Lu Ken had no choice. After all, he didn't know when he would come back. It all depended on his monster hunting situation. In the end, everyone had to leave. Some continued to set up stalls, some went monster hunting. Some players even contacted those who had previously bought green equipment, intending to buy at a higher price. Lu Ken did not comment on this. For him, he just wanted to pass on these green equipment so that ordinary players could level up faster. As for who these equipment would be sold to and for how much, that was not something Lu Ken needed to worry about. Lu Ken glanced at the dog anchor squatting beside him, with a black line on his head. You're still here? The dog anchor stood up with a smile. Hee hee, I just wanted to see adoptive father a bit more. Adoptive father, you're so handsome. Lu Ken? This woman really had thick skin, leaving Lu Ken momentarily speechless. The dog anchor continued, adoptive father, can we be friends? Lu Kan remained expressionless, I refuse, who are you? I don't even know you. I'm Lin Yingying, you can just call me Yingying. Lu Kan? Was that what she meant? Okay, adoptive father, just add me as a friend, okay? I'm very obedient, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I won't chase a chicken. Wow, that rhymes quite well? Lin Yingying puffed up her chest proudly, of course, I'm the clever Lin Yingying. Lu Kan then realized that this dog anchor also had this appearance in the game. Mind you, there was no beautifying feature in this game. So, this guy did look like a disaster. But his personality was a bit out of line. Lu Kan coldly smiled, thick-skinned, right? Lin Yingying smiled somewhat embarrassedly, adoptive father, don't praise me like that, I'll get shy. Lu Kan? He felt he needed to prepare some blood pressure medication for chatting with this guy. Otherwise, his blood pressure might rise unexpectedly. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Kan curiously, adoptive father, didn't you already sell out the equipment? Why haven't you left yet? I'm waiting for someone. Lu Kan replied calmly. Just then, two beautiful women, Jiang Su and Li Mu, ran over. It was Wang Bing and Lu Chang whom Lu Kan had already informed when he returned that the remaining equipment was intended to be sold to them. Wang Bing and Lu Chang invited Jiang Su and Li Mu to come for a trade. Perhaps because they had seen too many green equipment, both Wang Bing and Lu Chang were a bit numb. Thinking back to when Lu Chen first took out the green equipment, those two guys were so excited that they had to come over to trade in person. After a few times, they relaxed and let Jiang Su and Li Mu come over for the trade. When the two of them ran up to Lu Chen, they still had smiles on their faces. But when they saw Lin Yingying next to Lu Chen, the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. A woman, and a super beautiful one at that. Both Jiang Su and Li Mu were women and were confident in their own looks. But seeing Lin Yingying, they both felt a bit inferior. How can this woman be so beautiful? Jiang Su just sighed a bit, but Li Mu felt a major crisis. She had originally thought that because of the trading relationship, she could often come into contact with Lu Chen, maybe develop feelings over time, and become his lover or something. Even if she wasn't an official girlfriend, in Li Mu's eyes, it was still a win. But now seeing Lin Yingying next to Lu Chen, she felt immense pressure. How long has it been? There is already such a beautiful woman by Mr. Lu's side. How could she still have a chance? For a moment, Li Mu felt a bit dejected. Jiang Su's thoughts were much simpler. She did think Lu Chen was a good person and had feelings for him. But compared to that, her heart was still with the Xian Niao army. Seeing such a beautiful woman next to Lu Chen, and she looked so obedient and cute, Jiang Su also had some fondness for her. She smiled and said, Mr. Lu, Jiang Su reporting. Your girlfriend is really beautiful, she looks very obedient at first sight. Lu Chen? He was a bit dumbfounded by Jiang Su's words. What? Girlfriend? This dog anchor? You haven't seen how shameless this guy is, and he's obedient? Lu Chen had no expression on his face. Jiang Su, you misunderstood, this guy is not my girlfriend. Li Mu beside him brightened up, instantly revived. Lin Yingying smiled and said, Jiang Jia, you are also very beautiful, I am Lin Yingying, the destined daughter of the master. Li Mu? She looked at Lin Yingying in shock. Are all girls nowadays so flirtatious? She just revived, and the next second she fell again. Lu Chen knocked on Lin Yingying's head with a thud. The sound was crisp and loud, indicating a good head. He had no emotion on his face. Don't talk nonsense. Oh. Lin Yingying covered her head with a look of grievance. Seeing the performance of the two, Li Mu felt sorrowful. With this performance, how could the two not be related? Did she really have no chance? Seeing Lin Yingying looking wronged, Lu Chen sneered in his heart. This woman was a skilled actress, and her grievance was just an act. He was indifferent and ruthless in his heart. He couldn't be bothered with Lin Yingying and said to Jiang Su and Li Mu, let's trade. Okay. Soon after, the trade was completed, and Lu Chen gained nearly 100 gold. After trading the equipment, Jiang Su smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I'll take my leave. Li Mu also bid farewell to Lu Chen listlessly. Mr. Lu, goodbye. Even her gaze at Lu Chen carried a hint of resentment. Lu Chen nodded. You can go. The two left, while Lin Yingying gossiped, Master, let me tell you, that girl with the big chest definitely likes you, the way she looked at you, she wanted to pounce on you. Lu Chen? Big chest? Is it Li Mu? He was speechless. She didn't pounce on me, but you did. Lin Yingying, hee master, you're too kind to me. Lu Chen. 6. Goodbye. I'm going to level up. Hey, master, can we be friends? No. Please add me. Pretty please, who are you? I don't know you. I'm Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying said earnestly. Lu Chen. 6. Lu Chen rode the demonized wild wolf and rushed out directly. Linning stood still in place, not even reacting. Damn, did my adoptive father just run away like that? 20 minutes later, Lu Chen returned to the small demon camp to continue grinding monsters. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at an even larger fortress. The last time he saw such a huge fortress, it housed the boss-level little demon, Gunning. Obviously, there should be a boss monster inside this one as well. Lu Chen cautiously peeked inside the fortress. Inside the fortress was also a hall. In the center of the hall, there was a magic array, surrounded by blue magic stones shimmering with light. A little demon mage in a blue robe stood in the center of the magic array, holding a staff with his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. The little demon mage was only 1 meter 4 tall, all black, looking quite casual, paired with a gorgeous blue robe, looking ugly and ugly. A bit eye-catching. Lu Chen felt a thrill in his heart. Looking at this grandeur, it was indeed a boss monster. He quietly cast a detection spell. Ice Hand, boss, level, 6 health, 4000 attack, 110 introduction, the little boss of the small demon camp, responsible for commanding the little demon mages. Lu Chen couldn't help but grin when he saw these attributes. This attribute seems a bit outrageous. Although the health is a bit less compared to Gunning, the attack is too high. This Ice Hand is obviously a mage, and for Lu Chen, who is a physical armor class, magic damage is inherently higher than physical damage. With such high attack power, even Lu Chen himself felt a bit weak. He glanced at his backpack, where he had accumulated nearly 40 weak scrolls, shield scrolls, strength scrolls, and endurance scrolls. Plus, he had over 40 bottles of excellent novice healing potions in his hand. This was all the preparation he could do. While grinding monsters, he had read through the entire drop list, and the only things he could use against boss monsters were these. If he couldn't defeat it this way, he could only give up on this boss for now, continue leveling up by grinding monsters, and come back to fight with new equipment at level 7. As for now, Lu Chen planned to give it a try, because he knew that although the damage of magic monsters was very high, they also had a quite deadly weakness. This weakness might become the key to Lu Chen defeating this monster. With a plan in mind, Lu Chen opened the drop list of Ice Hand and started selecting items. Like Gunning, the first items on Ice Hand's drop list were also blue rare items. The first item was actually a skill book. Icy Wind Impact, level 1. Activate Icy Wind Impact on all enemies in front, dealing 120% ice damage and slowing down enemies. Learning condition, Mage drop rate, 0.00012%. Another AoE skill. This skill was undeniably strong, not only dealing high damage but also having a slowing effect. For mages, it was a kiting technique. Unfortunately, warriors couldn't learn it. Lu Chen hesitated whether to choose this skill. Considering how expensive this skill book was, selling it for a few hundred gold coins shouldn't be a problem. In the end, Lu Chen didn't make a decision and planned to look at the other items first. Surprisingly, the second item was a recipe. This surprised Lu Chen. Potion recipe, Novice Frost Resistance Potion, rare. Learn the method of making Novice Frost Resistance Potion after use. Learning condition, Alchemist. Drop rate, 0.00013%. Although he didn't know the effect of this Novice Frost Resistance Potion, Lu Chen had played many online games. He knew that potions, especially rare potions, were definitely profitable items in the game. Some bosses couldn't even be defeated without potions, so the value of this item was also extremely high. If you really had to say, the value of this item was even higher than the value of the Icy Wind Impact skill book. No matter how strong the cold wind blows, it only makes one person stronger. Potions, on the other hand, can be used by all players. As for the pharmacist, Lu Chen had seen it on the official forum of the Great Xia Universe online before. It is a secondary profession that can be learned from the pharmacy owner. Just complete the tasks given by the pharmacy owner. Lu Chen could actually learn the pharmacist's secondary profession, but he hesitated a bit. After all, learning a secondary profession takes time. If he learns a secondary profession, his monster grinding and leveling up will definitely slow down. For Lu Chen, learning a secondary profession cannot fully utilize his soul talent, and soul talent is the foundation of his strength, so he is more inclined not to learn. With this time, can't he just grind monsters and get good stuff? Although Lu Chen is not a pharmacist himself, but Lu Chen looked at the potion formula and hesitated. What if this potion has a great effect, even as a strategic item? This kind of strategic item in the hands of a single player like him would not be very useful, but what if it is traded to Great Xia? The overall strength of all Great Xia players could potentially be enhanced by a small formula. After some consideration, Lu Chen finally decided to choose this formula. He is also a Great Xia person, and the invasion of demonic energy is the calamity of Great Xia and humanity. He cannot just think of himself completely. When he made up his mind, he felt relieved. He continued to read on. The third item is another primary skill stone. This one doesn't need much thought, it must be chosen. This way, his combat skill can be improved, effectively enhancing his combat power. Next are some fine-level equipment. What made Lu Chen speechless is that most of these equipment are basically for spellcasters. Magic staff, mage robes, mage boots, and so on. He felt overwhelmed just looking at them. Can't there be some plate armor? Oh, this little demon is a mage? Fine then. Lu Chen searched and found only one ring suitable for him. But the ring had attributes of endurance and intelligence. Intelligence is not very useful for him, but endurance is okay. However, the cost-effectiveness of choosing this item is too low. In the end, Lu Chen chose the first three items: Cold Wind Impact, Potion Formula, and Primary Skill Stone. After selecting the dropped items, Lu Chen used Strength and Endurance scrolls, increasing both attributes by 5 points. Actually, monsters also drop Intelligence scrolls and Agility scrolls, but Lu Chen found that scrolls of Intelligence, Agility, and Strength cannot coexist, only one can be chosen. Lu Chen naturally chose Strength. After preparing, Lu Chen arrived at the fortress gate. The alert range of the little demon leader was large. As soon as Lu Chen appeared at the gate, the demon leader opened his eyes wide, with a blue halo flashing in his eyes. Lu Chen grinned and waved at Ice Hand, "Come and fight me." Ice Hand was furious to see Lu Chen being so arrogant. "Intruder! Your time is up." He waved his magic staff, forming an ice arrow to shoot at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen dodged to the side and reached the side of the gate. Ice Hand lost sight of Lu Chen, widened his eyes, and became even angrier. "Cowardly intruder! Ice Hand will come for you soon." He ran towards the gate in anger. As Ice Hand was a mage, he was not fast. At this moment, Lu Chen leaned out and casually threw a weakening scroll at Ice Hand. As a result, Ice Hand's speed slowed down even more. Ice Hand? Feeling insulted, he became even angrier. He howled and finally rushed to a spot not far from the gate. At that moment, Lu Chen rushed out from the outside of the gate. He wielded his great sword with both hands, and flames danced in the air. Normal attack. Heavy blow. Sweep. 3 strikes in a second, 3 damages floated out. -81. -199. -122. Among them, the heavy blow even scored a critical hit. This is the benefit of high agility. Lu Chen has been focusing on enhancing his agility attributes recently, including some agility attribute stones. Coupled with his equipment and the boost from his fighting spirit, Lu Chen's agility attributes are now much higher than those of archers and assassins at the same level. In just 1 second, Lu Chen deals around 400 damage, a staggering amount that even Ice Hand feels a bit stunned by. He is the leader after all. Being dealt 1/10 of his health in just 1 second? What kind of intruder is this? Ice Hand, regaining his senses, roars in anger, "Damn intruder, you hurt me." However, Lu Chen pays no attention to Ice Hand's rage. After unleashing a set of attacks, he quickly hides behind cover outside the door. Just as Ice Hand forms an ice arrow in his hand, he loses sight of Lu Chen again, only able to angrily throw it at the wall. With a loud bang, the fortress wall trembles as frost spreads. Ice Hand shouts furiously, "You despicable intruder, you can't escape." Taking small steps, he finally rushes out of the gate. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Ice Hand laughs triumphantly, "Ah, your time is up." But before Ice Hand can release his ice arrow, Lu Chen turns and enters the fortress, hiding by the inner door, once again eluding Ice Hand's view. Ice Hand. Just as Ice Hand is about to charge into the fortress, Lu Chen emerges again. Heavy strike followed by normal attacks. After a couple of attacks, Lu Chen doesn't get greedy and continues to stay behind cover. This is the most fatal weakness of a little demon mage. Unless they have instant cast skills, mages are like ordinary people holding guns. As long as you stay behind cover, the gun can't reach you, right? Ice Hand is no exception. His ice arrow isn't instant cast and requires a chanting time. And Lu Chen times it perfectly. Frustrated, Ice Hand charges into the gate once more. But Lu Chen also rushes out, passing by Ice Hand and delivering another heavy strike followed by normal attacks. Ice Hand trembles with anger. He roars, "Enough!" In the next moment, a frost spreads in all directions from Ice Hand's center. Lu Chen realizes his feet are frozen by the frost. His expression changes, not good. But then he sees Ice Hand grinning as he forms an ice arrow. The arrow whistles through the air and shoots towards Lu Chen. With his legs frozen, he can't dodge and can only take the hit head-on. The ice arrow hits Lu Chen, dealing a huge damage of -175. Lu Chen can't help but gasp. On one hand, he's frozen by the ice arrow, and on the other hand, he's a bit startled. Although he anticipated Ice Hand's damage could be high, he never expected it to be this high. Despite adding endurance attributes, along with equipment, scrolls enhancements, and the boost from his fighting spirit, his health is just under 500 points. This health can only withstand 3 ice arrows. And these ice arrows are just Ice Hand's basic attacks. If it's Ice Hand's skills, Lu Chen isn't sure if he can endure them. This makes Lu Chen a bit apprehensive. However, since the battle has begun, there's no turning back. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Lu Chen struggles to break free from the frost on his feet, and while Ice Hand is forming the second ice arrow, he once again hides behind cover. He quickly drinks a bottle of high-grade Novice healing potion, restoring 120 health. Although not fully healed, this is currently Lu Chen's highest level healing potion. Fortunately, Lu Chen had obtained 2 skill stones before, both used on basic regeneration. Now Lu Chen's basic regeneration has reached level 5, restoring 5 health points per second. In 30 seconds, he can recover 150 points, a healing efficiency surpassing even high-grade Novice healing potions. This is one of Lu Chen's main advantages in daring to challenge Ice Hand. After using the skill, the Ice Hand once again turned into a state of chasing Lu Chen. Lu Chen is not greedy for damage output. As long as the Ice Hand appears in his field of vision, he will at most make a normal attack followed by a heavy blow. These are instant attacks. And if there is not enough time, Lu Chen may not even attack. He would rather maintain his own health. After all, the damage of the Ice Hand is too high. If hit once, Lu Chen would be one step closer to death. The danger of fighting the Ice Hand this time is greater than fighting Gunning. Gunning's damage is not as exaggerated, with a higher margin of error. Lu Chen felt somewhat fortunate that he had obtained the Flame Greatsword, greatly increasing his damage output. Even with just normal attacks and heavy blows, Lu Chen can deal close to 200 damage in one go. If he adds the sweeping attack every 10 seconds, the damage would be even higher. In less than 20 times, he could completely deplete the Ice Hand's health. In just 1 minute, Lu Chen had already reduced the Ice Hand's health by half. At this moment, the Ice Hand became even angrier and shouted, "Come out, my servant!" In the next moment, frost appeared around the Ice Hand, forming a 2-meter-tall giant made of ice blocks. Lu Chen widened his eyes, feeling a bit dumbfounded. There's a skill like this too? Without much time to think, the giant roared and charged towards Lu Chen, with the Ice Hand attacking behind the frost giant. Lu Chen used a probing technique and discovered that the frost giant also had an elite template, with a health pool of 1000. It roared and landed a punch on Lu Chen, dealing -3 damage. Lu Chen, ah? Seeing the damage floating above his head, Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. The next moment, the damage he received was fully restored by the automatic healing effect of basic regeneration. Lu Chen silently glanced at the frost giant. It startled him. Is that all it's got? Lu Chen directly ignored the frost giant, dodged behind cover to avoid the Ice Hand's attacks. However, the frost giant kept pursuing relentlessly. Before the Ice Hand could reach him, the giant had already closed in. Lu Chen casually struck the frost giant a few times, then when the Ice Hand approached, he used a combo of normal attacks and heavy blows before retreating behind cover again. The frost giant chased Lu Chen, continuously hammering him with fists the size of sandbags. Unfortunately, the damage it inflicted was not as high as Lu Chen's automatic healing rate. Its angry roars sounded somewhat helpless. After just a few attacks, Lu Chen had depleted the frost giant's health. It howled, turned into ice blocks, and fell to the ground, ending its futile rage-filled life. Ah, damn intruder, your time is up. Rise, my servant. Seeing his beloved servant defeated, the Ice Hand roared and resurrected the frost giant once again. Roar! The frost giant continued to roar and charged towards Lu Chen, striking him with its fists. -3, -3. Lu Chen glanced at the roaring frost giant and simply ignored it. Everything proceeded as planned. Lu Chen focused on attacking the Ice Hand, taking the opportunity to strike the frost giant a couple of times when available. However, he noticed that once the frost giant was killed, the Ice Hand would immediately resurrect it. So he decided it was not worth the effort. The high damage from the Flame Greatsword became evident. After several tens of seconds, the Ice Hand's health reached its limit, with only 400 remaining. Feeling his life slipping away, the Ice Hand's face twisted in a grimace, his eyes bloodshot. Enough! He once again conjured frost. Lu Chen was frozen in place. Just when Lu Chen thought the Ice Hand would hit him with an ice arrow, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The Ice Hand slowly formed a sharp ice spear over a meter long. Lu Chen's expression changed, clearly a powerful attack skill. He quickly used a Novice shield scroll. A shield with 100 health points appeared around him. The next moment, the ice spear whistled and struck Lu Chen. -524 huge damage numbers floated above Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen only felt intense pain throughout his body, as well as a chilling coldness. His body was pierced by the ice spear, leaving a large hole in his chainmail. As for the 100-point life shield, it shattered in an instant. Lu Chen looked at his remaining double-digit health points and felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, he didn't let his guard down and immediately used a shield scroll. If it weren't for this 100-point life shield, that last hit would have taken him out in an instant. The damage from this ice spear skill is too high. Without much thought, he quickly used a bottle of high-quality novice healing potion. The powerful impact of the ice spear shattered the frost on Lu Chen's feet. Regaining his mobility, he quickly took cover behind a barrier. However, Lu Chen noticed that after releasing the ice spear, the ice mage seemed to have lost the ability to cast spells. The 1-4-meter-tall little demon mage panted heavily, waving his staff and charging towards Lu Chen. He swung his staff heavily towards Lu Chen. -4 Lu Chen, Ice Mage. The air fell into a slightly awkward silence. Lu Chen smirked at the ice mage and wielded his flaming greatsword. Normal attack. Heavy strike. Sweep. -85. -101. -250. High damage numbers jumped out on the ice mage's head. The final sweeping strike dealt critical damage, a whopping 250 points of damage. The remaining health points of the ice mage were instantly depleted. His robe tore apart, revealing his frail body as he screamed and fell to the ground. So, the one whose time of death has come is me. With the ice mage's final words spoken, 3 blue orbs floated above his body. Lu Chen sat on the ground, relieved. That was too close just now. Luckily, he was well prepared, not only with weak scrolls but also with other types of scrolls. Coupled with the legendary weapon flame greatsword he obtained earlier, as well as the attributes and skill levels he had been improving during this time, Lu Chen barely managed to kill the ice mage. If it were someone else, it would probably take over 100 players working together to defeat this thing. No, even 100 might not be enough. With the ice mage's damage output, a casual ice arrow could instantly kill a player. Moreover, the ice mage's defense was also strong. Lu Chen was equipped with legendary weapons and a full set of level 6 green equipment. Plus, with such a powerful amplification skill as Battle Intent, Lu Chen's normal attacks could only deal a little over 80 points of damage. Ordinary players might not even be able to break through the defense. This kind of boss could only be defeated by sacrificing lives. Lu Chen shook his head. Nowadays, there are probably only a few players at level 5, and it would take some time for them to attempt such a boss. Lu Chen took a rest and then got up to pick up the dropped items. Unfortunately, there is only a system reward for killing boss monsters for the first time. Otherwise, he could have gained attribute points and treasure chests for free. Lu Chen clicked his tongue in disappointment. He used the basic skill stone to further enhance his battle intent. Battle Intent, level 5 passive skill. Upon entering battle, all your attributes will increase by 50%. A 50% amplification boost. Coupled with Lu Chen's powerful attributes, he felt invincible. As for the skill book and potion formula, Lu Chen shared this information with Wang Bing and Lu Chang in their small group. Wang Bing? Lu Chang? Almost instantly, as Lu Chen had expected, Wang Bing and Lu Chang responded with a series of question marks. Lu Chen could imagine their expressions upon seeing the information about these 2 items. He grinned. Daily task, show off in public, January 1st, Wang Bing, adoptive father. No, dear father. Sell me this skill book and formula, you must sell it to me. At this moment, Wang Bing, who was leveling up in the mountains, had a flushed face and his body was trembling with excitement. A mage's group attack skill. I have to get this. The 3rd princess is a mage. As the only member of the great Xiao royal family to enter the game's public beta, one can imagine that the future 3rd princess may even ascend to the throne as an empress. If this skill book can be used by the 3rd princess, then won't he be a favorite in front of the princess in the future? Moreover, as the princess of Great Xia, in the future gaming era, she will definitely stand in front of the people of Great Xia, leading them to resist the invasion of demonic energy. This means that the 3rd princess must always have strong power. This skill book is the best proof of strength. Wang Bing's eyes were already bloodshot. If that old man Lu Chang dares to compete with him this time, he will report him directly. Let's see how His Majesty deals with this old man. Thinking about it, a sly smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. The Xin Yao army players next to him saw Wang Bing's bloodshot eyes and sly smile, like a demon, full of question marks in their minds. They glanced at each other, puzzled. It's over. The captain is getting more seriously possessed. Could it be too much pressure? It was said that after level 10, the 3rd Legion will select a Legion commander, and our captain wants to compete. It shouldn't be that much pressure. With our current equipment, other teams want to compete with us? We are definitely the core team of the 3rd Legion, no need to think about it. Why is that? I don't know, why don't you go ask? Get lost. Why don't you go ask? On the other side, Liu Chang was following his leveling team to gain experience. Because he also bought a lot of green equipment from Liu Chen, his leveling team's equipment was also good, basically able to get a full set of green equipment quickly. Coupled with the fact that the players in the leveling team were all experts, the monster killing efficiency was extremely fast. Even if he didn't do anything, his experience points kept rising. In no time, he felt he was almost level 6. At this moment, Liu Chang was also shocked to see 2 items in the chat room. As the chairman of Tianyue Group, one of the top 30 global conglomerates, Liu Chang was quite knowledgeable and had a stable mindset. But even he felt his heart pounding violently when he saw these 2 items. The chilling impact of this skill was enough to make a mage a god in a short time. And he was a mage. With this skill book, his monster killing efficiency could be greatly improved. Not to mention the potion formula. As a businessman, Liu Chang's business acumen was very sharp, and he naturally could see the great value of this formula. Liu Chang took a deep breath, also determined to get it. This thing must not be given to that stinky kid Wang Bing. No, why not have a private chat with the good son-in-law? Why can't this damn game send photos? Otherwise, let the good son-in-law see the beauty of his 2 precious daughters, then he won't run away, right? If there are good things, just let the good son-in-law show his filial piety, isn't that good? Liu Chang was heartbroken. Just as Liu Chang was about to take the initiative, a message in the chat room made his pupils contract. Wang Bing, Mr. Liu, let's not fight for this skill book, that person is a mage. Seeing this message, Liu Chang fell silent. If this skill book was for a priest or an archer, even if Wang Bing said so, he would still fight for it. After all, it was for his beloved daughter. In normal competition, even if the king knew, he might be a little angry, but wouldn't say much. Liu Chang still believed in the king's tolerance. However, if it was for himself, Liu Chang hesitated. For his beloved daughter, even if it angered the king, Liu Chang was willing to do it. But for himself, Liu Chang felt it wasn't worth it. He sighed, then said, "Alright, I won't fight for the skill book, but you have to give the right price to my son-in-law, don't cheat my son-in-law." Wang Bing saw Liu Chang's message and felt relieved. He knew Liu Chang was a mage, and he was afraid Liu Chang would fight for it. Upon seeing the news about Liu Chang, Wang Bing was at a loss for words, muttering to himself, "Damn, that's my godfather. How could I deceive my godfather? Is this old guy trying to play tricks on me in front of my godfather?" Wang Bing said, "Director Liu, I will never deceive my godfather. Just name your price, I won't say a word." Liu Chen looked at the messages between the 2, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Who were they referring to as that person? Why were they speaking in riddles? However, judging by their identities, that person should not be an ordinary individual. Liu Chen wasn't particularly interested in knowing who it was. After some thought, Liu Chen spoke up, 500 gold coins. Wang Bing? Wang Bing, godfather, isn't this price too low? Shouldn't we ask for more? Otherwise, I might feel uneasy holding onto this skill book. This was a rare early game mage AoE skill. Its value was undoubtedly immense. And this skill could be used for a long time, far surpassing the value of equipment. To be honest, both Wang Bing and Liu Chang thought that 500 gold coins were a bit low. Liu Chen was speechless. What was wrong with Wang Bing? Why did he always push for higher prices? Liu Chen thought for a moment, then 600 it is. Wang Bing, alright, godfather is very generous. Liu Chen, what about the recipe, what do you say? Liu Chang, Wang Bing, I won't give you this recipe. Wang Bing, Director Liu, you know that potion recipes are strategic resources. Are you not giving them to our military? Liu Chang, bah, spare me the act. The Liu family also has connections in the military. If I manage to buy it, you can rest assured that the price for the Xin Niao army will be at cost. But I definitely won't give it away. Seeing Liu Chang's firm stance, Wang Bing also understood that he couldn't pressure Liu Chang this time. However, the potion recipe was too valuable, so Wang Bing also wanted to negotiate. He took a deep breath and called out to Li Ming, who was busy fighting monsters. "Old Li, come here." Li Ming was taken aback and stepped back. "Captain, what's up?" Without saying much, Wang Bing directly sent him the information about the potion recipe. Li Ming's eyes widened as he looked at it. "Damn, what is this?" His loud voice attracted the attention of the nearby Xian Niao army players. Wang Bing glared at them. "What are you looking at? Go fight your monsters." He looked at Li Ming. "This was dropped by Godfather, you understand what I mean, right?" Li Ming swallowed hard, his eyes filled with excitement. This recipe is definitely a treasure. We must secure it. It can become the foundation of our 7th team. The problem is Liu Chang, he also has a cooperative relationship with Godfather. Li Ming widened his eyes, filled with anger. Liu old man is going too far. I'll take people to smash his Tianyue group. Wang Bing glanced at Li Ming. Alright, go now. Li Ming? The two stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming awkward. Li Ming chuckled awkwardly. Captain, I was just kidding, can't we take it less seriously? He wasn't stupid. The Liu family was one of the top families in Daxia, and the Tianyue group was a major taxpayer in Daxia. How could he really go and smash the Tianyue group? Was he asking for trouble? Wang Bing rolled his eyes. I thought you really had the guts for a moment. Li Ming grinned. Well, my guts are definitely not as big as yours, Captain. Wang Bing felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. He decided not to dwell on it further. Let's focus on the task at hand. Contact the responsible persons of the other Xianniao army teams, and inform the higher-ups to allocate more gold coins. I think our current amount is not enough. Li Ming? He looked puzzled. Captain, don't we still have 1,000 gold coins left? Isn't that enough? Wang Bing then posted the information about the skill book Cold Wind Impact. Li Ming's eyes widened again. Damn. Incredible skill. The nearby Xianniao army players looked over once more. Wang Bing glared at them, causing them to shrink back. However, they exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. How come the vice captain seems to be getting influenced by evil? Yeah, it's really getting sinister. Amid their hushed discussion, Li Ming looked towards Wang Bing, his breathing quickening. How much for this? Wang Bing gestured with his hand, indicating 600 gold. Originally, my foster father said 500 gold, but I couldn't bear to let him sell it so cheap, so I asked him to raise the price a bit. Li Ming was almost moved to tears as he listened. Damn, my foster father is truly a god to me. This divine skill is only selling for 600 gold? He's really... I'm crying. Wang Bing nodded. Right, my foster father is truly amazing. Li Ming said, Captain, you're also great, actually buying me this divine skill. Li Ming is a mage. Wang Bing? Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Wang Bing looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. Li Ming, did you leave your brain at home today? What nonsense are you thinking? I bought this divine skill for you? Are you worthy of it? Wang Bing couldn't help it and started ranting. Li Ming? He looked incredulous. It's not for me? Wang Bing sneered. You want it? Li Ming nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains. Go talk to the third princess and ask her to give it to you. Li Ming. It was then that he remembered, wasn't the third princess also a mage? Wait. Li Ming suddenly widened his eyes. He realized a very serious matter. The third princess is a mage, and he is also a mage. In the future, if there are any awesome things at his foster father's place, wouldn't he miss out on them all? Li Ming was dumbfounded. This game doesn't have the concept of deleting characters. There's only this one character. Whether you play or not is up to you. Li Ming certainly didn't dare not to play. But how the heck was he supposed to play this? He couldn't possibly compete with the third princess for items, right? Li Ming's eyes were red with frustration. Seeing Li Ming actually crying, Wang Bing was a bit dumbfounded. Old Li, are you serious? Don't cry, it's embarrassing. Li Ming rubbed his eyes, filled with sorrow. Captain, can I ever use good things in the future? Wang Bing thought for a moment, then shook his head earnestly. No. Forget it, go ahead and cry. Li Ming. He took a deep breath and said, I'll go talk to the person in charge and explain the situation. The greatest sorrow is when the heart dies. Li Ming's heart died at that moment. Go on, it's really uncomfortable, just cry it out. It's okay, we won't lose face. Wang Bing patted Li Ming's shoulder, comforting him. Thank you. On the other side, Liu Chang also knew that this was going to be a tough battle. He was also in the chat room saying, Good son-in-law, I also need some funds to circulate here. Liu Chen saw the two talking so seriously and raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to sell some gold coins casually. Why make such a big deal out of it? Liu Chen, there's no need to exaggerate, right? Just give a price, I can accept it, and you can accept it too. Wang Bing, foster father, how can that be? This is a high-quality potion formula. Just think about how precious this thing is, how can we sell it casually? I disagree. Liu Chang, Wang Bing is right, we can't let our own people suffer losses, right, good son-in-law? Wang Bing, 6. Lu Dong, you have a thick skin. My foster father hasn't agreed to you being his son-in-law, but you keep saying it every day. Aren't you embarrassed? Liu Chang, hee, I'm not talking to my grandson. Wang Bing? He thought to himself, he called Liu Chen foster father, and Liu Chang called Liu Chen son-in-law, so wouldn't that make him a grandson? This made Wang Bing extremely angry. This old guy is taking advantage of me. I'm so mad. This time I have to snatch the formula. Otherwise, I'm a dog. Lu Chen watched the two arguing and couldn't be bothered to think too much. You guys figure it out yourselves, I'm going to grind monsters first. After resting, Lu Chen planned to continue grinding monsters to level up. The experience from boss monsters was nearly 100 times more than regular monsters. After killing 2 boss monsters, along with a large number of elite monsters, Lu Chen was very close to reaching level 7. At this rate, he should be close to level 8 after clearing the entire small demon camp. This way, reaching level 10 will be quick. Lu Chen's goal today is to destroy the entire small demon camp and complete the task given by the old village chief. So, Lu Chen carried the flame greatsword and continued to kill monsters. Lu Chen can now even pull 2 teams of small demons at once. With the sweeping skill, the monster clearing speed is extremely fast. With the level 5 primary regeneration skill, along with healing potions, Lu Chen's health has always been healthy. Before long, Lu Chen had defeated nearly 100 small demons. The nearly 100 small demons brought Lu Chen 2 tiny skill stones, 10 attribute stones, along with various green equipment and scrolls. Lu Chen used the tiny skill stone to upgrade the primary regeneration to level 6, but further upgrades would require higher level skill stones. Lu Chen reluctantly started using the tiny skill stone on the sweeping skill, raising it to level 2. Sweep, level 2, swing the weapon to launch an attack on all enemies in front, dealing 170% damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. It has to be said that the sweeping skill is much stronger than the heavy strike, with a 20% increase in damage for each level up. The only downside is the cooldown. Nevertheless, because it can clear groups of enemies, Lu Chen plans to focus on upgrading the sweeping skill next. Lu Chen used up the skill stones and attribute stones, planning to continue killing monsters to fill the remaining slots and then go back to sell a wave of equipment. Just then, Wang Bing and Lu Chang sent messages one after another. Lu Chen saw that they were ready. Lu Chen, I was just about to go back, you guys can bid while walking back. Wang Bing, alright. The master's word is final. I bid 500 gold coins. Lu Chang, is that all? 700. Wang Bing, 800. Lu Chang, 900. Watching the two bidding, Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. The price of this recipe was higher than Lu Chen had imagined, reaching 900 so quickly. It's worth noting that the Frost Impact only sold for 600. Of course, this also had to do with Lu Chen not planning to raise the bid. The bidding wasn't over yet. Before long, Lu Chang bid up to 1200 gold coins. Seeing this price, Wang Bing's eyes turned red. The amount Li Ming had managed to get from above was only 1,000 gold coins. Together with the 400 gold coins they had left, they could only bid up to 1,400 at most. Seeing Lu Chang's momentum, even 1,400 might not be enough. Wang Bing was a bit dumbfounded. Not only Wang Bing, but Li Ming, who had been following the situation, was also dumbfounded. Damn it! Tianyue Group is too rich. We can't compete with them. Wang Bing gritted his teeth. No. Let's try again. He continued to bid, 1,300. Lu Chang, unruffled, 1,400. Wang Bing, damn. Lu Chang, kid, can't beat with money, start cursing? Wang Bing. Lu Chen, Wang, shall we give up? Brother Chang is one of the richest men in Daxia after all. To be honest, he himself hadn't expected to sell for so much money. It's not that Lu Chen didn't think it was worth that much. It's just that his purpose in specifying the recipe was to make Daxia's strategic reserves stronger. As for how much money he could sell it for, Lu Chen hadn't thought much about it before. Wang Bing fell silent, hesitating. Just then, Lu Chang continued, besides the 1,400 gold coins, you'll get 10% of the profit from the potion sales as a good son-in-law. Lu Chen? Lu Chen, Brother Chang, it's not necessary, this price is really too high. Honestly, I never thought the price could be this high from the beginning. Lu Chang, no, it's settled. We're not sure about the effect of this potion yet. If it's significant, selling it for 1,400 gold coins might even be a loss. How can your old father-in-law let you take this loss? Lu Chen also fell silent. Although Lu Cheng has always referred to himself as Lao Yuefu, he didn't take it to heart. But it must be said that Lu Cheng really put a lot of effort into him. Lu Cheng fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Since Brother Chang said so, I won't refuse. Just keep others' kindness in mind. Wang Bing also didn't expect Lu Chang to be so bold. He sighed and shook his head at Li Ming. It's not possible. Li Ming couldn't help but sigh when he heard Lu Chang's price. Director Lu can manage such a large group. It's not without reason, so generous. Yes. Lu Cheng said, since each of you has an item, it's settled. I'll head back now, you can come back for the trade. Oh, and some green equipment, let's trade together. Lu Chang and Wang Bing both agreed. Lu Cheng used a town portal scroll. With a flash of white light, he suddenly appeared in the newbie village square. The next moment, a big head appeared in front of Lucheng. He was startled, took a step back, and found it was Lin Yingying. Lucheng was puzzled. Why are you still here? Lin Yingying smiled proudly, waiting for my adoptive father here. Lucheng? He was a bit dumbfounded. You've been waiting here since earlier? He had been grinding monsters for 2 hours already, right? This guy has been waiting here the whole time? Lin Yingying nodded. Yes, I won't stop until my adoptive father adds me as a friend. Lucheng was speechless. This guy not only had a thick skin but also seemed like a sticky candy, once stuck, won't let go, right? But Lucheng was still puzzled. How did you know I would appear here? Lin Yingying puffed her chest proudly, smiling. I'm the clever Lin Yingying. Last time I saw a white light appear in the square, and then you came out, so I thought you must have used some item. And didn't you say you would come back to sell equipment? I thought you would use an item to come back, so I waited here. Lucheng couldn't help but look at Lin Yingying with some surprise. Indeed, quite clever. Hee, right? Such a clever and cute adoptive daughter, adoptive father, won't you consider having one? Lin Yingying blinked her innocent big eyes at Lucheng. The main selling point is being cute. Lin Yingying gave herself a score of 99 for this performance, deducting 1 point to avoid being proud. Would adoptive father be able to resist this? However, Lucheng remained expressionless. If your eyes are dry, log off and use eye drops. Lin Yingying? Her expression froze, full of question marks. Could adoptive father be unable to find a girlfriend? With such a cute adoptive daughter, can't adoptive father see it? Lin Yingying suddenly thought of a serious issue. Could adoptive father have prosopagnosia? If that's the case, then her invincible cute appearance would lose its advantage, right? Lin Yingying felt like she had been hit hard. Lucheng, seeing Lin Yingying looking listless, was puzzled. What's wrong with you now? Lin Yingying glanced at Lucheng. Do you have a problem? Lucheng? He was speechless. You're the one with the problem. Lin Yingying was shocked and looked at Lucheng expectantly. You don't have prosopagnosia? Lucheng was speechless. I'm just a normal person. How could I have all these messy conditions? Lin Yingying was somewhat incredulous and asked, Am I pretty? She even leaned in closer to let Lucheng see better. Lucheng. Seeing Lin Yingying getting closer, Lucheng was surprised. He placed a hand on her head and pushed her back. Audacious demon, trying to disturb my Dao heart? Looking at Lin Yingying's innocent eyes, Lucheng's mouth twitched. Then he said coldly, Why should I answer such a boring question for you? Lin Yingying's eyes suddenly lit up. She touched her chin, looking pensive. Usually, this kind of answer implies consent. I understand, foster father, you are indeed not sick. Moreover, the foster father must think the original daughter is very good looking. Lin Yingying thought to herself with a bit of self-satisfaction. You're the one who's sick. Lucheng was speechless, then said, This time I'm selling equipment. Since you scolded me, you don't get a share this time. Lin Yingying? The smile on her face gradually disappeared. No, foster father, please don't. A miserable voice echoed through the entire square, making all the players look over. After seeing that it was Lucheng, their eyes lit up one by one. The news of Lucheng selling green equipment in the square had already spread. Now there were more people in the square than before, all planning to try their luck here. They didn't expect to actually run into Lucheng. The players crowded around, surrounding Lucheng in the center. Foster father, are you selling equipment? Lucheng nodded. Yes, selling equipment. Line up, one by one. Immediately, the players who intended to buy started lining up. Lucheng, as before, took out 10 pieces of green equipment and began selling them. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying looked on in pain as others bought the equipment one by one, feeling heartbroken. Wah! My equipment! Foster father is so mean. She was about to cry. Soon, all the green equipment was sold out. Lucheng glanced at Lin Yingying, who looked lost and desolate on the side, and said with a smile, How about that? Next time, instead of squatting, just buy the equipment directly, then you'll get it, right? Lin Yingying snapped out of it, hands on her hips, and retorted, Impossible. Lin Yingying, keep my word, I must add foster father as a friend. I am the destined daughter. Lucheng was speechless. Where did the destined part come from? Lin Yingying gleefully said, I declared it myself. Lucheng, you really have a thick skin, Miss Lin Yingying. Hee, I'm not that outstanding. Lin Yingying's expression became even more joyful. Lucheng? His mouth twitched. I wasn't praising you. Lin Yingying didn't listen, she just had thick skin. Just then, Lucheng and Wang Bing walked over. Foster father, you're here so soon. Wang Bing waved and jogged over. Lucheng nodded with a smile. I used a teleport scroll, they sell them in the village. Awesome, I know that thing, it's expensive. Like tens of silver, right? I couldn't bear to buy it. Wang Bing pouted. Lucheng also nodded. Indeed, it's quite expensive. Can buy a piece of green equipment. If it were in reality, Tens of silver would only be equivalent to a few $1,000s, and to save a few minutes, Lu Chang would definitely spend it without hesitation. But this was in the game. Although the trading platform could trade gold coins, the coins were limited and only available through player sales. It's not about having money, but being able to buy. Even for Lu Chang, he had to be frugal. Spending tens of silver to save 20 minutes, in Lu Chang's opinion, was not worth it. At this moment, Wang Bing saw the demure Lin Yingying next to him and showed a hint of surprise. Oh my god, foster father, is this the foster mother? The foster mother is really pretty. Lu Chang noticed Lin Yingying next to Lu Chen at this time. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, has his good son-in-law found another woman? Would he, as the old father-in-law, be laid off soon? Darling daughter, you've been poached. Lu Chang felt heavy-hearted as he looked at Lin Yingying. It had to be said that even Lu Chang thought this girl was pretty, just a tad less than his two precious daughters. Especially her obedient and sensible appearance. Lu Chang felt that Lu Chen must like her. This made Lu Chang even more disheartened. He had just started to be a matchmaker for his precious daughter, and now he was being cut off so soon? Lu Chang couldn't force a smile. Lu Chen heard Wang Bing's words and said helplessly, Brother Wang, don't joke around, I'm not familiar with her. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. The dim sky suddenly seemed bright to him. Unfamiliar? That's good. However, Lin Yingying's words made Lu Chang's heart sink again. Adoptive father, I am your destined adoptive daughter. Wang Bing. Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen in shock, never expecting his adoptive father to be so good-looking and yet so playful. He thought of Jiang Su and his own team. He didn't expect the beauty plan to fail on the second day. However, Wang Bing suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Chang beside him, feeling happy. Would this old man still dare to call himself the old father-in-law in the future? Didn't expect that, ha ha ha. Both of your daughters haven't even started yet, and they've already been taken away. Wang Bing wanted to jump for joy. Lu Chen glared at Lin Yingying, you won't have a share of the next equipment. Lin Yingying? She looked incredulous, so soon? So soon? The surprising point is this? Did this guy already think he wouldn't have a chance next time? Lu Chen was also shocked, not expecting this guy to have a clear understanding of his position. Lin Yingying looked defiant, even so, I am still the destined adoptive daughter. The green equipment won't make me yield. Lu Chen, do I need to say you have high integrity and principles? Lin Yingying smirked proudly, hee, if you say so, then it's fine. Lu Chen. Lu Chang, who had seen too many people, looked at Lin Yingying and Lu Chen, feeling that something was off between the two. His originally gloomy heart gradually saw some sunlight. This girl, seems like she's not Lu Chen's girlfriend? Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt a sense of crisis. With his appearance and strength as a good son-in-law, he was attracting too many young girls. This could be dangerous. However, both of his daughters were not in Silver Moon Village at the moment, so he couldn't facilitate more communication between them and Lu Chen. This made Lu Chang a bit frustrated. After some thought, Lu Chang sent a message in the family chat group. My dear daughters, your man is about to be stolen. There were quick responses in the chat room. Lu Yuqing, what? Which vixen dares to steal my sister's man? I'll tear her apart. Lu Yuqing? Lu Yuqing, are you trying to die? Lu Yuqing, sis, it's not the time for internal conflicts now. Our brother-in-law is about to be stolen. Lu Yuqing, it's brother-in-law indeed. Dad, does Lu Chen have a girlfriend? On the other side, Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuqing were looking at the chat room. Although they hadn't met Lu Chen, because Lu Chang occasionally praised him to them and Lu Chen's exaggerated behavior, they were both curious about him. They had already planned to listen to Lu Chang and meet Lu Chen as friends after leaving the newbie village. But unexpectedly, they heard such news today. The two looked at each other, as twin sisters, they both sensed each other's unhappiness. Lu Yuqing, sis, you said you had no feelings for Lu Chen? I can see you're not happy. Lu Yuqing smiled slightly, because Lu Chen is my brother-in-law, of course, I don't want him to be stolen. Lu Yuqing pouted at Lu Yuqing, woman, your name should be saying one thing and meaning another. Lu Yuqing? A question mark slowly appeared in her mind. Where did you learn these messy words? Hee, I heard it in a drama before. Lu Yuqing said, sis, let's not argue about this, let's listen to the old man. Lu Yuqing nodded. The two looked at the chat group. However, Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuqing were dumbfounded when Lu Chang didn't say anything next. Lu Yuqing widened her eyes. What does the old man mean by this? Is he teasing us? Lu Yuqing thought for a moment, maybe he's busy? Indeed, Lu Chang was busy. Lu Chen was already fed up with Lin Yingying's thick-skinned attitude. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this aggressive woman and instead traded directly with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. The skill book Cold Wind Impact was traded for 600 gold coins, while the formula was traded for 1,400 gold coins plus a 10% profit. Not to mention profit sharing, just the coins from the trade amounted to 2,000 gold coins. That's a whopping 20 million in total. With yesterday's earnings added in, it was only the second day of the game and Lu Chen had already earned over 20 million. The speed at which he was making money made Lu Chen feel like he was dreaming. However, Lu Chen understood that the main reason he could earn this much money was because of his innate talent. The drop rate for green equipment was so low that most people would be ecstatic to get even one piece after killing hundreds or even thousands of elite monsters. But for Lu Chen, it was a guarantee. As for bosses, Lu Chen was able to solo them in a way that ordinary players could hardly imagine, thanks to the strength he had accumulated bit by bit. The items dropped by bosses also had extremely low drop rates and were therefore very valuable. Although it seemed like Lu Chen had earned over 20 million in just one day, which was almost like a fairy tale, in reality, it made perfect sense. Lu Chen was feeling very pleased now. With this money, he could pay off the debts his parents owed. After that, his mother would be able to relax. In addition to the 2 blue equipment pieces, Lu Chen also traded the remaining green equipment to Lu Chang and Wang Bing, earning him several tens of gold coins. However, having just earned 2,000 gold coins, Lu Chen was now unfazed by the sight of just a few tens of gold coins. Lu Chang and Wang Bing hurriedly bid farewell to Lu Chen as they needed to deal with the skill books and formulas they had acquired. Lu Chen watched them leave with a smile on his face. Ever since his parents' company went bankrupt, the huge burden that had been weighing on Lu Chen's heart had finally been lifted. Lin Yingying, who was nearby, saw Lu Chen's relaxed smile and blinked. "Godfather, you seem very happy, huh?" Lu Chen was taken aback and looked at Lin Yingying. "You haven't left yet?" Due to his good mood, Lu Chen didn't find Lin Yingying's presence as annoying as before. Lin Yingying crossed her arms and smirked. "Of course, I'm waiting for Godfather to add me as a friend." Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "Fine, your presence is still giving me a headache." Lin Yingying raised her thumb at Lu Chen. "You truly are my godfather. You're even smarter than me. Oh, get lost. I'm going to grind monsters." Lu Chen summoned his enchanted wild wolf and rode off. "Oh." Lin Yingying lowered her head in disappointment. She dragged her feet and slowly squatted down on the side. "Then I'll wait for Godfather to come next time." Lu Chen sighed, seeing Lin Yingying's pitiful look, feeling a bit soft-hearted. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. "All right, I'll add you as a friend." Lin Yingying looked up, staring with innocent big eyes, pitifully looking at Lu Chen. "Godfather, really? You're not lying to me?" Lu Chen was speechless. "What do I have to lie to you about?" Lin Yingying thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "Beauty? Lu Chen? I guess not. Forget about adding me." "Godfather, I'm sorry. I almost coveted your beauty." Lu Chen deadpanned. "Stop coveting. I'm the man you can't have." In the end, Lu Chen decided to add Lin Yingying. As soon as he added her, Lin Yingying happily jumped up. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am the destined goddaughter." Seeing Lin Yingying's happy expression, Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't she just sad a moment ago? He fell silent for a moment. "Were you pretending just now?" Lin Yingying was taken aback, her eyes widening. She was too pleased too quickly. She exclaimed, "No, I was really sad just now, but after adding my adoptive father's contact information, my sadness disappeared immediately." Lu Chen scrutinized Lin Yingying suspiciously, unsure if she was telling the truth. But given the shameless nature of this guy, it was highly likely that he was just acting a moment ago. It didn't matter, he was happy today anyway, so he added it. "I'm going to level up." Lu Chen didn't say much more, waving his hand. "Goodbye, adoptive father. Adoptive father is invincible. Adoptive father is awesome." Lin Yingying started flattering him, waving at Lu Chen repeatedly. Next, Lu Chen continued to grind monsters at the little demon camp. Since the little demons wouldn't respawn, Lu Chen had fewer troubles. He had now ventured deep into the central area of the little demon camp. In this area, fortresses were everywhere, all surrounding the core castle. Lu Chen figured that the biggest boss of the little demon camp should be inside the castle. In this area, the number of little demons had also increased significantly. Originally, little demons came in groups of 3, but here, they were in groups of 7. Each group consisted of a little demon warrior, a little demon archer, a little demon assassin, a little demon mage, and a little demon shaman. It could be said that this was a versatile team composed entirely of elite monsters. The coordination of this team was incomparable to the previous groups of 3 little demons. The little demon shaman even had a healing skill, making the fight more troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Chen's strength was far beyond what it was when he first entered the little demon camp. Even facing 7 elite little demons at once, Lu Chen could still defeat them easily. As he killed the little demons along the way, Lu Chen quickly reached level 7. His attributes increased once again, granting him 2 free attribute points, which he allocated all to stamina. As a player, he felt his health was too low, and he was a bit afraid of being one-shot by the final boss. During this time, Lu Chen killed over 300 little demons, obtaining a large number of high-quality healing potions, various scrolls, and green equipment. There was even a rare blue quality item in the drop list of the little demons. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen a blue item in the drop list of elite monsters. He had already defeated nearly 1,000 elite little demons, indicating how low the probability was. This blue quality rare equipment happened to be something Lu Chen could use now. It was a very rare ring. Each player could equip 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 accessories. Lu Chen had only seen 1 ring in the drop list of ice hands before, and nothing else. Unexpectedly, he encountered one on a small monster, and it was blue. Little Demon's Bone Ring, rare strength +6, stamina +6, required level 7, drop rate 0.0000022%. A rare ring that added a total of 12 attributes, almost equivalent to leveling up twice for a player. It was almost catching up to Lu Chen's legendary greatsword, albeit without the special effects of legendary equipment. Nevertheless, it was already very powerful. Lu Chen naturally chose to equip it, and he had already put it on. In addition to the equipment, Lu Chen obtained 22 minor attribute stones and 4 minor skill stones. Lu Chen had already used all the attribute stones, effectively gaining 22 attributes. Coupled with his battle-intense skill, which could boost his combat state by 50%, it was another 11 points of attributes. In total, Lu Chen had gained 33 points of attributes out of thin air. Very satisfying. Players below level 10, even with equipment, probably had few who could compare to his base attributes. As for the skill stones, Lu Chen had also used them all. Lu Chen originally planned to focus all his upgrades on sweep, but after reaching level 4, he had to use low-level skill stones to upgrade it. With no other choice, Lu Chen allocated the remaining upgrades to heavy strike, also raising it to level 4. Now, Lu Chen's skill damage has significantly increased compared to before. This is a substantial boost in combat power. After hours of grinding monsters, Lu Chen finally arrived at the final castle. He glanced at the massive structure, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The castle had 3 levels. The first level was a grand hall with 2 staircases leading to the second level. In the center of the hall were 5 small demons, with the one in the middle being the tallest at about 1.7 meters, clad in black armor and carrying a black battle axe on his back. Flanking this demon were 4 demon shamans. Lu Chen used his detection skill. Ancient Good, Boss, Level 7 Health, 6000 Attack, 95 Description, Captain of the Demon Camp Guards. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The castle had 3 levels, yet there was already a boss on the first level. Could it be that all 3 levels have bosses? The thought excited Lu Chen as bosses represented valuable equipment, items, strength, and wealth. Lu Chen checked Ancient GE's drop list. The first item was a black and blue battle axe. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's current weapon was much stronger than rare-grade weapons. If he didn't have the flame greatsword, he would have chosen it. The second item was a low-level skill stone, a must-have. The rest included low-level attribute stones, rare equipment, rare-level healing potions, and other items. The rare equipment caught Lu Chen's attention. Small Demon Masterwork Breastplate, Rare Chainmail, Defense plus 177, Strength plus 6, Stamina plus 6, Required level 7 Small Demon Set, 2/4 reduced damage taken by 8 points Small Demon Set, 4/4 increased damage drop rate by 12% drop rate, 0.087%, a Rare Chainmail Set, an upgraded version of the Small Demon Set. Besides his current greatsword, Lu Chen had a rare ring, with the rest being green-grade equipment. Previously, Jining and Ice Hand also had suitable rare equipment for him, but other items were more valuable. Lu Chen had to choose the more valuable ones. However, what about Ancient Go? Was he considered poor? He didn't have any particularly precious recipe diagrams or skill books, but he did have the perfect chainmail set for Lu Chen. Lu Chen was pleased with this and directly chose 2 pieces of the Small Demon Masterwork set, including the breastplate and a pair of leggings. There were other chainmail pieces in the drop list, but Lu Chen could only choose 3. The low-level skill stone was a must, so he could only choose 2. However, these 2 pieces could complete one set effect, which was already good enough. Lu Chen was satisfied. Afterwards, Lu Chen selected the drops from the small demon shamans and charged forward. Compared to Ice Hand, Ancient Go was easier to deal with. After all, Ancient Go was a melee combatant. Although Ancient GE's defense was much stronger than Ice Hand's, Lu Chen could only deal about 60 points of damage with each hit. Additionally, Ancient Ge's attack was not low, and his health was 2,000 points higher than Ice Hand's. However, a weakness scroll from Lu Chen made dealing with Ancient Ge as easy as walking a dog. The only trouble was the 4 shamans healing him. But this minor inconvenience was no match for Lu Chen. Lu Chen distanced himself from Ancient Ge and went to kill the small demon shamans first. Although the 4 shamans healing together was formidable, Lu Chen, wielding the flame greatsword, was even more formidable. Even with all 4 shamans healing, they couldn't keep up. After Lu Chen eliminated all 4 small demon shamans, the enraged Ancient Ge was left vulnerable and was swiftly defeated. Lu Chen was killed by the weakness scroll kite. During the battle, Gyuj also had a skill called Whirlwind Slash, but because the speed was too slow, he couldn't catch up with Lu Chen at all. Whirlwind Slash was lonely and laughed. As Lu Chen's final sweep fell, after a scream from Gyuj, he fell heavily to the ground. 3 blue light clusters floated above his body. The entire boss battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and Lu Chen didn't even break a sweat. After picking up the items, Lu Chen directly equipped them. His attributes immediately increased significantly. Moreover, the set effect reduced the damage received by 8 points, making elite monsters hardly lose any health. As for the skill stones, Lu Chen naturally used them on battle intent, raising it to level 6. The amplification brought by level 6 battle intent was not unexpected for Lu Chen. 60%. Another significant increase. Lu Chen felt delighted. After tidying up, Lu Chen walked along the side stairs to the 2nd floor. At the end of the stairs was a corridor. There were rooms on both sides of the corridor, and at the end was a black iron gate. Lu Chen walked along the corridor and found 6 or 7 small demons in each room. Lu Chen, of course, didn't let them go and rushed to fight. Lu Chen found that the level 7 small elite demons could only cause a maximum of 2 points of damage to him now. Many times, they couldn't even break through his defense. This was the charm of the high-quality set. Of course, Lu Chen's own high attributes and the amplification of battle intent played a crucial role. Other players didn't have Lu Chen's strong attributes. Even with the same equipment, they couldn't prevent elite monsters from breaking through their defense. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, wondering if the next boss had the same masterwork lock armor. If he could complete the effects of another set, reducing damage by 12%, he would truly be invincible. After clearing the rooms on both sides, Lu Chen finally arrived at the black iron gate at the end of the corridor. Lu Chen placed his hand on the black iron gate, then quickly withdrew it. The alert range of monsters in the Cosmic Online game was different from normal games. In a normal game, the monster's alert range was very close. Even if there was a powerful boss behind this black iron gate, if he pushed it open, the boss probably wouldn't even look at him. But in the Cosmic game, if he pushed open the gate, it would definitely attract attention. This meant that a battle would start directly. And Lu Chen didn't know what kind of monster was inside yet. He had to be prepared. Lu Chen first used strength and endurance scrolls to restore his health to full before taking a deep breath and pushing open the gate. The sound of the black iron gate opening echoed. Lu Chen saw the situation inside the room. It was a room of about 100 square meters, with many animal skulls hanging on the walls as decorations. At the end of the room was a wooden table with many documents made of parchment on it. Behind the wooden table, a small demon was staring at Lu Chen. He held a longbow in his hand, and the arrow was already nocked. Swish! The longbow whistled, carrying a piercing sound, and shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't have time to dodge and was shot in the chest by an arrow. -81. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw the damage. Could he accept it? Since it was a ranged profession, without much thought, he naturally took cover. Lu Chen directly hid behind the still partially open black iron gate. This was a ready-made cover. Then Lu Chen heard footsteps. As the footsteps approached, Lu Chen's mouth curved up with a slight smile, and he rushed out with normal attacks, heavy strikes, and sweeps. Just as Lu Chen was about to continue taking cover, he found that the small demon was wielding 2 short swords and slashing at him. -34. -32. Lu Chen? He widened his eyes, looking stunned. Both ranged and melee attacks? Lu Chen was a bit confused for a moment. He had previously dealt with 3 leaders, either in close combat, kiting through healing, or at range, killing by obstructing vision. Now facing both ranged and melee opponents, how should he fight? Lu Chen didn't have time to think much, so he quickly used a weakening scroll to slow down his opponent. While dodging attacks, he cast a scouting spell. Akelin, leader, level, 7 health, 5000 attack, 95 introduction, the deputy commander of the small demon camp, also the scout captain. This guy's attack strength is the same as the previous Gugo. Fortunately, he had just obtained 2 pieces of the small demon fine set. Otherwise, the attack damage would probably be even higher. But even so, Lu Chen was still under immense pressure. He could use an excellent quality healing potion every 30 seconds, restoring 120 points each time. In addition, a basic regeneration every 30 seconds restores 180 health points. In total, Lu Chen could restore 300 health points every 30 seconds. However, if Lu Chen couldn't dodge Akelin's attacks, the damage received far exceeded 300 points, making it impossible to recover. The only thing Lu Chen could do now was to block or dodge some of Akelin's attacks. This way, he could hold on a little longer. Previously, Lu Chen relied on his own attributes and equipment to withstand attacks, along with exploiting weaknesses, to defeat the leaders. Now, he could only rely on his own strength. He took a deep breath, became very focused, prioritizing dodging Akelin's attacks over counterattacking. Fortunately, Akelin was slowed down, so although his attack speed wasn't reduced, it still affected his offensive capabilities. This gave Lu Chen a better chance to evade and resist. However, if Lu Chen moved further away, Akelin would put away his sword and switch to a longbow for ranged attacks. This meant Lu Chen could only dodge at close range. Akelin's attributes were obviously higher, and his movements were extremely fast. Even though Lu Chen was trying his best to dodge, he still couldn't avoid all the attacks. Watching his health slowly decrease, Lu Chen felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Was this where his journey ended? As he scanned the surroundings, looking for a breakthrough, Lu Chen suddenly had a bold idea as his gaze swept across the rooms in the corridor. While fending off Akelin's attacks, he moved towards the room on the left. When both he and Akelin entered the room, Lu Chen suddenly rushed out and headed towards the small room on the far right. The corridor wasn't long, and Lu Chen quickly reached the room's entrance. He saw Akelin had already stepped out of the room. Drawing his longbow, Akelin shot an arrow at Lu Chen. Dodging to the side, Lu Chen entered the room, and the arrow whizzed past, embedding itself in the wall, the arrowhead still vibrating. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a few seconds to catch his breath. During this time, Lu Chen could use basic regeneration to restore health and wait for the cooldown of the apprentice healing potion. He glanced outside the door and saw Akelin approaching. However, due to the slowing effect of the weakening scroll, Akelin was much slower than Lu Chen. 3 seconds. It took about 3 seconds to run from the innermost room to here. In these 3 seconds, Lu Chen could recover 18 health points, and the cooldown of the healing potion would also be over. Wait! Lu Chen suddenly realized his mistake. There were a total of 12 rooms in this corridor. If Lu Chen had already found another room to hide in before Akelin left the room, would Akelin have to search room by room to find him? As long as he couldn't find Lu Chen would have time to recover. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He already knew how to defeat this leader. Just then, Akelin burst into the room, his expression angry. "You little mouse, the game is over." Because the small room was not spacious, Akelin could not use his bow and arrow, only wielding his dual swords as he charged forward. Lu Chen retaliated with a basic attack, heavy strike, and sweep combo. -101, -149, -201. The 3 attacks dealt a total of 450 damage. With Akelin's health, it would only take 13 more hits to defeat him. However, the sweep had a cooldown of 10 seconds, so it would take a bit longer. Even so, considering the total time, it would be at most 2 minutes. As long as Lu Chen held on for that time, victory would be his. After the attack, Lu Chen dodged once again. Leading Akelin deeper into the room, Lu Chen suddenly sprinted towards the room's exit. This time, Lu Chen didn't aim for distance but ran out to the third room and entered one of its side rooms. Before entering, Lu Chen glanced at the doorway where Akelin was, realizing he hadn't emerged yet. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, Akelin's angry voice echoed, "Little mouse, where are you?" Then Lu Chen heard Akelin's footsteps entering each room one by one. He smirked, checked his health, which was slowly recovering. During this time, he had been using attribute stones, many of which were endurance stones. Lu Chen's base endurance had reached 26 points, combined with equipment bonuses, his attributes totaled 53 points. With a 60% boost from his fighting spirit, Lu Chen's health had surpassed 800. In the previous battle, he had used up most of his health, now left with over 300. He planned to take it slow to avoid Akelin using his skills too quickly. If Akelin's skills were extremely powerful, this amount of health wouldn't be enough. After about 10 seconds, Lu Chen saw Akelin reach the doorway of the room he was in, spotting Lu Chen hiding behind the door. Akelin smirked, "Hee little mouse, I found you." Swinging his long sword, Akelin charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly used a shield scroll on himself, followed by a normal attack and heavy strike. Then, Lu Chen dashed out of the room, continuing the game of hide and seek. Soon, Lu Chen heard Akelin's frustrated roar. Once he found a solution, the following events became simpler. Lu Chen's heavy heart lightened. He suddenly remembered he hadn't yet selected his dropped items. So, when Akelin found him again, Lu Chen displayed his drop list. His face fell. This guy was truly poor. The best item was only a basic skill stone, followed by fine equipment and items, including a longbow, short sword, and a small demon artisan set. However, the artisan set was leather armor, which made Lu Chen uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Chen found a ring. Malicious ring, fine endurance +6, attacks have a chance to poison the target, dealing 30 poison damage. Required level, 7 drop rate, 0.085%. This ring that boosted endurance and damage was very useful to him. After some thought, Lu Chen ultimately chose a fine-grade longbow, along with the basic skill stone and the malicious ring. Once his selection was made, Lu Chen continued the game of hide and seek with Akelin. Due to the shield he had equipped, his health was slowly recovering. In contrast, Akelin's health was rapidly declining. When Akelin's health was only half, he finally used a skill. A green light appeared on his dual swords as he struck Lu Chen, causing him to be poisoned. The poison was potent, draining 30 health points per second for 10 seconds, totaling 300 health points. Luckily, Lu Chen's health was high enough to withstand it. When Akelin's health dropped to the last 500 points, he went completely berserk, greatly increasing his attack speed. Just 1 second, 6 hits were made, scaring Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not confront him head-on, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such attacks at all. He just needed to continue playing hide and seek. Finally, as a normal attack landed, Lu Chen killed Akelin. Lu Chen breathed out a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. At first, he thought he was going to die. Luckily, the environment here was more suitable for fighting this boss, otherwise he really felt he might not be able to win. After picking up the items, Lu Chen equipped the venomous ring, giving him 2 rings. Then he used the basic skill stone to increase his fighting spirit level. With a fighting spirit level of 7, his attributes were boosted by 70%. With the additional equipment, Lu Chen's health points exceeded 900. Breaking 1,000 should not take long. He was only at level 7, yet his health points were about to exceed 1,000. Was this still fair for others to play? Not balanced at all. Oh, was he the one who was unbalanced? That's fine then. Lu Chen planned to sell the last fine longbow he obtained and kept it for now. After resting for a while, Lu Chen entered Akelin's room. He found a pathway to the upper floor behind the wooden table. As he walked past the table, Lu Chen curiously glanced at a piece of parchment. This glance widened his eyes. These parchments contained detailed information about Silver Moon Village. Lu Chen walked over and picked up the parchments one by one. They included maps of the area near Silver Moon Village and information about the distribution of monsters around. Lu Chen frowned. He remembered what the old village chief said when he first accepted this mission. The old village chief said that the little demons were planning to destroy Silver Moon Village. Initially, Lu Chen didn't take it seriously, but now, seeing this detailed information about Silver Moon Village, he felt a sense of urgency. The little demon camp knew so much about Silver Moon Village. If they really launched an attack, they might actually succeed. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to keep these parchments. Although he didn't know if there were backups, he couldn't leave these in the hands of the little demons. Lu Chen looked around the room to see if there were any new useful items. Soon, his eyes lit up. He actually saw a wooden chest in the corner. Chests were not common in the game, and so far, Lu Chen had only encountered 2. This chest looked more luxurious than the previous one he found. Lu Chen checked the drop rate list and found that the highest level item inside was of fine quality. He was instantly delighted. There were many items inside, but Lu Chen could only choose 3. In the end, Lu Chen chose a basic skill stone and a pair of lock armor boots. Demon iron shoes, fine strength +5, stamina +6, required level 7, drop rate 0.003%. Lastly, there was a little demon master robe that he couldn't use. These 3 items were the most valuable. Lu Chen directly put on the demon iron shoes and planned to use the skill stone on his fighting spirit. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that after raising his fighting spirit to level 7, he needed a higher level skill stone to continue improving. Lu Chen had no choice but to use the basic skill stone on basic regeneration, raising it to level 7, restoring 7 health points per second. It was still good, being able to restore 210 health points in 30 seconds, much stronger than the excellent quality apprentice healing potion. After tidying up, Lu Chen stepped towards the upper floor. When he reached the stairs, Lu Chen peeked and saw that the 3rd floor was a huge room. The room was somewhat dim, with a fire burning in the center, casting flickering shadows. At the far end of the room, there was a burly figure in black armor sitting on a stone chair. Obviously, this should be the final boss. Lu Chen quietly cast a detection spell over Maglin, high-ranking leader, level 7 health, 10,000 attack, 130 introduction, the commander of the imp camp, responsible for gathering information about Silver Moon Village for the imp nest. Hiss. Lu Chen took a deep breath, almost sucking the air around him dry. 10,000 health points, 130 attack. What kind of a mortal is this? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. This guy is way stronger than the previous leaders. And this guy's rank is not a leader, but a high-ranking leader. This should be stronger than a leader, but still not surpassing the monster level of a leader? Lu Chen felt a bit weak in his heart. He didn't know if he could beat this thing, but looking at Maglin wearing full-body armor, with a large sword by his side, he should be a melee class, right? He looked at his 995 health points, plus high armor, pondered, maybe there's hope? You have to try, even if you die, it's only an hour. One word, do it. Lu Chen refreshed his endurance and strength scrolls, then opened Maglin's drop list. The purple glow at the top almost blinded Lu Chen. It's a legendary equipment. Bloodthirsty necklace, legendary, strength plus 12, endurance plus 8, 10% physical lifesteal, required level, 7 drop rate, 0.0000012%. Okay, Lu Chen almost couldn't hold back and jumped up. It's a lifesteal equipment. With Lu Chen's strong attack, if he has this equipment, he can almost stand and fight against some weaker leaders. And this equipment also adds a full 20 points of attributes, plus his battle intent amplification, it's 34 points. You can imagine how much this equipment boosts Lu Chen. Truly a legendary equipment. Lu Chen's heart was pounding, his eyes almost red. He must get this equipment. Lu Chen looked at the list below again. Soon, Lu Chen got excited again. Greatsword proficiency, level 1, after learning, you can more proficiently use a greatsword. And when using a greatsword as a weapon, the damage dealt increases by 10%, learning requirement, warrior class, a skill, and it's very suitable for him. Without hesitation, he must choose this one too. The third one is a letter. Maglin's letter. This is the letter Maglin received, containing news of the imps attacking Silver Moon Village. Drop rate, 34%. The drop rate of this thing is quite high. However, Lu Chen still plans to choose this item. This seems to involve a mission, it would be absurd not to choose it. After selecting the drop, Lu Chen confirmed his own status again. Once he made sure everything was fine, Lu Chen rushed into the room. Maglin, who was dozing off on a stone chair, heard the commotion and woke up. He saw Lu Chen charging at him with a large sword, instantly furious. Intruder! How did you get here? Where are my loyal subordinates? Hearing this, Lu Chen revealed a smirk, like an evil villain. Your subordinates are already dead. I'll send you to meet them soon. Maglin's face turned even angrier. You're seeking death. He picked up the large sword leaning on the chair and charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen was about to charge forward when he saw flames burning on Maglin's sword. He seemed to be holding a ball of fire. Lu Chen's eyes widened. What skill is this? Fortunately, this skill should not be ranged, and Maglin still charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen handed out a scroll of weakness. Ding, target rank too high, scroll duration reduced to 20 seconds, movement speed reduction effect reduced to 30%. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was stunned, his face slightly changed. It seems that the rank of the high-ranking leader is about to exceed the range of the weakness scroll's effect. Lu Chen felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, it hasn't completely exceeded. He had always relied on the weakness scroll to kill the boss monster. If it fails now, he won't be able to fight Maglin at all, just waiting to die. Although the effect is slightly worse now, it's not impossible to fight. Lu Chen could feel that Maglin's speed had slowed significantly after being weakened. This speed couldn't catch up with Lu Chen at all. Lu Chen stepped forward, struck heavily, and performed a basic attack followed by a sweep combo. -72, -47, -99. Seeing this damage, Lu Chen felt a bit of toothache. Truly a high-level boss, and also a warrior class wearing plate armor. Isn't this too tanky? His combo had never dealt such low damage before. At this moment, Maglin was already swinging a flaming greatsword towards Lu Chen. Flames danced in the air, the speed was extremely fast, leaving a trail of brilliant flames. Lu Chen only felt a flash of red light. He didn't even have time to react before feeling intense pain all over his body. -180, -120. Two high damage numbers floated above Lu Chen's head, making his scalp tingle. One was physical damage from the greatsword, and the other was burning damage from the flames. Combined, 1/3 of Lu Chen's health was gone in an instant. Can this match up to the damage from other boss skills? Is this too outrageous? Lu Chen quickly realized that the flaming effect on the greatsword was probably a skill. However, this might be a continuous skill. Does this mean that every attack from Maglan is skill damage? Who can withstand this? Lu Chen was terrified but didn't stop moving, quickly retreating. Maglan's attack speed was extremely fast, even wielding a heavy weapon like a greatsword. The second strike was already coming towards Lu Chen. The flames grazed Lu Chen's nose, and he could feel the burning sensation. -30. Damn! Lu Chen took a deep breath and quickly used a healing potion. Then, relying on the level 7 basic regeneration, he began to recover health. 20 seconds later, Lu Chen used the weakness scroll again to prevent the effect from disappearing. At this point, Lu Chen hadn't launched a second attack yet. After about 30 seconds, Lu Chen's health had recovered, and he went in for another combo. After the combo, Lu Chen immediately retreated. Even so, he still suffered an attack, receiving around 300 damage. Lu Chen roughly calculated. He attacked once every 30 seconds, dealing around 220 damage. It would take close to 50 attacks to kill Maglan. This meant he needed to consume 75 scrolls. Lu Chen glanced at his backpack, feeling somewhat relieved. He was someone who liked to be prepared in advance. On his way to the castle earlier, Lu Chen had encountered various scrolls and collected some, especially weakness scrolls, of which he still had over 100. Shield scrolls were also useful. They could be life-saving in critical moments, and Lu Chen had collected over 50 of them. There were about 20 strength scrolls and endurance scrolls left. With these scrolls, he had enough for a prolonged battle. Moreover, because he had some shield scrolls that could block 100 damage, Lu Chen would actually need fewer weakness scrolls. It was a pity that the shield scrolls could only be used once a minute. If it were half a minute, that would be even better. Lu Chen felt some regret, but for the next attack, he decisively used a shield scroll to withstand 100 damage. This would allow Lu Chen to kill Maglan faster. It was a battle of endurance. When Lu Chen calculated earlier, he didn't account for critical damage, nor did he factor in the fire damage effect from the flaming greatsword and the poison damage effect from the wicked ring. In actual combat, Lu Chen found that Maglan's health was dropping faster than he had anticipated. 7 minutes later, Lu Chen had reduced Maglan's health to about half. Just then, Maglan raised his head and roared, "Cowards, why don't you dare to face me directly?" He stomped on the ground, and the whole room shook. A violent wave of energy emanated from Maglan, crashing heavily onto Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt intense pain all over his body, as if he had been hit by a truck. His body flew backward and crashed into the wall. -799. Lu Chen looked at the damage above his head, his heart trembling. What kind of damage was this? Without much thought, he endured the pain, got up, and ran because Maglan was already charging towards him. His movement speed had unexpectedly recovered. The skill from earlier could even remove negative effects. Lu Chen quickly used a weakening scroll on Maglan and barely escaped his attack range. He was sweating cold all over. His health had just been over 100, and if Maglan touched him, he would be done for. Fortunately, he managed to escape. Lu Chen didn't rush to attack next. He used basic regeneration and healing potions, taking over a minute to fully restore his health. Once his health was full, Lu Chen resumed his attacks methodically. This time, to prevent being instantly killed, he didn't even use a shield scroll, preferring to waste some time. Before each attack, he made sure his health was full. Luckily, the battle proceeded without any further use of the previous skill by Maglan. When Maglan's health dropped to just 1,000, his face turned fierce. "Flames, protect me!" He raised his hands, and the central fire pit in the room blazed as if it had a mind of its own. The flames surged towards Maglan, enveloping him like a fiery armor. Lu Chen widened his eyes at the sight. Damn, why wasn't that his skill? However, this skill didn't seem to be an attack skill, which eased Lu Chen's mind. He was most afraid of Maglan's final skill. If it was too exaggerated, he might be killed instantly. Now he felt relieved. Lu Chen continued his attacks, soon realizing the effect of this skill. When attacking Maglan, besides receiving hits from Maglan's greatsword and burning attacks, the fiery armor also counterattacked him. And each time, it dealt 100 points of damage. This meant Lu Chen would lose 400 health points with each attack. It was terrifying. Lu Chen was stunned. If it were someone else instead of him, could they really defeat this boss? Even at level 10 with better equipment, it might not be possible, right? However, for Lu Chen, although the damage was higher, since there was no burst damage, it only made him spend a bit more time. In the end, Lu Chen emptied Maglan's last bit of health with a sword strike. Ah, damn! Intruder! The Lord will avenge me! Maglan let out a resentful scream, his sturdy body of about 1.8 meters falling heavily to the ground. 3 orbs floated above his corpse. They were the dropped items. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was thrilling. But fortunately, he succeeded in killing that guy. Just then, a majestic voice resounded from the sky. Elemental Star Area announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lucan for the first kill of a high-level boss monster. Reward, 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, find treasure chest *1, plus 50 reputation in Dota City. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and all the newbie villages in the Elemental Star Area fell silent once again. Subsequently, various exclamations erupted from the newbie villages. Discussions about Lucan continued wave after wave. In the Barren Empire, Lionheart Kingdom, Calido Kingdom, Snowfire Kingdom, and others, high-level players in each kingdom stopped their monster hunting. Although not together, the expressions of all high-level players were almost identical. That's unbelievable. Adam and his team had just defeated a level 4 boss with only a few hundred players. They were still celebrating when the system announced that Lucan had killed a high-level boss. Hey, is this Disya person for real? This is too incredible, isn't it? Yeah, with so many of us using swarm tactics to kill a boss, how could he alone defeat a high-level boss? How did he do it? Adam's expression became serious, gripping the staff in his hand, his palm slightly pale. He couldn't understand how Lucan had achieved it. To support him, the entire Barren Empire had almost used all its high-quality resources on him. He already had mostly green equipment on him, plus level suppression, causing damage of just over 30 points to the boss. If he were to fight a boss alone, he couldn't imagine a chance of winning. But that Disya person did it. Even though Adam was very confident, he felt somewhat defeated at this moment. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. The princess's maid beside her asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" Alice smiled slightly. "I'm thinking, after we leave the newbie village, can we cooperate with that Lucan? You are the esteemed princess of the kingdom, of course, you can cooperate with Lucan," the maid said respectfully. Alice chuckled, "I think so too. But tell me, if I want him to become the prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, would he agree?" The maid widened her eyes, looking astonished. "The title of Kingdom Prince is only given to the husband of the princess. Does this mean that the princess wants to marry this Disya person?" The maid found it hard to imagine for a moment. Your Highness? Are you joking?" Alice narrowed her eyes, shaking her head. Times have changed. Although there is no danger now, when the demonic energy invades, the Lionheart Kingdom will surely be in turmoil. As a royal princess, if sacrificing myself can save the Lionheart Kingdom, then I am willing to sacrifice. The maid stammered, but. She didn't know what to say for a moment. And Alice seemed to be explaining to the maid, as well as to herself, softly saying, "The game has only just begun, and Lucan can already kill high-level bosses. You have seen the power of the bosses, and high-level bosses are even stronger. If he can kill them alone, it means his strength is on a completely different level from ours. With him around, the Lionheart Kingdom should be safe." The maid's eyes reddened, "But this will only bring hardship to your highness." Alice smiled, "Although I am the princess, I am also a woman who likes strong men. But you don't even know what that Disya person looks like, or his personality." Alice flicked her golden hair, laughing softly, "I'm just saying, look how nervous you are." "Just kidding." The maid was startled, blinked, and nodded. "Oh, you scared me, your highness." Alice narrowed her eyes, looked at the azure sky, then sighed, "Let's go." "Where is your highness going?" "Of course, to level up and get stronger. If you don't want to rely on others to protect the Lionheart Kingdom, then you can only rely on your own efforts." The maid widened her eyes, clenched her fists. "No matter what, I will always be by your highness's side, even until death." "Delia, your loyalty is beyond doubt." In the newbie village area of Disya, a group of demonized wild wolves were roaring and charging towards Xia Yan. She remained expressionless, waving her staff, and an endless pale white cold wind howled out, hitting the demonized wild wolves. The wolves immediately suffered hundreds of damage, and their speed also slowed significantly. Xia Yan took a few steps back, waiting for the cooldown to end before using the cold wind impact again. After a few rounds, all the enchanted wild wolves howled and fell to the ground. Xia Yan took a deep breath and sat down on a clean rock. Around her were the bodies of the enchanted wild wolves. She looked up at the sky with a complex expression. "It's you again, Lu Chen." The cold wind impact skill in her hand was sold by Lu Chen at a low price. All her equipment was also purchased from Lu Chen at similarly low prices. Not only her, but many players in the Xian Niao army had green equipment obtained from Lu Chen. Thanks to these green equipment, players in the Xian Niao army were more powerful than ordinary players, with higher leveling efficiency, and their levels were among the top. All of this was brought by Lu Chen. "With you here, it is the fortune of Disya." Xia Yan's mood was complicated. She could already foresee that when everyone passed the newbie stage and left the newbie village, all the forces in Yuanqing would probably reach out to Lu Chen. When that time comes, will Lu Chen stay in Disxia? How will they keep him in Disxia? Xiaoyan's thoughts were scattered, like a beautiful statue sitting in the wilderness littered with wolf corpses, forming a wild and bizarre beautiful picture. After the system announcement, Lu Chen's private chat kept ringing. Lu Chen didn't read the messages directly. He first picked up everything and equipped the bloodthirsty necklace. The necklace slot that was originally empty on Lu Chen was now full, and his attributes increased significantly. After that, Lu Chen learned the Great Sword Mastery. After learning it, Lu Chen suddenly felt a large amount of information merging into his mind. There were some techniques for using the Great Sword and a lot of combat experience. This knowledge seemed to be engraved in Lu Chen's genes. Lu Chen was already used to this, he always had this experience when learning skills. To his surprise, when he wielded the Great Sword, he clearly felt more adept at using it. This feeling was not like that of a beginner who had just started fighting with a great sword for less than 2 days, but more like that of an experienced person who had been practicing with a great sword for 1 or 2 years. In the future, the chances of monsters evading and resisting his attacks should also decrease. A smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, the powerful passive skill made Lu Chen feel that his combat ability had improved again. Lastly, there was a letter from Magellan. Lu Chen opened it and found that the words in the letter were all symbols that he couldn't understand at all. He didn't bother thinking too much about it and decided to hand it over to the old village chief when he returned. He should know something about it. After that, Lu Chen sat down to rest and opened the chat to check his private messages. Lu Chen didn't have many friends. Besides Wang Bing and Lu Chang, there were only Li Mu, Jiang Su, and Lin Yingying, who had just added him today. Lu Chen glanced briefly and saw that Li Mu and Jiang Su sent fewer messages, just the usual congratulations. Li Mu had a few more like Mr. Lu is really amazing. And Mr. Lu is handsome and powerful. I wonder who will benefit from it in the future. Lu Chen replied briefly to the two of them and then looked at the messages from the others. Lin Yingying had more messages. Godfather, you are my god. Godfather, what level of monster is a high-ranking leader? Godfather, is a high-ranking leader much stronger than a leader? Godfather, how do you manage to solo kill leaders and high-ranking leaders? Godfather, you are so cool. I admire you so much. I have to ing for you, ing. Godfather, what good things will high-ranking leaders drop? Lu Chen was speechless. This guy was like a Y machine, asking about everything. Lu Chen, stop ing, it gives me a headache. There are quite a few good things. Lu Chen casually sent a bloodthirsty necklace over. Lin Yingying? As soon as Lu Chen sent the message, Lin Yingying sent a series of question marks. Lu Chen didn't pay attention, exited the chat with Lin Yingying, and looked at the chat between Wang Bing and Lu Chang. The conversation between the two was similar, first congratulating Lu Chen, then expressing various forms of envy, and finally asking if Lu Chen had anything good to sell. The last time Lu Chen sold skill books and recipes, both of them remembered it vividly. So, in the chat group of the 3 people, Lu Chen sent out 2 blue equipment that had dropped before. Little Demon Master Longbow, Little Demon Master Robe. As soon as these 2 pieces of equipment were sent out, Lu Chang jumped up. His breathing became a bit rapid. A bowen cloth robe, both of excellent quality. Weren't these just perfect for his 2 precious daughters? If he could get these 2 pieces of equipment, wouldn't his 2 precious daughters be very happy? Maybe they would even pat him on the shoulder happily? Thinking of this, flames ignited in Lu Chang's eyes. He wanted these 2 pieces of equipment. No one could stop him, he thought. Lu Chang, longbow 120 gold, robe 100 gold. On the other side, Wang Bing also felt his breath quicken when he saw these 2 blue equipment. This was the first time they encountered blue equipment that could be bought. The attributes of the equipment made their mouths water. With such equipment, their strength would definitely increase significantly. Moreover, after sending the skill book to the 3rd princess last time, it was clear that the 3rd princess considered him one of her own. If he could send the blue cloth robe this time, the 3rd princess would surely favor him. The longbow was fine, but he had to get his hands on that cloth robe. Wang Bing was about to call out a price when he saw Lu Chang's price. He almost spat out blood. Wang Bing? Lu Dong, are you out of your mind? This is just a level 7 blue equipment, and you're offering 100 gold? Equipment was different from skill books and recipes. It had a time limit. Even if a level 7 blue equipment was stronger than a level 10 green equipment, the difference wouldn't be too much. This equipment could only be used until level 12 or 13. This was Wang Bing's most optimistic estimate. To sell it for 1 million in such a short time? Was Lu Chang crazy? According to Wang Bing's estimate, the cloth robe was worth at most 50 gold. This price was really hard for him to accept. Even if he was willing, he had to consider the cost-effectiveness. After all, the Xian Niao army wasn't just him alone. Buying a blue equipment for 100 gold was not as good as buying hundreds of green equipment to equip many brothers. Lu Chang, normal bidding, take it or leave it, don't make a fuss. Wang Bing's mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't make an offer. The price was too high. Wang Bing, fine. You win. Lu Chang, good son-in-law. When do we trade? Lu Chen, I'm about to return to the city now. If you guys are available, come back now. Lu Chang, okay, I'll be right back. Wang Bing, father-in-law, do you have any other green equipment? Lu Chen, yes, there are dozens of pieces of green equipment. Wang Bing, okay, I'll send Jiang Su over. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, besides these two blue equipment, do you have anything else? Wasn't there a high-level boss drop that you don't need? Lu Chen, bloodthirsty necklace, great sword mastery, I can use them, so I kept them for myself. Lu Chang. Wang Bing. Seeing the purple equipment and excellent level passive skills, both of them fell into silence. Lu Chen grinned. He wanted to see the surprised expressions on their faces, that's why he showed them. Envy or not? Envy was the right response. Lu Chen pretended to be innocent. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Chang, I shouldn't have asked that question. Wang Bing, my heart hurts, damn. How much improvement can these two things bring? I want them too. Wang Bing was also a warrior. At this moment, Wang Bing suddenly felt a shock in his body, thinking of a very serious matter. Before, Old Li had mentioned that the third princess was a mage, and he wondered if he wouldn't be able to use good things in the future. Now he remembered, his adoptive father was a warrior. Could he still use good things? Surely his adoptive father would have used them himself. Damn it! Am I even more miserable than Old Li? Wang Bing's eyes turned red, and he finally understood why Old Li had wanted to cry before. Now he felt like crying too. Li Ming, who was beside him, was startled when he saw Wang Bing's expression. Captain, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're about to cry? Wang Bing turned his head, glared at Li Ming, and said, get lost. Go fight your monsters. Li Ming? He was completely confused. He cared about this kid, and yet he was being so fierce? A player from the Xian Niao army next to them muttered, Vice Captain, I told you, the captain is getting more and more possessed. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Looking at this situation, it does seem like he's been possessed. Lu Chen watched the chat screen and could already imagine the two of them pounding their chests and stamping their feet. He chuckled, feeling satisfied, and exited the chat room. It was then that he noticed Lin Yingying had sent many messages again. Lu Chen opened and read them. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, is it true? Purple equipment? It's actually purple equipment? I've never seen equipment of this level in my life. Adoptive father is so amazing. To see purple equipment, this girl's life is complete. Adoptive father, where have you been? Why are you ignoring your smart, cute, and invincible adoptive daughter? Adoptive father, are you still ignoring me? Shall I whine a bit for you? Whine whine whine. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile at Lin Yingying's messages. Is your life really that cheap, just being complete by seeing purple equipment? Lin Yingying, oh, adoptive father, are you done being busy? Hee, that's purple equipment, you know. So far, ordinary players don't even have green equipment. I don't have any. I was planning to buy green equipment from you, adoptive father, but I didn't get any. Lu Chen, I'm in a good mood now, about to come back, so I'll let you buy one. Lin Yingying? Really? Hooray for adoptive father. Adoptive father is invincible. How can there be such a good adoptive father in the world? Lu Chen realized this guy really had the potential to be a bootlicker. The flattery came out naturally. Lu Chen was also human, and it felt good to hear. Lu Chen, I'll be back soon, you can go to the square first. After sending the message, he stopped looking at the chat. He first allocated all 10 points of the system reward to stamina. Almost being one-shot before had become a psychological shadow for Lu Chen. Currently, his attack was not lacking, but he was afraid of being one-shot. After that, Lu Chen rubbed his hands together. He planned to open the treasure chest given by the system. Lu Chen opened the drop rate list of the treasure chest. As he had expected, the first item was still shining purple. It was another legendary equipment. Lu Chen checked the equipment message and his eyes widened. Song of Life, legendary, accessory, stamina plus 14, immune to fatal damage once, and restores 2000 health when hit by fatal damage, cooldown 24 hours, required level 7. A powerful legendary equipment. Adding 14 points to stamina is self-explanatory, but the most important thing is the special effect. Immunity to a fatal attack once, and it even restores health. 2000 health, now almost equivalent to twice Lu Chen's total health. Ordinary players might only have around 200 to 300 health now. This could allow an ordinary player to recover 10 times. Although the cooldown time was a bit long, it was a great life-saving effect. And this was an accessory. Lu Chen currently didn't have an accessory, so he equipped it without hesitation. Now, with the boost from the battle intent, Lu Chen's health had already exceeded 1300. This was the charm of high-level equipment and skills. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. After finishing everything, Lu Chen took out the scroll to return to the city. After using it, a white light flashed, and Lu Chen returned to the square. "Foster father, you're back." Lu Chen turned his head and saw Lin Yingying standing next to him. Lu Chen was surprised. "You're not still squatting here, are you?" "No, I went to level up, but when I heard foster father was coming back, I hurried back," Lin Yingying said with a smile. Lu Chen realized, "Then you should line up, I'm going to start selling equipment." Lu Chen set up a stall and placed 10 pieces of equipment on it. "Buy green equipment," Lu Chen shouted, and all the players nearby rushed over, their eyes red. Seeing the green equipment on the stall, they all salivated and were somewhat incredulous. "Foster father is amazing. It's only been a few hours, and he has sold green equipment 3 times in the square, 10 pieces each time. Yes, this is just what he sold to us. He must have sold more to the Xin Niao army and Tianyu guild, right? What kind of luck does foster father have? He can get so many green equipment. This may be related to the system announcement foster father just received, right? Bosses, high-level bosses, maybe foster father found a place where elite monsters gather? That's possible. But where is it? Stop thinking about it. Even if there are elite monsters, can you guys defeat them? Last time, my 5-person team fought an elite demonized wild dog, and 3 people died. How many lives do you have?" Hearing this, the players who were curious about where Lu Chen was hunting elite monsters calmed down. Indeed, most players don't even have the ability to fight elite monsters now. I guess only those big shots who have reached level 5 and learned the first professional skill of their class can go fight elite monsters, right? It seems like the Xin Niao army found a wolf valley, and there are many elite monsters inside. So cool, with foster father's equipment, they are leveling up so fast now. Everyone was envious. If they could get as much green equipment as foster father, they could also fight elite monsters. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary players, and there was nothing they could do. While everyone was discussing, Lu Chen had already started selling equipment. The first one naturally was Lin Yingying. She looked at the equipment and said, "Foster father, I want this green staff." Lu Chen glanced at her. "You're a mage?" Lin Yingying nodded repeatedly, "Yes." Lu Chen handed her the green staff. "Weapon equipment is a bit more expensive, 1 gold, do you have the money?" Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying suspiciously. Lin Yingying looked proud, hands on her hips. "Foster father, you underestimate me too much. I'm a big shot in the player management bureau now, and I can even livestream. I'm not short of money." She then leaned in close to Lu Chen. "Do you want this little girl to support you?" Lu Chen was speechless and pushed Lin Yingying's head away. "Don't forget, the equipment you're buying is all sold by me." Lin Yingying was stunned, then realized that Lu Chen seemed to be making more money than her, and she felt a bit dejected. The plan to support foster father failed. After buying, go away. After taking 1 gold from Lin Yingying, Lu Chen sold equipment to others. The players happily paid for the equipment and thanked Lu Chen respectfully. "Foster father, you've worked hard. Thank you for selling us green equipment. My girlfriend will be so jealous when I go back this time." Soon, all 10 pieces of equipment were sold out. Most players didn't get to buy any. They wailed and screamed, wanting Lu Chen to sell more. Lu Chen shrugged. "I only have this much now, maybe I'll increase it later." The main issue was that his backpack was too small, and each piece of equipment took up a slot, so he could only fit so much. He had to have equipment for Wang Bing and Lu Chang, so being able to offer 10 pieces was already the limit. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the other players could only leave disappointed. On the side, Lin Yingying, who had been waiting for Lu Chen, smiled and said, "Adoptive father, you are so kind, clearly you don't need to care about them." Lu Chen packed up the stall and calmly said, "Just bored waiting for someone, looking for something to do." Lin Yingying pursed her lips. This adoptive father, so hypocritical. Clearly, he just wants ordinary people to become stronger, yet he says such things. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Chen, her eyes shining, feeling more and more charming. Lu Chang and Jiang Su had not arrived yet. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yingying beside him. "Aren't you leaving?" "I want to accompany my adoptive father," Lin Yingying said matter-of-factly. How could the adoptive daughter possibly let the adoptive father stay here all alone? Isn't that too pitiful? "Lu Chen, don't talk as if I'm like a lost puppy, okay?" He was speechless, then asked, "By the way, you said you are from the Player Management Bureau?" "Yes. I'm even the Minister of Publicity. I represent them externally." Lin Yingying tilted her head back, looking very pleased, mainly because the adoptive daughter is invincibly cute. They think my live broadcasts will be very effective. Ah, yes, you're amazing, you're cute, Lu Chen casually replied to Lin Yingying. Then he asked again, so, what do you think of the Player Management Bureau? Are there any restrictions on players? Lu Chen, along with Lin Yingying, partly because this guy was indeed clingy, and partly because Lin Yingying was from the Player Management Bureau, he was actually very curious about the current attitude of Disya towards players. Lu Chen was not one to like constraints. Now possessing such powerful talents and a bright future, he certainly would not join the Player Management Bureau, but he also wanted to understand clearly how the official attitude towards players was. This could help Lu Chen plan how he should develop in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yingying was stunned for a moment, then said, restrictions on players by the Player Management Bureau? There aren't many restrictions, just need to register your information, usually just need to have a level, and if the level is high, you can even join the Player Management Bureau, with a high salary, tens of thousands. Nothing else? Lin Yingying thought for a moment, nothing else. Once you register, no one will bother you, you can choose to join the Player Management Bureau or not. Overall, I think it's quite relaxed. I feel His Majesty's attitude towards players should be very friendly. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yingying remembered something. Oh, by the way, if you have talents, the higher-ups will give special treatment. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. How is the special treatment? It's about equipment and such. They will provide them as much as possible, and you can request any resources, higher salary too. I heard there's an uncle with a talent for increasing equipment forging success rate, almost treated like a living Buddha. Whatever he wants, he gets. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. The treatment is indeed good. Lin Yingying chuckled, right? With that, Lin Yingying seemed excited. Actually, the adoptive daughter also has talents. Otherwise, I wouldn't be responsible for such important matters in the Player Management Bureau. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying in surprise. You also have talents? Is it true? Lin Yingying pouted immediately, annoyed. Wow, adoptive father, why are you looking at me like that? My talent is actually very strong. It's just that I can't use it now. Lu Chen thought carefully and felt that this was indeed possible. After all, live streaming for ordinary netizens could be said to be one of the faces of the Player Management Bureau. Public opinion is extremely important in the internet age. For Lin Yingying to be in charge of this, either she had a deep background, or she had good talent. Thinking this way, Lu Chen understood, and curiously asked, what talent do you have? Lin Yingying looked around, leaned in, and whispered, I won't tell ordinary people. Even in the Player Management Bureau, few people know. Lu Chen pressed Lin Yingying's head speechlessly. Why do you always get so close? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Yingying immediately retorted, how could that be? I'm such a well-behaved and cute girl, not that kind of woman. She changed the topic. Let's talk about talents, foster father. Go ahead. Lin Yingying sent Lu Chen a private message with her talent attributes. Lu Chen glanced at it and showed a surprised expression. This talent is indeed quite awesome. Summon enhancement. Your summon creature's attributes are increased by 100%, and the number of summons is increased by 300%. Wow, the summon creature's attributes are raised by so much, and there's also an increase in the number of summons. If Lin Yingying really has summoned creatures, then each one is almost at the level of a high-end player. If the summoned creatures themselves are powerful enough, that would be even more incredible. This is the first time Lu Chen has seen someone else's soul talent. He didn't expect there to be such a strong soul talent. Lu Chen pondered, realizing he had underestimated other players. With powerful talents, many players' strengths should not be underestimated. However, Lu Chen is different from other players. His talent means he can obtain various rare and unique resources, along with a large number of attribute stones and skill stones. His talent becomes stronger as he progresses, although he is already strong now. What do you think, foster father? Isn't it quite powerful? Lin Yingying asked with a smile. Lu Chen nodded, indeed it is. Lin Yingying then looked a bit dejected. It's a pity this game has no guide or official website. How can I summon? I still have no clue. Maybe I need to go to the newbie village to figure it out. Without summon creatures, my talent is useless. Lu Chen nodded, speculating, maybe in the future, you can change jobs to become a summoner, and then you'll be powerful. Hearing this, Lin Yingying also nodded with a grin. That's what I'm thinking too. She widened her eyes, looking at Lu Chen. When that time comes, how about I help you fight, foster father? If you ask me to attack east, I won't attack west. I'll just let my dogs rush in and bite. Lu Chen was speechless, not expecting this person to have such a violent tendency. He said expressionlessly, forget it, I'm a good person, I don't fight. Lin Yingying looked disappointed. Okay then. Then she thought of something and looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Foster father, you asked me about the Player Management Bureau, are you thinking of joining? If you join, I think the Emperor will definitely meet you in person, maybe even appoint you as the head of the bureau. Lu Chen shook his head. I just asked casually, I don't want to join the Player Management Bureau. Lin Yingying looked even more dejected. Oh. Just then, Lu Chang and Jiang Su walked over. Lu Chang looked anxious. Those were two precious blue equipment for his daughters. How could he not be anxious? When Lu Chang saw Lu Chen, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. But when he saw Lin Yingying next to Lu Chang's smile faded halfway. A fox spirit, huh? Lu Chang silently reported the situation to Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueching. Good son-in-law, I'm here. Let's trade. Mr. Lu. Lu Chen nodded at Lu Chang and Jiang Su, then started the trade. 2 blue equipment for 220 gold, plus various miscellaneous green equipment, totaling over 300 gold, which was over 3 million in total. Lu Chen felt delighted. He had already set aside the money to repay the debt, so this was all pure profit. Unfortunately, the little demons in the little devil camp won't respawn, otherwise, he would go there every day to farm, and the money would flow in. Not just money, but equipment as well. He still needed 2 more pieces to complete his little devil masterwork set. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. After trading with Lu Chang and Jiang Su, Lu Chen bid farewell to Lin Yingying and then rode a demonized wild wolf to the old village chief's courtyard. The courtyard gate was still wide open, but there was no one wandering outside now. Lu Chen got off the demonized wild wolf and walked into the courtyard. The village chief, dressed in clean clothes, saw Lu Chen, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. Little guy, I heard the system announcement, did you kill the little demon? Lu Chen nodded, yes, I killed the commander in the little demon camp. The old village chief looked at Lu Chen, his gaze complex and somewhat sighing. Lu Chen asked in confusion, village chief, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The old village chief sighed, just feeling emotional. This is the second day of your race's public testing, right? On the second day, you can actually kill a high-level boss, it's really unimaginable. Lu Chen was surprised, is it that difficult to kill a high-level boss in 2 days? The old village chief? Seeing Lu Chen's innocent and puzzled expression, he felt like his heart had been stabbed. His mouth twitched, and he said in frustration, it's not a matter of difficulty. As far as I know, no race has achieved this. Lu Chen was a bit amazed, am I that good? The old village chief. He didn't want to talk to Lu Chen anymore, as he might get angry talking to him. He said impatiently, impressive, impressive, you're very impressive. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Similarly, he was curious, by the way, village chief, how long did it take your race to kill the first high-level boss? Village chief. He forced a smile and said, can we change the topic? Seeing the village chief's expression turning unpleasant, Lu Chen thought it would be better to change the subject. He asked, village chief, I've killed all the little demons in the little demon camp, does that mean the mission is completed? Yes, of course it counts as completed. As soon as the old village chief finished speaking, Lu Chen's experience points increased again, getting closer to level 8. In addition, he received 10 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, 2 minor skill stones, and various reputations. Without saying much about Silver Moon Village, the Great Martial City should be the main city after leaving the newbie village. Lu Chen thought these rewards were pretty good. He happily allocated all his points to endurance. With the boost from battle intent, Lu Chen's health exceeded 1,500. As for the 2 minor skill stones, Lu Chen used them all on the newly acquired Greatsword Mastery. Greatsword Mastery, Level 3, after learning, you can more proficiently use a greatsword, and when using a greatsword as a weapon, the damage dealt is increased by 30%. With the current attack power of Lu Chen, the increase was significant. Just as he completed the task, the system suddenly announced again. Elemental Star Area Announcement, Ding, player Lu Chen has completed the unique main quest, and the Silver Moon Village instance, Little Demon Camp, is officially open. Elemental Star Area Announcement, Ding, player Lu Chen has completed the unique main quest, and the Silver Moon Village instance, Little Demon Camp, is officially open. Hunter Continent Announcement, Ding, congratulations to Elemental Star player Lu Chen for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Reward, 30 free attribute points, 1 professional skill chest, plus 200 reputation in Great Martial City, plus 20 reputation in Star River City. Hunter Continent Announcement, Ding, congratulations to Elemental Star player Lu Chen for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Reward, 30 free attribute points, 1 professional skill chest, plus 200 reputation in Great Martial City, plus 20 reputation in Star River City. 2 system announcements rang out consecutively, almost blowing up the entire Elemental Star area. All players were stunned. The previous system announcement had just passed, and now 2 more came? Are they trying to stop people from playing the game? Barren Empire region. Adams led hundreds of people to kill another leader again, and the dropped items were 2 green equipment and 1 white equipment. Adams and the players all smiled. 2 more green equipment. Not bad, not bad. As long as we have equipment, the gap between us and Liu Chen will definitely continue to shorten. By then, surpassing him will only be a matter of time. Wow, the Barren Empire will surely lead human evolution in the new era. They were cheering and celebrating enthusiastically. Just then, a series of system announcements made them freeze. The air became very quiet. After the atmosphere quieted down, the players couldn't believe what they were hearing. Wow, can we still play this game? What's the deal with that Dasha person? The last system announcement wasn't even an hour ago, right? How come there are 2 so quickly? Yeah, this game is so unfair, isn't it? Why is it that only that Dasha person has system announcements so far? Did he buy a house in the system? The important thing is this, right? It's a dungeon. The first dungeon in the game. The players in Silvermoon Village are so lucky. In the same newbie village as Liu Chen, they actually have a dungeon to play. Yeah, if you run dungeons, whether it's leveling up or getting equipment, it's definitely more efficient than outside. The players in Silvermoon Village really hit the jackpot with Liu Chen. This wave down, they are probably the strongest newbie village in our Yuanqing. Yeah, I'm so envious. Envy +1. Adams and his few talented partners looked stiff at the moment. They glanced at each other, and a golden-haired beauty next to Adams swallowed nervously and looked at Adams. Adams, do you still have the confidence to surpass him now? Adams. How could he answer that? He didn't know how to respond for a moment. Another tall and thin young man beside him suddenly widened his eyes slightly. Something's wrong, look at the second announcement. It's actually an announcement for the entire Hunter continent. Adams and the others widened their eyes and carefully read the system announcement. Then they discovered that the second one was indeed an announcement for the entire Hunter continent. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions somewhat complicated. Adams exhaled heavily, his expression serious. No matter what, we must keep chasing. Only by admitting defeat is true failure. Keep striving to catch up, and we will always be on the road. The others glanced at each other and then nodded. Another young man weakly said, think positively, with Liu Chen being so strong, when the future demonic invasion comes, having a tall guy to rely on will make it easier for us too. It's not a bad thing. This made the corners of the others' mouths twitch. With their pride, they shouldn't have such thoughts, but now they actually felt that the young man's words made sense. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Alice and a group of princess guards had been fighting monsters for a while when a system announcement made them stop. The players all stared at each other. Delia looked at the silent Alice next to her and muttered, Your Highness, I suddenly feel that it wouldn't be a bad thing if Liu Chen could become a prince. Alice? She looked at Delia with black lines all over her head. Delia, where is your loyalty? Delia stuck out her tongue. I will always be loyal to you, Your Highness, but this Liu Chen is so strong, it would be a good thing for you if he really became a prince. Ha! Who just said they haven't even seen the person, don't even know what kind of personality the other party has? Alice sneered repeatedly. Delia shifted her gaze slightly. I was too young just now, Liu Chen is so strong, I'm sure he won't be ugly. Alice stared at Delia speechlessly. Stop saying these silly things, focus on fighting monsters and leveling up. How can our Lionheart Kingdom rely on others? Being strong on our own is true strength. Delia blinked her eyes. Well, that's one way to put it, but Your Highness seems to be blushing. Alice, shut up. Xia Yan, who was grinding in the group, was a bit distracted when she heard the system prompt, almost getting killed by a monster. She quickly retreated, used the cold wind attack a few times, killed the monsters, and then chose to log out without sitting down to recover. She needed to tell the Emperor about this. She didn't know how to deal with Liu Chen anymore, but with the Emperor's wisdom, he would surely provide her with an answer. Liu Chen, oh Liu Chen. Xia unexpectedly produced such a talent. With his performance, could the entire Xia accommodate him in the future? Perhaps in the future, the entire universe will be his stage? Since the appearance of the universal server, Xia Yan had no doubt that humans could enter the universe in the new era. By then, facing other races might be when Liu Chen truly shines. So, what role would Xia play in all of this? In the mountains, Liu Chang was discussing the matter of the girl around Liu Chen with Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. Lu Yuexin, Dad, it's someone's freedom to contact whoever they want. Why are you so nervous? Lu Chang, no, Liu Chen is my designated son-in-law. Lu Yueqing, wow, old man, are you saying this in front of us? We haven't agreed yet. Lu Yuexin, exactly. Dad says this every day, we are both unmarried girls, aren't you afraid of tarnishing our reputation? Lu Chang, who dares to say that Lu Chang's daughters? I'll kill them all. Lu Yueqing, our father is mighty. Thumbs up. JPG, at that moment, the system notification sound kept ringing. Lu Chang was stunned. Damn. Lu Chang, who was usually calm, couldn't help but curse. He typed in the chat room, look at this. The mainland announcement. Such great rewards. And a new instance is open. I knew my son-in-law would have a bright future. He's already so promising now. What else do you have to say? Lu Chang was so pleased. When did his judgment go wrong? He had always felt that Lu Chen was extraordinary. He didn't expect him to be this powerful. Opening an instance. This meant that the players from Silver Moon Village could run instances. What is an instance? Elite monsters, bosses, all elites and equipment. Lu Chang's face turned red with excitement. On the other side, Lu Yueqing and Lu Yueqing fell silent. They looked at each other. Lu Yueqing blinked. Sis, this Lu Chen seems really powerful. Lu Yueqing nodded slightly. Yeah. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes, then she smiled and asked, are you smitten? Lu Yueqing crossed her arms. No way. Lu Yueqing nodded. Me neither. The two stared at each other in silence. Then Lu Yueqing said, but Dad said, after leaving the newbie village, we should meet him and get to know him, right? Lu Yueqing nodded. Yes, since Dad said so, we should take it seriously. Sis is right. By the way, who is this Lin Yingying? I think she might be just a passerby. I think so too. Lu Chen also didn't expect that just by completing a task, things would escalate like this. He was familiar with the Little Devil Camp, but he didn't expect to unlock an instance. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This meant that he could obtain more green and blue equipment. These were all money. Moreover, he could finally complete the Little Devil Masterwork set that he hadn't collected yet. Lu Chen noticed that there was an introduction to the Little Devil Camp instance in the system. He opened it and saw that it was a 25-player instance that could only be run once a day. Lu Chen hadn't used his chance today. This meant that he could run it today. He couldn't wait to go now, just in time to level up and get some equipment. Then Lu Chen shifted his focus to something else. System reward. A full 30 points of free attribute points. Needless to say, Lu Chen allocated all of them to endurance. Now, Lu Chen's base endurance has reached an astonishing 68 points. You should know that with each level up, even if you allocate the 2 free attribute points you receive to endurance, plus the additional 1 point of endurance from leveling up, it's only 3 points in total. To reach 68 points, you would need to be around level 20. Lu Chen is only at level 7 now, yet he already has such an exaggerated base attribute. It's unbelievable to think about. With these attributes combined with equipment attributes and the boost from his fighting spirit, Lu Chen's health directly exceeds 2000. With his current strength, he could take on several bosses in front of the Little Demon Camp. In addition to the 30 points of free attribute points, there was also a professional skill treasure chest. Lu Chen found that it also had a drop rate list. With anticipation, he opened it to take a look. The first one was actually golden. Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out. An epic level treasure. There was actually an epic level skill book in the skill treasure chest? Lu Chen quickly examined the skill. Heart of the Warland, level 1, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the way of the Warland. All attributes increase by 10%, damage dealt increases by 10%, movement speed increases by 5%, and damage taken decreases by 3%. Learning requirement, Warland class profession, level 5 fighting spirit. Such a powerful skill. All attributes increase, attack increases, damage taken decreases, movement speed increases. It's all around incredible. But the learning requirement surprised Lu Chen a bit. Besides being a Warland class profession, there were other requirements. Fighting spirit, and it had to be at level 5. Lu Chen then realized that not all skills could be learned directly. Some skills required prerequisites. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had learned the fighting spirit and was already at level 7. Otherwise, even if he had the Heart of the Warland skill, he wouldn't be able to learn it. Lu Chen then thought of other players. They would use skill stones to enhance their fighting spirit, and some even used several basic skill stones. Others didn't have such treasures, so even if they had the fighting spirit skill, it would probably take a long time to reach level 5 or above. Learning the Heart of the Warland would be difficult. Lu Chen estimated that without skill stones, ordinary Warland players would probably need to be at a much higher level to raise their fighting spirit to level 5. It truly lived up to its epic level status with such high learning conditions. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, then decisively chose the Heart of the Warland skill. There was no need to think about it. Upon opening the treasure chest, the skill book appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. Lu Chen decisively chose to use it. Lu Chen felt a moment of dizziness. He seemed to have appeared in an ancient battlefield, desolate and barren. The fierce wind howled across the battlefield, littered with corpses and broken weapons. In the center of the battlefield, a tall man holding a broken sword and wearing tattered battle armor gazed at the endless black mist rolling in the sky, roaring, "Fight to the death." Lu Chen felt a flame ignite in his chest. He seemed to have transformed into that lonely warland, roaring at the endless black mist. His mind went blank for a moment, then he found himself still standing in the village chief's small courtyard. The village chief beside him looked at Lu Chen with a bewildered expression on his aged face. Lu Chen took a few deep breaths before coming back from the immersive experience he just had. He looked at the village chief with some confusion. "Village chief, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" The village chief gazed at Lu Chen for a long time before slowly saying, "Are you a monster, Lu Chen?" "No, village chief, how can you say such things?" The village chief had a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "Say such things? I was about to curse. You've comprehended the heart of the warland without even reaching the first stage. If you're not a monster, then what are you?" "Ah, I see now," Lu Chen finally realized. He smiled modestly. "I was just lucky. I opened the treasure chest and got a skill book." The village chief said impatiently, "Of course, I know you got a skill book. I'm not deaf, I can hear the system announcement. What I can't accept is, why can you get the most precious thing from the professional skill treasure chest? And your fighting spirit is already above level 5? As a high-end player of a destroyed race, the village chief obviously had some understanding of the way of war. He knew that to master the heart of war, the prerequisite was a level 5 fighting spirit. He clearly remembered giving the little guy in front of him the fighting spirit skill book yesterday. In just one day, he reached level 5? Is he still human? Could this guy be a descendant of some cosmic god race? The village chief was full of question marks. What happened today somewhat overturned his understanding of the cosmic game over the years. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Lu Chen smiled modestly. "Maybe I was just lucky? This is no longer a matter of luck, right?" He looked at Lu Chen as if trying to see through him, then shook his head. "You must have an extremely powerful soul talent, even one that I cannot understand. This is a good thing for you and your race. I hope you can make good use of it. Soul talent is the most core secret for any player." Although the village chief was already a ghost in the cosmic online game and not involved in reality, he had no intention of asking further. Lu Chen nodded earnestly. "I will, thank you, village chief." The village chief sighed with a complex expression. "I envy the humans of your Yuanqing. It's only the second day, and you've already opened a dungeon. With this dungeon, the players in Silver Moon Village will greatly improve their growth speed. Little guy, this is all thanks to you." Lu Chen smiled. "Village chief, you're too kind. I just completed a task. By the way, village chief, why were there no monster respawns at the little demon camp before, but now it has become a dungeon?" Lu Chen remembered that when he was clearing the little demon camp before, the demons wouldn't respawn even if they died. Unexpectedly, it had now become a dungeon? This puzzled Lu Chen. Regarding this issue, as a novice player, you don't need to know, but since you asked, I'll tell you. The demons in the camp before were real demons invading from the demon world. After they died, they would disappear from the game world and naturally wouldn't respawn. The dungeon that appears now is reconstructed by the cosmic server based on the dead little demons. Although the monsters inside are still little demons, they are actually monsters created by the cosmic server, and there is a fundamental difference between the two. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder those little demons disappeared after they died, they were real demons. In fact, in the entire game world, there are many such dungeons. When you leave the Hunter continent and head to the central continent, you will find many dungeons like this. The village chief smiled. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Later, Lu Chen remembered the letter dropped by the little demon commander and the parchment containing information about Silver Moon Village. Lu Chen took out the letter and parchment and handed them to the village chief. "Village chief, these are what I found in the little demon camp, you can take a look." The village chief took the parchment and his expression changed slightly after reading the information on it. Then he opened the letter and read it. When he saw the contents of the letter, the village chief's expression changed drastically. Lu Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. "Village chief, what's wrong?" The village chief slowly put down the letter in his hand, exhaled a breath, and his expression became extremely gloomy. "We are in big trouble." Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this, but he already had a premonition when he saw the letter, so he wasn't too surprised. "What kind of trouble?" "The small demons that invaded near Silver Moon Village have established a small demon nest, and the camp you destroyed before was just an outpost. The letter you gave me was written by the small demon lord in the nest to that small demon commander. They will launch a full attack on Silver Moon Village in 5 days. Lu Chen was stunned, although he had anticipated big trouble. But he didn't expect the trouble to be this big. He quickly asked, "Village chief, is the small demon nest powerful? Can they attack our Silver Moon village? If Silver Moon village is lost, it will be difficult for the players in this village to level up in the future." The village chief glanced at Lu Chen and said, "If we are all still alive, these small demons are no match for us. The problem is we are all dead now, leaving only a wisp of soul, far weaker than before. It will be challenging to resist the invasion of the small demon nest, especially the small demon lord, who is at least a level 10 lord demon, very powerful." Level 10 lord. Shouldn't that be higher than a high-ranking boss? Magran is only a level 7 high-ranking boss, and he is already so powerful. How strong must a level 10 lord be? Even though Lu Chen has become much stronger now, he still feels a bit uneasy. He looked at the village chief. "What level are you now?" "I am also a level 10 lord now." Seeing Lu Chen's eyes light up, the village chief rolled his eyes helplessly. "Don't count on me, kid. I'm so old now, I may not necessarily be able to handle the small demon lord, and there may not be just one lord in a small demon nest, you know? Lu Chen? Damn, there are several lords in one nest? How do you play this broken game?" The village chief tightened the letter in his hand and said, "This matter requires the help of you players. Everyone needs to defend Silver Moon Village together. Relying solely on the people of Silver Moon Village will not be enough. But if you players can join in, there is still hope." Lu Chen nodded. "Players will definitely help defend Silver Moon Village together. Not to mention, if Silver Moon Village is lost, players will have nowhere to resupply, which will drive everyone crazy." The village chief nodded. "However, with your letter, at least we know that the small demon nest is about to launch an attack on us, and we still have time to prepare. By the way, young man, I need your help. If you can find the location of the small demon nest, our defensive preparations will be more targeted. The probability of surviving this attack will also be higher. Can you help me find the location of the small demon nest?" Ding, new quest discovered, find the small demon nest. Do you accept? The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Another quest. He quickly looked at the quest description. Quest, find the small demon nest, unique, description, the small demons will launch a full attack on Silver Moon Village in 5 days. The village chief hopes that players can find the location of the small demon nest so that defenses can be strategically arranged. Note, this quest is extremely difficult, it's best to bring your companions. Rewards, experience points, 30 gold coins, 15 free attribute points, 1 primary skill stone, plus 60 Dawu City reputation, plus 600 Silver Moon Village reputation. Another unique quest. Lu Chen realized that quests related to small demons are all unique. Probably because Lu Chen obtained a unique necklace from the beginning, so everything that followed was unique quests. He accepted the quest and nodded. "No problem, I will find the small demon nest." The old village chief nodded. After chatting with the old village chief for a few more moments, Lu Chen left the village chief's small courtyard. He thought that the news of the small demons planning to attack Silver Moon Village should be shared with other players. Being prepared would be more prudent. Just as Lu Chen opened the chat interface, he saw many messages. Lu Chen knew that his 2 previous system announcements had caused a stir among them. Lu Chen took a look and found that the messages were all uninteresting. Messages like, "Isn't your adoptive father amazing? Did you buy a house in the system? Why are all the notifications about you? Mr. Lu, you're so awesome. Adoptive father is invincible, adoptive father is mighty." Lin Yingying sent the most messages, winning by a landslide. Lu Chen briefly replied and then notified Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and others about the possibility of the little devil invading. Their influence in Silver Moon Village was quite extensive, making it more convenient for them to inform all players. It was said that monsters would attack the city. If Silver Moon Village wasn't defended, even the newbie village would be lost. This dumbfounded several people. Wang Bing and Lu Chang even patted their chests, guaranteeing that they would inform everyone of this news. Wang Bing sent a message, "By the way, adoptive father, we found a boss here. Can you come and fight with us? All the drops will be yours. If you don't need them, you can sell them to us privately." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised to see this message. He hadn't expected Wang Bing and the others to find a boss. But thinking about it, as players' levels gradually increased and they mostly entered the mountains, the probability of encountering bosses naturally increased. He just hadn't expected Wang Bing to be so generous. All drops for him? Just sell them to Wang Bing? This condition was too outrageous. Little did Lu Chen know that the Summer Emperor was currently most concerned about the gaming world. The Summer Emperor naturally knew about Lu Chen's 2 system notifications just now. Princess Xia Yan went to the Summer Emperor's study and talked for more than 10 minutes. When Xia Yan left, she already had the Summer Emperor's orders. The supreme commander of the Xian Niao army became Xia Yan, and all resources were under Xia Yan's control. Everyone had to show enough respect to Lu Chen, strictly prohibited from conflicting with him. Even if there were conflicting interests, Lu Chen's interests came first. Wang Bing also received this message. He understood how much of a shock the Summer Emperor's orders would cause in the Xianyao army, but he also understood that Lu Chen truly deserved such treatment. As a player from Silver Moon Village, Wang Bing was one of the first to meet Lu Chen. He knew how strong Lu Chen was and how many miracles he had created. Therefore, he would definitely execute the Summer Emperor's orders without compromise. Thus, such favorable conditions arose. Lu Chen sent a message, "You don't have to give me all the drops. How about this, if it's suitable for me, give it to me. If not, keep it for yourselves." Wang Bing replied, "No. Adoptive father, are you looking down on me like this? Without you, we would probably only get a green equipment drop from the boss. It's better to buy from you. With you here, blue items are guaranteed. If we don't have to compete with Lu Chang, these blue items are ours. In the end, we're the ones profiting." Wang Bing continued, "Adoptive father, not to criticize you, but you're too good to us soldiers. This won't do. You have to be stricter." Based on the Summer Emperor's orders, Wang Bing didn't care about losing face. Lu Chen, looking at the messages, was at a loss. He was only considering Wang Bing's interests, so why was his reaction so strong? He just felt that without Wang Bing, he wouldn't have discovered this boss. For him, these dropped items were like a freebie. But since Wang Bing insisted, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to refuse. "Alright, send the location, I'm coming over now." "Okay." Wang Bing sent the location via private chat. Lu Chen found that Wang Bing was in the deep mountains to the west of the village. He rode his enchanted wild wolf mount and headed towards the location Wang Bing had sent. The distance from Wang Bing's location to where Lu Chen was, near the Little Devil's camp, was about the same, maybe a little closer. In about 20 minutes, Lu Chen had already arrived in the area where Wang Bing was located. It was a huge canyon with many bodies of demonized wild wolves outside. Wang Bing, Jiang Su, and several members of the Xianyao army were already waiting for Lu Chen outside the canyon. When Lu Chen arrived, Wang Bing and the others greeted him. Wang Bing envied the demonized wild wolf mounts and said, "Father, you're so cool with a mount. It's faster to ride one. It takes us an hour every time we come here." Lu Chen smiled and said, "After level 10, you can catch a mount yourself. Just endure it, and you'll get there." Wang Bing sighed, "That's still a long way off. This damn game requires too much experience to level up. It'll probably take several more days to reach level 10. He then said, "Since father is here, I'll have someone reserve a spot for you." He glanced over and looked at a tall, thin young man. "Wang Ke, you step down." Wang Ke's mouth twitched. "Yes, Captain." He was actually somewhat reluctant in his heart. Finally, he had the chance to team up with father. Just like that, it was gone. The captain was too ruthless. Wang Bing said, "Let me introduce you, this is Li Ming, the deputy captain of the 7th team. Jiang Su, you already know. And Fengqi, Song Xiujie." Wang Bing introduced one by one, and the players called up were all looking at Lu Chen with enthusiasm, calling him father one after another, almost making Lu Chen lose himself. It was strange to have so many adopted sons and daughters suddenly. Lu Chen nodded to everyone and then asked Wang Bing, "Where is the leader?" "Inside, this place is called Wolf Valley, a den of demonized wild wolves. The leader is a wolf king. When we saw it, we immediately thought of you, father." With the strength of their 7th team and so many players with a lot of green equipment, defeating a boss was not a problem. However, as Wang Bing said, Lu Chen's loot from defeating a boss would be much better. Following Wang Bing's introduction, the group entered Wolf Valley. Soon they reached the deepest part, and desolate clearing where a huge black demonized wild wolf was crawling in the center. It was the Wolf King. Lu Chen used the detection skill. Demonized Wild Wolf King, boss, level, 6 health, 4500 attack, 90 description, the King of Wolf Valley. These attributes are not as high as the little demon boss. Lu Chen then checked the drop list. It was mostly blue items. After looking through, he selected 3 items, primary skill stone, fine dagger, bloodthirsty wolf fang, and fine chainmail bracers, wolf guard bracers. Lu Chen could use the first and third items, but not the second. "Father, how should we fight?" "Your call." Wang Bing and the others looked at Lu Chen, eager to try. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Is there anyone who can heal?" Wang Bing nodded, "Yes. The skill priests learn at level 5 is healing." Lu Chen smiled, "Alright, I'll go in. Just focus on healing me, and the rest of you figure it out." "Ha?" Wang Bing and the others were stunned. "Wait, aren't we fighting a boss? Shouldn't we discuss tactics at least? What's this, just rushing in?" Before Wang Bing and the others could react, Lu Chen charged in. Charging was a basic warrior skill, and its quality was not high. The stun effect on boss monsters was only momentary. In that moment, Lu Chen struck. He used a normal attack, followed by a heavy blow and a sweep. -310, -461, -1313. The sweep even landed a critical hit, dealing over 1300 damage directly. Altogether, it was over 2000 damage. The Wolf King's health was almost halved in an instant. This damage left Wang Bing and the others stunned, their eyes almost popping out as they watched the numbers slowly float up. Damn, what's going on? Am I seeing things? Why did the boss lose half its health in an instant? Dirty stuff. I just saw a damage value of over 1300. The players of the Xian Niao army exclaimed. They kept rubbing their eyes, making sure they weren't mistaken, and then everyone looked at Lu Chen's back, as if they were looking at a deity. A level 7 player instantly dealt over 2000 damage? We are all human, why did you evolve secretly without us? Wang Bing and the others finally understood why Lu Chen let them handle it. With this amount of damage, why would they need to intervene? Is there any difference between Lu Chen attacking the boss and cutting vegetables? Is this the power of a foster father? Wang Bing muttered to himself. As fellow players in the game, he felt like a fool holding a sword, while his foster father was like a war god. Not to mention Wang Bing and the others, even Lu Chen himself was startled by his own damage. Then he realized that he had acquired the Greatsword Proficiency skill, which increased damage by 30%. He also learned the Heart of War, which not only boosted all attributes but also increased damage by 10%. Adding it all up, the current damage was not surprising. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, not expecting to become so much stronger just by returning to the newbie village. The Wolf King was hurt badly by Lu Chen's damage, letting out a crazy howl. Its eyes turned red in an instant, and then red light flickered on its claws. Its front paws swung wildly towards Lu Chen, leaving red claw marks in the air. Having learned the third level of Greatsword Proficiency, coupled with continuous battles, Lu Chen's combat experience was no longer that of a newbie just entering the game. He instinctively took a step back, repeatedly blocking with his great sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal collision kept ringing out. Numbers floated above Lu Chen's head. -6, -4, -5. 6 numbers floated out in a row, totaling less than 40 points of damage. Seeing Lu Chen injured, the priests were already planning to heal him. But when they saw that Lu Chen's health had only dropped slightly, they were dumbfounded. Wow! Is this real? Look at Foster Father's health! A delicate priestess exclaimed with her mouth wide open. Others also focused on Lu Chen's health bar. Ha! Am I seeing things again? Over 2000 health points? No, why? Why does Foster Father have over 2000 health points? This is too outrageous, right? Are we really playing the same game? The players of the Xian Niao army were starting to doubt their lives. One level 5 warrior couldn't believe it and muttered, I've maxed out my stamina, wearing all green equipment, and I still have less than 500 health points. Why does Foster Father have so much more health than me? It's not just about health points, okay? Didn't you see the damage the Wolf King inflicted on Foster Father? Damn, it's only single digits. Single digits. Is this Wolf King really a boss monster? How come its damage is like that of a little kitten? Everyone came to their senses. Indeed, a boss monster could only inflict single-digit damage? Is Foster Father's defense too exaggerated? Everyone looked at each other, unable to imagine. Meanwhile, the priests were energized and started casting healing spells to restore health. Even though Lu Chen would be fine without healing, this was for Foster Father. Such an opportunity might not come again for a long time, so they had to heal with all their might. Heal Foster Father to the max. At least they priests were useful, unlike others who just watched. However, before their healing spells could finish, Lu Chen launched another attack. Heavy strike followed by a normal attack. -624, -445, -100. Then the priest saw 3 healing numbers floating above Lu Chen's head. +62, +45, +10. Then they noticed that Lu Chen's health was already full. The priests? They were puzzled, as they cast their healing spells, but all they saw was +0. Other people naturally saw this scene too. Everyone's mind was full of question marks. The air was a bit scary quiet for a moment. Then, Wang Bing's voice rang out, no, who is the real boss after all? This sentence voiced everyone's thoughts. In fact, the real boss is not the Wolf King at all, but Lu Chen, right? The Wolf King's attacks only caused single-digit damage, while Lu Chen's damage was always in the hundreds, and even brought back health. How is this even possible? Listening to the somewhat pitiful howls of the Wolf King, they all felt a bit sorry for him. Lu Chen also realized that the damage he was causing now, along with the healing effect, could completely recover the damage he received. It seemed like he had become a perpetual motion machine. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. The blood-sucking effect of the bloodthirsty necklace was indeed top-notch. He had now truly achieved the ability to withstand the boss and kill it. Lu Chen's agility was also not low, with a high critical hit rate and fast attack speed. Now, even wielding a heavy sword like a greatsword, Lu Chen could strike twice in a second. Plus, a heavy blow that could be used once per second. Before even reaching 10 seconds, the cooldown for the second sweep had not even finished, and even the skill to reduce the Wolf King's health to 10% had not been used, yet Lu Chen forcefully killed him. As the final heavy blow fell, the Wolf King let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. 3 blue orbs floated out from the Wolf King's body. Originally, 3 rare items were supposed to appear, making Wang Bing and the others ecstatic. But now, seeing the boss-level Wolf King fall in less than 10 seconds, everyone fell silent. They all realized that Lu Chen's strength was not on the same level as other players at all. He had surpassed the players by far too much. Wang Bing and the others, holding green equipment, could now show off in front of their fellow Xian Niao army members. In fact, they did not hold back. They had originally thought that their strength was top-notch in the entire Yuanqing, and they were somewhat complacent and even a bit self-satisfied because of it. Now, seeing Lu Chen's strength, they felt that their previous behavior was simply childish. The gap between them and their adoptive father was like a chasm, with no end in sight. Just because of their meager strength, they had become complacent? This was truly ironic. After Lu Chen killed the Wolf King, he noticed that there was no movement behind him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He turned around and saw Wang Bing and the others looking bewildered. He raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Bing and the others finally came to their senses. Wang Bing quickly walked over. He grinned and said, "Adoptive father is truly amazing, even a boss-level Wolf King can't last 10 seconds. Adoptive father is too strong." Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "Are you not tired of praising me every day?" "Tired? How could I be tired? I can praise you for a lifetime." "Lu Chen? No, this sounds a bit off, doesn't it?" "No, you're not a beauty. I don't want to hear you praise me for a lifetime." Wang Bing was stunned, then his mouth twitched, realizing that his words were not quite appropriate. He quickly looked at the 3 blue orbs on the side, changing the subject. "Indeed, you are the adoptive father. Your shot indeed yielded rare items. Adoptive father, please take a look. What are they?" Lu Chen nodded, picked up the 3 items, and then privately sent them to Wang Bing. The skill stone, which Wang Bing had seen Lu Chen use before, was not surprising. Seeing 2 rare equipment pieces, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. Among them was a rare level chainmail wrist guard. Wang Bing was touched. "You are my real dad. You actually dropped a rare wrist guard for me. I love you." Lu Chen was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about? I want this wrist guard. You guys only have daggers." "Wang Bing?" His expression froze. Wang Bing once again remembered that Lu Chen's profession was a warrior. Clearly, with rare equipment in front of him, he couldn't obtain it. The river of sadness flowed in Wang Bing's heart. But he had no choice, after all, his adoptive father was the eldest. Wang Bing looked dejected. "Well then. By the way, adoptive father, how much are you selling this dagger for?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Since you guys found this boss after all, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get anything else. As for the money, I'll just take a symbolic amount. Let's say 40 gold. A smile bloomed on Wang Bing's face like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Adoptive father is really kind. Although 40 gold still equated to 400,000 Dixia coins, this was a high-quality level of equipment, with additional attributes that were not on the same level as green equipment. And this was also the most precious weapon. In Wang Bing's eyes, this price was definitely considered a bargain. "Then let's make the trade." "Alright." Wang Bing and Lu Chen completed the transaction, and Lu Chen smiled. "If you encounter bosses in the future, you can find me. I'll help you defeat them." For Lu Chen, this boss fight was like getting a free blue equipment and a primary skill stone, feeling very pleased. Lu Chen was currently lacking skill stones, considering he had too many skills, many of which were not fully upgraded yet. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. In the future, once he left the newbie village, he could discuss with some high-level players to help them defeat bosses, increasing their drop rates, and he could also obtain good items like skill stones. A win-win situation. "No problem. If there are bosses, I will definitely inform you first, adoptive father." Wang Bing nodded repeatedly. This was also what he wanted. If they were to fight on their own, who knows how many bosses they would have to defeat to get a piece of blue equipment. Later, Wang Bing wanted to invite Lu Chen to go together to the camp of small demons, but Lu Chen refused. Of course, he planned to solo, gaining more experience, and not having to share equipment with others. Lu Chen bid farewell to Wang Bing and left the Wolf Valley. He planned to first clear the small demon camp today, level up, obtain more skill stones and attribute stones, and enhance his strength. After all, he still had 2 unique missions in hand. One was the task given by the Battle Earth instructor to defeat the level 10 demonized tiger boss. The other was to find the nest of the small demons. Both of these tasks were very difficult, and Lu Chen felt he needed to enhance his strength first. Before that, Lu Chen returned to Silver Moon Village to buy some mana potions from the pharmacy. The mana potions he had purchased before were almost used up. At the entrance of the pharmacy, a large number of players were queuing up. When they saw the demonized wild wolf, the iconic mount, they knew it was Lu Chen who had arrived. After all, currently, only Lu Chen had a mount in the newbie village. Instantly, the players warmly made way for him. "Father is here. Father is here, make way for Father to pass first. Yes, in 5 days, the small demons will come to attack the city. We still rely on Father to resist. Don't delay Father's time." Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised by the efficiency of Lu Chang and Wang Bing. He didn't expect them to know about the small demons attacking the city so quickly. He nodded in thanks to the many friendly players and then entered the potion shop. The shopkeeper, Hong Yang, was as leisurely as ever, sitting behind the counter. Seeing Lu Chen, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Tsk, this busy person actually has time to come to my small shop?" Lu Chen was speechless. "Boss, you're a bit sarcastic. I'm at least one of your big customers." "Just kidding." Hong Yang smiled. She looked at Lu Chen, impressed. "I didn't expect that in just 2 days, you would have appeared in so many system announcements. Truly extraordinary." Lu Chen smiled. "It's just luck." Although this luck was controllable, Hong Yang said, "I have a task here. Would you like to do it?" Lu Chen was stunned. "Is it an alchemist's task? I'll pass, right? I don't plan on becoming an alchemist." Hong Yang rolled her eyes. "With your strength, isn't it a waste to do such a simple task? How could I let you do such an unchallenging task?" Lu Chen nodded as he listened, but felt that something was off. Why did he feel like his labor was being exploited? But if it meant there was a good task according to the matchmaker, then it implied good rewards, and Lu Chen was willing. "What task?" Lu Chen asked. "I need to refine a potion now, and I need an herb called bone-eroding grass. This herb is only found in areas with a strong death aura. In the depths of the northern mountains of our village, there is a place left behind long ago known as the Land of the Undead. Can you go there and help me find it?" The matchmaker said with a smile. "Ding, new task discovered, bone-eroding grass, do you accept?" Lu Chen glanced at the task description. Task, bone-eroding grass, unique, description. In preparation for the upcoming demon siege, the elderly village chief asked the apothecary matchmaker to refine a potion called Soul Blossom for emergencies. The matchmaker hopes you will go to the Land of the Undead in the north of the village and help her find the main herb, bone-eroding grass. Note, this task is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Reward, experience points, spirit fruit, green snake fruit. Soul Blossom? The name of this potion feels somewhat ominous. Could it be that the old village chief plans to sacrifice himself and the demon lord if they can't win? Lu Chen furrowed his brows. His mood was somewhat heavy. To Lu Chen, the old village chief was a pitiful old man facing the destruction of his race, with a lost soul, a missing son and daughter-in-law, and a dead grandson. If it turned out that the survival of Silver Moon Village would be exchanged for the life of this pitiful old man, it would be too tragic. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's speculation. Maybe it's just a potion to enhance the old village chief's strength? The task must be accepted, of course. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "No problem, I'll help you find it." The matchmaker smiled. "Thank you so much for your help. Do you need to buy anything?" 300 bottles of mana potion. After leaving the apothecary, Lu Chen headed straight to the demon camp instance without stopping. In the instance description, there was the location of the demon camp, the same one Lu Chen had discovered before. On the way, Lu Chen used the primary skill stone dropped by the Wolf King. As for the skills he improved, there was no need to think too much. Although Lu Chen now had several skills that needed improvement, the most important one was the recently acquired Heart of War. After all, this skill was too comprehensive and had a significant boost. Fortunately, the primary skill stone could enhance the level of the Heart of War. Heart of War, Level 2, Passive Skill. You have comprehended the essence of the way of war. All attributes increase by 20%. Damage dealt increases by 20%, movement speed increases by 10%, damage taken decreases by 6%. A substantial overall improvement, very satisfying. Soon, Lu Chen arrived outside the demon camp. On the path outside the canyon, Lu Chen found many other players. Most of them were level 5 players. Looking for a healer for the demon camp. Must have sufficient healing power. Looking for a warrior for the demon camp. must have at least one piece of green equipment. Don't tell me you don't have any, I sold 30 today. Looking for. Wait, the warrior? A high-end player who was shouting saw Lu Chen, widened his eyes, and exclaimed. Suddenly, all the players who were teaming up outside the demon camp turned to look at Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen, their eyes lit up. It's really the warrior. I didn't expect the warrior to come to run instances too? Isn't that obvious? Have you forgotten who discovered this instance? Without the warrior, we wouldn't have instances to run. Is the warrior alone? Can the warrior take me along? I'm willing to do anything. Some female players who thought they were attractive even openly expressed their willingness. Who didn't know about Lu Chen's strength? He discovered this instance, coupled with his terrifying drop rate. If Lu Chen is willing to take them, they might even be able to get their hands on blue equipment. Most importantly, being able to be close to Lu Chen means a bright future. For this, even if you have to give up your principles, so what? Lu Chen glanced at the people speaking and found that some of the female players who were willing to do anything were quite good looking. But Lu Chen is not a lecher, there is no need to bring along a few decorative vases for this. He just smiled and said, everyone, good luck. There are 5 bosses in the instance. If you can defeat them, your equipment will greatly improve. Hearing this, many players' eyes lit up. A clever young man quickly said, Godfather, it's me. We've met before. Lu Chen took a look and found him somewhat familiar, probably a high-end player he had encountered before while fighting monsters. What's up? Godfather, can you tell us about the boss's skills? If it's not convenient, just forget I said anything. Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Indeed, he could tell them about the boss's skills. Knowing the boss's skills would make the battles much easier. If these players could become powerful, it would be good for the battle in Silver Moon Village in 5 days. Lu Chen smiled, no problem, I'll tell you about the boss's skills. The people did not expect Lu Chen to actually tell them. The boss's skills. Knowing the skills during battle is crucial. Lu Chen could easily sell this information as intelligence to those with money. But Lu Chen just shared it for free. Everyone was somewhat shocked for a moment. If it were them, they definitely couldn't do it. The young man who spoke earlier was moved to tears. Thank you, Godfather. Others also realized and thanked him one after another. Lu Chen smiled. If there are players asking later, I hope you can tell them directly, so everyone can grow quickly. Many players nodded seriously. Don't worry, Godfather, I will definitely post it on the official website later. I will tell the newcomers too. Satisfied, Lu Chen then told many players about the skills and information of the 5 bosses. When they heard that the final high-level boss had 10,000 health points, 130 attacks, and could even self-inflict damage with every strike, everyone was stunned. How the heck do you fight this? Not to mention that the instance only allows 25 people in, even 250 couldn't defeat it. Everyone's gaze towards Lu Chen changed. How did Godfather kill such a powerful high-level boss? Is this really Godfather? He's practically a deity, right? After finishing speaking, Lu Chen smiled, alright, it's up to you now. With the equipment of most players, it might be difficult to defeat the bosses now, but there are many elite monsters inside. You can start by clearing the small monsters to improve your equipment, and then maybe there will be hope. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After sharing the information he knew, Lu Chen entered the instance. The entrance to the instance was at the exit of the previous little demon camp. That location had now turned into a vortex like a mirror, leading to the world of the instance. Seeing Lu Chen enter, many players exchanged glances and discussed. Could Godfather be a deity? He can defeat such a powerful high-level boss? The teams that have already entered are in trouble. These bosses are not something humans can handle. Yeah, right now, only the Tianhua team and the Xin Niao army probably have a chance to defeat the first 2 bosses. The ones after that will probably be even harder for them. How long do you think Godfather will take to clear the instance this time? I don't know, isn't there a record of instance clearance time? We'll see when the time comes. Next to the instance, there was a stone stele standing, showing the record of instance clearance time. The shorter the clearance time, the higher the ranking. For players, this was a kind of motivation and a way of publicity. Even the players who cleared the first 3 instances have corresponding rewards. For ordinary players, even if they are high-end players themselves, they still do not expect such rewards. The top 3 teams don't even think about using them. The adoptive father definitely has one, and the other 2 are definitely the Tianhua Guild and the Xin Niao army. I plan to join Tianhua Guild when the Tianhua group officially establishes the guild. Maybe I can get some adoptive father's equipment by then, that would be awesome. I plan to join the Xin Niao army. After all, with the background of the Daxia army, it is probably stronger than the Tianhua Guild. The Xin Niao army is indeed strong, but after all, It is a military force, discipline requirements are probably very high. I prefer a bit more freedom, so I will also join the Tianhua Guild by then. The high-end players have already started discussing their future plans. Just then, the young man who had spoken with Lu Chen before said weakly, "If the adoptive father could create a guild, I would definitely be the first to join." The surrounding voices suddenly quieted down. The young man was startled. He looked around and found everyone looking at him with strange eyes. The young man felt a bit creepy. "Did I say something wrong?" "No, you didn't say anything wrong. Why didn't we think of that? What if the adoptive father also creates a guild by then? How about we ask him if we meet him in the future?" "That's a good idea. If the adoptive father creates a guild, we will definitely join his guild." Many high-end players were discussing excitedly. At this moment, Lu Chen had already entered the instance and started clearing monsters. Compared to the first time he entered this instance, Lu Chen was now unstoppable. The elite little demons in front couldn't break through Lu Chen's defense at all, causing 0 damage. Lu Chen didn't even counterattack the little demons that were attracted to him, letting their attacks fall on him as he began selecting dropped items. He prioritized skill stones and attribute stones. If not available, he would choose a few scrolls, and then all the green equipment. When he attracted a large group of about 20 little demons, Lu Chen swept them with a single strike, dealing high damage. The lowest was over 700 damage, and if there was a critical hit, the damage would soar to 1005. These elite little demons only had 400 to 500 health points, so with one strike, all the little demons fell. Lu Chen happily started picking up equipment. He repeated the process of attracting little demons, selecting drops, sweeping, and picking up equipment. Lu Chen continued to clear monsters in this way, and soon he had killed 200 to 300 little demons, arriving in front of Jining's fortress. And all this took less than 10 minutes. Most of the time was spent on selecting drops, running around, and picking things up. Standing outside Jining's fortress, Lu Chen didn't rush in to fight the boss. He checked his harvest. The green equipment was almost full, and the rest were various scrolls, excellent level apprentice healing potions, 2 tiny skill stones, and 12 tiny attribute stones. Lu Chen noticed a problem. The drops from the monsters this time were not as good as before. The probability of getting tiny skill stones and attribute stones was much lower than before. However, even so, these gains were still good for Lu Chen. He used all the attribute stones and then the tiny skill stones. Lu Chen's current skills include Basic Regeneration, Heavy Strike, Battle Intent, Sweep, Charge, Great Sword Mastery, and Heart of Warsoil. A total of 7 skills. This is much more than the average player. He had used all the tiny skill stones he had obtained before, and now Basic Regeneration, Battle Intent, and Sweep could not be upgraded with tiny skill stones. Lu Chen tried to upgrade Heart of Warsoil, and as he expected, as an epic level skill, Heart of Warsoil could not be upgraded with tiny skill stones. The Great Sword Mastery was also tried by Lu Chen. Previously, he used 2 small skill stones rewarded from missions to raise the Great Sword Mastery to level 3. Now, he can no longer improve it and can only use basic skill stones. So Lu Chen's choices are limited now. He only has Heavy Strike and Charge left. Charge skill does not deal damage, so Lu Chen plans to upgrade it later if he has extra small skill stones. For now, he decided to upgrade the Heavy Strike skill. Previously, Lu Chen used small skill stones to raise the Heavy Strike skill to level 5. Now, using 2 skill stones, the Heavy Strike skill instantly increased to level 7. Heavy Strike, level 7 launch a powerful attack, dealing 190% damage. The damage increase is 20%. However, because Heavy Strike is only single target damage, the enhancement is not as good as Sweep, but it is better than nothing. It is somewhat enhanced for single targets. As for equipment, it is definitely not as good as what Lu Chen currently has, so he plans to sell everything later. After defeating Jining, he had to leave the instance. Lu Chen looked at Jining again and chose the drops. In the drop list, there were still blue equipment items in the front, but unfortunately, there was nothing good. Lu Chen made his choice and selected Basic Skill Stone, One-Handed Sword, Training Cane, and Mail Belt, Malicious Waistband. Then Lu Chen picked up the drops from Jining's little pets and rushed back in. Jining, who was feeding his little pets, saw Lu Chen coming in and angrily shouted, "Intruder! Tear him apart, my little pets!" Immediately, a group of demonized wild wolves howled and charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen revealed a smirk and charged towards Jining. When he was surrounded by Jining and the demonized wild wolves, his flaming long sword swept through. The flames of the sword brought up a large amount of high damage numbers. In no time, all the demonized wild wolves fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Jining was momentarily stunned. He looked at the bodies on the ground and let out a heart-wrenching cry, "Ah, my little pets! You died so miserably." Lu Chen felt like a ruthless bastard just listening to it. Damn intruder! I'll kill you! Jining brandished two long swords and charged towards Lu Chen. Last time he fought Jining, Lu Chen had to rely on weakness scrolls to deal with him. But this time, Lu Chen directly endured the damage. Each of Jining's attacks only caused single-digit damage to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was able to hit his major arteries every time, causing 3-digit and even critical hits of 4-digit damage. Jining's damage output was not as high as Lu Chen's lifesteal. In less than 10 seconds, Jining's health was depleted, and he fell to the ground screaming. Compared to the last difficult battle, this time it was as easy as if he had activated a cheat code. Well, Lu Chen realized he might actually have a cheat code. His soul talent was not much different from a cheat code. After picking up the items on the ground, Lu Chen equipped the malicious waistband and used the basic skill stone. As for the upgrade, Lu Chen originally intended to use it on the Heart of War. However, the system prompted that a higher level skill stone was needed. This meant that even the basic skill stone could not upgrade the Heart of War. Lu Chen was somewhat distressed as advanced skills were good, but upgrading them was too troublesome. In the end, Lu Chen used the skill stone on the Great Sword Mastery. The Great Sword Mastery was raised to level 4, with a damage increase of 40%. Lu Chen's damage was once again boosted. Afterwards, Lu Chen began to pick up the drops from the demonized wild wolves, but as he went further, he found his backpack was full. He was a bit helpless and had to abandon some low-value scrolls. The backpack is still a bit small, Lu Chen muttered helplessly, but for now, he had no way to get a larger backpack. Judging from the current situation, higher-level elite monsters might drop larger backpacks. The little demon monsters in the Devil's Nest later might have a chance to drop them. Oh, and that undead place, maybe there are monsters that drop items too? Lu Chen plans to finish the instance before going to check it out. As for now, Lu Chen plans to go out and sell equipment first. Lu Chen posted the just-dropped fine one-handed sword dog training stick in the chat room with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. The next moment, Lu Chang and Wang Bing were both blown away. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, did you encounter a boss again? Wang Bing, damn, such a strong one-handed sword. I really like it. I want it. Lu Chen, I'm currently running the small demon camp instance, this dropped from the first boss. Lu Chang, I'm in the instance too. This damn instance is too hard to beat. The small monsters are fine, we can still handle them with 25 people, but that gunning is simply unbeatable. Every time we kill a demonized wild wolf, the others go berserk. With so many demonized wild wolves, the tank can't hold on. Not to mention Gunning's high damage. We've wiped out several times. Fortunately, instance deaths don't count as normal deaths, no need for an hour of resurrection time, otherwise it would be impossible. Watching Lu Chang complain and send out a bunch of messages, Lu Chen scratched his head. Well, he couldn't empathize. After all, to him, Gunning was just a matter of a few sword strikes. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people cannot be understood. Wang Bing, wait. Father-in-law, didn't you just go to the small demon camp? When I came, I heard you had just entered, and you've already defeated the first boss. Lu Chang? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, how long have you been in the instance? Lu Chen checked the system time, almost 11 minutes. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? The two slowly formed a question mark. Especially Lu Chang, at this moment, he began to doubt life. What a joke! He was struggling here, almost dying, it had been almost an hour, and they still couldn't defeat the first boss. And here comes Lu Chen, 10 minutes in, and he's already defeated the first boss? Can it be more absurd? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, are you soloing? Lu Chen, yes. Lu Chang, sighing and smoking. JPG, he just wanted to be quiet now. Wang Bing, sighing and smoking. JPG, compared to Lu Chang, whose mentality exploded, Wang Bing was slightly better. When he saw Lu Chen fighting the Wolf King earlier, his mentality had already exploded. Although he had some expectations for Lu Chen's strength, Wang Bing still didn't expect Lu Chen to be so indifferent. Defeating the first boss in 10 minutes? Is there any hope for others? Lu Chen, wait, aren't you guys off topic? Do you want this one-handed sword? Lu Chang, 120 gold. Wang Bing? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, won't stand for this. Although he probably had no chance with a two-handed weapon, since father-in-law needed it for himself, as a tank, he could still use a one-handed sword. But before he could make an offer, Lu Chang snatched it? What's going on? Can you tell me how to play this damn game? Lu Chang, if you can't afford it, then don't talk. Wang Bing, he was so angry his stomach hurt. This old man was disrespectful, actually using money to pressure a junior? Is he still human? Lu Chen, by the way, I have some green equipment. Are you guys at the entrance of the instance now? I'll come out and trade with you. Lu Chang, we're coming out directly, we'll get the equipment and then go back to fight. Although Lu Chang has bought a lot of green equipment from Lu Chen, it's still a bit difficult to equip all 25 people. It's just the right time for another wave of equipment updates. Of course, the most important thing is the blue equipment, arranging them for their assassins or tanks. Maybe there's hope to take out the small monsters before the tank can't hold on. And as long as they defeat a boss, it will be easier. Wang Bing, we just entered the instance, father-in-law, wait for us, we'll come out too. Lu Chen, okay. Lu Chen chatted with Wang Bing and Lu Chang while walking towards the outside of the instance. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly saw a message from Lin Yingying. He clicked to open it and raised an eyebrow. Lin Yingying, Godfather, can you get a lot of equipment from the instances? We, the Players Management Bureau, also want to cooperate with you and buy some green equipment. Price is not a problem. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Isn't the Players Management Bureau also official? You have Xian Niao Army to cooperate with. Why do you want to join in the fun with us? Lin Yingying, there's no other way. Although we are all official, the equipment of Xian Niao Army is prioritized for them. We can't get our hands on it at all. We still don't have many green equipment so far. We can only turn to you, Godfather. Fortunately, our bureau chief is clever. She added you as a friend before, otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to directly cooperate with you. Lu Chen almost imagined Lin Yingying's triumphant look. He smirked. Indeed, there is competition between different systems. Although the Xian Niao Army and the Players Management Bureau are both official organizations, it is obvious that they are also in competition. For Lu Chen, selling to the Xian Niao Army or to the Players Management Bureau didn't make much difference. However, since Lu Chen had been cooperating with Wang Bing for so long, he thought for a moment and said, I can only provide you with 10 pieces of green equipment for now. The rest will have to be traded with Wang Bing and the others, and we can gradually increase the quantity later. When he was browsing posts in reality, he understood that the Players Management Bureau is similar to the police station, dealing with daily affairs related to the invasion of demonic energy in reality. If their strength is too weak, perhaps the lives of ordinary people would be affected, so selling some equipment to them is also acceptable. At least with a stronger Players Management Bureau, society can be more stable. Lin Yingying, 10 pieces are already great, thank you, Godfather. Muah. Lu Chen? I suspect you are taking advantage of me. Lin Yingying, hee, not at all. Godfather, I am currently running instances, let me know when you come out of the instance, I will come out immediately. Lu Chen, I'm just about to leave. Lin Yingying, I'll be right there. In another instance world of a small demon camp, a group of players were eagerly watching Lin Yingying, not daring to make a sound. After entering the instance, they realized how difficult it was to fight in this instance. Let alone fighting the boss, even accidentally fighting the small monsters with their all gray and white equipment could lead to death. Fighting the boss was out of the question. They also coveted Lu Chen's equipment. But Lu Chen had always been cooperating with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, occasionally giving equipment to ordinary players. How could they compete? So many players were eagerly watching. However, when they heard that Lin Yingying had added Lu Chen as a friend, everyone's eyes lit up, hoping that Lin Yingying could negotiate cooperation with Lu Chen. After thinking about it, Lin Yingying felt it was worth a try. After all, everyone was cooperating, and it wouldn't be a loss for Godfather. Instead, it would be an additional partner, an additional choice. However, Lin Yingying didn't make any promises. After all, if Godfather was unwilling, she would definitely stand by his side. Unexpectedly, Godfather was willing to sell 10 pieces of green equipment to their Players Management Bureau. Indeed, did Godfather still have me, this smart, invincible, and lovely goddaughter in his heart? Seeing Lin Yingying's changing expression, everyone's eyes lit up. Minister Lin, how is it? Did Godfather agree? Minister Lin, our Players Management Bureau relies on you. Otherwise, we can't defeat the boss at all. Lin Yingying raised her mouth and put her hands on her hips. Godfather agreed. We will also have a share in the future, but only 10 pieces each time. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Then everyone cheered. 10 pieces are already great. This is a stable source of green equipment. Let's slowly accumulate them. We will definitely become stronger. Yes. Minister Lin is mighty. Even Godfather can be persuaded. Lu Ken is known for being indifferent to flattery. Many beautiful women have offered themselves to him, but he pays no attention. Lin smirked smugly. At that moment, a middle-aged man next to them chuckled. Minister Lin, we owe you for this. Who would have thought that our Player Management Bureau could establish a partnership with Ifu? I heard that Tianyue and Xian Niao Army obtained many rare items through Ifu, not just any equipment. If we have the chance to get them in the future, that would be great. It sounded strange for a middle-aged man to call Liu Ken a young man Ifu, but everyone found it normal. Nowadays, most Dasha players refer to Liu Ken as Ifu. After all, Liu Ken is too powerful. Others also brightened up. A delicate-looking girl suddenly remembered something. Yes, I heard that Tianyue obtained a potion formula from Ifu, and their alchemist has started brewing it. Wang Bo has the talent for forging, right? If Ifu can get the blueprint for equipment forging and we can buy it, that would be awesome. Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing. Even Lin's eyes lit up. However, she thought, would Wang Bo's forging affect Ifu's business? That wouldn't be good for Ifu. Lin glanced at her colleagues and secretly sent a message to Liu Ken. Seeing Lin's message, Liu Ken was puzzled. What's going on? Would someone else's forging affect his business? That's a joke. Even if he defeats many monsters, he can't supply all players. How could it affect him? Lin asked, Ifu, will this affect you? If it does, we won't sell it. Liu Ken chuckled, it's fine, it won't affect me. However, Liu Ken didn't expect Lin to consider him. Although this shameless dog broadcaster was a bit annoying, Liu Ken didn't dislike her. Alright, if Ifu has these good items in the future, can I compete with Wang Bing and others? Liu Ken thought that competition among more people would be beneficial for him. He was also curious about the player who mastered the forging talent mentioned by Lin. If he could forge standard equipment, it would be significant for all Dasha and even the entire Yuanxing players. Relying solely on the dropped equipment wouldn't be enough to arm all Yuanxing players. Liu Ken didn't refuse, no problem. Who is your team leader? I'll add him to the trading group. Lin said, I can handle this. This was a great opportunity to get closer to Ifu, and Lin wouldn't let it slip away. Not even the bureau chief. Liu Ken was surprised that Lin could take charge. Could this guy really do it? Without much thought, Liu Ken added Lin to Wang Bing and Liu Chang's trading group. When they saw someone joining the group, Wang Bing and Liu Chang were shocked. Liu Chang said, good son-in-law, how did Lin join the group? Wang Bing exclaimed, what? Lin? Are you here to snatch our equipment? Wang Bing was nervous when he saw Lin joining the group. After all, the Player Management Bureau had approached him before, hoping to get some equipment from him. But Xianyao Army didn't have enough for themselves. How could he share with the Player Management Bureau? Wang Bing naturally refused. However, he didn't expect Lin to directly find Ifu and be added to the trading group. Wang Bing immediately turned to Liu Ken and started pleading, Ifu, please don't allocate our equipment quota to others. We don't have enough for ourselves. Liu Chen, don't worry, it's just dividing into 10 pieces. I brought her in because they are players with special talents in the Player Management Bureau. Maybe there will be something they can use. Hearing this, Wang Bing and Liu Chang both breathed a sigh of relief. Just 10 pieces of equipment, they could still accept it. They received more than double what the Player Management Bureau got. But upon hearing the latter part, Wang Bing and Liu Chang felt a bit uneasy. Liu Chen's good stuff, the two of them couldn't get enough of, and now there was another person to share with. Wouldn't the competition be even more intense then? Even though Liu Chang was wealthy, money couldn't be completely exchanged for gold coins. After all, the production of gold coins wasn't that high. When the time comes, if a real competition breaks out, he couldn't guarantee that he could win on both sides. Liu Chang was walking towards the outside of the instance, gritting his teeth. This Lin Yingying is really a sly fox, unexpectedly swaying a good son-in-law. Of course, Liu Chang's thoughts were just impulsive. He also knew that with Liu Chen's strength and fame increasing, there would probably be more forces coming to cooperate with Liu Chen in the future. It was unrealistic for him and Wang Bing to exclusively enjoy Liu Chen's resources. This also put a lot of pressure on Liu Chang. Frowning in thought, he then looked at the middle-aged man next to him and asked, where in the newbie village do materials drop more frequently, or where is the probability of dropping more gold coins? This was Liu Chang's deputy, Nangong Li, who was originally a senior executive of a large group. Because he was also a public tester, he was hired by Liu Chang at a high price to join the Tianyue group. At this moment, Nangong Li assisted Liu Chang in managing the Tianyue guild. Nangong Li spoke up, I have already compiled the areas where players are leveling up. Non-humanoid monsters drop materials, not gold coins, but materials can be sold at the village's general store. Humanoid monsters drop gold coins and materials. Generally speaking, if you want to farm gold, humanoid monsters have a higher cost effectiveness. Nearby humanoid monster areas include the Cobalt Mine and the Murloc Lake, where copper coins will drop. Boss, what's wrong? Are you running out of gold coins? Liu Chang nodded, furrowing his brow. Now that more and more people know about the things at my good son-in-law's place, if we don't have some money in the future, we might not be able to grab anything. Nangong Li. His mouth twitched slightly. The new boss had quite a thick skin. He hadn't even met Lu Chun or your daughter, and he kept calling him a good son-in-law. Isn't he embarrassed? But after all, he was the boss, so Nangongli didn't say much. He nodded and said, I understand, I will organize a special gold farming team. Good. On the other side, Wang Bing and Li Ming were also discussing. Lin Yingying's arrival made them equally worried. It seems that there will be more and more people cooperating with the adoptive father in the future. We need to prepare more money. Wang Bing expressed some concern. Li Ming nodded and said, I will apply for more funds from above. Okay, when you go back today, apply for it. When Lu Chen walked out of the instance, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying's 3 teams were already waiting. Sparks flew between the 3 teams. Especially Lin Yingying's team, as newcomers, were being stared at by Lu Chang and Wang Bing's teams. Who would be willing to share green equipment with others? They all had a stern face, looking unhappy. Although Lin Yingying's team belonged to the Player Management Bureau, the Player Management Bureau was recruited from the civilian population after all, most of whom were ordinary people. Faced with the oppressive gaze of military and corporate bigwigs, they trembled. A delicate girl muttered, Minister Lin, the way they look at us, why do I feel like they want to kill us? Lin Yingying also shrank her neck, not expecting these people to be so fierce. To be honest, she was a bit scared too. She had thick skin, but she wasn't afraid of death. How would I know? It was you guys who asked me to talk to the adoptive father. I don't care, you stand in front. Lin Yingying was about to slip away when she saw Lu Chen coming out. Her eyes lit up, her steps stopped, and a sweet smile appeared on her face that none of the other team players had ever seen before. Godfather. Many players from the Player Management Bureau? There's something dirty, and they can change their faces too, right? Then they discovered that Lu Chang and Wang Bing were also smiling like they had changed their faces, with smiles on their faces. The sparks that had flown before seemed like illusions. Everyone? Each of them had mastered the art of changing faces. Lu Chen walked over and smiled, you guys are fast. Lu Chang helplessly said, there's no way, we can't beat the first boss without equipment. Wang Bing added, we just entered, who knew you would finish the first boss so quickly, Godfather? Lu Chen smiled, let's trade. So, Lu Chen started trading. When they heard that there was a blue one-handed sword available for trade, Lin Yingying and the others from the Player Management Bureau were stunned. Damn! Indeed, it's the Godfather, starting to trade high-quality equipment now? I don't even have green equipment on me. Lin Yingying was also eager to try high-quality equipment. If she could get her hands on it, she would definitely become stronger. She quickly asked, Godfather, how much for the high-quality equipment? She even tried to act cute, blinking her eyes. Lu Chen pretended not to see and calmly said, 120 gold. Lin Yingying and the others? A question mark slowly appeared in their minds. How much? 120 gold? Isn't that 120 million? Although the Player Management Bureau also had official funds for use, they couldn't afford such expensive equipment at all. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yingying and the others, smiling, do you want it? Lin Yingying forced a smile, can't afford it, let's just buy some green equipment to make do. Wang Bing sneered repeatedly. The budget of their Xin Niao army was higher than that of the Player Management Bureau, but even he couldn't afford it, let alone Lin Yingying. Lu Chen didn't mind. Besides the blue equipment, Lu Chen also traded some green equipment. In total, he made about 200 gold. Lu Chen now had nearly 3,000 gold in his hands, which was equivalent to 3 million. During the trading process, other players who were teaming up looked on eagerly, full of envy and jealousy. They also wanted green equipment. Lu Chen couldn't stand the pitiful looks from these players, so he left 10 pieces of equipment for ordinary players to buy, and soon these items were sold out. Afterwards, Lu Chen bid farewell to the others and entered the instance again. Following the same formula as before, Lu Chen easily defeated the second boss, Ice Hand. Along the way, he obtained various green equipment and items once again. This time, he was lucky to get 3 minor skill stones. Lu Chen had originally planned to use all of them on Heavy Strike. However, after using 2 of them, Heavy Strike reached level 9, and the system prompted that higher level skill stones were needed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Heavy Strike was a basic skill, and he didn't expect it to require intermediate skill stones for upgrading. Now there were still many skills that could be enhanced with intermediate skill stones. Lu Chen certainly wouldn't waste the intermediate skill stones on Heavy Strike for now, he would have to think about it later. He used the remaining minor skill stone on Charge. With the second level of Charge, the distance was slightly increased, and the cooldown time was shortened by 1 second. The original cooldown time for Charge was 20 seconds, with this enhancement, it was estimated to be once every 10 seconds at full level. This was not bad, as it could enhance the mobility of the battle. It might not be significant for monster hunting now, But what if there were player battles outside the newbie village? That would be crucial. Seeing Ice Hand, Lu Chen was still excited and wanted to get another copy of the Frost Impact and a potion formula. However, when he checked the list, both of these items were gone. Lu Chen then realized that indeed, the drop items in the instance were not as good as those in the wild. Of course, it is also possible that these demons were originally real demons, with a higher drop rate after being killed. Fortunately, the primary skill stone is still there, which is a must for Lu Chen. As for the rest, Lu Chen chose a blue staff and a blue cloth robe. No equipment for Lu Chen to use. Ice Hand's defense and health are not as good as Guning's. Lu Chen rushed over, and with 3 strikes, he took down this guy's 2,500 health points. Almost knocked Ice Hand out on the spot. Then a few more strikes killed Ice Hand. Lu Chen casually posted 2 mage items in the trading group. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, stunned. JPG, the 3 were shocked. After the customary question mark, Wang Bing couldn't help but speak. No way, master, it's only been about 10 minutes since just now? You've already defeated the second boss? Lin Yingying, master is amazing. Admiration. JPG, Lu Chang gritted his teeth. Which man could withstand such admiration from a young girl? Huh, this girl is really a sly one. My dear daughters, father can't handle you anymore. Lu Chen, anyone interested? Lu Chang, staff for 120 gold. Robe for 100 gold. Lu Chang thought this wave was stable, but Wang Bing had different thoughts. Wang Bing, staff for 130 gold, robe for 110. Lin Yingying shivered at the prices. Over 100 gold. How are these people so rich? It's too exaggerated, right? She is also a mage and naturally wants blue mage equipment. But with so much money, she couldn't afford it even if she sold herself. Although players have corresponding quotas for handling transactions, Lin Yingying's quota obviously couldn't cover this amount alone. Lin Yingying can't afford it. Lu Chang was surprised to see Wang Bing bidding and asked, Wang Bing, do you have money this time? Wang Bing sneered, I'm buying for someone else this time. I've reported to her, she wants all the mage equipment. Xia Yan had given him a strict order not long ago. That is, if suitable equipment and items for her appeared in Lu Chen's hands, compete for them with all his might. As the third princess, Xia Yan had her own small treasury and didn't need to use the funds of the Blackbird army. With Xia Yan's command, Wang Bing naturally had the confidence to compete with Lu Chang. Lu Chang frowned and sighed inwardly. Indeed, the competition was getting fiercer. Staff for 140, robe for 120. Wang Bing continued to raise the prices of the equipment. In the end, Lu Chang shouted a price of 2 million for the staff and 1,800,000 for the robe. This made Wang Bing frown. Although he had the third princess's command, the price was too high. He couldn't make the decision himself. Wait, I'll ask for permission. After saying that, Wang Bing privately messaged the price to Xia Yan. Xia Yan was busy fighting monsters and frowned upon hearing the price. Humph. Lu Chang. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied, they were in a fair competition, so she couldn't say anything. Give up the staff, compete for the robe, anything within 2,500,000 is acceptable. Xia Yan issued the command. Wang Bing immediately complied, forget the staff, robe for 200 gold. Lu Chen saw the two shouting and smirked. Rich people are truly crazy. Although fine equipment is indeed good, Lu Chen often obtains them and doesn't find them too precious. Selling for 2 million is just defeating a boss for him. Hearing Wang Bing's words, Lu Chang understood that the third princess had made a concession. After some thought, he sighed. The staff could be used by his beloved daughter, Yuexin, and Yuexin had already bought the cloth robe last time. As for himself, even with green equipment, he could manage. He couldn't give no face to the third princess. Lu Chang, forget the robe. Thus, the deal was settled, both items sold for a sky-high price of 200 gold each. The Lin Yingying people who have been paying attention to the whole process have all been stunned. The adoptive father can really make money, right? Defeating a boss, he actually made 4 million. He originally wanted to support the adoptive father. Damn it, it's definitely impossible now. Lu Chen, I'm coming out now. Hurry up with the trade for the green equipment. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I'm coming out too. Wang Bing, we'll be there soon. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, I'm coming over by myself. Lu Chen walked towards the entrance of the instance again. Because they had already reached the area of the second boss, the way back would take several minutes. Lu Chen was somewhat helpless, having to go back and forth several times every time he ran the instance. It was too time-consuming. However, he had no choice, as his drop rate was high. Why not let Wang Bing and the others send someone into the instance to get the equipment? Lu Chen thought of this possibility. However, if he teamed up with others, the experience would definitely have to be shared. Although that's what he said, according to the team agreement, if he could get up to 80%, finishing it all at once would be faster than going back and forth several times, right? It took quite some time to sell the equipment back and forth. By the time he did that, he would have already finished the instance. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately made a plan. He sent a message in the trading group. I have an idea, what do you think? Lin Yining, the adoptive father's idea is my idea. I unconditionally support it. Lu Chang was speechless, she was indeed a sly fox. With Lin Yining being so proactive, were his two daughters rivals? Good son-in-law, what's your idea? Tell us. Wang Bing, could the adoptive father be planning something big again? Lu Chen explained his idea to them. You can send someone over to run the instance with me, responsible for trading. Lin Yining, me. I'll come by myself. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, for such a hard task, let me do it myself. Wang Bing, I can't bear to see comrades picking up equipment, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'll do it myself. The three of them were excited. Are you kidding me? Although they could only get 20% of the experience, with Lu Chen's efficiency in killing monsters, the experience gained would be much faster than other teams, you know? Of course, they wanted to enjoy this good thing themselves. Lu Chen didn't expect Lin Yining and the others to be so enthusiastic. He smiled and said, in that case, after we finish trading, I'll team up with you guys. Lin Yining, great. I can team up with the adoptive father. My life is complete. Lu Chen couldn't help but comment. Is your life really that cheap? Lu Chang felt something was off, so he simply closed the chat group, out of sight, out of mind. After leaving the instance, Lu Chen completed the trade as usual. Afterwards, Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yining all left the team. Lin Yining and Lu Chang were fine, as they had already informed the team members beforehand. Lu Chang was the boss, so he naturally had the final say. As for Lin Yining, she was the most familiar with the entire player management bureau, so naturally, she was the most suitable for such matters. Moreover, Lin Yining couldn't give up such an opportunity. For her, it was a great chance to get closer to Lu Chen. Whoever dared to compete with her, she would fight hard. Although players from both teams envied them, there was nothing they could do. However, Wang Bing did not inform the team members. Wang Bing's sudden departure from the team left Li Ming and the others stunned. Captain, why did you suddenly leave the team? Wang Bing cleared his throat and solemnly said, I'm about to do something very difficult next, brothers, I hope I can come back safely. Lu Chen? Lu Chang? Lin Yining? The three of them looked at Wang Bing with strange expressions. Sharing experience was difficult? Then this was too difficult, right? Li Ming and the others didn't know that when they heard that Wang Bing was going to do something very difficult, one by one, they refused to continue. Captain, how can you do such a thing? We have so many people, we can do it. Yes. Captain, you are the soul of our 7th team. What would we do without you? Li Ming looked at Wang Bing with a touched expression. Captain, what do you say? Let's discuss it together, brothers. Wang Bing hesitated. Unable to bear it, Lu Chang spoke up. It's nothing major, just teaming up with my good son-in-law to pick up equipment in the instance and trade a bit. Li Ming and the others? The touched expressions on their faces gradually disappeared, and everyone's eyes on Wang Bing were filled with killing intent. Damn, this is really tough, isn't it? Li Ming and the others looked at Wang Bing with red eyes. Li Ming said, Captain, this kind of tough task is not suitable for you, let me do it. Jiang Su argued even more, Captain, trading with Mr. Lu has always been my responsibility, how can I let you do it? Seeing that his comrades were not willing, Wang Bing glanced resentfully at the cheerful Lu Chang, then said sternly, Am I the captain or are you the captain? This is an order. It's settled. He directly exerted the captain's authority. Li Ming and the others were at a loss, rolling their eyes at Wang Bing, but they had no choice. In the end, Lu Chen included all three of them in the team. Alright, let's enter the instance. Lu Chen led the way, taking Wang Bing and the other two into the instance. This time, they finally saw how Lu Chen cleared the instance. He pulled all the small demon elites along the way, and after pulling a wave, with a sweep, 20 or 30 small demon elites fell to the ground. The damage of 700 or 800, or even over 1,000, was truly shocking. Nowadays, players who can deal 20 points of damage to elite monsters are considered very powerful. Lu Chen's damage was simply beyond what they had dared to dream of before. Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled as she watched, truly worthy of being my adoptive father. So powerful. Lu Chang was even more convinced of Lu Chen. It had only been 2 days since he started playing the game, and Lu Chen already possessed such formidable strength. The future potential was beyond imagination. He even started to worry that his two daughters might not be worthy of Lu Chen. The emergence of the virtual online game era meant that strength in the game represented strength in reality. Such a character, if nothing unexpected happened in the future, would definitely soar to great heights. Only Wang Bing, having witnessed Lu Chen's strength when they fought the Wolf King boss before, was not too surprised. As they saw Lu Chen kill each elite monster, dropping 2 green orbs each time, they were dumbfounded. Wang Bing muttered, "Now I understand why my father-in-law comes out to trade equipment after defeating a boss. With this drop rate, could my father-in-law be the server administrator?" Beside him, Lu Chang and Lin Yingying nodded in agreement. This drop rate was simply beyond their comprehension. Lin Yingying blinked. "Are we just going to watch here? It's a bit embarrassing to let my father-in-law do it alone." Lu Chang rolled his eyes, thinking, "This woman is pretending, right? With my good son-in-law sweeping through each time, the monsters are all dead. Where do we need to intervene?" Lin Yingying thought about it and didn't say anything more. Soon, Lu Chen had killed hundreds of monsters. Apart from the attribute stones, skill stones, and scrolls that he needed, Lu Chen traded the rest of the equipment on the spot. Because Lin Yingying and the others had purchased the small demon backpacks dropped by Lu Chen, their backpack space was now as large as his. The 3 of them together could hold a lot of things. Lu Chen no longer had to worry about the backpack issue and could focus on killing monsters. He smiled. Indeed, his method was effective. Soon, Lu Chen led Lu Chang and the others to the central castle. Lu Chang widened his eyes, looking at the 3-story high castle, and asked, "Good son-in-law, is this the final area of the small demon camp?" Lu Chen nodded, "Yes, there are 3 levels inside, each with a boss, and the highest level has a high-level boss." Wang Bing was a little curious. "It's good to see what the leader is like, so that we can fight more conveniently by ourselves later." Lin Yingying and Lu Chang both nodded repeatedly. Soon, the 3 entered the first floor. After seeing the captain of the little demon guard, Gugu, and 4 little demon shamans, the eyes of the 3 widened. "Damn, 4 nurses plus a battle tank? This leader actually has 6,000 health and 95 attack? How the hell do we fight this?" They were all dumbfounded. Just dealing with Gugu alone was already difficult, and he had 4 nurses to heal him. He could easily take out all the players one by one, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, "The first 2 leaders are relatively simple. We can farm for a while, gear up, and then come back to challenge this leader." Hearing this, the other 3 nodded slightly. With a few good pieces of equipment, the main tank could still withstand the damage. Plus, with a priest healing, there was still some hope of defeating Gugu. Of course, that would be later, not now. As for Lu Chen, he had already selected the drops, a basic skill stone, and the other 2 pieces of the Little Demon Masterwork set. This way, Lu Chen would have the complete Little Demon Masterwork set. Lin Yingying was eager and asked, "Father, how do we fight?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You guys just watch from the side." With that, Lu Chen charged forward, heading straight for Gugu, and unleashed a 3-hit combo. With a sweep, the sword light passed through all the little demons, including Gugu. The 4 little demon shamans died on the spot, leaving only Gugu. Then, Lu Chen just used heavy strikes and regular attacks continuously. Gu Ji's damage was quite high, causing Lu Chen to lose tens of health points. However, unfortunately, Lu Chen didn't leech much health back. Just as the cooldown for the second sweep ended, Lu Chen unleashed another 3-hit combo, and Gugu fell to the ground. The whole process was easy and enjoyable. Wang Bing was mentally prepared, but Lu Chang and Lin Yingying were dumbfounded. The atmosphere was quiet, and Lu Chang muttered, "Isn't this a boss? How did it die so easily?" He even doubted if he was dreaming. Lu Chen clearly didn't lose any health, so how did the boss die? Wasn't it supposed to be much harder than fighting regular monsters? Wang Bing glanced at Lu Chang and said, "What did you expect?" Lin Yingying was even more excited. "Father is so amazing." Indeed, he was worthy of being their father. Even though they had talents and could summon creatures in the future, they were probably far behind their father. Lin Yingying made a vow in her heart to work hard and strive to follow in her father's footsteps to improve herself. When Gugu died, 3 blue orbs floated out, catching the attention of the 3. "Father, quickly see what they are? Are there any we can use?" Wang Bing rubbed his hands eagerly. Lu Chen knew what dropped, but he couldn't reveal it in advance. After picking up the items, Lu Chen posted the 3 items in the trade group. After seeing them, Lin Yingying and Lu Chang were a bit disappointed. There was nothing they could use. Wang Bing, on the other hand, was envious. "Damn! Fine quality plate armor set. The attributes are so strong. These attributes are too powerful, right?" Wang Bing looked pitifully at Lu Chen. "Father, do you have this set? If you do, can you give it to me?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I just don't have it, I need all 3 pieces." Wang Bing. At that moment, Wang Bing heard the sound of his heart breaking. After putting on the remaining 2 pieces of the little demon plate armor set, most of Lu Chen's equipment was now of fine quality. He even had 3 legendary pieces. It was only the second day, and with this kind of equipment, he was probably unmatched in the entire Hunter continent. The 4-piece effect of the little demon masterwork set could increase damage by 12%, meaning Lu Chen's future damage would be even more terrifying. As for the basic skill stone, the one dropped by Ice Hand, Lu Chen originally intended to use it on Greatsword Mastery. Unfortunately, the system prompt indicated that the Greatsword Mastery required a higher level skill stone. So, Lu Chen used the basic skill stone on the sweeping skill, which was no exception. The sweeping skill leveled up to 6, increasing damage by 250%. Lu Chen became stronger. After clearing the small demons in the rooms on the second floor, they arrived at the Black Iron Gate. Lu Chen asked Wang Bing and the others to stand back to avoid being targeted by the leader. Lu Chen pushed open the door and was immediately shot at by an arrow. Lu Chen's agility had improved significantly, allowing him to barely block the arrow with his sword. Clang! -13. The damage after blocking was minimal, making Lu Chen smile. He realized he had become much stronger not only in attributes but also in combat skills. Instead of rushing in, he checked the loot list. To his surprise, the first item on the list was a high-quality skill book. Green Poison Arrow, Level 1, shoots a poison arrow at the target, causing 50% damage per second for 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Learning Requirement, Archer. This was a powerful single-target skill, equivalent to 300% damage in one shot, despite the long cooldown of 20 seconds. Lu Chen chose the skill book without hesitation due to its high value. In addition to the skill book, Lu Chen also picked a basic skill stone and a pair of green leather gloves. After making his selection, Lu Chen charged forward. With a few swift strikes, he killed Aquilin. Compared to their previous encounters, this time it was much easier. Although Aquilin's damage was still high, Lu Chen could heal himself with lifesteal. With enough time to output damage, in just 10 seconds, he could deplete a boss's health bar. Lu Chen picked up the 3 items. He used the basic skill stone to upgrade sweeping to level 7, increasing damage by 270%. As for the green poison arrow skill book and the leather gloves, Lu Chen posted them in the trading group. Seeing these items, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. Lu Yueqing was an archer. If he could buy this skill to give to Lu Yueqing, his precious daughter would be overjoyed. Good son-in-law, I'll pay 1,000 gold for the green poison arrow. Lu Chen was surprised, as he had only sold the cold wind impact for 600 gold last time. In Lu Chen's opinion, the cold wind impact was actually more valuable than the green poison arrow, being an AoE skill with a slowing effect. Although the green poison arrow had higher damage, it was a single target attack with a longer cooldown. After some thought, Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Brother Chang, 600 gold is enough, the same price as the cold wind impact. We've had a pleasant cooperation during this time, so let's not set the price too high." Lu Chen had earned nearly 3,000 gold that day, not counting the green poison arrow, the leather gloves, and the high-level boss loot. After finishing this dungeon, Lu Chen estimated he could earn 4,000 gold. A whopping 4,000 gold. The amount of money made Lu Chen feel a bit numb. And this was only the second day. If he wished, with the treasures dropped in the game, Lu Chen could easily become the richest person in the world. He suddenly realized that money was just a number to him. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't place too much importance on the price of the skill book, but rather felt comfortable with his cooperation with Lu Chang. Every time Lu Chang always tries to consider him as much as possible, even the formula for the frost resistance potion, Lu Chang not only gave a large amount of gold coins, but also feared that Lu Chen would suffer losses, giving Lu Chen a 10% profit share. Lu Chen actually remembered it all. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and objected, "How can this be? The 3 of us are competing normally, there's no need for a good son-in-law to favor me." Lin Yingying shook her head, "Director Lu, I can't afford it." Although the green poison arrow was very strong, 600 gold coins were already quite a lot. She preferred to use the money to buy equipment formulas. That was what she wanted most. Wang Bing did want to buy, but considering what his adoptive father had said, if he made an offer now, wouldn't that be disrespecting his adoptive father? Wang Bing smiled, "Last time, Brother Chang, you let me have it, this time I'll let you have it, we're even." Lu Chen smiled, "Brother Chang, since they don't want it, let's go with 600. Lu Chang was a bit confused for a moment. After so many years in the business world, he had never thought he would encounter someone like Lu Chen doing business. While others found the profit margin not high enough, Lu Chen was afraid of it being too high. He looked at Lu Chen somewhat resentfully. "I said you're a good son-in-law, doing business like this, you'll end up with nothing but your pants being swindled off." Lu Chen was speechless. "Brother Chang, I'm not in the business of making money. For me, skill books and such are not that special. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, they were speechless. This was too real, and it hit a nerve. Lu Chang calculated slightly, and in the past 2 days of game time, Lu Chen had earned nearly 40 million. This was just the early stages of the game. At this rate of earning money, once out of the newbie village, Lu Chen's earning efficiency would surpass even Tianyue Group. Lu Chang was finally convinced. Indeed, in the era of gaming, everything was changing. Even the ways of making money were no longer the models Lu Chang was familiar with. He nodded in satisfaction. Alright, then I won't be polite. I'll just consider it as a good son-in-law honoring his father-in-law. Lin Yingying? What father-in-law? This old guy has no shame. Lin Yingying muttered to herself. Lu Chen helplessly rolled his eyes. Lu Chang was good in every way, but he had a habit of making such jokes which wasn't very good. But he didn't say much. This leather armor, are you bidding? Lu Chang, 200 gold. Wang Bing, damn, Lu Chang, I shouldn't have let you go earlier. You bid 200 again? He was thinking of buying a blue equipment for himself. But Lu Chang started to outbid again. This wasn't a mage's equipment. Princess San definitely wouldn't want it, so they had to spend their own money in the 7th team. Making the 7th team spend 200 gold on a blue equipment, Wang Bing felt like he was going crazy. Lu Chang smiled, I want to get my precious daughter the equipment she can use, no matter what. Hearing this, Wang Bing was completely speechless. Being a daughter's slave is too much. Lin Yingying was dumbfounded. Lu Chang turned out to be a daughter's slave? She only realized it now. Wasn't this too indulgent? And from Lu Chang's words, it seemed like he wanted to matchmake his daughter and his adoptive father? Lin Yingying's mouth twitched. She wanted to ask Lu Chang if he needed another daughter. It wasn't about money, it was mainly about the seemingly good relationship with the adoptive father. In the end, Lu Chang spent 800 gold and bought 2 archer equipment pieces. After the transaction, Lu Chen smiled, the last boss is upstairs, let's go. Alright. The 3 followed Lu Chen upstairs. Along the way, Lu Chang happily shared the items he had just bought in the family chat group. Lu Yuqing immediately exclaimed, wow. Dear Dad, I love you. Lu Chang couldn't close his mouth. How long had it been since he heard his beloved daughter say she loved him? Tears welled up in the old father's eyes. Lu Yu thought to herself, envious, my sister is going to rise. Lu Yuqing, hee hee. Sure, here is the translation, that's a must. With such strong skills, I'm sure to take off. Old man, is this also dropped by Lu Chen? Lu Chang, yes, we were running dungeons with Lu Chen, and he dropped the equipment from the boss. Lu Yuqing, that's great. Why doesn't our newbie village have dungeons? Both Lu Yuxian and Lu Yuqing were envious. Lu Chang, speaking of this skill book, Yuqing, let me tell you, Dad originally planned to bid 1,000. Guess what Lu Chen said? Lu Yuqing, what did he say? Lu Chang, Lu Chen heard that it was Dad who wanted to give it to his precious daughter, so he voluntarily reduced the price to 600 gold. Do you understand the meaning? I've been talking to him about your matters all along. It's obvious that he must have some feelings for you. You must work harder. Lu Chang sighed in his heart, putting in a lot of effort to be a mediator for both sides. If it really works out later, as an old father and father-in-law, he must have a few more drinks. It's really tiring. On the other side, Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuxian saw the message and widened their eyes. They glanced at each other, for a moment not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuxian reminded, Sister, your face is a bit red. Lu Yuqing, oh, maybe it's a bit hot. Lu Yuxian. She looked at the leather armor Lu Yuxian was wearing and thought, how can leather armor be so cool and still hot? Say whatever you want. At this moment, Lu Chen and his group had already reached the top floor. At the staircase, Lu Chen glanced into the room and saw Maglon still sleeping on the stone chair. He looked back at the 3 people behind him. This boss has a wide-range attack skill. Don't go over, I'll go up and fight him myself. Hearing this, the 3 of them widened their eyes. There's an AoE skill too? Wouldn't it be difficult to fight then? Wang Bing rubbed his hands, eager to try. Father, can we check this boss's attributes? Lu Chen shrugged, you can check it yourselves. The 3 immediately cast a detection spell. After seeing Maglon's exaggerated attributes, they all gasped. Wang Bing bluntly said it was terrifying. Lu Chen then opened the drop list. Seeing a string of blue items on the list, Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. TSK, there are no legendary equipment items. Last time there were legendary items, it was all because it was a real little demon, right? However, as the final boss, Maglon's drops were still pretty good. The first item was actually a potion recipe. Potion recipe, Novice Flame Resistance Potion, fine after use. You can learn the method of making a Novice Flame Resistance Potion. Learning condition, Alchemist. Drop rate, 0.0000193%. Seeing this potion, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Flame Resistance Potion should reduce fire damage. Most of Maglan's skills are fire-based damage. With this potion, fighting Maglan, for ordinary players, seemed to have some hope. Not only that, Lu Chen also remembered the Ice Hand from before. The potion dropped by the Ice Hand was a Novice Frost Resistance Potion. If you have that potion, wouldn't it be much easier to fight the Ice Hand? Lu Chen pondered, but now is not the time to think about this. He continued to choose. After that, there was nothing good. Lu Chen chose a fine level shield, Shield of the Little Demon. For the third item, Lu Chen naturally chose a basic skill stone. After making his selection, Lu Chen stepped out of the staircase and charged towards Maglan's face. Maglan's damage was still extremely high. Even though Lu Chen's equipment was excellent now, and his endurance was almost 100 points, which also greatly increased his defense, Maglan's attack still took away over 130 of Lu Chen's health. Although it was much less than before, it was still quite strong. Of course, that's all there is to it. Lu Chen didn't even need to use the weakness scroll. With his current combat skills, he easily stabilized his health using the large sword to block or dodge, along with his own life-stealing, healing potions, and primary regeneration effects. The clang of the large sword echoed in the room, and the firelight shimmered in the dimness. Both Lu Chen and Magellan had attributes far beyond ordinary people, and their speed was much faster than average, making their battle extremely intense. However, looking at their health bars, Lu Chen's health remained above 90%, while Magellan's health plummeted like an avalanche, unable to stop. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying had been watching the two's battle. Seeing Magellan's health rapidly decreasing, Wang Bing muttered, "I thought I could do it too, seeing my adoptive father fight so easily." Lu Chang glanced at Wang Bing. "If you think you can, then go ahead." Wang Bing sneered, "You think I dare not?" Although the adoptive father mentioned having area of effect skills, just going up to strike and then retreat should shut Lu Chang up, right? However, before he could even move forward, they heard Magellan roar in anger. Then, a raging wave of energy surged, causing Lu Chen to step back repeatedly. The three at the stairway felt a terrifying hurricane sweep over them, almost lifting them off the ground. Over 300 damage values floated above their heads simultaneously. Among the three, Wang Bing had the highest health, but it didn't exceed 500. In an instant, their health bars were almost depleted. Their faces turned pale. "What kind of damage is this?" Wang Bing quickly took out healing potions and drank them. Lin Yingying and Lu Chang also immediately used healing potions. Wang Bing looked terrified. "Thank goodness I didn't rush out, or I would have been done for. My adoptive father would have laughed at me." Lin Yingying shivered. "Is this boss too strong? Just a graze and I'm almost dead. How high would the damage be in front of him?" Lu Chang pointed to the damage floating above Lu Chen's head, expressionless. "There, 298 damage." Lin Yingying? Wang Bing? They were all dumbfounded. Just being grazed in this distant area caused them over 300 damage, while Lu Chen, in front of the boss, received less than 300 damage? Wang Bing's mouth twitched. "That's the adoptive father, a deity, not an ordinary person. He can't be used as a reference." Lu Chang said, "If you want to know how much damage an ordinary person would take, try it yourself." Wang Bing retorted, "Get lost, I'm not going. You go." That old man was really cunning. After Magellan's roar, Lu Chen was also pushed back a few steps. But compared to being knocked back before, he was much stronger now. Lu Chen charged back and continued to strike. Over 10 seconds later, Magellan used flame armor, but still couldn't withstand Lu Chen's damage and was killed by him in a few strikes. However, the burning effect of flame armor was still potent, leaving Lu Chen with only 70% health after the battle. Truly a high-level boss, a formidable opponent. Lu Chen picked up the 3 orbs that dropped. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Elemental Star Area Announcement, Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying for clearing the dungeon for the first time, rewarding 50 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, plus 30 Dawu City reputation, plus 300 Silver Moon Village reputation. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement, Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying team for the first clear of the Little Devil Camp dungeon, rewarding 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, find treasure chest *1, plus 100 Silver Moon Village reputation. 2 system announcements rang out consecutively. The players in Silver Moon Village were shocked. What? Another system announcement? Ha! It's the adoptive father? Then it's fine, normal occurrence. Wait, why are there other people here too? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Lu Chang is Mr. Lu, right? Wang Bing is the captain of the Xin Niao army, and Lin Yingying seems to be that dog anchor? I heard he's from the Player Management Bureau? Damn, someone actually clung to their adoptive father's thigh and got taken to run a dungeon with them? I'm so envious. Why isn't it me clinging to my adoptive father's thigh? The players discussed one after another. Especially the high-end players at the entrance of the dungeon, their eyes were all red at the moment. There was actually a system announcement and such good rewards? They had just seen Lu Chen and the others enter together. Now seeing Wang Bing and the others getting such good rewards, they were all jealous to the core. If I had just swallowed my pride earlier, cried and begged my adoptive father to take me, maybe I would have been one more person in the announcement. Forget it, even if you cling to your adoptive father's thigh, he wouldn't take you. The members of Wang Bing's team were all silent at this moment. They regretted deeply. Why didn't they persist a little longer earlier? If they had, maybe their adoptive father would have taken them along? Especially the Xin Niao army. The atmosphere was dead silent at the moment. Li Ming said softly, log off later and go after Wang Bing, count the numbers. 1, 2. So, the 7th team of the Xin Niao army formed a team to go after Wang Bing. In another area of Yuanqing, they couldn't hear the announcement of the first place in the newbie village dungeon, but they could hear the first announcement. At this moment, the reactions of various forces were extremely intense. They were already numb to Lu Chen making announcements again, but this time was different. Besides Lu Chen himself, there were actually 3 others making announcements. Did this mean that Lu Chen could take others along for the announcement? The rewards for each announcement were good, not to mention the free attribute points. It was definitely a good deal. If they could have Lu Chen take them along for the announcement, how great would that be? At this moment, whether it was Xia Yan, the Lu sisters, Alice, or the high-end players from other kingdoms, they were all considering this matter. Once they left the newbie village, they might consider cooperating with Lu Chen. At the very least, they should befriend Lu Chen. Maybe they would be taken along for an announcement at some point. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Wang Bing and the others also heard the system announcement. They were extremely excited to see the additional 13 free attribute points, gold coins, and exquisite treasure chest. Wang Bing's voice was trembling. Damn. Adoptive father, you're amazing. Even I, Wang Bing, will have a day of being announced by the system? And the rewards are so generous? This is so cool. Lu Chang was also pleasantly surprised. Good son-in-law, thanks to you this time, I didn't expect such good rewards. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Chen with stars in her eyes. Adoptive father, you helped me get so many good things, I don't know how to repay you, just tell me? Whatever you want me to do is fine. Lu Chang? He glared at Lin Yingying. Ha! This shameless fox spirit. How is this repaying kindness? Just thinking about something pleasant, right? Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yingying. No need to repay, after all, teaming up with you guys is also part of the deal, consider it a benefit. Lin Yingying looked dejected. Oh. Lu Chang was quite pleased. The good son-in-law was indeed upright. Wonderful. He had been a bit worried that Lu Chen might agree earlier, but now he felt relieved. Of course, Lu Chen couldn't possibly have any ulterior motives. Although Lin Yingying was pretty, they had only known each other for a short time, less than 2 days, and it was in the game. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Moreover, even if Lin Yingying didn't have any ulterior motives, Lu Chen couldn't meet her in real life now. It's not safe. Lu Chen had no intention of exposing himself in real life in the short term. Safety first in everything. When his strength is strong enough, Lu Chen will reveal himself in reality. According to his own rate of improvement, it shouldn't take long. Lu Chen smiled and said, let's use the system rewards first. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them woke up as if from a dream. They quickly began to allocate attribute points. Lu Chen originally wanted to put all his attribute points into endurance. But when endurance reached 100 points, the system prompted, ding, influenced by the essence of the Yuan Star human life, your endurance has reached the current tier's limit. To continue improving, please ascend to the next tier as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Influenced by the essence of the Yuan Star human life? At this stage, can humans only reach a maximum endurance value of 100 points? Lu Chen felt a bit frustrated. He had thought he could continue to improve indefinitely. He hadn't expected the influence of the essence of life. However, Lu Chen's other 3 basic attributes were only in the 30s, far from reaching their limits. Lu Chen didn't need to rush for the time being. When he reached level 10 and was about to ascend to the next tier, maybe the 4 attributes hadn't reached their limits yet. Lu Chen allocated the remaining 4 free attribute points to strength. As for Lu Chang and the others, they no longer had the trouble of reaching the limit. Their basic attributes, except for the main ascending attribute, were estimated to be less than 20 points. The three of them quickly allocated their attributes and then began discussing the excellent treasure chest. Wang Bing had originally wanted to trade the excellent treasure chest to Lu Chen and have his adoptive father help draw a prize. After all, his adoptive father's luck was beyond doubt, and he would definitely draw something good. But who could have thought that the excellent treasure chest rewarded by the system was bound and could only be used by oneself? This was awkward. Wang Bing looked at Lu Chang and Lin Yingying, grinned, and said, "The draw is here, let's see what we can get. Shall we compare?" Lu Chang remained calm. "My luck has always been good." Lin Yingying was a bit nervous. "My luck seems quite average." Lu Chen also looked at the three of them with some curiosity. He hadn't seen anyone else draw a prize yet. "Let me see too. You guys open the boxes and see what you get." The three of them opened their boxes one after another. Lu Chang's lips curled up, revealing a slight smile. "Not bad luck. Got a blue equipment." He shared the item in the group. Soul boots, excellent cloth armor, defense plus 41, intelligence plus 5, endurance plus 4, required level 6. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to get a blue item. "Brother Chang, your luck is good." Lu Chang's lips curled up, showing a smile. Just then, Lin Yingying exclaimed, "I got this." She shared the item in the group. Lu Chen and Lu Chang were both stunned, showing surprise. It was a skill book. Brutal Strike, Level 1. Unleash a brutal strike, dealing 180% damage, and has a 10% chance to stun the target for 1 second, cooldown 15 seconds. Learning condition, Battleground. Lu Chen hadn't expected Lin Yingying's luck to be even better, getting such a powerful skill book. It had damage and a stun effect. Although it was only a 10% chance at level 1, at higher levels, the chance could be increased. Lu Chen was thinking of buying it from Lin Yingying. This skill was just right for him to use, and Lin Yingying was a mage who couldn't use this skill. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Lin Yingying initiated a trade with him. She grinned, "Adoptive father, this skill book suits you, so I'll give it to you." Lu Chen, "Huh?" He was stunned, a bit slow to react. "For you to use, you are a battleground, this skill book suits you." Lin Yingying blinked, looking at Lu Chen with some confusion. "Don't you have this skill?" Lu Chen shook his head, somewhat surprised. "Given to me?" Lin Yingying nodded, "Yes." "Lu Chen?" He was a bit dumbfounded. "Can I buy it for 1,000 gold?" Lin Yingying immediately became dissatisfied. "No, I can't do that. I am the daughter of destiny. How can I take your money, foster father? If you can use it, of course, I should give it to you." Lu Chang on the side felt uneasy. Damn, this girl is a bit scheming, trying to gain favor with a good son-in-law through such means? He spoke up, "Isn't this making the good son-in-law owe a favor?" Lin Yingying, "This is not good." Lin Yingying glanced at him, blinked, and said, "I don't need my foster father to owe me a favor." Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about this, if I come across a skill suitable for you in the future, I will also give it to you." Lu Chen knew that Lin Yingying's talent leaned towards a summoner, so if he found a skill suitable for her in the future, he could just give it to her. This savage strike, Lu Chen really wanted it. It was obviously a very strong skill. Lin Yingying chuckled, "Then it's a gift from my foster father." Lu Chen was speechless. "No, it's a trade, exchanging goods for goods." Lin Yingying did not argue. As long as it was a gift in her heart, it was fine. Lu Chang on the side felt uncomfortable watching. Damn, this little girl is going too far, trying to steal someone in front of him? He felt the situation was not good and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Wang Bing, what did you get? Why are you not saying anything?" At this moment, others noticed that Wang Bing was standing still, looking like a statue. Lu Chen was puzzled. What's wrong with this person? "Wang Go, are you okay?" Wang Bing looked despondent. "It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion." Lu Chen and the others exchanged glances, puzzled. Seeing this situation, Lu Chang suddenly had a guess in his mind. He gloated a bit and said, "What did you get, kid? Show us." Wang Bing silently glanced at him and reluctantly displayed the item. Apprentice healing potion, excellent. Looking at the bottle of green healing potion, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Wang Bing felt greatly insulted in this silence. "Say something, won't you? What does your silence mean?" Lu Chang couldn't hold back his laughter. Lin Yingying turned around, her shoulders trembling. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he silently opened the drop from the fine chest. Just like before, the top item was a legendary item. Previously, Lu Chen only selected legendary items, so he didn't look much further. This time, Lu Chen roughly glanced at the drop list. He finally understood why Lu Chang and Lin Yingying both got fine level items. It turned out that in the system's reward fine chest, fine items accounted for more than half, with over 50% chance of obtaining fine items. The rest were all green items. It could only be said that the system's reward chest was indeed quite generous. As for the apprentice healing potion that Wang Bing drew, it was at the bottom of the drop rate list, with a 0.12% drop rate. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "It's okay, you're already very impressive." In terms of probability, drawing an apprentice healing potion was even more difficult than drawing a fine item. Wang Bing had reached a certain level of rarity, which was another level of impressive. Hearing Lu Chen's comfort, Wang Bing seemed to turn into a gray statue, dispersing in the wind. He was completely despondent, squatting on the ground in silence. Lin Yingying curiously looked at Lu Chen. Foster father, open the box and see what you can get?" Lu Chen smiled, "Okay." He casually selected the top legendary equipment. Raging War Cloak, legendary, cloak, strength plus 13, stamina plus 10, has a certain chance to increase attack speed by 20%, requires level 8. Drop rate, 0.000089%. The cloak happened to be an equipment part that Lu Chen did not have. Lu Chen casually posted the equipment in the trading group. Lin Yingying? Lu Chang? Wang Bing? The three of them were dumbfounded. Wow! Another legendary equipment. Foster father, your luck is too good. Lin Yingying exclaimed repeatedly. Lu Chang also agreed with Lin Yingying's point of view, nodding repeatedly. He was extremely shocked. Good son-in-law, how many legendary equipment do you have now? Lu Chen glanced at it, Flame Greatsword, Bloodthirsty Necklace, Song of Life, plus the newly acquired Berserker Cloak. 4 pieces. Hiss. The three of them all gasped. Wang Bing was almost in tears. Why is my luck so bad? Why am I the only one with green items? Lu Chen comforted him. Maybe there are fewer green items in the box. Your luck is pretty good, so you got these rare items? Wang Bing. He cried out sadly, "Father-in-law, please don't comfort me. If you keep comforting me, I might jump off a building." "Alright then." Lu Chen complied. Lu Chang then changed the subject. "By the way, good son-in-law, what items did the boss drop?" This question brought Wang Bing and Lin Yingying back to their senses. They looked at Lu Chen expectantly. That was the final boss, so the dropped items shouldn't be too bad, right? Lu Chen smiled. "I won't post the basic skill stone, only these two." Lu Chen posted the little demon shield and flame resistance potion formula. After reading it, the three of them widened their eyes, their breathing becoming somewhat rapid. The shield is essential for a tank's defense and can be considered the core of defense. Just the little demon shield alone increased armor by nearly a quarter of what Lu Chen had. Considering Lu Chen's equipment, one can imagine how strong the shield's defense is. With this shield, their team's main tank would definitely have an easier time tanking monsters. All three understood this, so their eyes turned a bit green. As for the flame resistance potion, it goes without saying. Wang Bing and the others witnessed the boss's flame damage. With this potion, their success rate in defeating the boss would greatly increase. And it's not just them who need to defeat the boss, other players do too. If they were to sell this potion, the market would be huge. Lu Chen said, "By the way, Chang, the second boss is an ice mage little demon. Your ice resistance potion might be useful. You can have someone make some and lead the team to try it out." Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's eyes widened, showing a pleased expression. "I'll arrange it immediately." If they could really defeat it, then they would have a boss that consistently provides equipment for them. This was obviously a great thing. Wang Bing beside them had envy in his eyes. He smirked. "Chang, you've already said before, the ice resistance potion is only sold to us at cost price." Lu Chang glanced at Wang Bing, feeling annoyed. "The production volume is still not high, some of the herbs are in high-level areas, we don't even have enough for ourselves. When we have enough, we'll sell it to you." Lin Yingying couldn't resist upon hearing about the ice resistance potion. She quickly asked, "Mr. Lu, can you sell some of this potion to our player association? We'll buy it at market price." Lu Chang instantly felt happy. This girl was trying to snatch men from his precious daughters, and now she wanted him to sell potions? He smiled wryly. "Oh, little Lin, you heard it too. The potion production is currently insufficient, so we can't provide it to your player association for now." Lin Yingying felt annoyed. She could tell that Mr. Lu obviously thought she had a good relationship with her godfather. If he doesn't want to sell, then he won't sell. "I'll stick to my godfather and annoy you." Lu Chen then said, "For these two items, state your price." Instantly, sparks lit up in the eyes of the three. These two items greatly improved the team, and they obviously wouldn't let them go. Lu Chang, who was the wealthiest, immediately said, 200 gold for the shield, 1,300 gold plus 10% profit for the formula. Wang Bing pursed his lips, secretly cursing this guy for being so rich. But he had to agree. These two items were too important, and each one greatly improved the team. Wang Bing gritted his teeth and said, shield for 210 gold coins, formula for 1,400 gold coins plus 10% profit. Lin Yingying was very decisive. I don't want the shield, formula for 1,800 gold coins plus 20% profit. Beside them, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lu Chen were somewhat surprised at Lin Yingying's offer. They never expected Lin Yingying to quote such a high price. Seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, Lin Yingying showed him a sweet smile. Earning for adoptive father is like earning for our own family. Lu Chang was speechless. Little girl, you can't just say anything. Who said we are family? Formula for 2,000 gold coins plus 25% profit split. Shield for 230 gold coins. Although Lu Chang had been collecting gold coins, he had spent a lot recently and now had just over 2,800 coins left. He couldn't offer too high a price. This made Lu Chang very uncomfortable. It seemed like he needed to arrange the gold farming team with Nangong as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there were good items, he would be at a disadvantage in the competition. Wang Bing and the others were dumbfounded. Aren't these two people crazy? Collecting gold coins is not easy. Why do they feel like they are picking them up for free? He muttered, forget it, you guys can fight over the potion formula, shield for 250. This is my highest price. If Brother Chang offers more, I'll give in. Hearing this, Lu Chang hesitated. He had limited gold coins in hand, and if he wanted to continue buying more, he needed some time. If there were more good items in the future, he would be in trouble without enough coins. He also wanted to save some coins for emergencies. Because of this, Lu Chang hesitated on whether to continue. After some thought, he shook his head and said, forget it, I don't want the shield. Lin Yingying had never wanted the shield from the beginning. Her focus was always on the formula. In the Player Management Bureau, there were various types of players, especially those focused on life professions, more than the Xin Niao Army and Tianyu Guild. The potion formula would definitely be in demand. Lin Yingying had no doubt about this. As for the high price, it was her adoptive father's money anyway, so be it. The only problem was that she didn't have many gold coins at the moment. The Player Management Bureau, as a newly established official organization, although receiving attention and support from the Summer Emperor, still lacked compared to the Xin Niao Army. After cooperating with Lu Chen, Lin Yingying had applied for subsidies, but the total was only 3,000 gold coins. The main issue was the limited production of gold coins. The real currency limit was higher. Unfortunately, she couldn't exchange real currency for gold coins, so it was useless. Lin Yingying's idea was to spend money to buy the formula first, which would definitely not be a loss. The remaining money would be used to buy forging blueprints, the item she needed the most. If the price of this formula was too high and affected the purchase of forging blueprints, then she would have no choice. When Lu Chang reached 2,000 gold coins, Lin Yingying hesitated. In the end, she calmed down and shook her head, forget it, I don't want it. Although she wanted to buy something from her adoptive father, as the minister of the Player Management Bureau, she couldn't go overboard. As an adult, Lin Yingying understood this. Hearing Lin Yingying's refusal, Lu Chang felt relieved. If Lin Yingying had offered a higher price, he would have felt a bit uneasy. Lu Chen was a bit stunned. He never expected the price of the formula to be so high this time. The total was over 2,000 gold coins, not including the profit split. The speed at which they were making money startled Lu Chen himself. He nodded, in that case, let's make the trade. Deal. After the transaction, Lu Chen had 6,000 gold coins in hand. Not only in this life, but even in his past life, Lu Chen had never had so much money. Lu Chen said, alright, the dungeon is done, let's go out. 3 people nodded and followed Lu Chen out. Lu Chen planned to first go and do the task of the bony rotting grass next. After all, he knew the location of the bony rotting grass. But as for the task of the demonized tiger head of the war soil mentor, Lu Chen didn't know the location yet. He suddenly thought of something and looked at the 3 people and asked, by the way, do you know where there are demonized tigers? Upon hearing this, the 3 people were surprised. Demonized tigers? We haven't encountered any yet, Wang Bing said slowly. Lin Yingying and Lu Chang also shook their heads, indicating they hadn't encountered any. Lin Yingying smiled and said, I will inform the people in charge of handling the players. If anyone has encountered demonized tigers, I will let you know, Father. Lu Chang and Wang Bing also expressed their intention to pay attention. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, alright, I'll trouble you then. This is the benefit of having connections. If he had to search alone, even with a demonized wild wolf, he wouldn't know how long it would take to search the entire area around Silver Moon Village. With others helping to search, it would be much easier. By the way, I plan to do a task next, and I may need someone to trade equipment when the time comes. Can you arrange for someone to come over for the exchange? Lin Yingying's eyes lit up. Can we go ourselves? Lu Chang and Wang Bing also eagerly looked at Lu Chen. This dungeon had only been going on for a little over 10 minutes. The experience they gained was much higher than before. If they could go monster hunting with Lu Chen, their leveling speed would definitely be faster. Lu Chen was speechless. What are you thinking? You can't leave the dungeon. It takes me a long time every time I run out. You can only enter the dungeon as a team, no need to team up outside, you can run around freely. Lin Yingying and the others all looked dejected and disappointed. They had thought they could leech experience with Lu Chen. Wang Bing said, alright, I'll arrange for Jiangsu to continue trading with you later, Father E. Lu Chang suggested continuing to arrange for Li Mu to go together. As for Lin Yingying, she blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Father E, where are you going for the task? I will go nearby to level up, and then I will come over to get the equipment myself. Lu Chen was speechless. Aren't you leveling up yourself? With such good talent, it would be a waste not to level up properly. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Lu Chang were somewhat surprised to hear Lu Chen refer to Lin Yingying's talent as very good, indicating that Lin Yingying indeed had excellent talent. Lu Chang suddenly felt more pressure. This little girl was proactive and had good talent. Wouldn't a good son-in-law be overwhelmed? Lu Chang now hoped that Lu Chen would reach level 10 quickly and leave the newbie village. This way, they could separate. And when their two precious daughters left the newbie village and faced each other in competition, Lu Chang was still confident in his two precious daughters. Lin Yingying felt a bit disappointed. Oh, then I will level up nearby and have someone come over for the trade later. Lu Chen shrugged, it's up to you. I'm going to the undead land in the north of the village for the task next. The three of them looked puzzled about the undead land, completely unaware of it. However, they knew the direction of the north of the village. Lin Yingying nodded, smiling, indicating that she would go to the north of the village to level up. As for Lu Chang and Wang Bing, they naturally had their own things to do. The four chatted and soon left the dungeon. As soon as they left the dungeon, Wang Bing and the others felt jealous gazes directed at them. They were startled. When they saw the high-end players outside the dungeon, they breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Bing raised his head proudly and laughed. These people are envious. Envious that I can follow Father E to get rewards. Lu Chang said expressionlessly, stop talking, healing potion. Wang Bing? He felt pierced in the heart and fell silent immediately. Lu Chen smiled, I'll be going now. Goodbye, father. Lin Yingying waved at Lu Chen with a smile. Wang Bing and Lu Chang also bid farewell to Lu Chen. Lu Chen rode on the demonized wild wolf and ran towards the north of the village. Riding the tall demonized wild wolf, wearing a heavy and fierce little demon suit, with a crimson cloak fluttering, Lu Chen looked like a general on the battlefield. Lin Yingying looked at him with admiration. Indeed, he is my foster father, so handsome. Lu Chang gave Lin Yingying a glare and walked away. As for Wang Bing, he remained silent. The environment in the north and east of the village was different. Not far outside the village entrance, there was a river with a wide wooden bridge. Beyond the wooden bridge was a vast wasteland, with small hills in the distance. Most of the hills were covered with rubble and wild grass, looking less lively than the east of the village and rather desolate. There were many low-level players grinding monsters in the wasteland. However, once in the hills, it was the area of monsters above level 5, and there were fewer players here. Lu Chen understood that most level 5 players were now in the little demon camp grinding dungeons. This was a normal phenomenon because the dungeons contained elite monsters, white items were guaranteed drops, and if lucky, one might get a green item and strike it rich. Most importantly, because the bosses in the little demon camp were inside the fortress, players could avoid alerting the bosses, bypass the fortress, and only grind the small monsters outside, where there were many elite monsters and decent experience points. Of course, grinding elite monsters was more profitable. If it weren't for the fact that the little demon camp could only be grinded once a day, Lu Chen suspected that many players would probably stay in the dungeons all day. The demonized wild wolf was fast, and Lu Chen took advantage of the fact that the monsters hadn't reacted yet and ran past them. Soon, Lu Chen delved deep into the hills. After running for nearly half an hour, Lu Chen encountered monsters that were already level 7. The ground in the hills became increasingly barren, with even decaying gray soil appearing. Before long, Lu Chen saw a large expanse of gray land ahead. On this land, numerous tombstones stood, and many undead creatures were wandering around. Lu Chen almost vomited at the sight of these undead creatures. This game was really too realistic, with all senses intact, and the smell of this place was nauseatingly sour. Moreover, the undead were skeletons and zombies, with flesh and blood attached, and even maggots wriggling inside the flesh. Lu Chen saw one zombie with an eye hanging outside, swaying as it moved. Lu Chen was stunned. Timid people would probably be scared to death fighting here. Isn't this scarier than a horror movie? Fortunately, Lu Chen was still brave, and with his attributes, even if ghosts appeared, he would just give them a slap and move on. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Silver Moon Skeleton, Elite, Level, 7 Health, 580 Attack, 40 Description, originally a deceased Silver Moon human, corrupted by the power of the undead, transformed into a skeleton. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. It was another elite monster. This meant good loot. Lu Chen immediately began as before, opening the drop list, selecting equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, and so on. Although monsters like Silver Moon Skeletons and Silver Moon Zombies were already at level 7, even level 8, they still couldn't break through Lu Chen's defense. Lu Chen easily aggroed a dozen monsters, then swept them all with one strike. After that, he looted the items and continued selecting drops. Elite monsters at level 7 and 8 provided a decent amount of experience. Lu Chen had just reached level 8 while grinding the dungeon earlier. However, even now, fighting level 8 elite monsters in groups, Lu Chen's experience bar was still moving at a turtle's pace. Even leveling up was so difficult for him. How long would it take for an average player to reach level 10, 10 days or half a month? This game was really hard to play. But then he thought, this game was ultimately linked to real-life attributes. Being able to become extraordinary in 10 days or half a month was already quite exaggerated for an ordinary person. Lu Chen continued grinding all the way, and before long, his backpack was almost full. Fortunately, Jiang Su, Li Mu, and Lin Yingying have already arrived with the people they called. The only trouble is that the map monsters are a bit high level. However, they are all wearing green equipment, so it's no problem to deal with ordinary monsters 1 or 2 levels higher. As for the elites in the land of undead, Lu Chen has already cleared them, so they don't need to worry. As time passed, Lu Chen continued to advance, killing all the elite undead he could see. He didn't forget his mission to find bone-eroding grass. Unfortunately, in this land of undead, there wasn't even a single blade of grass, completely devoid of life. Lu Chen didn't know where to find the bone-eroding grass. Just then, Lu Chen saw a large gray-white stone tomb ahead, with its door wide open and 2 armored skeleton warriors standing beside it. He was a bit surprised and widened his eyes. It seemed like these skeletons were a bit different. Silver Moon Skeleton Warrior, Elite, Level, 8 Health, 640 Attack, 45 Introduction, originally guards of the Silver Moon General, they turned into skeleton warriors after being corrupted by the power of the undead. Seeing this introduction, Lu Chen's eyes lit up even more. Silver Moon General sounds like a boss. Bosses usually mean various treasures, which Lu Chen certainly wouldn't miss. After swiftly dealing with the 2 skeleton warriors, Lu Chen stepped into the tomb's entrance. Inside the tomb's entrance was a staircase leading underground, with torches hanging on both sides of the stairway. The dim yellow light flickered on the torches, creating an interplay of light and shadow in the stairway, resembling a ghostly procession. Lu Chen's armored boots made crisp sounds on the stairs as he descended. When he reached the end of the stairs, Lu Chen found himself in a huge burial chamber. The chamber contained many coffins, all of which had been opened, and elite undead roamed aimlessly inside the tomb. These elite undead included skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, all of them level 8 elites. This was quite a good monster farming area. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. The monsters were densely packed, all elites. For ordinary players, it would probably be difficult to handle. But with Lu Chen's strong attributes and AoE skills, he could level up quickly here. The little demon camp could only be farmed once a day, and the monsters there ranged from level 5 to 7, somewhat lagging behind Lu Chen's level. He urgently needed a new farming spot, and this place seemed perfect. So, Lu Chen began his enjoyable monster farming journey. The burial chamber was about 30 to 40 meters in diameter, with about 20 to 30 elite undead roaming inside. Lu Chen rounded them up in one wave, then swept through, killing them all. At the end of the burial chamber were doors leading to the next chamber. Some chambers had several doors leading to different chambers. Lu Chen fought his way through, clearing 5 or 6 chambers in a row, and entered a huge chamber. The chamber was filled with decaying corpses and nauseating gray mud. At the end of the chamber stood a particularly tall figure, fat in stature, covered in stitched marks all over his body, seemingly composed of several bodies sewn together. The body was bloated, with putrid corpse fluid flowing on its surface, and maggots crawling in the grim wounds. Lu Chen almost vomited at the sight. Regular undead were already disgusting, but this thing was even more repulsive. He cast a detection spell. Adai, boss, level, 8 health, 7400 attack, 110 introduction, undead mage Mudu's favorite little pet. Lu Chen? What's this? A little pet? This ghastly thing? Lu Chen looked at the pile of rotting flesh in front of him, unable to comprehend, but greatly shocked. He had never imagined that someone's aesthetics could be so peculiar as to consider this thing a pet. And the name was strangely cute too? He silently criticized in his mind and quietly opened the drop list. The next moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The items dropped by this boss are quite suitable for him. Undead Brave Earth Battle Armor, fine, Plate Armor, Defense plus 202, Strength plus 7, Stamina plus 8, Required level 8 Undead Brave Earth Set, 2/6 plus 10% Health Undead Brave Earth Set, April 6th plus 6 Health Regeneration per second Undead Brave Earth Set, 6/6 Reduced damage taken by 10 points A new Fine Level Plate Armor Set. Lu Chen is currently using a small Demon Masterwork set at level 5 to 7, but he is already at level 8, so his equipment is a bit outdated. Now that he has an 8-level set, Lu Chen is naturally satisfied. In addition to the battle armor, there are also leg pieces. In fact, this boss not only drops plate armor set pieces, but also leather and cloth armor set pieces, but Lu Chen doesn't need them, so he chooses plate armor. In addition to the chest armor and leg pieces, Lu Chen also chose a basic skill stone. Afterwards, Lu Chen charged forward. As he approached Dai, the disgusting stench made Lu Chen's face pale. But this is a boss, so Lu Chen had no choice but to endure the smell and wield his flame greatsword. Lu Chen did not use the basic skill stone dropped by Magran on Barbaric Strike. According to Lu Chen's experience, the early levels of fine level skills can be enhanced with minor skill stones, and using basic skill stones would be a waste. The only other skill Lu Chen can still enhance with basic skill stones, besides Barbaric Strike, is basic regeneration. Basic regeneration is not very useful for Lu Chen now, as he already has life steal. Lu Chen used the basic skill stone on Barbaric Strike. Barbaric Strike, max level unleash a powerful attack, dealing 220% damage and increasing the critical strike chance of Barbaric Strike by 30%. With Barbaric Strike at level 10, reaching the max level, the damage increase is 220%, which was expected by Lu Chen. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that the skill had an additional effect. It increased the critical strike chance of Barbaric Strike by 30%. Lu Chen speculated that skills reaching the max level would have special effects, and these special effects are probably quite strong. Considering that Barbaric Strike is just a basic skill with such a strong special effect, other skills should be powerful too, right? This made Lu Chen more cautious, planning to enhance skills to the max level first to gain special effects. This way, the skills would be elevated. As for Barbaric Strike, Lu Chen had previously used the minor skill stone obtained from Elite Skeletons to enhance it to level 4. Barbaric Strike, level 4, unleash a brutal strike, dealing 210% damage, and has a 40% chance to stun the target for 1 second, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Compared to Heavy Strike, Barbaric Strike truly lives up to its fine level status, being much stronger. At level 4, the damage is almost comparable to a max level Heavy Strike. Unfortunately, Lu Chen would need to use basic skill stones to enhance it further. At this moment, Lu Chen's flame greatsword, shining with sword light, landed on Dai. Normal attacks, Heavy Strike, Barbaric Strike, and Sweep, turned into a 4-hit combo. 302, 1224, 649, 1733. 4 high damage numbers appeared. Both Heavy Strike and Sweep landed critical hits. The total damage reached 4,000. This exaggerated damage instantly reduced Dai's health by half. This is the result of high skill levels. Each of Lu Chen's attack skills has a high damage increase, combined with his strong attributes, causing terrifyingly high damage. This is because Dai is an 8th level boss with strong defense. If it were a weaker boss, Lu Chen's damage would probably be even higher. At this rate, when he raises his basic strength to the maximum of 100 points, upgrades to more powerful equipment, and adds amplification effects like Battle Intent and Battle Soil, will he be able to one-shot bosses of the same level in one turn? Isn't this a bit unrealistic? Of course, it's unrealistic for him, but even if it's a bit more unrealistic, Lu Chen thinks it's not a big deal. However, soon Lu Chen couldn't laugh anymore. His terrifying attack power, accompanied by sword light, tore apart the bloated flesh of Dai, and corpse fluid gushed out with maggots. Lu Chen? Ugh! Damn you! He vomited directly. Damn, can't win in just plain mental attacks, huh? Lu Chen's armor was covered with corpse fluid, his face turned pale. He had never felt so disgusted in his life. Dai, in pain, kept howling, "You hurt Dai. Dai will kill you." He waved the small kitchen knife in his hand and attacked Lu Chen, with wounds still gushing out exaggerated disgusting liquid. Lu Chen's face changed drastically. He tried to dodge the gushing liquid as much as possible while continuing to attack. It has to be said that the 30% increase in critical hit chance for heavy strikes is really too strong. Coupled with Lu Chen's current agility providing a critical hit chance, he could land a critical hit every 2 to 3 attacks. In just a few seconds, he turned Ah Dai into a pile of flesh. Looking at the fallen Ah Dai, Lu Chen didn't even care about the light orbs on the body, bending over and retching repeatedly. Why did this damn game have to be so realistic? Fortunately, after a while, the liquid on the battle armor, like the blood of the previous monster, was refreshed. Lu Chen felt a bit better. He walked over with some disdain, picked up the light orbs on the ground. After changing into the 2 pieces of Undead Brave Earth set, Lu Chen's Little Demon set attributes were dismantled. Although he lost the damage boost of the Little Demon set's 4-piece bonus, he gained 10% more health. However, the attributes of the Undead Brave Earth set itself were stronger than the Little Demon set. Overall, there was still a significant improvement. Lu Chen casually posted the 2 pieces of the removed Little Demon Fine Craft set in the trading group. This immediately caused Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Ying to exclaim in surprise. Wang Bing, also a Battle Soil player, was almost ecstatic. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he could soar on the spot. Of course, Lu Chang and Lin Ying were equally envious. After all, the reduction of 8 points of damage from the 2-piece Little Demon set was really practical. Coupled with its strong attributes, if equipped on the main tank, it would definitely become much tougher. Lu Chang wanted to buy them, but unfortunately, he had just spent a lot of money on a formula, and now he was short of gold coins. In the end, Wang Bing bought the 2 pieces. Wang Bing was extremely excited. With the Little Demon Fine Craft set's 2 pieces plus the Little Demon Shield, the main tank can definitely hold on. We can also defeat the 2 bosses ahead. Lu Chang was a bit envious. I'm a bit short on gold coins, let you have your moment of glory. While sending messages, Lu Chang turned to Nangon Li and asked, has the gold farming team been arranged? Nangon Li nodded, it's already arranged. Ah, I didn't expect my good son-in-law to bring out such excellent fine equipment. I don't even have the money to buy it. Lu Chang lamented. At this time, Lin Ying curiously asked, by the way, father-in-law, if you sell this equipment, what will you use? Lu Chen posted the 2-piece Undead Brave Earth set in the group. The trading group fell silent for a moment, then the 3 of them sent out a series of question marks. Lu Chen was very pleased, showing off in front of others +1. He closed the chat group and used the primary skill stone on Brutal Strike. The stun chance of Brutal Strike reached 50%. Having a 50% chance to stun the target was already very useful in battle. Lu Chen continued to happily grind monsters. After clearing a few more tomb chambers, Lu Chen encountered a room with a boss. It was a skeleton warrior wearing black battle armor and wielding a flaming greatsword. Hake, leader, level, 8 life, 7600 attack, 110 introduction, a warrior among the Silvermoon humans, corrupted by the breath of the undead after death, turning into a lost soul. The undead mage Mudu arrived here and tamed it. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It's Mudu the undead mage again. Who is this guy exactly? It seems he's also in this too? This place was originally a graveyard of the Silvermoon humans, already tainted by the breath of the undead, but now attracting undead mages to enslave lost souls. Looking at the pale soul fire burning in Hake's eye sockets, Lu Chen didn't know if his soul was still inside the skeleton body, enduring endless torment. Lu Chen shook his head and didn't dwell on it. He opened the drop list. Lu Chen noticed a pattern. The leaders in this tomb seemed to drop pieces of the Undead Valor set. Previously, Ah Dai dropped the chest armor and leggings, while Hake drops the helmet and shoulder armor. Lu Chen still lacked a helmet and shoulder armor, so he decisively chose them. As for the last slot, he used it for a basic skill stone. Hake's strength was similar to Ah Dai's, with slightly stronger defense, but it didn't make much difference to Lu Chen. In his view, Hake was actually easier to defeat than Ah Dai. At least this Hake wasn't as disgusting. Hake's skill was summoning skeleton warriors, but for Lu Chen, one sweep was enough to wipe them out. Lu Chen didn't get to see Hake's skill when his health dropped to 10% because a critical strike followed by a normal attack directly took out more than 15% of Hake's health. Before he could use his final move, Hake died. Lu Chen felt regret and guilt about this. He picked up the dropped equipment and immediately put it on. As for the basic skill stone, Lu Chen continued to use it on Brutal Strike, raising it to level 6, increasing damage and stun duration. After killing Hake, Lu Chen continued to clear the tomb. As he delved deeper, the undead's level had reached level 9, one level higher than Lu Chen. Of course, this didn't matter to Lu Chen. He continued to mow down enemies with his unparalleled skills. There were too many items dropped by elite monsters, so Lu Chen had to call Li Mu and the others over to trade. Li Mu, Jiang Su, Lin Ying, and a young player named Fang Qi were surprised when they arrived at the tomb. After all, the place was too eerie. Jiang Su was fine, being a female soldier, her mental toughness was decent. But Li Mu's face turned pale with fear, and he had to stick close to Jiang Su. Fang Qi wasn't very brave either, his face also a bit pale. As they saw the bodies of level 8 or even level 9 elite undead scattered all around, their initial nervousness and fear gradually turned into numbness and shock. So many elite undead, yet Lu Chen managed to kill them all in such a short time. How strong was he really? Soon they found out. As they approached Lu Chen, they saw him sweeping away 20 or so undead in one strike. Seeing the level 9 elite undead falling to the ground in unison, the three of them were stunned. Especially Li Mu, her eyes almost teary. Mr. Lu. She ran over, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the attention. Were all women this bold nowadays? Jiang Su and Fang Qi followed behind. Jiang Su saluted Lu Chen with a serious expression as usual. Mr. Lu. Fang Qi, originally just an ordinary person who could be considered a pro player in the game, had recently joined the Player Management Bureau. He looked at Lu Chen with admiration in his eyes. Having played many online games before and being a paying player, he knew how difficult this game was. It was precisely because of this that he understood just how powerful Lu Chen really was. The gap between heaven and earth made Fang Qi unable to envy or be jealous, only admiration remained. In fact, not only Fang Qi, but also the people from the Player Management Bureau, who doesn't admire Lu Chen? Some admire Lu Chen himself, while others are influenced by Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying can be said to be Lu Chen's #1 fan, always mentioning her foster father in every 3 sentences. She even thought about establishing a foster father support group. She even asked for their opinions internally. Every time they came to trade with Lu Chen, it was the people from their Player Management Bureau who rushed to come. Fang Qi only got this opportunity because of his decent strength. Of course, every time they came because it was a bit far, it would waste upgrade time, so there was a subsidy. That is, green equipment would be given priority. This is also one of the reasons. Foster father, we're here. Lu Chen nodded. Let's trade. After the three of them finished trading, Lu Chen's backpack emptied again. At this moment, Jiang Su looked around, a bit curious, and asked, Mr. Lu, where are we? Lu Chen shook his head. I'm not sure either. It should be an area left behind by the invasion of undead aura in Silver Moon Village. Jiang Su seemed pensive, then spoke, Mr. Lu, I have an idea. I don't know if it's right. Lu Chen smiled. Tell me. Jiang Su's eyes flickered. Mr. Lu, when you found the little demon camp back then, did you fight your way there like this? Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned, then slightly widened his eyes. Wait. When he destroyed the little demon camp back then, after clearing the camp, a dungeon appeared, right? Could this place be one too? Lu Chen's expression became somewhat strange. If that was the case, then maybe Silver Moon Village would have another dungeon. Lu Chen felt regretful. What a pity. Li Mu finally found a chance to interrupt. Mr. Lu, what a pity. Lu Chen smiled. It's a pity that there are no system rewards for discovering dungeons, otherwise, I could have brought you along and we could have earned some rewards. These three people were running around, working hard. Lu Chen, of course, didn't think it was a big deal to do something for them. Unfortunately, last time he found out that there were no rewards for clearing the little demon camp dungeon, so even if this was a dungeon, there probably wouldn't be any rewards. Hearing this, Li Mu and the others all had a stiff expression. They felt a pang in their hearts. It felt like they missed out on millions. It was too heartbreaking. The three of them left in despair. Lu Chen shook his head and continued to fight monsters. As each tomb was cleared, Lu Chen went deeper and found only one path left. Lu Chen went all the way in and arrived at the deepest tomb. It was a hall about 100 meters in diameter. In the innermost part of the hall, there was a tall platform with a metal chair placed on it. Sitting on the chair was an undead wearing dark armor, holding a large sword. On both sides of the hall, there were 8 undead elites standing on each side. These undead elites included warriors, mages, archers, and other professions. They stood there, silent and motionless, like statues. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Anlo, high-level leader, level 9 health, 15,000 attack, 160 introduction, a general among the Silver Moon humans in his lifetime, buried here. The undead mage Mudu came here and turned it into his most proud bodyguard. Another high-level leader. And these stats, to be honest, are a bit exaggerated. It actually has 15,000 health and 160 damage. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, wondering if he could withstand the fight. Anyway, let's try first. If he can't beat it head-on, he can always use his old trick, the weakness scroll. After all, he still had some weakness scrolls in his hand. Lu Chen opened the drop list. Soon, his eyes lit up, showing a hint of a smile. Just as he thought, the first time he fought a high-level leader, the dropped items were very good. The first item was still a purple legendary item. However, what disappointed Lu Chen a bit was that this was not equipment, but a skill stone. Intermediate skill stone. Although it was not equipment that disappointed Lu Chen, the intermediate skill stone was also very useful for him now. Many of his powerful skills already required the use of intermediate skill stones to enhance. Lu Chen did not hesitate and decisively chose the intermediate skill stone. Later, Lu Chen looked down and his eyes lit up, discovering another very useful item. Equipment blueprint, gleaming heavy sword. Fine, after use, you can learn the forging method of the gleaming heavy sword. Learning condition, blacksmith. Drop rate, 0.0000021%. It turned out to be an equipment blueprint. Like potion recipes, equipment blueprints are also very precious treasures for life professions. It can be imagined that this thing can also sell for a lot of money. Lu Chen thought of the uncle at the Player Management Bureau who had the talent to increase the success rate of forging. If that uncle obtained this blueprint, he would probably be able to forge many gleaming heavy swords, right? This would be a good thing for the entire Great Xia. Lu Chen chose this blueprint, leaving one more item, and Lu Chen also made his choice. Basement key, unique, can be used to open the basement door. Another unique type of item. And it's a key that can open the basement. Lu Chen thought of the undead mage Mordu mentioned in the introductions of the 3 bosses he had encountered before. Perhaps that guy is in the basement? Unique items are very precious, so Lu Chen naturally had no hesitation. After making his choice, Lu Chen also finished selecting the drops from the undead guards nearby. After that, he stepped into the hall. The undead's alert range was not large, and the hall was quite spacious. The undead guards on both sides and the boss on the platform were not alerted. Lu Chen took the initiative to attack. He killed all the undead guards on both sides, picked up the drops, and then rushed towards Anlo on the platform. When Anlo saw Lu Chen, the burning soul fire in his eyes suddenly became intense. He stood up, his towering figure of over 2 meters tall looked majestic, and he lifted his great sword. Anlo roared, "Bold thief, how dare you be so insolent!" With a leap, he jumped down from the platform, raised his great sword, and struck at Lu Chen with a jump. There was a hint of gray-black mist on the great sword in his hand, and the intense pressure made Lu Chen somewhat nervous. A skill. Indeed, a high-level boss, different from the others, using skills right from the start. Lu Chen was already unable to dodge, so he could only raise his flame sword to block Anlo's great sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lu Chen felt a huge force coming at him. The stone floor under his feet cracked like a spider web. He kept retreating, finally dispelling the force. Even so, Lu Chen's hands still felt a bit numb. -394. A high amount of damage floated above Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He had blocked the attack. Even so, he received such high damage. If he had taken it head-on, the damage would have been even higher. Truly a level 9 high-level boss. One level higher than him, the damage was simply outrageous. After blocking, Lu Chen rushed forward, wielding his flame sword and slashing towards Anlo. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that even though the Silver Moon General was dead, his combat experience was extremely rich. He continuously waved his great sword, managing to block all of Lu Chen's attacks. The clash of the great swords resounded, and the numbers appeared, -120, -227, -245, -521. Due to the attacks being blocked, the damage caused by Lu Chen was greatly reduced. The 4 consecutive attacks that could deal 4,000 damage to other bosses only dealt 1,000 damage. This was due to the blocking and Anlo's extremely strong defense. With over 1,000 damage, Lu Chen only absorbed a little over 100 in life steal, not even recovering the life lost from Anlo's previous attacks. Lu Chen frowned, drank a bottle of healing potion, and his blood volume almost returned to full. Lu Chen and Luo attacked and defended each other, engaging in intense combat. And Luo's skills caused high damage, but Lu Chen could still withstand his normal attacks. Lu Chen's agility had improved, allowing him to dodge some attacks and reduce the damage received. Despite using healing potions and his own regeneration abilities, Lu Chen's health slowly decreased. However, his health decline was manageable. Lu Chen's cooldowns for his sweeping and brutal strikes were 10 and 15 seconds respectively. During these cooldowns, he could only rely on normal attacks and strikes to deal damage. As a result, Luo's health decreased slowly. After nearly 30 seconds, Lu Chen's health was below half, while Luo still had 60% health. Lu Chen used a weakening scroll on Luo and then resorted to his specialty, grappling. With his health exceeding 3,000 in continuous regeneration effects, Lu Chen could recover 13 health per second. With the help of high-quality novice healing potions, Lu Chen's health quickly returned to full. He then charged towards Luo. When Luo's health dropped below 50%, he became furious and unleashed a powerful defense skill using bone fragments. Each of Lu Chen's attacks was blocked by these bone fragments, causing over 20 points of damage. Despite the formidable defense, the bone fragments were limited to 10 pieces and disappeared after 10 attacks. As Luo's health fell below half, he increased the frequency of his initial attack skill. The pressure on Lu Chen's health increased, but the weakening scroll helped alleviate the situation. After a minute, Luo's health dropped to 10%, and he summoned skeletal elites to aid him. Lu Chen, bemused, remarked on the irony of Luo's actions. Luo, further provoked by Lu Chen's words, led the charge with the skeletal elites. Although Luo's attacks seemed stronger, they inadvertently helped Lu Chen recover health by summoning minions that he could defeat easily for healing. The continuous stream of minions from the green mist did not stop, but for Lu Chen, it made the situation easier as he could regain health by defeating them. In just over 10 seconds, Lu Chen managed to defeat Luo by absorbing the damage from his sweeping attacks. Luo screamed, turning into pieces of bones that fell to the ground. The gray green mist dissipated gradually with Luo's death. Lu Chen sighed, picked up the 3 fallen items, but as soon as he picked them up, the pale soul fire suddenly ignited. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the flame sword, watching the soul fire vigilantly. The soul fire surged, transforming into the appearance of a middle-aged silver moon human. Lu Chen frowned, watching the middle-aged human cautiously. The human looked at Lu Chen with a gentle expression and a smile. He bowed to Lu Chen and said slowly, "I am Luo. Thank you, friend, for rescuing my soul from endless torment." Lu Chen was stunned, looking at the middle-aged human ghost in front of him. He smiled and said, "It was just a coincidence, no need to thank me." Luo shook his head, looking at Lu Chen and said slowly, "I died fighting for the Silver Moon humans in this life. I never expected that after death, I would defile the souls and bodies of the battlefield. If it weren't for you, I couldn't have returned to myself." Lu Chen smiled, "Since your soul has been freed, then it should dissipate." Luo's expression turned serious. "There is one thing I can't let go of." Lu Chen was surprised. "What is it?" Luo's face showed resentment. "The reason I suffered such torment was because of the necromancer. He is in the basement of the tomb. I hope you can kill that necromancer for me and avenge me. I will teach you my strongest skill." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "A mission." Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. "No problem. I was going to kill that necromancer anyway." Luo smiled, "However, I hope you can complete the task quickly. My soul has lost its physical body and the necromancy spell is unstable, about to dissipate. If you can't come back within half an hour, I'm afraid I won't be able to reward you." Ding, mission found, kill the mastermind, do you accept? Mission, kill the mastermind, unique, introduction, Silver Moon General Luo hopes you can kill the mastermind, the necromancer Mudo, to commemorate him and the tortured souls of the Silver Moon battlefield. Note 1, the mission has a time limit of half an hour. Note 2, the mission is extremely difficult, it's best to bring your companions. Reward, experience points, skilled bronze skin iron bones. Lu Chen grinned. Another unique mission. The reward was actually a high-quality skill book. Not bad. However, the only trouble was that the mission had a time limit of only half an hour. Lu Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He nodded seriously. "I understand. Where is the basement?" Luo pointed to the metal chair on the platform and said, "The entrance is under the chair. You have the key in your hand, the keyhole is above the left armrest of the chair. As long as you open the entrance, you can enter the basement." Lu Chen was surprised to hear this. He seemed to be thinking, so, this mission required him to obtain the key to the basement to activate it, right? Otherwise, even if Luo's soul came out, if Lu Chen didn't have the key, he couldn't open the door to the basement. Without being able to open the door to the basement, of course, he wouldn't be able to kill the necromancer Mudo. In that case, there would definitely be no mission. Lu Chen felt pleased. Indeed, it was a good thing he chose the unique item. It was like indirectly obtaining a high-quality skill and a lot of experience. This was a good deal. Lu Chen nodded. "I understand." He looked at his backpack. The key was a long hexagonal prism. He went to the platform and saw a hexagonal recess on the left armrest of the metal chair. Lu Chen placed the prism into the recess, fitting perfectly. He turned the prism, and a clicking sound was heard. Then the ground below the chair began to rotate, moving the chair aside, revealing a passage underneath. The passage has a staircase leading downwards, with torches placed on both sides of the stairs. The flames burning on these torches are not red but a pale color, giving off a very cold feeling. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, took a step towards the basement. Going down the stairs, it didn't take long to reach the end. At the end was a huge cave. Above the cave, stalactites hung down, while below was covered with stalagmites. In the center of the cave, there was a platform with a depiction of a grim green magic circle. The area around the magic circle was filled with various skulls inscribed with runes. In the center, there sat a young man in a black robe with a pale face. This young man emitted a gray-green light, appearing extremely cold. Lu Chen quietly hid behind a stalactite and cast a detection spell. Mudu, high-level leader/lord, status, intermediate level, 10 life, 75,000 attack, 250 introduction, an undead mage apprentice from the Pale Cult, a wanted criminal in Dove City, hidden in this land of undead hoping to advance to the first level. Lu Chen? He saw Mudu's attributes and a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. What the heck? A mage with 75,000 health points? And what's with the 250 attack? Is this game a joke? It's too unfair. How can they bring out such an exaggerated boss for him to fight? How is he supposed to defeat this? Lu Chen's heart sank. His gaze flickered as he looked at Mudu in front of him, feeling hesitant. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen didn't think he could defeat the monster in front of him. Even if he could exploit a position, it wouldn't work. But seeing Mudu's status in front of him, he had a glimmer of hope. Intermediate level. If his advancement is interrupted, it should have an impact on his status, right? Normally, a boss monster at level 10 wouldn't have such high health points. The monster's level also indicated this. It showed that Mudu himself was a boss, and if he advanced to the first level, he would become a lord. Now he was just one step away, which explained the exaggerated health points and attack. And if Lu Chen interrupted his advancement? Lu Chen's gaze flickered. If it didn't have much effect, Lu Chen was basically doomed, waiting for death. The weakness scroll had already weakened the effect on high-level bosses, so it was highly likely to be ineffective against Mudu. He couldn't even run away. But if it was effective, a boss of such a high level should drop some good items, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened Mudu's drop list. At the top of the list, a dazzling golden light made Lu Chen's eyes widen. He made up his mind, damn it, let's do this. Soul of Sorrow, Epic, Accessory, each attack will entangle the target with the Soul of Sorrow, causing 50 points of death damage per second, lasting for 1 minute, with a maximum of 20 stacks. Required level, 10. This equipment left Lu Chen dumbfounded. 50 per stack, stacking up to 20 layers, that's 1000 damage per second. It could last for a minute, and as long as it reached 20 stacks, even if Lu Chen didn't attack, it would still deal 60,000 damage to the opponent within a minute. Even if some damage was blocked by defense, it was still incredibly powerful. Truly worthy of being an epic level equipment, although it only had this one effect, it was straightforward and brutal. Even after seeing so many good things, Lu Chen was now eager for this equipment. In addition to this epic equipment, there were several purple items, as well as unique items. There were so many good things that made Lu Chen almost drool. Mark of the Pale Cult, legendary, proof of membership in the Pale Cult, bring it to the guard of Daw City to receive a reward. Mudu's insignia, unique, Mudu is a wanted criminal in Daw City. If you can obtain his insignia, you can go to Daw City to claim a reward. Although he didn't know what the reward was, a unique item would definitely not be bad. Pale Sect Mark, involving the forces in the game, even have to go to Daw City to receive rewards, should not be bad. Lu Chen thought for a moment and chose both of them. After making the selection, Lu Chen originally thought it was over. But what Lu Chen didn't expect was that he could actually choose one more item. Lu Chen was a little surprised, but then he understood after thinking about it. Because Mudu was already in the process of advancing to a lord. It is estimated that Mudu is considered a lord monster, and the drops are also calculated based on the 4 items of a lord monster. For Lu Chen, this is certainly a good thing. Lu Chen looked at the other legendary items. Most of them were legendary equipment. What made him speechless was that these legendary equipment were all mage equipment, and there were even items like a skull that could only be used by the limited undead mage class. For Lu Chen, they were useless. In the end, Lu Chen chose an intermediate skill stone. After selecting all 4 dropped items, Lu Chen planned to prepare for something else next. Previously, Anlu dropped an intermediate skill stone, which Lu Chen had not used yet. He directly used it on the Heart of War Soil. The Heart of War Soil, as an epic skill, was the most comprehensive and powerful. After reaching level 3, the effect became even stronger. Heart of War Soil, level 3, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the way of War Soil. All attributes increase by 30%, damage dealt increases by 30%, movement speed increases by 15%, and damage taken decreases by 9%. With these attributes, Lu Chen's health successfully exceeded 4,000 in battle mode. The reduction in damage taken and the increase in movement speed played a significant role for Lu Chen in the midst of battle. It might even become the key to victory. Lu Chen thought for a moment and also used the Novice scrolls for strength and endurance, and then used a shield scroll. Although it only added 100 points to the shield, it was better than nothing. He used all available means. After using these, Lu Chen still felt somewhat worried. After all, if he died, it would waste an hour of game time. But upon careful consideration, if he succeeded, he would not only obtain these treasures but also a skill book. Although the risk was high, it was worth a try. If one hesitated to do anything, they would miss opportunities even when they were right in front of them. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp. He gritted his teeth and charged directly towards Mudu inside the magic array. However, just as he charged towards the magic array outside Mudu, the magic array suddenly flashed with green light, and wailing spirits sounded. The green spirits rushed towards Lu Chen. Passing through his armor and body, a bone-chilling coldness emerged from the depths of his heart. A high amount of damage floated above Lu Chen's head. Minus 1022. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He had already lost a quarter of his health before the battle even began. However, his eyes quickly turned cold. The arrow was on the string and had to be released. Under the charge, Lu Chen fiercely collided with Mudu inside the magic array. Mudu had just opened his eyes and had not had time to react when Lu Chen's flame greatsword had already struck repeatedly. Normal attacks, heavy strikes, savage strikes, sweeping strikes. Perhaps because Mudu was in the midst of advancing, in the underground chamber, and under the protection of the magic array, he was unprepared. Each strike was a bloody critical hit. Minus 822. Minus 1690. Minus 1883. Minus 1876. In less than a second, the flame greatsword left afterimages, and Mudu's health dropped by 6,000. This relieved Lu Chen. At least Mudu's defense seemed not too high. However, this amount of health was not fatal for Mudu, who had over 70,000 health. Yet, in the next moment, Mudu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, with blood vessels appearing. "Damn bastard! Look at what you've done!" "Ah!" he roared, and a gray-green mist stirred. He coughed up blood repeatedly, and even a hint of ferocious cracks appeared on his body. "Ding! The undead spellmom was ambushed by you, suffered backlash, severely injured, all attributes reduced by 50%, unable to move for 30 seconds. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. "What? Unable to move for 30 seconds? Is this even possible?" Lu Chen swung the big sword in his hand repeatedly at Mum, who had a look of horror on his face, and struck him continuously. At the same time, Lu Chen also cast a probing spell on Mum. Mum, high-level leader/lord, status, backlash injury, unable to move level, 10 health, 37500 attack, 125 introduction, an undead mage apprentice from the Pale Cult, a wanted criminal in Dog City, hidden in this land of undead hoping to advance to the first rank. Lu Chen's mouth almost reached the back of his head. Not to mention the 30 seconds of immobility, even without this time, with Mum's current attack attributes, even with over 30,000 health points, it would be easy for Lu Chen to handle. Of course, Mum had no chance. Lu Chen found that facing Mum in an immobile state, he could land critical hits with every strike. His health was not just decreasing, it was plummeting. In just over 20 seconds, Lu Chen had drained Mum's health. Mum looked at Lu Chen with resentment. I curse your ancestors." In a furious growl, Mum lost his life. Lu Chen looked at the body on the ground, feeling angry. This guy, even in death, why curse others? How rude. However, when Lu Chen saw the 4 orbs of gold, purple, and blue floating above Mum's body, he no longer felt angry. Although this guy was not very polite, he was indeed wealthy. Seeing that he dropped so many treasures for himself, Lu Chen decided to let bygones be bygones and not lower himself to the same level. Lu Chen happily wanted to equip the Morning Soul Morning Jewelry. Ding, player level is insufficient to equip this item. Lu Chen's smile froze on his face. Oh, he forgot, he was only level 8, how could he use a level 10 item? He felt foolish. He, at level 8, defeated a level 10 lord, but what good did it do? He couldn't even use the equipment? Just then, the Grand System notification sounded again. Elemental Star Area announcement. Ding. Congratulations to player Lu Chen for the first kill of a Lord-level monster. Reward, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, legendary treasure chest *1, Dog City reputation plus 150. Elemental Star Area announcement. Ding, congratulations to player Lu Chen for the first kill of a Lord-level monster. Reward, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, legendary treasure chest *1, Dog City reputation plus 150. The system notifications echoed throughout the Elemental Star area. All Elemental Star human players, no matter which area they were in, were all stunned. Ah, what's going on? Did I hear it wrong? Lord? Lu Chen can already kill lords? How is that possible? In the Barren Empire area, Adams and a group of high-end players were extremely shocked. They had been searching for bosses during this time, hoping to get good equipment. Of course, they did gain quite a bit, acquiring a lot of green equipment. However, they couldn't even defeat high-level bosses now. High-level bosses were so strong, just thinking about how powerful lords were made them shudder. How did Lu Chen do it? They couldn't understand at all. He's too strong, we can't compare at all. Beside Adams, a tall, thin, blonde youth said with a bitter smile. The others fell silent, exchanged glances, and did not reply. When Lu Chen first appeared in the system announcement, they thought Lu Chen was impressive, but they didn't feel like they couldn't catch up. At that time, they were very confident, thinking they were not inferior to others. But as the system announcements kept appearing, their confidence gradually crumbled. Lu Chen's displayed strength far exceeded their imagination. Even Adam's expression was low. He fell silent and couldn't help but mutter to himself, what kind of soul talent does he have? How can he be so powerful? Not only in the Barren Empire, Lionheart Kingdom, Calidus Kingdom, and other elemental star kingdoms, all the strong were discussing. Even within the Great Xia Kingdom, players from major families and groups were all thinking about how to get along with Lu Chen next. Just on the second day, he killed the Lord, which was really exaggerated. Apart from players, the locals from various major newbie villages and main cities were all looking up at the sky. The Lord's mansion of Dada City. A woman with a silver horn, silver long hair, stunning beauty, and a hot figure stood with her hands behind her back at the window. She was the Lord of Dada City, Silver Horn Human Silver Moon Han. Silver Moon Han looked at the blue sky outside the window, her golden vertical pupils flashing repeatedly. Lu Chen. It's only the second day of the newbie beta test on Hunter Continent, and there's already a player who can kill a Lord level? Elemental humans. I've never heard of humans from this area before, and such monsters have appeared. If this can be maintained, the future is extraordinary. She muttered to herself, lost in thought. There were many local strong people like Silver Moon Han, and Lu Chen's name had officially entered the sight of the local forces in the game. Lu Chen himself didn't expect to receive another system notification. He originally thought that this didn't count as a real lord. If it were a real lord, then it would be normal to have a system notification after killing them. But this guy was clearly still in the midst of advancing, right? Does this count too? Lu Chen didn't expect to have such good luck. He was delighted that killing Mu Du didn't take much effort, almost like picking up a reward for free. At this moment, Lu Chen's communication system beeped. He could imagine that Wang Bing and the others were probably going crazy. Lu Chen chuckled and ignored them. First, he had to turn in the mission. After all, there was a time limit. Lu Chen jogged out of the basement. Just as he walked out, he saw Enluo waiting, looking anxious. When Enluo saw Lu Chen coming out, he was stunned and somewhat surprised. Friend, why did you come out so soon? Could it be that the undead mage has already advanced? Enluo still had some memory in his consciousness, knowing that the undead mage came here to break through the first rank. Lu Chen was also a little dazed. He looked at Enluo and asked, didn't you hear the system notification? Shouldn't you, the old village chief, be able to hear the system notifications? Why can't Enluo hear it? Is it because he also died in this world and only has the last trace of soul left, so he can't hear it? When Enluo heard this, he was taken aback, then he understood something. He widened his eyes in disbelief. System notification? You've already killed the undead mage? Lu Chen nodded, yes. Lu Chen took out Mu Du's emblem, a white metal plate with Mu Du's image on it. This should be something generated by the system. Seeing this emblem, Enluo immediately believed Lu Chen's words. He was somewhat shocked. In such a short time, you actually killed a high-ranking leader? I didn't expect you, my friend, to be so powerful. Lu Chen smiled and didn't mention that Mu Du had already advanced. It was only by chance that he killed Mu Du, who had already become a lord. He said, the mission has been completed, you can rest assured. And Luo nodded, then said, yes, I can rest assured now. Silver Moonstar has been engulfed by the magic gas, and I failed to protect Silver Moonstar. Friend, I hope you can protect your tribe. This skill might help you. With that, he waved his hand, and a skill book appeared in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the skill book and nodded seriously, thank you. The system prompt indicated that his task had been completed, and his experience bar had increased significantly. Perhaps it was because this was the only task, and it involved a task related to an advanced lord, so the experience gained was higher compared to the previous unique tasks. This brought Lu Chen one step closer to level 9. I'm about to leave, and Luo said with a slight smile, looking content. Just then, Lu Chen remembered something and quickly asked, by the way, General Enluo, do you know where to find bony eroding grass? He hadn't forgotten that he came to this ghostly place in search of bony rotting grass. Despite searching the entire undead land, he couldn't find the bony rotting grass. And Luo paused, pointing to a dark corner of the hall. "Isn't that the bony rotting grass over there?" Lu Chen looked in the direction and Luo pointed, and in the dim corner of the hall, there was a small, pitch-black grass about 10 centimeters long growing against the wall. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Growing in such a ghostly place, and looking so ordinary, who could find it? Lu Chen smiled at and Luo, grateful, "Thank you." And Luo chuckled lightly, his originally ethereal soul becoming even dimmer, his body starting to transform into specks of light, dispersing in all directions. And Luo looked content, gazing up at the top of the tomb, as if he could see the sky outside. In his eyes, there seemed to be a clear blue sky with white clouds. In the silver moonstar, within their garden, he and his wife sat side by side, basking in the sun. Not far away, their young and adorable daughter was swinging on a swing, her laughter drifting in the spring breeze. It was the most beautiful scene in his memory. Now, he was going to meet the person he most wanted to see. Elemental Star Region announcement, ding, player Lu Chen has opened the Silver Moon Village instance, Silver Moon Tomb. Elemental Star Region announcement, ding, player Lu Chen has opened the Silver Moon Village instance, Silver Moon Tomb. Elemental Star players? Isn't it never-ending? Just as the announcement of defeating the Lord ended, another one comes? What are the strong players of our barren empire doing? Why hasn't there been a system announcement yet? Why wasn't I born in Silver Moon Village? 2 instances. There are 2 instances in total, damn it. All players in the Elemental Star region were red-eyed. Not to mention players from other kingdoms, even the players from the Great Xia Empire were envious and jealous at this moment. Why wasn't Lu Chen in their newbie village? The people in Silver Moon Village already have 2 instances. Those bastards in Silver Moon Village have so many places to farm monsters and equipment. And they don't even have a single instance. Why is the gap between people so huge? Lu Chen's private chat alert had just calmed down a bit when it suddenly became more intense. Lu Chen had already suspected this was an instance, but he hadn't opened it even after defeating the final boss. He thought he had guessed wrong. It seemed that completing the task was necessary to open the instance. Lu Chen was naturally happy. After all, an instance meant that the bosses here could be repeatedly farmed, and he hadn't collected the Undead Brave set yet. Moreover, the final undead mage Mudu was a lord who was easy to defeat. This was equivalent to high-level equipment. Just thinking about it was exciting. Lu Chen planned to deal with the loot first before replying to Wang Bing and the others' private messages. The loot this time was really substantial. Excluding the system rewards, the most precious item was undoubtedly the epic accessory, Soul of the Morning Spirit. Unfortunately, his level was not high enough to equip it yet. The Pale Cult Mark, Legendary, and Mudu's Insignia, Unique, were also valuable items. However, they needed to be used in the Great Martial City, which Lu Chen couldn't access for now. The items dropped by the final boss were only useful for intermediate skill stones. Lu Chen wanted to use it on the Heart of the Warland, but the system prompt indicated that the skill stone level was not high enough. This left Lu Chen a bit frustrated. Intermediate skill stones are not enough, what can he say? Truly an epic level. Since the Heart of Warland cannot be upgraded temporarily, Lu Chen can only use it on other skills. In the end, Lu Chen chose Battle Intent and raised it to level 8. Battle Intent, level 8 passive skill, entering battle will increase all your attributes by 80%. Although this increase is not as good as the Heart of Warland, an 80% increase in all attributes is still very good. Lu Chen expressed satisfaction. The remaining gains are from Manhwa, the blueprint for the light heavy sword equipment, which should sell for a good amount of money. That will be considered later. Next are the skill books obtained from Anlua's tasks. Bronze Skin Iron Bones, Level 1, Passive Skill, Endurance plus 5, Strength plus 5, reduces damage taken by 5 points. Learning Condition, Lu Chen of all professions did not expect it to be a skill book for all professions. However, this Bronze Skin Iron Bones is indeed very good. Both Strength and Endurance are increased by 5 points, which is very practical, especially the reduction in damage taken. A full 5 points reduction, plus if he collects the Undead Brave Earth set, the 6-piece set can reduce another 10 points. That's a total of 15 points. Elite monsters at level 10 can already damage Lu Chen. This makes Lu Chen feel a bit insecure. He still needs to upgrade this skill. When he was farming elite monsters before, he obtained many minor skill stones, all of which were used on the charge skill. His charge has already been raised to level 9. Minor skill stone, charge, level 9 charges towards the enemy at a very fast speed, can stun the enemy for 1 second, cooldown time of 11 seconds. After that, the charge skill, like Heavy Strike, requires advanced skill stones to upgrade. Lu Chen, of course, does not have any advanced skill stones to use on this skill. He still has 3 minor skill stones in his hand. Lu Chen used all of them to upgrade Bronze Skin Iron Bones. However, after using only 2, when Bronze Skin Iron Bones reached level 3, it needed advanced skill stones to upgrade. Bronze Skin Iron Bones, level 3, passive skill, endurance plus 15, strength plus 15, reduces damage taken by 15 points. Learning condition, all professions have to admit, the level 3 Bronze Skin Iron Bones is really strong. This 15 points reduction in damage makes Lu Chen very satisfied. Next is the harvest from the system rewards. 20 points of free attribute points, all of which Lu Chen allocated to strength. With the attribute stones obtained from farming elite monsters, Lu Chen's base strength has now exceeded 60 points, not far from the limit. What surprised Lu Chen the most was the legendary treasure chest. The items inside the system reward chest are generally good. Even Lu Chang and Lin Yingying opened rare level items, except for Wang Bing. Lu Chen eagerly opened the drop list of the treasure chest. As expected, the first item was a golden epic item. When Lu Chen read the item description, his eyes widened slightly in astonishment. There's still this thing? Ice Soul Mage's secret notes, epic, contains the advanced path of the Ice Soul Mage. Usage condition, mage class professions. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. It's actually a class-changing item. Ice Soul Mage, this is clearly a hidden class. But the problem is he's a warland, he can't use this thing at all. It's too frustrating. Clearly, there's an opportunity to change classes to a hidden class in front of him, but he can't seize it. Beneath this epic item are a large number of legendary items, including equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, scrolls, potions, and so on. There are many excellent items inside that Lu Chen wants. However, Lu Chen found that the system reward chest, regardless of the level, seems to only allow selecting one item. He hesitated. He was thinking, should he exchange for an item he can use, or exchange for this epic class-changing item? After much consideration, Lu Chen finally decided to exchange for the epic class-changing item. Although he can't use it, he can sell it for money. Most importantly, meeting Anlu before reminded Lu Chen once again of the cruelty of demonic invasion. Although Lu Chen is very strong, after the demonic invasion, the entire Yuanqing star is likely to be in turmoil. Even if he is strong, he cannot split into many parts. If a few more strong individuals could emerge, Lu Chen would be willing. Thinking back to the time when he traded with the group, Wang Bing was particularly interested in items for mages. He also mentioned a very distinguished person who was a mage. Wang Bing is a member of the Daxia military, and for him, a distinguished person is obviously a high-ranking member of the Daxia military, or even possibly a member of the royal family. Selling to the high-ranking members of Daxia would allow them to have more strong individuals in their ranks. In the future turmoil, Daxia would also be safer. After thinking it over, Lu Chen chose the secret notes of the Frost Mage. After dealing with the gains, Lu Chen walked over to collect the bony rotting grass. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, collecting the bony rotting grass required a special skill in herb gathering to maintain its medicinal properties. Lu Chen was a bit at a loss. Where would he have learned such a thing? Lu Chen had no choice but to see if Li Chang and the others had someone with such herb gathering skills. He opened his private messages. As expected, several people had sent him a bunch of messages. As for what they said, of course, it was about Lu Chen killing a lord-level monster or something similar, saying how powerful Lu Chen was. Lu Chen was tired of hearing it. Why didn't these guys have any other words of praise? He replied briefly, then posted the blueprint for the glowing heavy sword in the trading group. Immediately, Wang Bing, Li Chang, and Lin Yingying were all shocked. Wang Bing, damn. Li Chang? Lin Yingying, equipment blueprint. Drooling. JPG, the three of them were stunned. After all, equipment had always been a sore point for all players. After all, the drop rate of monsters was too low, even elite monsters only dropped white equipment, and green equipment was rare. How many players still had a mix of white and gray equipment on their bodies? Having a piece of green equipment would be called a big shot outside. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to get this equipment. And now, with the equipment blueprint, it meant they could mass-produce equipment. Moreover, this was a high-quality blueprint that could create high-quality equipment, especially the most important weapons. The market was huge. The three of them were red-eyed and extremely excited. Especially Lin Yingying, she clenched her fists, staring at the blueprint, her breathing quickened. In their player group, there was a player with a talent for increasing the success rate of equipment upgrades. With this blueprint, his talent would finally be put to good use. And in their player group, they would no longer be short of money. They could make a big profit with this glowing heavy sword. Then she could buy a lot of good things from her adoptive father. She would be a rich woman, wouldn't her adoptive father have to look at her more? Thinking of this, Lin Yingying couldn't help but smile. The players next to her saw Lin Yingying's expression and looked at each other. Minister, why are you smiling like that? What are you thinking? What else could she be thinking? She must be thinking about her adoptive father. Don't you know our minister? She probably wants to throw herself at her adoptive father right now? The crowd whispered. Lin Yingying heard them and widened her eyes, retorting, "What nonsense are you talking about? I would never do such a thing. I am not that kind of woman." Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded, thinking to themselves, "Do you think we don't know you? Minister, have you contacted your adoptive father? What did your adoptive father do? 2 system announcements in a row, and he even killed a lord-level boss. Yeah, the adoptive father is simply a fairy. Our group hasn't even fought Jining yet, the leader is so hard to beat, let alone a lord. How did the adoptive father do it?" As soon as they mentioned Luchen's system announcement, everyone's eyes lit up. Their levels are slightly low, even the elite little demons can only fight level 5 monsters, and they have difficulty defeating level 6 elites. The little demon camp instance has been open for a while, and they have already cleared all the elite monsters that can be respawned. As for the boss, they tried once, but it was too difficult and they gave up. Since the instance can only be cleared once a day and the monsters do not respawn upon death, they can only continue to level up by fighting monsters outside. Only the best equipped team in the game is still trying to conquer Jining in the instance. As for Lin Yingying, she has already used up her attempts for the day after completing the instance with Lucan. Even though she didn't fight the first 2 bosses, it still counted as Luchen's attempts, so she couldn't continue. She can only go out with other players to fight monsters and level up. Not only Lin Yingying, but Lu Chang and Wang Bing are also in the same situation now. Lin Yingying nodded with a smile. "Yes, I contacted my adoptive father and have something good to show you all." Lin Yingying shared the blueprint for the Radiant Heavy Sword equipment. Instantly, all the players widened their eyes and their breathing quickened. Wow! A blueprint for equipment. Uncle Zhang's talent will come in handy. Minister, we must get our hands on this blueprint. Lin Yingying nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I will definitely get it. By the way, Xiao, go talk to the director about this blueprint and ask him to allocate more funds for us. This is our chance for the Players Management Bureau to rise. We must get this blueprint." Lin Yingying looked at Qin Xiaoxiao beside her, a delicate-looking girl who appeared to be around 20 years old. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded. "Okay, Sister Yingying, I'll go now." Just then, Lin Yingying suddenly widened her eyes and stopped Qin Xiaoxiao, who was about to log off. "Wait, no need." "Ha?" Qin Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, looking puzzled at Lin Yingying. Everyone noticed Lin Yingying biting her lip, her cute face filled with excitement and shyness. Everyone? They looked at each other, full of question marks. What kind of trick is their minister playing again? In the trading group, Wang Bing, Chang, you probably don't have much gold coins left now, right? Haha, I want this. Lu Chang, smiling. JPG, I buy gold coins at a premium, don't worry, I definitely have more money than you. Wang Bing, wow, you want all kinds of blueprints, can you handle it? Aren't you afraid of overreading? Lu Chang, I have a big stomach, I can eat a lot, no problem. Lu Can saw the two arguing and rubbed his forehead. After some thought, he sent a message to, by the way, Wang Chang, do you have any players with talents in forging equipment? Lu Chang, soul talent? We don't have players in that area. Why? Wang Bing, I don't have any either. There are very few with soul talents, most are combat types, and their enhancements are not significant, very few are in life skills. What's wrong with adoptive father? Lu Ken, then stop arguing, I plan to sell this blueprint to Lin Yingying. Lu Chang? Lu Chang, who was fighting monsters, sent out a series of question marks. He felt discouraged. Wait, not only did they not get to compete, but it was directly given to Lin Yingying? Could it be that their good son-in-law was really won over by that vixen? Oh, dear daughter, it's not that I'm not trying, it's just that, the one who gets close to the water gets the moon first. Lu Chang hung his head in despair, thinking that they probably wouldn't find such a good son-in-law again. Unexpectedly, they missed out like this? He gritted his teeth. No! Since they are not really together, there will be another chance. But Wang Bing didn't think that much. Ha? Adoptive father, why? Lu Ken, according to Lin Yingying, there is a player in the Players Management Bureau with a forging talent, and this blueprint is best suited for him. Although if the three of them bid, the price would definitely be higher. But Lu Ken doesn't lack money now, there's no need to make a fuss over a few million more. This is the first equipment blueprint, or the one for the uncle at the Player Management Bureau, which offers the best value for money. Hearing this, Lu Chang's original disappointment instantly disappeared. His eyes lit up. It turned out that it was not because of Lin Yingying, but because of the talented players at the Player Management Bureau. He breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Good son-in-law, you are just too kind-hearted. This blueprint can sell for a lot of money. Everyone is in urgent need of equipment. Lu Chen, blueprints are not difficult to produce. If you compete for it, I can offer a bit more money, but it's not necessary. It's best to use it on the right person." Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Both of them felt like Lu Chen was holding a sharp sword, piercing their hearts. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, look at my good son-in-law, then look at yourself, healing potions. Ha ha. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, I'll compete with you. Lu Chen ignored the argument between Lu Chang and Wang Bing. Lin Yingying, are you watching? How about this, you name a price, if it's suitable, I'll sell it to you. Lin Yingying naturally saw this message. She bit her lip, her eyes almost teary. Sob, my foster father is too good to me. He actually left the blueprint specifically for me. Indeed, my foster father still cares about me. Minister? The calls of the crowd brought Lin Yingying back to reality. Seeing the strange looks from everyone, Lin Yingying felt a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? Minister, are you daydreaming? Shouldn't you go find the director? Lin Yingying hurriedly said, not urgent, I'm discussing this with my foster father. Just wait a moment. Lin Yingying thought that equipment was essential, and the radiant heavy sword might be more profitable than potions. Since her foster father was so good to her, she couldn't let him lose out. Lin Yingying, foster father, how about this? I only have 3,000 gold coins now, I'll give it all to you, plus a 50% profit share. Lu Chen? Lin Yingying, oh, foster father, do you think it's not enough? Then I'll go ask the director for more funds. If you want a higher profit share, I have to ask the director, otherwise he might not agree. Lu Chen was speechless. Is this person crazy? 50% profit? He only gave her a blueprint. Collecting materials is already troublesome, and the equipment forging master needs to learn and improve proficiency, with the risk of failure, which incurs high material costs. In addition, the cost of time must also be considered. Saying it's a 50% profit share, most of the profit Lin Yingying makes from buying this blueprint will probably go to Lu Chen. After all, the Radiant Heavy Sword is equipment with a limited shelf life, and once players reach a higher level, they won't need it anymore. Its popularity will only last for a while. After a while, even with a high success rate, if the equipment doesn't sell, it's useless. Lu Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Isn't this person afraid of being beaten by the higher-ups at the Player Management Bureau? Not only Lu Chen, but Lu Chang and Wang Bing were also confused. They could all see that with the conditions Lin Yingying offered, there would be little profit left in this equipment blueprint. The Player Management Bureau would have to spend a lot of time crafting the Radiant Heavy Sword just to recoup the costs. Lu Chang was at a loss, thinking to himself, why doesn't this fox just give the Player Management Bureau to Lu Chen directly? Later, Lin Yingying said 2 more sentences, leaving Lu Chang and Wang Bing dumbfounded. Dare to propose these conditions to the director? Isn't she afraid of getting into trouble? Lu Chen, no. Let me propose the conditions. It will be the same price as when Brother Chang bought the formula for the Fire Hearth Potion, 2,000 gold coins and a 25% profit share, which is more reasonable. Lin Yingying, isn't that too little? Lu Chen? Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Okay, Lu Chen admits that he is a bit touched, but isn't this guy afraid of getting beaten up? He was full of black lines. This is the price, and I have the final say. Lin Yingying said, oh, since my foster father said so, then okay. Lin Yingying chose to agree. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, he was selling things, but why did bargaining feel more tiring than buying things? What kind of selling is this? Wang Bing asked, foster father, do you have any other good stuff? Didn't you become a lord? Is there anything useful for us? Lu Chang added, yes, good son-in-law, let us see if there is anything else. If it's too precious, we can collect coins first and trade later. Lin Yingying was out of money. She was just curious. Foster father, what did the lord drop? Lu Chen, seeing the 3 of them curious, smiled. He casually posted the morning soul sticker. As a result, the entire trading group fell silent. Lu Chen chuckled, what's wrong? Wang Bing said, I just remembered I have something to do, I'll leave first. Lu Chang said, can't afford it, really can't afford it. Lin Yingying cried, wow, epic equipment. It's actually an accessory. I can't believe I'm seeing such a treasure. My life is worth it. Lu Chen said, your life is not worth much. It's just epic equipment, what's so surprising about it? Lu Chen said, this time I got lucky and obtained 2 epic items. I will use this accessory myself, and I plan to sell the other one. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them widened their eyes, looking shocked. Lu Chen's words seemed like a nuclear explosion in their hearts, shocking them immensely. Epic items. Selling them out? Lu Chang asked, good son-in-law, what epic items? Wang Bing added, yes, foster father, what are these items? The three of them looked expectantly at the trading group. Lu Chen smiled and posted the Frost Mage's secret note in the trading group. Suddenly, the entire group fell silent. Lu Chang and the others stared blankly at the message of the note, their minds a bit blank. A class change item. You see, all players start with the most basic profession when creating a character. And who wouldn't want to change to a more powerful profession? This item in front of them represents such an opportunity. It can be said that obtaining the Frost Mage's secret note means having the chance to become stronger. And now that the era of the game has arrived, with the invasion of dark energy imminent, the world is about to become chaotic. Becoming stronger means being able to navigate the tide of the times more steadily, even becoming a trendsetter of the era. Lu Chen actually put up for sale such a treasure. The three of them didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Chen had already anticipated the silence in the trading group. After all, this item was indeed very precious. He smiled, what's wrong? Why is everyone silent? Lu Chang said, good son-in-law, the value of this item is too high, I don't know what to say. Lu Chang himself is a mage, and of course, he also wants this item. But he also knows that this is not a potion formula, not an equipment blueprint, not those equipment. It's a career choice that can span the entire game. The value of it far exceeds the items Lu Chen previously sold. Even the epic level accessory Lu Chen just sold is far less valuable than this class change item. In a forest, Wang Bing stopped fighting monsters. He looked at the message in the trading group, his eyes turning red. The third princess is a mage. If he could get this item for the third princess, she would definitely reward him generously. Wang Bing immediately posted the Frost Mage's secret note in a private message and sent it to Xia Yan. Almost instantly, Xia Yan replied, at all costs. We must get it. I will figure out the gold coins here, you just ask Lu Chen to wait for a while. Wang Bing let out a sigh of relief, yes, your highness. In another area, Xia Yan looked at the private message, clenched her fist, her usually calm expression now slightly flushed with excitement. She gritted her teeth, feeling for the first time that her luck was a bit lacking. If she had been born in Silver Moon Village, she could have communicated with Lu Chen face to face. But now she didn't have that opportunity. She had never been so eager to reach level 10 as she was now. Once she left the newbie village, she would contact Lu Chen immediately to establish a cooperative relationship. Xia Yan narrowed her eyes, then opened the private message and issued a series of commands. The most important thing now is gold coins. No, besides gold coins, there should be other things that can be used as trading chips. Xia Yan pondered for a moment, then messaged Wang Bing again. In the trading group. Wang Bing, Godfather, we've already gone to collect gold coins here, can we trade a bit later? At the same time, Wang Bing messaged Lu Chang. Brother Chang, His Highness asked me to get it at all costs, otherwise, you might as well not compete with me, right? Lu Chang had originally planned to collect gold coins. Seeing this message, he furrowed his brows slightly. If he really wanted to compete, of course, he could. After all, this was a legitimate competition, just buying items. Even if Princess San didn't like it, she couldn't say much. But Princess San was the only offspring of the Xia family to obtain the qualification for the public beta. If a real competition were to arise, His Majesty would probably not be pleased. But this was the item for the mage's job change. Of course, he wanted it too. Lu Chang hesitated for a moment. After some thought, he spoke up, Wang Bing, you should also know that when my good son-in-law puts it up for sale, it's to give everyone a fair chance to compete. Princess San can't possibly refuse to give others such an opportunity, right? Wang Bing, Brother Chang, I understand your meaning. I will discuss with His Highness and give you and the Lu family compensation. How about that? Wang Bing, Brother Chang, you also know that His Highness is the only royal beta tester. His Majesty will definitely support His Highness. If Brother Chang is willing to let go of this, His Majesty will surely remember the Lu family's loyalty. Lu Chang narrowed his eyes and showed a hint of a smile. This was a win-win solution for him. This way, he wouldn't anger His Majesty and could also gain some benefits for the Lu family and himself. A win-win situation. Lu Chang, of course, I also have His Majesty and His Highness in mind. Before this, I basically gave way to what His Highness wanted, right? Wang Bing, I understand, Brother Chang, you are a person loyal to the royal family. If you let go of this note, I will definitely speak well with His Highness, and His Highness will not mistreat you. Lu Chang, well, since His Highness wants it, then fine, I won't compete, but don't shortchange my good son-in-law, otherwise, I will still compete. Wang Bing was speechless. What are you talking about? How dare I? Haven't you received the message? His Majesty has already spoken. From now on, the Godfather is a distinguished guest of the Xian army. If the Xian army conflicts with the Godfather, they must first consider the Godfather's situation. Lu Chang? He widened his eyes, somewhat astonished. He didn't expect that just the next day, even His Majesty had made such a decision. Lu Chang was extremely shocked. The times had really changed. Although he thought so, Lu Chang could actually understand. After all, Lu Chen's performance was truly extraordinary. Lu Chang, in that case, I can rest assured. My good son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Wang Bing, 6. He was also speechless. This old guy really had thick skin. But at least Lu Chang had made concessions this time. He certainly wouldn't directly mock him. Just then, Wang Bing saw Xiaoyan's private message. After reading the message, Wang Bing's pupils slightly dilated. He fell silent for a moment, then exhaled heavily before speaking in the trading group. Wang Bing, adoptive father, how about I make the first offer, and you see if you're satisfied? If not, I'll add more. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, hearing Wang Bing's implication that Lu Chang wouldn't make an offer. It seemed that the person behind Wang Bing was probably from the royal family. As for whether Lin Yingying wanted to buy, Lu Chen had already excluded her. After all, the Player Management Bureau definitely couldn't afford this item. And Lin Yingying's innate talent destined her to follow the path of a summoner in the future, so she wouldn't use this item herself. Lu Chen, alright, state your price. Wang Bing, in that case, let's sign a contract. I'll offer 100,000 gold coins, along with a request from Daxia. Whatever you want to do, as long as it doesn't harm Daxia, Daxia will help you accomplish it. Lu Chen saw this message and could almost be certain that the person behind Wang Bing was definitely from the Daxia royal family, and it was likely an important figure within the royal family. Could it be the monarch? If the monarch was truly a beta tester, they wouldn't hide it like this. For Lu Chen, this price was simply beyond his expectations. Not to mention the gold coins, 100,000 gold coins were equivalent to 1 billion Daxia coins. With so much money, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to spend it all in his lifetime. The most important thing was Daxia's request. This was a promise from the royal family, indicating its great value. Lu Chen smiled, alright, if that's the case, then that's the price. Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Wang Bing immediately revealed a delighted smile. He was deeply moved. Adoptive father, you're simply too good. You're like a real father to me. This was a class-changing item, and even if Lu Chen had asked for a higher price, Wang Bing would have to accept it. But Wang Bing had only mentioned a price, and Lu Chen had agreed directly, which completely caught Wang Bing off guard. Lu Chen, no, I don't want a son as big as you. To be honest, you're the one who started calling me adoptive father. I haven't even settled scores with you yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. Since that's the case, shall we sign a contract? In the game, there were specific contract terms notarized by the universal server. Violating them would have serious consequences. However, even without this contract, Lu Chen wasn't worried that Wang Bing would breach it. Unless Wang Bing no longer wanted to continue trading with him. No problem. Wang Bing, I'll repay this 100,000 gold coins within a month. Adoptive father, is that acceptable to you? After all, the amount of gold coins players could produce was limited, so gathering 100,000 gold coins was no easy task. Lu Chen agreed. After signing the contract, Lu Chen spoke again, alright, the most precious thing is this, I've bought it. Wang Bing, adoptive father, are you coming back now? Shall we trade now? Seeing this message, Lu Chen thought of the bony rotting grass incident. By the way, do you have players who have learned herb gathering? I have an herb that I'd like you to help gather. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I have some here. Wang Bing, adoptive father, I have some too. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, I'll bring people over. I'm not far from the undead land leveling up, and there are players in my team who have learned herb gathering. Lu Chen, alright, Lin Yingying, come over. Lin Yingying, hee, adoptive father, you call me Yingying? Isn't using the full name more respectful? Lu Chen, who are you? I don't know you. Lin Yingying, crying loudly. JPG, Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, mainly because he felt a bit awkward calling her Yingying. If someone didn't know, they might think he was trying to act cute, saying Yingying repeatedly. Lin Yingying had already brought people over, and Lu Chen was waiting here. Since all the elite monsters here had been cleared, Lu Chen found himself with nothing to do. He decided to sit on a chair on the high platform and wait for the others. After a while, Lin Yingying sent a private message, adoptive father, are you inside the instance now? Lu Chen? He looked puzzled, inside the instance? Wait a minute. Lu Chen's face changed, and he suddenly remembered something. That is, has the tomb turned into a dungeon now? Has the outside become the entrance to the dungeon? How did Lin Yingying and the others come in? Is it because he hasn't left yet, so the environment seems unchanged? Once he leaves, will this place also become a dungeon? Lu Chun was dumbfounded. Lin Yingying and the others can't come over, so how can they harvest the bony rotting grass? Lu Chen thought for a moment and privately messaged, "Is Fang Qi with you? Does he know the way that the tomb entrance has become a dungeon entrance?" Lin Yingying, yes. Lu Chen pursed his lips, it's troublesome. Since Lin Yingying and the others can't come over, they definitely can't harvest the bony rotting grass. He definitely doesn't have the harvesting skills for this herb. In that case, he still needs to get out. But he wonders, is there this herb in the dungeon? There should be, right? After all, what was originally there in the previous little demon camp dungeon is still there. He posted a message in the trading group, by the way, isn't there a new dungeon now? I plan to run a dungeon, need people to trade equipment, who's coming? Wang Bing, Dad, take me. Doghead selling cuteness. JPG, Lu Chang, bah, shameless. Others are not available, good son-in-law, let me go this time. Lin Yingying, hee, I'll go. The three of them replied almost instantly. Joking aside, the benefits of today's little demon camp are still lingering in their minds. There's an announcement for something, and there are rewards. Now that there's a new dungeon, shouldn't they come directly? Just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Wait, if he only brings 3 people, isn't it a bit wasteful? After all, the first time clearing a dungeon is a system reward, with treasure chests and attribute points. Why not bring more people? If he fills the team, the rewards can be maximized, right? In this way, it's a good thing for players in Disya. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sent another message. There should be a system reward for the first clear, so let's fill the team. This is a 25-player dungeon, besides me, there are 24 spots, each of you brings 7 people. The trading group fell silent again after Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen, seeing the silence in the trading group, was a bit puzzled. This time he didn't show off in front of them. Why is no one talking now? Lu Chen, what's wrong? Is it not okay? Wang Bing, no, it's just unexpected that the foster father's heart is so broad, willing to bring other players to get rewards together. Foster father is righteous. Lu Chang, truly my good son-in-law. With such a broad mind, you are a hero of the current Disya. Lin Yingying, foster father, I don't know what to say, should I give you a few ing sounds? Lu Chen, no need, thank you. After agreeing, Lu Chen left the tomb. Lin Yingying and the others started calling people to form a team. When Lu Chen walked outside the tomb, Lin Yingying was already waiting. Lu Chen turned around and saw that where he came out, had indeed turned into a dungeon entrance. Foster father, you're out. Lin Yingying came over with a smile. Lu Chen held Lin Yingying's head to prevent her from getting too close. He noticed that only Fang Qi had followed him. He was puzzled. Didn't I ask you to bring 7 people? Why only 1? Lin Yingying smiled. This opportunity is so rare, of course, a full team of players should have priority. They are on their way here. Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat enlightened. It makes sense, after all, a full team generally consists of the strongest players of a faction. Now that there's a dungeon, if a full team of players can get more attributes and equipment, then clearing the dungeon will be much easier. That's not wrong. Lu Chen glanced at Fang Qi. Is Fang Qi also part of a full team? Lin Yingying shook her head. After all, he is the one who handed over to you, foster father, so I thought of bringing him along. Fang Qi smiled and nodded. Hee, it's all thanks to my adoptive father's influence that Minister Lin brought me along. Minister Lin, you and my adoptive father are a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. As Fang Qi spoke, he even raised his thumb. Lu Chen was speechless. What nonsense was this person talking about? Just a little bit of sweet talk from Lin Yingying and he surrendered? Pathetic. Lin Yingying, on the other hand, was delighted and very happy. Lu Chen asked Wang Bing and Lu Cheng in the group and found out that they were bringing people over as well. Lu Chen realized that they also planned to bring a group of players, all tanks and healers. When it came to running dungeons, having sturdy tanks and sufficient healing was crucial. Even if the damage output was slightly lacking, they could still defeat the boss. But if the tank couldn't hold aggro and the healers couldn't keep up, then having good damage output gear wouldn't matter. Not only Wang Bing and Lu Chang shared this idea, but Lin Yingying did too. After more than half an hour, a group of people hurried over. It was Lu Chang and the others. Adoptive father, we're here. Adoptive father, you're like a real father to me. Willing to run dungeons with us, I love you. Each player's eyes lit up when they saw Lu Chen, calling out excitedly. Lu Chen was speechless. Quiet down a bit. Everyone immediately quieted down. Wang Bing and Lu Chang were also speechless at this sight. Why were they, the leaders of the team, being ignored while Lu Chen's words held sway? The two decided to go back and give them a good training session. Lu Chen smiled. I'll form the team. He started forming a team. A total of 25 people were gathered. Lu Chen also confirmed that the players gathering herbs had arrived. Only then did he feel at ease leading everyone into the dungeon. Inside the tomb, there were skeletons and corpses everywhere. The disgusting smell made people pale and nauseous. The dim tomb chamber with flickering shadows made people's scalps tingle. Where had these players seen such a scene before? Female players were trembling, even male players were swallowing hard. Wang Bing and the Xian Niao army members were relatively calm, especially Jiang Su, who had been here before. But the players from Lu Chang and Lin Yinin's team were quite frightened. Lu Chang's face turned pale. Son-in-law, this place is too disgusting, isn't it? Lin Yinin nodded beside him, leaning towards Lu Chen, adoptive father. I'm a bit scared. Lu Chang was speechless. This girl, she never missed a chance, did she? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. This is nothing yet. It'll get worse later. That fool. Lu Chen still remembered him. Everyone looked at each other in confusion upon hearing this. Lu Chen didn't say much more. He said, alright, stand back a bit. These monsters are of a higher level than you, their aggro range is wider. Everyone obediently nodded. Most of the players here were at level 5 or 6, while the monsters were level 8 or higher, so there was quite a gap in levels. Seeing them standing at the exit without moving, Lu Chen entered the tomb chamber and started fighting monsters. Except for Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yinin, and Jiang Su, the others were seeing Lu Chen fight monsters for the first time. They watched as Lu Chen gathered around 20 monsters in the tomb and then swept through them, dealing over 2,000 high damage, killing all the monsters. This made the players widen their eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. Is this damage for real? Over 2,000 damage? We only deal less than 50 damage to small demon elites. This difference is too big, isn't it? Many players realized that people really couldn't be compared. The damage Lu Chen dealt was tens of times higher than theirs. In fact, even Lu Chang and the others who had previously gained experience with Lu Chen were taken aback. Last time, Lu Chen's sweeping damage critical hit was only around 13 or 1400. In a short period of time, Lu Chen unexpectedly became much stronger. When the monster died, a pile of green light orbs floated up, making the players' eyes turn red. This wave of drops was better than what they had gotten in a few days. Lu Chen picked up everything, keeping the skill stones and attribute stones that he could use for himself. The rest, Lu Chen traded with Lu Chang and the other two. He also cleared out his backpack. He had been a bit rushed entering the instance earlier, and the drops from last time hadn't been traded yet. Especially Wang Bing, looking at the Ice Soul Mage's secret notes that were traded over, his face turned red with excitement. He had never gotten such a treasure in his life. After that, Lu Chen continued to kill monsters. Each tomb was a sweep, just taking a bit of time to choose the drops. But Lu Chen had been selecting drops for so long, he was already an expert. He could tell at a glance what items were more valuable, and it didn't take him long to choose. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at Ah Dai's tomb. Seeing Ah Dai's appearance, many players couldn't help but bend over and vomit. Damn, this little thing looks really unique. Li Ming couldn't help but curse. No, what kind of idiot would consider this thing as a pet? I've really broadened my horizons. Wang Bing was also full of question marks. Lu Chang's mouth twitched as he looked at Ah Dai covered in maggots. Good son-in-law. You're not going to fight this boss, are you? Lu Chen shrugged. I just fought it a moment ago. Lu Chang and Wang Bing were both shocked. Wang Bing exclaimed, father-in-law is really powerful. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Do you guys not want the excellent equipment that will drop later? No, Dad. Wang Bing's brain isn't working well, don't compare yourself to him. Li Ming pushed Wang Bing aside. Lu Chang nodded repeatedly. Truly my good son-in-law, not constrained by the environment. Lu Chen just smiled, then charged forward. And then it was a 4-hit combo. Minus 477. Minus 1023. Minus 1500. Minus 1933. The high damage stunned Wang Bing and the others. I might have to kneel to watch this, it's like he's a god. Yeah, 5000 damage. This is against an 8th level boss with strong defense. If it were a boss in the little demon camp, father-in-law's attack would have killed it instantly, right? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yes, this wave of attacks could directly kill the boss in the little demon camp. And what about them? Fighting so hard for so long, struggling to defeat the boss, but still unable to. Thinking of this, many players felt despondent. This game is unplayable. After this wave, Ah Dai was left with just over 2000 health. Lu Chen's agility attribute was already high, even holding a greatsword, he could attack 3 or 4 times in a second. The flame sword swung, flames flickering. Although some of his attacks were dodged or blocked by Ah Dai, they still caused significant damage. Plus the skill damage from heavy strike. In just 3 seconds, a die screamed and fell to the ground. This time, Lu Chen, unlike the first time, had experience. He deliberately avoided the liquid sprayed by a die, keeping himself clean. As for the drops, apart from the basic skill stones, Lu Chen chose 2 pieces of Undead Brave Earth armor set. The set was more expensive than individual pieces of equipment. Looking at the 3 blue orbs, the players were already numb. Just a short time into the instance, they felt that no matter what Lu Chen did, they wouldn't be surprised. Lu Chen directly used the basic skill stone on Copper Skin Iron Bone, raising it to level 4. Copper Skin Iron Bone, level 4, passive skill, endurance plus 20, strength plus 20, reduces damage taken by 20 points. As for the equipment, Lu Chen directly posted it in the trading group. Lin Yingying has already spent all the money on the blueprint of the micro-light heavy sword and directly withdrew from the competition. Wang Bing and Lu Chang were fiercely competing. In the end, Wang Bing got it for 600 gold coins each. After that, Lu Chen continued to brush monsters. He Kuan and Luo contributed 2 primary skill stones to Lu Chen again, as well as 4 pieces of Undead Brave Earth set. The Undead Brave Earth set dropped by Luo was not owned by Lu Chen before. After all, the first time he played, the things in Luo's drop list were better. But this time, there were no intermediate skill stones, no blueprints, and no unique basement key. Lu Chen's choice was straightforward, definitely the set pieces. In this way, Lu Chen's Undead Brave Earth 6-piece set was complete. He also used the 2 primary skill stones all on the Copper Skin Iron Bone. Copper Skin Iron Bone, level 6, passive skill, endurance plus 30, strength plus 30, reduces damage taken by 30 points. The level 6 Copper Skin Iron Bone increased a full 60 points of attributes, not counting Lu Chen's own battle intent and the amplification of the battle soil. When calculated, it increased more than 120 attributes. An ordinary player only gains a mere 6 points of attributes when leveling up. This is already equivalent to leveling up by 20 levels. This is just a skill. Reducing damage by 30 points, plus the 10 points of damage from the Undead Brave Earth set, means Lu Chen can reduce 40 points of damage every time he is attacked. This also makes Lu Chen much stronger. What surprised Lu Chen was that this time, after killing Luo's soul did not appear, and the door to the basement opened directly. Lu Chen speculated that this was probably because the instance was a small world constructed by the server, and Luo's soul was no longer there, and the cosmic server did not construct in Luo's soul. Fortunately, the bony rotting grass was still in its original position. The player who picked herbs went forward, picked the bony rotting grass, and traded it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's task was considered complete. After that, Lu Chen led everyone into the underground cave. Seeing Mudu in the magic array, everyone looked puzzled. What the hell? What is this thing? Damn, 75,000 health points? Can we beat this? This dog coin is the boss between the leader and the lord. This health, this attack, is too outrageous, right? Everyone naturally also investigated Mudu's attributes. It was because of this that they were all shocked. Lin Yingying thought of something and looked at Lu Chen, adoptive father, the lord you killed before, isn't it this one? Wang Bing and Lu Chang also reacted. They all turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, it's this one. Everyone? Wang Bing was a little dumbfounded. No, this is a boss with over 70,000 health points. Adoptive father, can you kill this too? Are you cheating? Lu Chen thought to himself that your little cleverness is quite accurate. He said, actually, this boss is not that hard to beat. Everyone was even more puzzled. A boss with over 70,000 health points, easy to beat? Lu Chen didn't bother to explain, you'll see in a moment. Everyone looked at each other, still discussing. Lu Chen opened the drop list. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that this time there was only one legendary item, and the rest were all fine. Although Lu Chen had some expectations before, given the special circumstances at the time, plus it was the first time fighting a boss, it was normal for the drops to be better. But after entering the instance, Mudu's drops were also much worse, right? There was only one legendary item. Indeed, was it because he had not completely broken through to the Lord? Lu Chen was full of disappointment. However, the legendary item was useful to Lu Chen. It was an intermediate skill stone. Lu Chen still chose to pick it up. The next item down surprised Lu Chen. The second item was a recipe. Potion formula, Apprentice Soul Resistance Potion, fine, after use, you can learn the method of making the Apprentice Soul Resistance Potion, learning condition, Alchemist. Drop rate, 0.00021113%, this is also a must-have. Most of the remaining items are equipment and items for mages. Lu Chen casually chose a level 10 fine mage staff. Just as Lu Chen was about to choose the fourth item, he realized that this time he could only choose 3 items. Sure enough, after entering the instance, not only did this guy's drops worsen, but the number of drops also decreased. Last time must have been a coincidence, just happened to encounter Mudu advancing. Lu Chen didn't bother to think too much, rushed towards Mudu with a charge. Just like last time, after the backlash of the magic array, Lu Chen rushed to Mudu's side, a 4-hit combo, causing high damage. Then, Mudu was severely injured by the backlash and couldn't move. Lu Chen joyfully attacked, and in less than 20 seconds, he killed Mudu. As Mudu fell unwillingly, everyone reacted. They looked at each other in silence. A boss close to the Lord level died like this? And died so miserably? Now I understand why my adoptive father said this boss was easy. Can this be considered easy? The boss didn't move from start to finish, only cursed at the moment of death. Everyone's eyes showed an eager to try look. So in the future, won't it be easy for us to defeat this boss? They sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, this broken game's instance was difficult, and now they could easily defeat the boss too? However, Lu Chang said expressionlessly, "Don't be silly, we can't defeat this boss at all." Everyone was stunned. Why? Isn't my son-in-law's defense strong enough? Those elite monsters can't break through, and just now, the backlash of the magic array caused me to lose over 1,000 health. Who among you can approach the magic array? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were almost in tears. I thought this boss was really simple. My adoptive father lied. This simple is basically hell difficulty for us, right? We can't even withstand the backlash of the magic array, and my adoptive father calls this simple? Damn! Look at the boss now. At this moment, Li Ming suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked at the boss. Then they widened their eyes because they saw a purple light floating above the boss's body. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Legendary item. It's actually a legendary item. In my lifetime, I can actually see a boss drop a legendary item? Not to mention other players, even Lin Yingying and the others, although they had seen Lu Chen post legendary items in the trading group, and even epic items, they were witnessing a boss drop a legendary item for the first time. Seeing everyone so excited, Lu Chen smiled. Just a legendary item, why are you so excited? Everyone. They looked resentfully at Lu Chen, indicating they didn't want to talk. Not to mention legendary items, even fine items. They had only seen drops in this instance. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement, Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying. For being the first team to clear the instance of the Silver Moon Tomb, reward 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, find treasure chest *1, Silver Moon Village reputation plus 100 inch, Silver Moon Village area announcement, Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying. For being the first team to clear the instance of the Silver Moon Tomb, reward 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, find treasure chest *1, Silver Moon Village reputation plus 100 inch. Everyone in the team fell silent. Then, a commotion broke out. Damn, did I just make an announcement? And there's a system reward too. There are treasure chests and attribute point rewards. Isn't it awesome? Thanks to my foster father, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Lu Chen glanced at the player who said this. Damn, he turned out to be a big man. He was speechless and wished he could beat him to death. If you were a cute girl, it would be fine. But when a man says this, isn't it disgusting? Lu Chen felt a bit regretful in his heart. This time there was only one system announcement, and it was still in the Silver Moon Village area. But thinking about it, last time there was an announcement for clearing a dungeon for the first time. That should have been an achievement announcement, but now that achievement is gone, so there won't be a second time. Lu Chang and the others had experienced it once before, and although they were excited now, they didn't seem as eager as the others. Wang Bing solemnly looked at the players of the Xian Niao army next to him and said, "Why don't you thank your foster father?" The players of the Xian Niao army all had serious expressions and saluted Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you, foster father." Other players also came to their senses and thanked one after another. "Thank you, foster father. Foster father is righteous." Lu Chen actually didn't need to bring them along to clear this dungeon. In fact, Lu Chen could have sold the team's spot. With the opportunity to have an announcement and receive system rewards, there would definitely be many players willing to buy it. But Lu Chen didn't do that. Instead, he brought them along unconditionally. This was completely due to Lu Chen's broad-mindedness. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be polite. I hope you can work hard and clear the little demon camp as soon as possible. Train well so that you can help when the demonic energy invades in the future." Everyone nodded earnestly. Lu Chen's words were clearly remembered by them. Lin Yingying spoke up, "Open the chests quickly. Let's see if there's anything good inside." Everyone then realized. This time there was a treasure chest as a reward. They immediately looked forward to their backpacks, ready to open the chests. Li Ming also planned to open the chest, but he thought of something and looked at Wang Bing. By the way, Captain, didn't you also have a reward from the last announcement? You didn't tell us what you got from opening the chest. Jiang Su and others also looked at Wang Bing one after another. Yeah, the captain clearly had received rewards last time, including a treasure chest. Why didn't he mention it last time? Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's team members were curious and looked at Wang Bing. As the boss, Lu Chang didn't need to tell his subordinates what he got from opening the chest. As for Lin Yingying, she got a War Earth skill book. Players from the Player Management Bureau could easily guess that she must have given it to her foster father. Wang Bing didn't tell the players of the Xian Niao army, and others didn't expect it either. When Wang Bing heard Li Ming's words, his face darkened. He stiffened his expression and said, "What's there to say about it?" Ha! Lu Chang next to him laughed. Lin Yingying also covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Seeing Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's reactions, Li Ming and the others were even more puzzled. Hey, Boss Lu, Minister Lin, why are you laughing? Li Ming was a bit confused. Lu Chang grinned and said, "It's nothing, just thinking about what Captain Wang did last time." Brother Chang, are we still brothers? Wang Bing was exasperated and quickly interrupted. But Li Ming and the others were not easily appeased, and they all asked questions one after another. Even the other players looked curious. Wang Bing couldn't hold it anymore. He was speechless and said, "What's there to say? I just opened a bottle of healing potion." Li Ming and the others? Everyone was full of question marks. Li Ming was a bit worried. Is the drop rate of this chest so low? Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, the drop rate is still good. Minister Lin and I both got rare items." Li Ming and the players of the Xian Niao army fell silent. They looked at Wang Bing with complex expressions. Wang Bing couldn't take it anymore. "No, why are you all looking at me like that? It was a mistake last time. I'm telling you, this time I will definitely get something good." With that, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and opened his own treasure chest. This time, he was going to redeem himself. However, the next moment, Wang Bing's expression froze. Seeing Wang Bing's expression, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. "Wang Gu, you didn't open a healing potion again, did you? How is that possible?" "No way." Wang Bing jumped up, quickly denying. Li Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Su asked, "Captain, what did you open?" Wang Bing. His mouth twitched, his expression stiff as he said, "Nothing worth mentioning." Upon seeing Wang Bing's expression, Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh. "You didn't open another green item, did you?" Wang Bing's eyes turned red. He glared at Lu Chang, wishing he could eat him. "Lu Dong, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute." Lin Yingying was also shocked. "Is it really a green item?" Lu Chen looked at Wang Bing with a complex expression. This guy, could he really be a noob? Last time he thought it was just a coincidence. Wang Bing had given up on himself. He posted what he got in the team chat channel. It was an apprentice shield scroll. Everyone fell silent. Even Lu Chen was surprised. Could this guy not have washed his hands? Seeing Wang Bing starting to doubt life, Lu Chen changed the subject. "Alright, you guys should open yours too." Everyone came to their senses and opened their own treasure chests. Suddenly, exclamations of surprise rang out. "Wow! Fine chest armor. I'm getting stronger. Wow! Fine gloves. Let's go!" Each player opened their treasure chest and displayed what they got. Most were blue items, mostly equipment, and some blue attribute stones. A few players got green items, but even those were equipment for their respective classes, and some even got minor skill stones. This surprised Lu Chen. The drop rate of these things was quite low. Lu Chang opened another blue equipment, a cloth robe, which happened to be what he used. Feeling pleased, the luckiest one turned out to be Lin Yingying again. The item she got was green, but it was a blueprint for equipment. Equipment blueprint, black iron chestplate, fine. After use, you can learn the forging method of the black iron chestplate. Learning condition, blacksmith. This was perfect for the uncle with the forging talent at the Player Management Bureau. In Lu Chen's opinion, this thing was even better than the parts of the fine set. Lin Yingying happily posted what she got in the team channel. "I didn't expect my luck to be this good." This made Wang Bing's eyes turn red. Calculating it, it seemed like what he got was the worst. Why him? Especially Lin Yingying, this guy, she actually got good stuff again? Was his luck really that bad? Lu Chen looked at Wang Bing and Lin Yingying. The gap between the lucky one and the noob was really huge. Lu Chen was a bit regretful that this time no one got a skill book he could use. What a pity. Lu Chen also looked at the treasure chest in his backpack, opened the drop list. Sure enough, just like before, the first item was a legendary item, and it was equipment that suited him very well. Crystal stone bracers, legendary, chainmail, defense plus 298, strength plus 16, stamina plus 16, each time you take damage, you will gain a layer of crystal stone shield, reducing the damage taken by 10 points, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Requirement level, 8 basic attributes aside, the focus of legendary and higher level equipment is on the special effects. This special effect was very good. If the crystal stone shield was fully stacked, it could reduce 100 points of damage. Coupled with Lu Chen's own abilities and the damage reduction from the Undead Brave Earth set, even facing bosses of the same level, the damage they could inflict on Lu Chen would probably be very minimal. Even against a lord, Lu Chen's survivability would be greatly enhanced. For a tank, toughness was crucial, especially since Lu Chen had a lifesteal effect. As long as he stood his ground, he could replenish his lost health through lifesteal. Lu Chen happily equipped this item, becoming even stronger. By the way, Godfather, what did you get? Lin Yingying asked curiously at this time. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He was just wondering how to show off a bit, and Lin Yingying gave him the opportunity, didn't she? Wang Bing's face changed. To be honest, he didn't really want to know. Otherwise, he was afraid it would hurt even more. But before he could say anything, Lu Chen sighed, just barely. With that, he took out the crystal wristband. Wang Bing. He felt like his heart was already full of holes. Everyone? Seeing the skeptical expressions of everyone, Lu Chen felt very pleased in his heart. Being seen as noble in front of others was quite comfortable. After that, Lu Chen traded the dropped equipment and also used the newly acquired intermediate skill stone. He used it on his fighting spirit, raising it to level 9. After dealing with all the gains, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Alright, the instance is over, let's all go back." Everyone bid farewell to Lu Chen one after another. Lu Chen took out the scroll of return to the city and went back directly to Silver Moon Village. He had already obtained the bone-eroding grass and could go complete the task. Just as Lu Chen returned to the square, he heard nearby players discussing how Lu Chen had led a group to clear the instance again. And when they saw Lu Chen, each player's eyes turned red. "Godfather, can you take me to the instance next time? Godfather, please take me. I'm willing to do anything." Lu Chen was startled by the enthusiasm of these people and quickly rode the demonized wild wolf out of the square. It was too scary. Especially the female players, their eyes seemed like they wanted to devour him. On the way in the village, all the players who saw Lu Chen had envy written all over their faces. Lu Chen soon arrived at the pharmacy. The players waiting in line saw Lu Chen and naturally made way for him to pass first. Lu Chen smiled at everyone and then entered the pharmacy. Hong Yang had just completed a transaction, and when she saw Lu Chen, she looked at him strangely from head to toe. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed under Hong Yang's scrutiny. He touched his face. "Boss, what's wrong?" Hong Yang came back to her senses. "We underestimated you. You actually defeated a lord? How did you do it?" Hong Yang couldn't understand. Normally a lord would be at least level 10. But Lu Chen was only level 8. Even with good equipment and strong skills, it shouldn't be possible to defeat a lord. However, the previous system announcement had already confirmed that Lu Chen had indeed done it. The indigenous people in Silver Moon Village were all unable to understand. Lu Chen finally understood why Hong Yang was looking at him like that. He smiled. "It's just luck. I encountered an undead mage in the middle of advancing, and I coincidentally interrupted his advancement, so I was able to kill him." Lu Chen was still self-aware. He knew that with his current strength, he definitely couldn't defeat a lord in normal circumstances. If he wanted to solo a lord, he had to continue getting stronger. "Undead mage?" Hong Yang's expression changed slightly, furrowing her brows. "Is it from the Pale Cult?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "Boss, you know about the Pale Cult?" Hong Yang let out a sigh, nodded. "Of course, it's a notorious cult on the central continent, and here, they are just small branches. In the area of the Great Martial City, there are many followers of the Pale Cult roaming around. When you go to the Great Martial City, you may have to deal with them." Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. After that, he took out the bone-eroding grass and handed it to Hong Yang. "I found the bone-eroding grass." Seeing the grass, Hong Yang's expression became complicated. She fell silent for a moment, sighed, and took the herb. "If possible, I would rather you not have found this herb." Lu Chen was puzzled. "What is this herb used for?" The matchmaker took a glance at Lu Chen and said, "The old village chief needs. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on leveling up and improving yourself. When the little demon's nest attacks, we will need your strength." Lu Chen saw that the matchmaker didn't want to say more, so he could only nod and stop asking questions. The matchmaker smiled and said, "Your task is complete, here is your reward." As soon as the matchmaker finished speaking, his experience increased significantly again, just one step away from level 9. The matchmaker handed him a green fruit. The fruit was about the size of an apple, crystal clear and fragrant. Lu Chen took the fruit and checked the information. Green snake fruit, spirit fruit. After consumption, it increases poison resistance by 30%. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly at the attribute. It actually increases resistance? Although Lu Chen had not encountered any poison-type monsters yet, increasing resistance would definitely be useful. Lu Chen smiled at the matchmaker and said, "Thank you, boss." He took a bite and found the fruit quite delicious, sweet and sour. After a few bites, Lu Chen discovered that his poison resistance had increased by 30%. Not bad. Later, when Lu Chen confirmed that there were no other tasks, he bid farewell to the matchmaker. He now only had 2 tasks left. One was the material task for the battle soil mentor, and the other was to find the little demon's nest. Lu Chen asked Lu Chang and the others if they had found the whereabouts of the demonized tigers. The result was that they had not found anything. Lu Chen had no choice but to search on his own. It just so happened that he also needed to find the location of the little demon's nest, so he decided to do both at the same time. He rode the demonized wild wolf and rushed out of the village. He planned to depart from the east of the village, as the little demon camp was in that direction. Riding the demonized wild wolf, Lu Chen quickly passed the area of the little demon camp and continued deeper into the mountains. As he went deeper, the level of monsters he encountered increased. Demonized apes, demonized mountain lions, and so on. The monster levels ranged from 7 to 8, and then to 9. These monsters were just ordinary monsters with nothing valuable. Even green items were rare to come by. Lu Chen was too lazy to bother with the drops. He took advantage of the speed of the demonized wild wolf to circle around, gathering all the monsters together. Then he swept through them, killing them all. Without selecting the drops, Lu Chen finally experienced the true drop rate of the game. After defeating hundreds of monsters, he only obtained a few gray items. What a ripoff! Lu Chen realized that he seemed quite unlucky. Fortunately, he had talent and didn't rely on luck to get by. Lu Chen felt a bit scared. After spending a few hours, Lu Chen continued to kill hundreds of monsters, almost exploring the entire mountain area. His level finally reached level 9. Unfortunately, he still had not encountered the demonized tigers. Obviously, the demonized tigers were not in the east of the village. He hadn't even come across the trace of the little demons. Just as Lu Chen was about to go elsewhere to search, Lin Yingying sent a message. "Godfather, I found the area of the demonized tigers." Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "Where?" Lin Yingying sent a location in the direction of the west of the village. "Our group has an assassin who likes to find treasure chests. He learned an invisibility skill and found the demonized tigers in the area of level 8 monsters to the west of the village. It's right at this location." "Okay, I got it. I'll head over now." Lu Chen immediately used a town portal scroll, then rode the demonized wild wolf towards the west of the village. Just like the east of the village, the deep areas were endless mountains. The location Lin Yingying sent was in the area of level 8 monsters, quite far from the village entrance. After running for nearly an hour, Lu Chen finally arrived at the designated location. It was a vast forest, and a slender young man was squatting behind a tree. When he saw Lu Chen, he quickly ran out. "Godfather, over here." Lu Chen ran over. "You're the player who found the demonized tigers?" The young man nodded happily. "Yes, it's me. My name is Jiang Ming. I aspire to become a treasure hunter. While searching for treasure chests, I happened to see the demonized tiger, and then I remembered what Minister Lin said, so I informed her." Lu Chen smiled and gave Jiang Ming 1 gold in exchange. "This is a token of appreciation." "Ha?" Jiang Ming was a bit stunned. Then he quickly shook his head. No need, uncle, you are the pride of our Desia players, this is just a small matter, no need for a token of appreciation." Lu Chen smiled. "You should take it, I've been searching for the demonized tiger for a long time, and you saved me a lot of time. Unfortunately, I don't have assassin equipment on me, otherwise, I would have given it to you directly." "Well," Jiang Ming hesitated. His family was just an ordinary one, and he opened treasure chests to make money by finding valuable items, right? 1 gold is worth $10,000. Jiang Ming was tempted, but felt embarrassed to accept it. He felt like he didn't really do much, just casually reported a location. "Just take it," Lu Chen continued as Jiang Ming hesitated. Jiang Ming came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "Uncle, how about this? I won't take this 1 gold, just add me as a friend." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and said, "Adding you as a friend is fine, but you should still take this gold." After all, he helped, and Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy if he didn't show any gratitude. Seeing Lu Chen insist, Jiang Ming reluctantly agreed to the trade. Then, Lu Chen applied to be Jiang Ming's friend. He had already disabled friend requests, so Jiang Ming couldn't add him. After adding Jiang Ming as a friend, Lu Chen smiled. "Alright, go about your business, I'll go in." Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly, grateful. "Thank you, uncle." Goodbye, uncle. Lu Chen nodded, rode his demonized wild wolf, and entered the forest where the demonized tiger was located. Watching the demonized tigers chasing Lu Chen into the depths of the forest, Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze. He felt a bit emotional. Uncle is really kind. And strong too, looking cool in his equipment. He needed to work harder and aim to become a cool player like Uncle. Lu Chen ventured deep into the forest where the demonized tiger was located. There were many demonized tigers inside, ranging from level 8 and increasing. As he delved deeper into the forest, the demonized tiger's levels even reached level 10. When he reached the deepest part of the forest, he saw a giant tree that could only be embraced by a dozen people. The canopy of the giant tree blocked out the sunlight. At the base of the giant tree, a nearly 10-meter-long, entirely black giant tiger was resting. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. Demonized Tiger King, Boss, Level, 10 Health, 12,000 Attack, 130 Introduction, the King of the Demonized Tigers, the Ruler of the Forest. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was the one. He opened the drop list. To his surprise, the first item was a purple legendary item. It was an intermediate skill stone. Without hesitation, Lu Chen chose it. The second item was a quest item. Demonized Tiger Spine, unique, excellent forging material drop rate, 100%. Perhaps because Lu Chen accepted the quest, this item was guaranteed to drop. The following items were just normal fine items. Since all items were level 10, Lu Chen chose a level 10 chainmail belt. Tiger King belt, fine, chainmail, defense 233, strength +9, stamina +10, required level 10. After selecting the drops, Lu Chen charged towards the demonized Tiger King. The demonized Tiger King was still asleep and didn't expect a sudden attack. Before it could get up, Lu Chen's flaming greatsword had already struck multiple times, dealing damage. Normal attack, 450. Heavy strike, 1822. Savage strike, 998. Sweep, 1021. Probably because the level of the demonized Tiger King is relatively high. Except for the critical hit from the heavy blow, the other 3 hits did not crit. However, even so, the damage caused still exceeded 4,000. This is a level 10 boss, just the initial outbreak, and it took away 1/3 of its health. This outbreak is already very strong. Upon receiving such a huge amount of damage, the demonized Tiger King immediately let out a cry of pain. It jumped up, its huge body standing over 2 meters tall, slightly taller than Lu Chen. Its huge tiger claws flickered with a hint of black magic, swinging towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's broadsword blocked. Clang! The tremendous force made Lu Chen take 2 steps back. Damage floated above Lu Chen's head. -57. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile. Indeed, because his current stamina attribute in battle has exceeded 400 points, coupled with the defense of the chain armor and the damage reduction effect, plus the damage reduction from blocking, even a level 10 boss would cause him very limited damage. And with each attack received, the crystal shield had already stacked 1 layer. Next, the damage he received would be reduced by another 10 points. At this rate, with 6 layers of crystal shield stacked, as long as Lu Chen could block attacks, even a level 10 demonized Tiger King boss would not be able to harm him. Remember, this is a boss of a higher level than Lu Chen. It didn't even break through his defense. You can imagine how strong Lu Chen's defense is now. Lu Chen could completely withstand this demonized Tiger King and overpower it. He wielded his broadsword, dodging the demonized Tiger King's claw attacks while counterattacking. The broadsword occasionally landed on the demonized Tiger King, inflicting high damage each time, causing its health to plummet rapidly. When the demonized Tiger King's health dropped below 50%, it let out an angry roar. The sound wave spread and hit Lu Chen heavily. -9. Seeing this damage, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Even skills could only cause this much damage. How would the demonized Tiger King feel if it had intelligence? Unfortunately, although the demonized Tiger King was a boss, its level was still low, with only animal instincts and no intelligence. It continued to roar in anger, trying to attack Lu Chen. Before long, with each of Lu Chen's attacks, its health dropped to below 10%. Unfortunately, before it could use its 10% health skill, it screamed and fell to the ground. 3 orbs, 2 blue and 1 purple, floated above the huge body on the ground. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. This was the first time he had defeated a boss-level monster and received legendary loot. He used the intermediate skill stone. As he had guessed, after reaching level 9 of battle intent, he needed advanced skill stones to progress. Although there were still many skills he could enhance with intermediate skill stones, some could also be enhanced with basic skill stones, so Lu Chen would not waste the intermediate ones. Only sweep and sword mastery could be enhanced with intermediate skill stones. After some thought, Lu Chen used the intermediate skill stone on sword mastery. The level of sword mastery increased to 5, increasing the damage dealt by the broadsword by 50%. Lu Chen's damage received another boost. He had already picked up the dropped quest items. He could now go back and turn in the quest. Lu Chen used a teleport scroll and returned to Silver Moon Village. He arrived at the tavern and quickly found the drunken Battle Axe Mentor sitting in the corner. "Mentor, I'm back." The Battle Axe Mentor looked up, the scar that crossed his entire cheek still fierce. He burped, "It's you, kid? Completed the mission faster than I expected. But then again, if you can kill a lord, defeating a boss must be a piece of cake, right? Unfortunately, there are no lord-level demonized tigers near Silver Moon Village, otherwise I would have sent you to get that material for me." The battle axe muttered, causing Lu Chen to be at a loss. It would be better to just kill the lord of the demonized tiger than to make him fight it. He couldn't handle a lord-level boss right now. Mu Du was completely unexpected. Lu Chen forced a smile and said, "Master Battle Axe, this is the spine bone of the demonized tiger, take a look." He took out the bloody white spine bone and placed it in front of the battle axe. The battle axe nodded, "No problem, you have completed the task." As the battle axe finished speaking, the weapon material task was completed, and Lu Chen's experience increased significantly once again. Then, the battle axe took out a skill book and handed it to Lu Chen. "Here, this is the skill book I promised you before, it's my unique skill." Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly took the skill book. "Thank you, master." He learned the skill and checked it out. Counterattack, level 1, when taking damage, you can counterattack the target, dealing high damage to the target. When taking 1000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, dealing 500% damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill. Lu Chen took a deep breath, such a powerful skill. Truly a unique skill. Even though it's only level 1, it can deal a whopping 500% skill damage, which is incredible. Even legendary level skills may not be that exaggerated, right? However, the drawback of this skill is also obvious, it requires losing health. The more health lost, the higher the damage. 1000 health points, even for a level 10 warrior player, are very rare. It's probably only a few who can truly reach the maximum damage. Only players like Lu Chen, with nearly 5000 health points, can afford to unleash the highest counterattack burst. Upon careful calculation, for every 200 health lost, you can gain 100% damage, which is still manageable. Lu Chen suddenly realized this. For ordinary players, perhaps this skill can only be considered a good attack method, but for Lu Chen, losing 1000 health points while fighting a lord-level monster is a piece of cake. It's like being able to frequently obtain a 500% burst skill. Moreover, this skill has a cooldown of only 10 seconds. Coupled with Lu Chen's lifesteal, it can recover some health, making it a divine skill for boss battles. Additionally, this skill has great growth potential in the later stages, as players have more health points. By then, losing 1000 health points will be a trivial matter. Even ordinary players can achieve 500% maximum counterattack damage. In the later stages, this is when the skill truly shines. However, due to Lu Chen's exceptionally strong attributes, even in the early stages, this is an extremely powerful attack skill for him. He was pleasantly surprised. With this skill, he seemed to have a better chance against lord-level monsters. He smiled and said, "Thank you, master, I really like this skill." The battle axe looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "It seems you understand the power of this skill. Only those with enough health can unleash its power. By the way, how much health do you have?" Lu Chen smiled, "Over 4000, almost 5000. With a base endurance of 100 points, luxurious equipment, and the amplification of battle intent in the heart of the battle soil, he was about to reach 5000 health points." The battle axe? Upon hearing this, he was a bit stunned, even the alcohol woke him up. He stared at Lu Chen wide-eyed. "How much health?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "Almost 5000, what's wrong?" 5000. The battle axe jumped up from his chair, his voice attracting the attention of many locals and players in the tavern. The locals didn't pay much attention, quickly turning back to their own conversations. But when players saw Lu Chen next to the battle axe, they began whispering among themselves. "Isn't that the adoptive father? What did he say to make Master Zhanta so surprised? Seems like he mentioned something about 5000? What 5000? I don't know." The players discussed eagerly, curious about the situation here. Zhantu also realized his loss of composure, cleared his throat, and sat back in his chair. But the way he looked at Lu Chen was like looking at a monster. "You have 5000 health points? How did you manage that?" His voice was low but trembling. Clearly, he was shocked. Zhantu muttered to himself, "Even with a full set of excellent equipment, at this level, it's impossible to have that much health, right? No, even with a full set of legendary equipment, it shouldn't be achievable. High base endurance is also required. By the way, what is your base endurance? Zhantu thought of this question and looked at Lucan. Lucan, 100. Lucan said with some regret, unfortunately, the limit for our element star humans is only 100, so we can't continue to improve. Zhantu, he was speechless, his expression blank, and his originally fierce face looked somewhat ridiculous. What's wrong? Zhantu swallowed hard, looking at Lucan as if he were looking at a god. Your base endurance has reached its limit? Lucan nodded. Yes, any problem? Zhantu nodded, then shook his head. No problem. His expression twisted, and he said, you are simply a monster. Then he took a deep breath repeatedly to calm his inner shock. He looked at Lucan and said slowly, now I finally understand why you were able to kill the Lord. He looked at Lucan with a gradually complex gaze. Perhaps, you will become a top powerhouse dominating the stars in the future. Lucan didn't expect Zhantu to say that. He was curious, what are the top powerhouses dominating the stars like? Zhantu fell into reminiscence inside. Although our Silver Moon human leader, Lord Ming, has reached the demigod level, enough to dominate a star domain and even survive in a star for a short time without dying, he is still not considered a top powerhouse. I heard that true top powerhouses can extinguish stars with a breath, destroy star systems with a wave of their hand, and even fight on neutron stars, easily breaking free from the gravitational pull of black holes. That is the realm of gods. Lucan? He felt his scalp tingling as he listened to Zhantu's words. What the heck? Extinguish stars with a breath, destroy star systems with a wave of their hand? Isn't that Superman? Fight on a neutron star? How strong is the gravity on a neutron star? It's 200 billion times that of Earth. Any substance on it would be compressed into neutrons. In such an environment, one can still fight? And even break free from the gravitational pull of a black hole? No wonder it's called a god. How can ordinary beings achieve such a level? With such power, the entire universe would be unable to restrain oneself, right? Is there a chance for oneself to become such an existence? Lucan felt a bit dazed. A special flame burned in his heart. Understanding beings of this level, Lucan felt a sense of ambition emerging. Perhaps, he could really try to become such a being? Such a powerhouse? Seeing the fiery gaze in Lucan's eyes, Zhantu chuckled lightly. Lucan, although you have the potential to become such a powerhouse, the possibility is not high. Lucan was stunned, somewhat surprised. Why do you say that? Zhantu said, as you said yourself, your endurance limit is 100 points, right? Lucan's heart sank, and he nodded. Yes, the system prompt says it's the essence of element star humans. Zhantu chuckled. That's right, it's the essence of the race. This is the potential of a race. Our Silver Moon humans have a limit of 120 points during the apprentice stage, slightly stronger than your element star humans, while some races have limits of only a few tens of points, even inferior to element star humans. This is the most basic potential of a race. The stronger the potential, the easier the future path, and the higher the limit. Our Silver Moon race has a bit stronger potential than your element star race, but even the strongest among us are only demigods. Your element star race may have a more difficult path in the future. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart grew heavier. Seeing Lu Chen frown, the battle axe chuckled and said, do you know what the attribute limit is for the most powerful race in the apprentice stage? Lu Chen came to his senses and shook his head. I don't know. A touch of bitterness appeared on the battle axe's face as he slowly said, that is a race with divine beings, and the attribute limit in the apprentice stage is 5,000 points. 5,000. Lu Chen's pupils dilated, full of shock. He had originally thought that the basic attribute limits of all races were similar, but reality gave him a very heavy blow. If the apprentice stage is not even level 10 yet, and there is a basic attribute limit of 5,000 points, how much more powerful is that compared to ordinary races? Lu Chen found it hard to imagine. Seeing Lu Chen's shocked expression, the battle axe smiled and said, the universe is much larger than you imagine. Some races are born in stars, bathed in stellar flares as they grow. Some races survive in temperatures hundreds of degrees below zero, born to dance with ice and snow. Some beings are even composed of matter directly in the vacuum of space, born to survive in the vacuum of space. Cosmic rays are like a breeze to them. Planets are just their food and toys. Listening to the battle axe's words, Lu Chen's expression became more and more astonished. This world is much bigger than he had imagined. Seeing Lu Chen's solemn expression, the battle axe grinned, making the scars on his face look even more ferocious. But you don't need to be too pessimistic. Such races are only a very small minority. Most races are like you and me, just growing up on an ordinary planet. The gap in potential is not that big. For example, the 4 races in this Hunter Novice continent, the potential of the Star People, the Half-Xian Star Stone People, and the Blackwood Star Tiger People is similar to your element star race. If the potential gap is too large, they would not be assigned to the same Novice continent. The universe server is fair in this regard. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat relieved. If monsters that grew up in the sun appeared in their Novice continent, what would they do? Lu Chen thought of something and looked at the battle axe with some anticipation. By the way, mentor, you just said I have the potential to become strong? Since the potential gap is so large, where is the hope? The battle axe smiled. There are many ways to enhance the race's potential, such as the simplest, which is to merge with the bloodline of other races, transforming from a pure element star race into another race. In this way, your potential limit will increase accordingly. Lu Chen. Humans have limits, so should I not be human anymore? If possible, he still hopes to be human. Are there any other ways? The battle axe chuckled. Of course, for example, advanced challenge missions. Every creature will have challenge missions when advancing. The difficulty of the challenge missions can be chosen. The higher the difficulty of the completed mission, the greater the increase in potential limit, and after each level up, the attributes obtained will also increase significantly, as well as some other rewards, and so on. This made Lu Chen's eyes light up. If he could complete the highest difficulty challenge mission every time, his potential limit would also increase bit by bit. Perhaps there is hope to catch up with those terrifying god-level races? Seeing Lu Chen's expression of joy, the battle axe became somewhat serious. However, there is something here that I must tell you. Lu Chen, seeing the battle axe so serious, was stunned. Mentor, what is it? Each player's challenge mission can only be done 3 times. If you fail all 3 times, then you will never be able to advance for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, immediately understanding the seriousness of the issue. If he wanted to unlock higher potential, he would have to choose advanced tasks of higher difficulty. However, these advanced tasks were clearly not easy to complete. If he failed 3 times, he would not be able to continue advancing. This blocked the player's continuous attempts. Lu Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted. Even though his current strength was strong, he dared not say that he could definitely complete the advanced tasks of higher difficulty. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, the battle axe continued. There is another thing. Every time you fail an advanced task, you need to wait for a period of time before you can continue advancing. The higher the level, the longer the waiting time. There are even other penalties for failure, such as losing equipment, decreasing attributes, and even the possibility of lowering skill levels. Lu Chen grimaced. This damn game is really difficult. Just being allowed to fail 3 times is one thing, but there are penalties for each failure? Does this game even allow people to challenge their limits? The battle axe smiled and said, so, when advancing, you must be fully prepared, and at the same time, have self-awareness to choose the advanced tasks you are most confident in. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then he thought of something, his expression changed, and he said, what about those creatures that are born extremely powerful? Are they also doing the same advanced tasks as us? In that case, wouldn't they be able to complete the highest level of advancement every time? Thinking about a player with a total of 5,000 attributes doing the same task as him, Lu Chen was stunned. The battle axe laughed. You don't have to worry about that. The difficulty of advanced tasks is determined by the race. Different races of players have different levels of difficulty in their advanced tasks, and even the content of each player's advanced tasks is different. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, I can accept that. He decided that even if there was a risk of failure, he would definitely choose the highest difficulty for the first time. If he succeeded, he would have greater potential. If not, he would know what he lacked and have a clearer understanding of himself. The battle axe looked at Lu Chen, his expression serious. To be honest, I have experienced many years and seen many players. Among the players with around 100 potential, I have never seen anyone like you. That's why I think you may have the potential to become an extraordinary strong person. Lu Chen grinned. It seems like I have to try my best to become that strong figure who dominates the universe, so that it proves you have a good eye, mentor. The battle axe chuckled, then go for it. His expression became somewhat solemn. The road to becoming that kind of strong figure is not easy. Now, the first trouble is waiting for you. If Silver Moon Village is destroyed, it will surely have an impact on you, right? Lu Chen nodded, his expression also serious. Don't worry, mentor, I will help defend Silver Moon Village. After bidding farewell to the battle axe, the game time for today was almost over. Lu Chen had done quite a lot today, running dungeons 3 times, one of which was the first clearing of the Silver Moon Tomb. Compared to yesterday, where he didn't finish the progress of the little demon camp all day, there was a qualitative leap. Mainly because his equipment kept getting stronger, his skill levels kept increasing, and his strength improved significantly. He hoped he could find the little demon lair tomorrow. After all, there were only 5 days left for Silver Moon Village to prepare. Time was running out. Lu Chen started to deal with today's gold coins. he now had close to 7,000 gold coins. After some thought, he decided to sell 5,000 gold coins and exchange them for $50 million. After repaying some debts, Lu Chen planned to enjoy life with the remaining money. As for the remaining gold coins, Lu Chen planned to keep them in the game. Although he didn't need much money now, who knows about the future? It's always good to be prepared for any eventuality. Because this game involves the reality of the entire Yuanqing, money is too important for the average player. All the wealthy people are watching the trading platform. Even if Lu Can put out 5,000 gold coins, they were all sold out in a few seconds. Lu Chen's card now had an extra 50 million. After dealing with the gold coins and making sure there was nothing urgent, Lu Can left the game. Reality. Lu Can opened his eyes on the bed in his single apartment. He sat up, took out his phone immediately, and checked his online banking information. Sure enough, more than 50 million yuan was quietly lying in his account. A smile of excitement appeared on Lu Chen's lips. All of this was not a dream. The money was finally going to be paid off. Only those who have truly owed money and found it difficult to repay know the pain of debt. However, from now on, his life was no longer the same as before. Money was now the least of his concerns. Lu Can quickly called his mother, Du Shufa. After a few rings, the phone was answered, and a somewhat tired voice came through. Hello, son, what's up? Lu Can frowned and said, Mom, are you still working the night shift? I told you I would make money to pay off the debt. Du Shufa chuckled, of course, I know your ability. It's impressive to make millions in the game, but we still have to be cautious. What if you can't make money later? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you really can't make it, at least we've paid off some of it, and life will gradually get better. Hearing Du Shufa's gentle voice, Lu Can felt warm inside. He then smiled and said, Mom, you don't need to work the night shift anymore. I made 50 million today. There was a moment of silence on the phone. Du Shufa seemed to be taken aback and asked, how much? 50 million, I made 50 million in just one day today, and there will be more later. We don't have to worry about money anymore. Lu Can could clearly feel the heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. He smiled brightly. After enduring for so long and carrying this pressure for so long, his mother could finally let go of the burden. Du Shufa's voice trembled, Son, are you telling the truth? Lu Can nodded, absolutely, I'll transfer 30 million to you later. After you pay off the debt, you can use the remaining money. No need. I don't need that much. I can't spend all that money. You should save it well. After paying off the debt, we should consider your lifelong matters. Lu Can. Hearing this, he thought about the group boss in the game who called him his son-in-law. The women who wanted to warm his son's bed didn't know where they stood. However, Lu Can decided not to say that. He felt that if he did, knowing his mother's character, she might start looking for a suitable match for him the next day. Lu Can said, I still have 20 million here. I don't need much myself. Before our family goes bankrupt, don't you also need money? You've worked hard these years, go take care of yourself, do some yoga, skip the travel for now, it's not very safe outside, there could be game monsters at any time. Lu Can suddenly stopped as he heard a faint sob on the other end of the phone. Lu Can fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Mom, are you crying because you're touched? The sobbing on the other end stopped abruptly. How could that be? I'm not the kind of person who cries. I don't even remember the last time I cried. Lu Can thought to himself that when his father passed away, she was so sad that she cried alone in the room for a long time. She thought he couldn't hear her, but he was actually outside the door at that time. However, Lu Can didn't mention it to avoid making his mother sad. Lu Can said with a smile, I thought you were crying. You can take the money when the time comes. Okay, I'll hold on to it for you. No need, it's only the second day, and I've already made 50 million. I'll earn even more tomorrow. By the way, I almost forgot to ask. What exactly did you do in the game to make so much money? Du Shufa's surprised voice rang out. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't worry about that for now. I can't reveal the information in the game yet. If he told his own mother about his identity now, who knows if it would be considered a breach of privacy agreement. If it was seen as such, then it would be too easy for others to find him later. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Du Shufa fell silent, then said, Well, it seems like the world will change in the future, and it's a good thing that you're successful in the game. Yes, Mom, please don't tell anyone about what's happening in the game. Don't worry, after all these years of ups and downs, do you think I don't understand this? I won't tell anyone. Alright then. I'll transfer the money to you now. You can go repay the debt. Lu Chen paused here, then continued, By the way, after you've repaid the money, why don't you come to Shanghai City and live with me? Who knows how the monsters in the game will come out, and if you come over, I can protect you too. This made Du Shufa fall silent. After some thought, she smiled and said, "After repaying the money, I'll come to Xianhai City first to take a look. Whether I'll stay or not, we'll discuss it later." "Okay." Lu Chen smiled. These past 2 days in the game had told Lu Chen that the real world would become increasingly dangerous in the future. He was really worried about leaving his mother alone. What if she encountered a monster? What would he do then? Moreover, because he needed to hide his identity now, many things were inconvenient for him to do. But Du Shufa didn't have this concern. She could do things on his behalf. For example, if Lu Chen wanted to rent a better house, since he couldn't register under his own identity, he could completely rent it in Du Shufa's name. With his current funds, he could even buy a house. Although the housing prices in Xianhai were very high, in the bustling areas, even a small apartment could cost 300,000 to 400,000. But with Lu Chen's earning ability, he could earn enough for a luxury mansion in just a few days. This matter would have to be considered after his mother arrived. Lu Chen hung up the phone and transferred the money to Du Shufa. Afterwards, he ordered breakfast delivery and started browsing his phone. Of course, what Lu Chen was most concerned about was the player's information. He went on the Cosmic Game Forum and started browsing the official posts. The top post quickly caught Lu Chen's attention. Appearance of demonic invasion. 3 dead and 3 injured. Demonic invasion appeared? He quickly clicked on the post. Inside was a short news article. At 3:40 a.m. today, black demonic energy appeared in the suburbs of Unta City, Donglin Province. Witnesses reported that demons emerged from the demonic energy, resulting in the deaths of 3 civilians and injuries to 3 others. The demons were later dealt with by members of the Player Management Bureau who arrived at the scene. Once again, we urge all civilians to notify the Player Management Bureau immediately upon encountering demonic invasion. The news was accompanied by photos and a short video. Because it was dark, and the demonic invasion occurred in the suburbs, the video and photos were not very clear, but they could still be seen somewhat. The photo showed a small, hideous figure with a dark complexion. This thing, Lu Chen was very familiar with. It was the little demon, and it was a little demon warrior. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect an elite monster to appear right after the demonic invasion. The little demon in the photo was surrounded by several players in gear outside a damaged building. Obviously, this was the situation after the Player Management Bureau arrived. The damaged building next to the little demon was probably where the incident occurred. Lu Chen then clicked on the video. The video shows players cooperating with a sheriff to kill a small demon using firearms and player coordination. He found that the small demon's defense seemed strong, as the handgun could hardly harm it, only causing minor injuries. Ultimately, it was through the player attracting the demon's attention and then using a sniper rifle to shoot it in the head that the demon was killed. Lu Chen also noticed that perhaps because the demon had come to reality, it was not like in the game. The demon had no health bar, and after being shot in the head, it died directly without the health bar disappearing. Perhaps the demon still had data, but was influenced by real-world rules, making it different from the game? Of course, it could also be that the sniper rifle's damage was too high, instantly killing the demon with one shot. The video did not show the health bar, as it could only be seen in person. Lu Chen's mind was filled with various thoughts. Just then, he heard a roar coming from outside the window. Lu Chen's face changed, and he quickly went to the window to look outside. The area where Lu Chen lived was in the suburbs of Xianhai City, with a large square outside the apartment building, surrounded by shopping malls, hospitals, schools, etc., making it a residential area. Lu Chen's house faced the square outside the window. At this moment, a huge black dog about 1 to 3 meters tall, emitting black smoke all over its body, appeared on the square. The black dog had crimson eyes and roared as it charged towards a woman. The woman's face turned pale, unable to even stand steadily in the face of such a fierce beast. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed on the ground, her screams shattering glass. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's face changed, wanting to jump out of the window to rescue the woman. Although Lu Chen's floor was over 10 meters high, his attributes were now similar to those of a small superhero. With the equipment bonus, his stamina exceeded 200 points, so a 10-meter height would not affect him. Not to mention, even a normal high-level warrior could jump from a 10-meter height. However, he was still a bit far from the square, and Lu Chen was not sure if he could save the woman. Just then, a man wearing heavy armor suddenly approached from a distance at a very fast speed and collided heavily with the black dog. The black dog staggered back a few steps and stopped. Lu Chen was very familiar with this skill. It was the warrior's charge. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his hand from the window. The man's equipment was not good, probably just a mix of ordinary white and gray styles. In fact, except for the Silver Moon village where Lu Chen was located, players in other newbie villages were having a tough time. Lu Chen would drop a lot of green equipment every day, and even ordinary players could grab one or two if they were lucky. Not to mention that Lu Chen had opened 2 dungeons, and although the level of the Silver Moon 2 might be too high, many players could now go to the demon camp to farm small monsters. The drop rate of elite small demons was still decent. White items were basically guaranteed drops, and with good luck, you might even get green equipment. How could players from other newbie villages have such treatment? Their equipment was mostly a mix of gray and white. Only those top teams with the ability to fight bosses might have a chance to get a piece of green equipment if they were lucky. But these were few and far between. The warrior in front of him was just an ordinary player. Fortunately, this black dog was not very strong, otherwise, his charge would not have made the black dog stagger. Lu Chen cast a probing spell. To his surprise, data appeared. Corrupted pet dog, apprentice level 2, originally a normal pet dog, it was completely transformed into a monster after being corrupted by magic. This data surprised Lu Chen. There was no level, no health, and attack stats, only a simple introduction. What caught Lu Chen's attention was that this corrupted pet dog was at the apprentice level 2. This is different from their players and the level of wild monsters in the game. Lu Chen speculated that the reason why the data is internalized in the Cosmic Online game is due to the power of the Cosmic server. The online game world is like another independent world, with some differences in rules from the real universe. The monsters invaded by demonic energy belong to the scope of real rules, so there is no detailed level, life, and attack division. There is only a simple rank. Lu Chen thought, this level 2 apprentice, I'm afraid there is not much difference from a normal level 2 monster? It's just that because there is no life and attack, it is not entirely based on game data. In the game, although attacking the head, heart, and other parts will deal critical hits, it is not fatal. If in reality, attacking the head and heart, if the defense is broken, it would probably be fatal. Lu Chen pondered, watching the battle on the square. The player in the battle clearly is not very skilled in combat, but he has at least gone through the process of fighting monsters. Although he was a bit flustered and was once forced back by the demonized pet dog, he quickly stabilized his position. Taking advantage of his strength and the convenience of having a weapon in hand, he took the initiative. As the player gradually found the rhythm of fighting monsters, and with his cautious nature, the level 2 monsters did not pose a threat to him. Before long, he slashed the demonized pet dog in the neck with a sword. Black and red blood gushed out, and the demonized pet dog howled and fell to the ground. There were wisps of black mist gradually dissipating from its body. Nothing dropped. Lu Chen looked at the body of the demonized pet dog, lost in thought. It seems that the invasion of demonic energy is indeed different from the game. Monsters do not have specific data and do not drop items. Lu Chen had just habitually wanted to check for drops, only to find no drop list. The current situation confirmed Lu Chen's speculation that only when items do not drop, there is no drop list. On the square, the crowd cheered and ran up to talk to the man. The male player had a smile on his face, looking somewhat happy and content. This is normal. Anyone who suddenly becomes different from others, wielding great power, and receiving so much praise would probably feel content. Lu Chen also saw several good-looking women exchanging contact information with the man, and he did not refuse, adding them one by one. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of himself. If his identity were exposed, he wondered if he would be blocked by a group of terrifying female players and unable to leave the house? Just thinking about this possibility made Lu Chen shudder. It's terrifying. After a while, several officials in black uniforms arrived. Lu Chen recognized the uniform as belonging to the Player Management Bureau. The officials exchanged a few words with the player, but Lu Chen couldn't hear the specifics. Although Lu Chen's attributes had improved a lot now, and his hearing was better than before, he still couldn't hear from such a distance. After the exchange, the officials from the Player Management Bureau took the body of the demonized pet dog and left, even cleaning up the blood. Lu Chen speculated that perhaps the blood of the monsters also contained demonic energy, which might not be a good thing for ordinary people to come into contact with. As the officials from the Player Management Bureau left, the onlookers dispersed. Lu Chen saw that the male player had put away his equipment, and 2 good-looking women were leaving with him. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and sat back on the bed. Witnessing a demonic energy invasion event firsthand gave Lu Chen a certain understanding of demonic energy invasion. This is just the beginning. If there is a large-scale invasion of demonic energy, and a large number of pets are transformed, there will probably be many monsters appearing. Not to mention the elite monsters that may emerge from the demonic energy. It is unknown whether demonic energy will directly invade the human body, and whether humans will be corrupted and transformed by demonic energy. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chen felt a chill. Hopefully not. He shook his head, stopped thinking too much, and took out his phone to continue checking the official posts of the Cosmic Online game. In addition to the top post about the invasion of demonic energy, there were several posts mentioning players who had violated the law by gaining power. Some players with high agility sneaked into others' homes to steal. Most of them were assassin players. Some directly chose to shop for free, and the shops they targeted were mostly luxury stores or jewelry stores. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that there were even about a dozen players who teamed up to rob a bank. Lu Chen was stunned. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that 3 of the players had escaped and were now wanted. The Player Management Bureau was unlikely to let them off. The official stance on players who break the law is to deal with them severely, with no tolerance. Whether it was free shopping or breaking and entering, they would be imprisoned. The prison for these players was not ordinary. It was specifically designed for players and guarded by players from the Xin Niao army, the top players in Dixia. Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. How could these players be so foolish? Did they think that with a little power, they could go against all of Dixia? Dixia had stood at the top of the world for so many years. How could they be so easily dealt with? In fact, not only within Dixia, but Lu Chen also saw posts from foreign players. Foreign players were also getting restless. In more powerful countries, like Dixia, they had also established player management bureaus. Even if ambitious individuals emerged, they would be suppressed by the authorities. However, in some smaller countries, the situation was different. With a limited number of players and ongoing turmoil, the authorities had limited control over the country. Now, with players surpassing ordinary people, the authorities were powerless to stop them. If this situation continued, in a while, as players reached higher levels, players from these smaller countries might overthrow the government, making those countries even more chaotic. This once again made Lu Chen realize that with the emergence of the Cosmic Online game, there had been a huge change in the era. Today's posts were largely about player crimes. Apart from these, Lu Chen was also mentioned several times. After all, Lu Chen had appeared in the system announcements several times today. What all players were most interested in was that Lu Chen had opened 2 instances, allowing players from Silver Moon Village to enjoy great benefits. As mentioned before, players from other villages mostly had a mix of white and gray equipment. However, players from Silver Moon Village already had some green equipment. The discussions in the posts about Lu Chen opening instances were filled with envy and jealousy from other Novice Village players towards the Silver Moon Village players. Damn, the players from Silver Moon Village are so lucky. They even got assigned to the same Novice Village as the adoptive father. The above comment is wrong. This is not just luck, it's a stroke of fortune. 2 instances. Even the small monsters are all elites. How many good equipment can they get? The players in our village are beggar-like with a mix of gray and white equipment. My colleague is from Silver Moon Village, went to the instance with Minister Lin, appeared on TV, and damn, he opened a blue equipment from the treasure chest. He leveled up directly. I'm so envious. Holy crap, the big shots from the Player Management Bureau are here. Big shots? I'm just a small fry, others already have blue equipment, those stats, I can't help but want to snatch it. The discussion among many players once again shifted to the group of high-end players who went to the instance with Lu Chen. Upon hearing that those players could open blue equipment from the treasure chest, their eyes turned red with envy. They couldn't wait to run to Silver Moon Village now, hug Lu Chen's thigh, and play with them. Lu Chen seemed quite happy. Soon, Lu Chen became even happier. I don't know which person from the Xin Niao Army, Tianyue Group, or the Player Management Bureau released what Wang Bing opened from the treasure chest twice. As a result, Wang Bing's non-novice attributes became well known. Lu Chen could already imagine what expression Wang Bing would have when he saw these comments. In addition, the news of the Silver Moon Village's little demon nest attacking the Novice Village was also posted. After learning that demons would actually massacre villages, players from other villages panicked one by one. They also expressed that they would go into the game again to see if there were such demon nests near their villages. If they were accidentally massacred by demons, they would have nowhere to cry. However, Lu Chen speculated that such demon massacres should not be too common. But probably not only Silver Moon Village. After all, the reason demons sneaked into the game world was to suppress the growth and development of players. Lu Chen didn't believe that Silver Moon Village was the only small demon nest. There must be others in other novice villages. Lu Chen planned to tell Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yingying about the origin of the little demon nest after re-entering the game. They could spread the news, which would also alert other novice villages. Lu Chen was also thinking, if other novice villages also experience demon massacres, he might be able to sell some high-level equipment to those novice villages through Wang Bing and the others. In this way, they would also have some strength and might be able to help the original residents of the Novice villages resist demon massacres together. Lu Chen couldn't control players from other countries, but for players from Daxia, he still hoped that they would have Novice village supplies in the early stages. Otherwise, these players' paths ahead might be very difficult, and their progress would lag far behind other players. There were also some posts about other Novice villages. Lu Chen looked at them and found nothing particularly interesting, so he exited the official forum of the Cosmic Online game. At this time, breakfast delivery arrived. While eating takeout, Lu Chen watched short videos. The legs of each little sister were white, long, and straight, but the items next to them were a bit distorted, looking like they were haunted. Lu Chen quickly liked it to avoid not being recommended similar videos in the future. Regardless of whether the people behind the videos were human or ghosts, he just enjoyed watching them in the videos. In addition to these videos of little sisters, there were also videos about player news, Cosmic Online games, and various other news. As the Cosmic Online game officially entered everyone's field of vision, everyone knew that this would be a game changer. So there were quite a few people writing on this trend. In addition, there were many videos following official education reforms, player management bureau construction, and so on. As Lu Chen scrolled through, he suddenly came across a familiar face. Today, let's talk about the heroic deeds of the adoptive father. That familiar voice made Lu Chen's hand tremble, and he almost dropped his phone. Well, he stumbled upon Lin Yingying again. But thinking about it, she was the official promotion minister, so since it was daytime live promotion work, it must have been pushed by the platform. Lu Chen didn't find it strange to come across her. Probably everyone would come across her videos. The adoptive father was really awesome today. This destined daughter was very lucky, being led by the adoptive father to clear 2 instances. Do you know how long the adoptive father took to clear these 2 instances? Each one took less than an hour. Isn't that amazing? I'm asking you, isn't that amazing? Everyone stand up and praise the adoptive father. Watching Lin Yingying's excited and flushed face, dancing and gesticulating, she looked like a cult leader. And unfortunately, he was the damn cult's evil god. Lu Chen's face turned red. He absent-mindedly glanced at the number of viewers. Over 136 million. Lu Chen? Damn, do these people not have to work? All idle, just watching live streams? No wonder your salaries aren't increasing. You should be grateful the boss isn't cutting your pay. Lu Chen felt embarrassed at the thought of over 100 million people watching the same scene. His awkwardness could build a mansion. He silently closed the live stream, out of sight, out of mind. When he enters the game again, he needs to have a serious talk with Lin Yingying. Just a short while ago, Lin Yingying praised him as if he was invincible. One would think he was some kind of deity. Stop boasting so much, okay? After a while, he finished breakfast. Lu Chen happily started playing the game. No need to work, debts cleared. With millions in hand, Lu Chen could play as he pleased. Life was good. Playing games, reading novels, watching videos, Lu Chen lazily spent the day. Then, in the evening, he entered the game again. Lu Chen's goal for today was clear. First clear both dungeons, then go find the Devil's Nest. He estimated he could reach level 10 today, equipping the epic item, Wailing Soul. Thinking about this filled Lu Chen with motivation. Since it wasn't his first time clearing the dungeons, he didn't need to consider giving system rewards to other players. He just asked in the trading group, Daily Dungeons, who's in? Wang Bing, father, take me. Lu Chang, I'm in. Lin Yingying, father, I'm here too. Lu Chen, meet outside the Devil's Camp. After that, Lu Chen went to the pharmacy to restock on mana potions. For him, healing potions were no longer necessary. After all, an apprentice healing potion only restored 100 health, an amount he could easily recover with a skill. But mana potions were still needed for his skills. After buying 2 sets of 200 mana potions, Lu Chen rode his beloved transformed dire wolf to the Devil's Camp. When Lu Chen arrived at the dungeon entrance, nearby players were already looking for a team. As player levels increased, more level 5 players were appearing. Everyone would come to the Devil's Camp to fight elite monsters. Even if they couldn't defeat the boss, they could still gain something from the elites, maybe even drop a green item if lucky. Upon seeing Lu Chen, all players warmly greeted him. Father, hello. Father, are you here to clear the dungeon too? The 2 dungeons in Silvermoon Village were opened by Lu Chen, providing real benefits to the players. The news about clearing the Devil's Nest also came from Lu Chen. Occasionally, Lu Chen would trade some green items, earning him respect from many players. This respect wasn't just because of Lu Chen's strength but also because of the tangible benefits he provided. Lu Chen greeted these players with a smile. Shortly after, Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, and Wang Bing arrived. They were accompanied by players from their factions, all familiar faces who had cleared the Silver Moon tomb with Lu Chen yesterday. They greeted Lu Chen one by one. These players wouldn't join Lu Chen in the dungeons but would explore the Devil's Nest on their own. Some of them had obtained blue items from treasure chests yesterday, significantly boosting their strength. They now had hopes of defeating the Front Guning. As for Ice Hand, Lu Chen favored the Tianyue Guild. After all, Lu Cheng had the formula for the apprentice frost resistance potion purchased from Lu Chen, which could be used to make frost resistance potions. As far as Lu Chen knew, Lu Cheng hadn't sold the frost resistance potions to Wang Bing and Lin Yingying yet. It seemed like they wanted to secure Ice Hand first. Of course, it could also be because the players' levels weren't high enough, and herb production might not be sufficient yet. He didn't ask specifically for the reason. After forming a team, Lu Chen led the three into the Little Devil camp. Lu Chen is now level 9, while the Little Devil elites are only level 5. To be honest, the experience gained is not that much. However, Lu Chen doesn't just run dungeons for experience, but also for skill stones and attribute stones. In less than an hour, Lu Chen led the three to clear the dungeon. Bosses like Guning and Ice Hand were taken down in one go by Lu Chen. Seriously, it was an instant kill. With his current attributes, facing these low-level bosses was a complete crush. Even the high-level boss Maglon, with his 10,000 health points, couldn't last more than 3 seconds in Lu Chen's hands. After clearing the Little Devil camp, Lu Chen sold all the green equipment and items to his 3 companions, while keeping the skill stones and attribute stones for himself. After defeating so many elite monsters, Lu Chen had accumulated over 100 attribute stones. Due to reaching the endurance limit, Lu Chen couldn't continue using the endurance attribute stones for now. He planned to save them for later use after advancing. As for other attributes, Lu Chen had used them all. His strength had already exceeded 80 points, nearing the limit. Agility and spirit were also close to 50 points. At this rate, in another 2 days, Lu Chen could max out all 4 attributes. Then, he would focus on getting better equipment, raising skill levels, and considering advancement. As for skill stones, each of the 5 bosses in the Little Devil camp provided a primary skill stone. Lu Chen collected them all. While ordinary elites dropped minor skill stones, Lu Chen used them for counterattack. The minor skill stones raised counterattack to level 3. The damage increase from level 3 counterattack left Lu Chen amazed. A whopping 1,500%. Although in reality, it was still deducting 200 health points to increase damage by 100%, the increase in the upper limit meant an increase in burst capability. For the average player, reaching 3,000 health points would take a long time, so even a level 3 counterattack might not be usable until level 20 or 30. But Lu Chen was different. He already had 5,000 health points, so he could handle 3,000 damage. This meant Lu Chen could unleash the highest burst damage. While he didn't need counterattack when fighting small monsters, he felt it was a divine skill when facing bosses. Skills beyond level 3 counterattack would require primary skill stones to upgrade. Lu Chen already had several skills that could be upgraded with primary skill stones: primary regeneration, charge, savage strike, tough skin, iron bones, and counterattack. With 5 primary skill stones in hand, Lu Chen decided to upgrade counterattack first. After using 1 stone on counterattack, it was raised to level 4, allowing him to deal 2000% high damage when receiving 4,000 points of damage. It should work well against bosses. Lu Chen didn't continue upgrading counterattack, as he would likely soon receive 5,000 points of damage. Even he couldn't withstand such high damage. Although he could accumulate damage over time, the cooldown for counterattack was only 10 seconds, so it wasn't worth spending time stacking damage. Lu Chen used the remaining 4 primary skill stones on tough skin and iron bones. He used 3 stones to raise tough skin and iron bones to level 9. Tough skin and iron bones, level 9, passive skill, endurance plus 45, strength plus 45, reduces damage taken by 45 points, directly increased the basic attributes by 90 points, and even reduced the damage by 45 points. It can be considered a quite powerful skill. Unfortunately, it requires intermediate skill stones to reach full level. With only 1 beginner skill stone left, Lu Chen used it on Savage Strike, raising it to level 7. Savage Strike, level 7, unleash a savage blow, dealing 260% damage, and has a 70% chance to stun the target for 1 second, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Although the damage increase is average, having a 70% chance to stun the target for 1 second is quite good. At full level, it will be able to stun the target 100% of the time. Based on Lu Chen's previous experience, Savage Strike is effective against bosses. Even high-level bosses will be stunned for a second. As for Lord Lu Chen, it's not very clear, but during the previous fight with Mumu, he was unable to move anyway. If it also works on the Lord, then it's really powerful. The green equipment dropped from clearing the small demon camp amounted to over 400 pieces, which is exactly what players need at this level. Plus, there are some set items among them, totaling around 400 gold when sold. The blue equipment dropped by bosses sold for about 700 gold in total. When fighting Ice Hand, luck was on their side as they also obtained a recipe for Novice Ice Resistance Potion. Lin Yingying didn't have much money left after buying equipment blueprints yesterday, so she was competing with Wang Bing and Lu Chang for them. However, since Lu Chang already had one, she didn't compete with Wang Bing in the end. In the end, Wang Bing made a deal for 1800 gold and a 25% share. This price was much higher than when Lu Chang bought the ice resistance potion recipe. But back then, no one knew the value of the potion. Now that they know, they are willing to pay. In the end, Lu Chen sold the items and equipment dropped by several bosses for about 2,500 gold. After completing a dungeon, Lu Chen received about 3,000 gold. Making 3 million in an hour, even Lu Chang couldn't help but exclaim, the future son-in-law might become the richest man in the world. Wang Bing was somewhat dismissive, times have changed, what's the use of having money? Having strength is what matters when you're out there. With the strength of a foster father, wealth is just an external thing. Hearing this, Lu Chang raised an eyebrow and chuckled, in the era of order, currency has always been one of the representations of power. How many things have you not snatched from me? You still don't understand this? Hearing this, Wang Bing was stunned. He thought about it, and it seemed true. Wang Bing felt frustrated. Lin Yingying didn't have so many thoughts, she wasn't particularly interested in money, as long as it was enough. Now that she has joined the Player Management Bureau as a minister, her monthly salary exceeds 100,000, which is enough for her. Although she was a bit surprised by the 3 million, she wasn't particularly envious. In contrast, she even hoped that her foster father wouldn't be able to make money so easily, giving her a chance to be taken care of. Lu Chen actually agreed with Lu Chang. Even in an era where strength is respected, as long as there is order, there will inevitably be a monetary system. To some extent, money represents resources and is indeed considered part of strength. He didn't comment, just smiled. Alright, let's go to the Silver Moon Tomb next. The three of them brightened up and nodded repeatedly. Following Lu Chen in dungeons, although they could only get 20% of the experience, it was the experience gained within an hour. The efficiency was much higher than when they were fighting monsters on their own. The group left the small demon camp and used a teleport scroll to return to the city. Afterwards, Lu Chen rode his enchanted wild wolf to the undead land, waiting for the three of them. After about half an hour, the three of them finally arrived. Wang Bing looked enviously at the enchanted wild wolf under Lu Chen. Having a mount is really nice, when can we get one? Lu Chen smiled and said, my demonic wild wolf mount was dropped by Guning. Who knows, if I'm lucky, maybe I'll get another one in a few days. Hearing this, the three of them lit up. Despite Lu Chang and Lin Yingying not saying anything, they also envied Lu Chen's demonic wild wolf mount. It was much faster than rushing with the No. 11 bus. If there was a chance to get a mount, they would certainly be willing. Can it really drop? Lu Chen shrugged, it depends on luck, and after level 10, you can capture a mount yourself, so it won't take long. Wang Bing was speechless, who knows how long it will take to reach level 10. As they chatted, they advanced towards the land of the undead outside the Silver Moon Tomb, where elite undead roamed. Lu Chen also killed some, obtaining some green items. Upon entering the Silver Moon Tomb, Lu Chen once again activated the unstoppable grass-cutting mode. Killing all the undead along the way, even facing the high-ranking boss Anhwa, Lu Chen didn't need to use a weakening scroll. He just needed to use skills continuously, take damage, and then use counterattack after being hit. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's current attributes were strong, and the damage caused by Anhwa was limited, so the counterattack damage didn't reach its maximum value. Nevertheless, the damage was still considerable, and killing Anhwa was easy. After killing Anhwa, Lu Chen and his group entered the underground cave again and met Mudu. This time, unlike before, Mudu's drop list surprisingly included 2 legendary items. In addition to the intermediate skill stone, there was also a staff. Staff of the Undead, legendary, spell attack plus 133, intelligence plus 22, stamina plus 20, your death spell damage is additionally increased by 20%. Required level, 10 drop rate, 0.000081%. It must be said that this is an extremely powerful magic weapon. The high spell attack and attribute bonuses are irresistible temptations for any mage. The only regret is the equipment's special effect. For mage classes with death spells, this special effect is god tier. But for ordinary mages, it's somewhat useless. However, a legendary staff is definitely much stronger than a rare staff of the same level. Lu Chen was a bit envious. Damn, Why isn't the final boss a physical-based boss? The dropped items are mostly magic-based, with very few physical-based ones. As a warrior, he had no use for these things. Nevertheless, this equipment was indeed good, so Lu Chen ultimately chose it. Later, Lu Chen looked down and found another interesting item. Scroll of Weakness Curse, rare, reduces the target's all attributes by 20%, lasting 10 minutes. Note, the target's level cannot exceed 20, and the effect on lords is halved. Drop rate, 0.0029%. This was also a very interesting item for Lu Chen. The Apprentice Scroll of Weakness would have a reduced effect on high-ranking bosses and probably no effect on lords. But this was a rare-level scroll, effective even on lords. Even with the effect halved, it could still reduce a lord's all attributes by 10%. This was already a quite powerful negative effect. In the upcoming Demon Siege, there were probably many lords, so this thing might come in handy. Thinking of this, Lu Chen chose the Scroll of Weakness Curse. After selecting the 3 items, Lu Chen charged forward. The Magic Array Defense counterattacked, dealing over 1,000 damage to Lu Chen. His counterattack was immediately available, and the damage it caused increased by over 500%. Lu Chen directly executed a 5-hit combo. Normal attack, heavy strike, savage strike, sweep, and counterattack. A series of high damage numbers appeared. -1024. -2,299, -2,519, -2,777, -5,001. Lu Chen's current attributes, combined with equipment and skill bonuses, already deal considerable damage. Plus, Mudu is unable to resist, all of Lu Chen's damage is critical. The counterattack damage even exceeded 5,000, leaving not only Wang Bing and the others stunned, but even Lu Chen himself. With just this one skill's damage, he could almost instantly kill lower-level bosses. This is still not the highest amplification of the counterattack skill. In just this wave, Lu Chen took down over 10,000 of Mudu's health. The following process proceeded as before. Lu Chen easily depleted Mudu's health, which was already weakened by the counterattack. 2 purple and 1 blue item, along with 3 orbs of light, floated above Mudu's corpse. Lu Chen picked them up, keeping the intermediate skill stone and the Scroll of Weakening Curse for himself. He posted the king's staff in the trading group, causing Lu Chang and the others to breathe heavily. Damn! Such powerful equipment. This is simply a mage artifact, exclaimed Wang Bing. Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's eyes turned green. Both of them were mages, and for them, this staff was a dream equipment. Now, the dream equipment appeared in reality, giving them a sense of unreality. Lu Chang quickly asked, "Good son-in-law, are you selling this legendary weapon too?" Not only could he use the staff, but his beloved daughter, Lu Yuexin, was a priest who also used a staff. It might be a bit wasteful for himself, but it would be worth any amount of money to buy it for his beloved daughter. Lu Chang's eyes were already burning with flames, the flames of a father for his daughter. Lin Yingying beside him also reacted, but with a mournful face. The reason was simple. Although her salary was not low, she definitely couldn't afford this equipment. Just thinking about it, she knew that this was the only purple equipment in the entire Yuanqing besides her adoptive father's, and its price would probably be sky-high. If she used the funds of the Player Management Bureau to buy it, it would definitely not be realistic. Lin Yingying couldn't use her position for personal gain to buy legendary equipment for herself. Even if she wanted to, such a thing couldn't be kept secret, and the higher-ups would definitely not ignore it. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Lin Yingying's eyes. The dream equipment was right in front of her, but she couldn't buy it. Wang Bing marveled at the strength of this equipment, but he was not a mage after all. Moreover, the Xin Niao army was similar to the Player Management Bureau, and spending a large sum of money to buy a purple equipment would only make one person stronger. In comparison, using the same amount of funds to equip more players would be more cost-effective. But just because he and the Xin Niao army didn't need it didn't mean that the third princess wouldn't. Wang Bing promptly messaged Xia Yan privately, sending over the attributes of the staff of the deceased. Soon, Xia Yan replied, "Bid." Wang Bing understood. Lu Chen smiled, "Of course, I'll sell it. Make your offer." Wang Bing immediately spoke up, 1,000. Lu Chang also understood that Wang Bing represented the third princess, but he definitely wouldn't let go of this equipment. 1,002. Lin Yingying was dumbfounded on the spot. Starting at 1,002 gold coins, equivalent to 12 million Dixia coins. She couldn't afford it even if she sold herself. She had originally wanted to see if she could join in the fun, but now she gave up directly. Wang Bing, 1,005. Lu Chang, 1,008. Wang Bing frowned, feeling very heavy-hearted, and reported the price to Xia Yan. Just a piece of equipment, unlike a recipe, even if it could be used later, equipment had a time limit, and it still cost 1,800 gold. This price was really high. The next moment, Xia Yan sent another message, just shout 2005. If Lu Chang goes any higher, forget it. Wang Bing widened his eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. A level 10 legendary equipment actually cost 2,500 gold. It was simply outrageous. However, following the third princess's words, Wang Bing naturally obeyed. 2005. Yan Chang raised an eyebrow, glanced at Wang Bing, and smiled. Such great courage, is it the one who was bidding? You don't have this kind of courage in this aspect. Wang Bing? He was speechless, this old guy was teasing him. Feeling indignant, he said, I represent the entire Xian Niao army, so the cost of gold coins naturally needs to consider cost effectiveness. Yan Chang smiled slightly. 2006. I'm getting this equipment today. Wang Bing fell silent for a while, then sighed, I don't want it. Yan Chang immediately smiled, looking at Lu Chen. Good son-in-law, deal? Lu Chen himself didn't expect that a mere level 10 legendary equipment could be sold for such a high price. Yan Chang's words brought him back to reality, and he nodded, okay. After the transaction with Yan Chang, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. The information about the advanced tasks mentioned by the battle axe mentor earlier might be able to tell Wang Bing and the others. After all, knowing this information could make all players' future advancement plans clearer. So Lu Chen shared the information about the advanced tasks with the three of them. The three fell silent immediately. Advanced tasks are divided by difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the future potential after advancement. And the most annoying thing is, you can only try 3 times. Wang Bing's eyes turned red. Father-in-law, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it, I would have definitely offered a higher price. Are you kidding me? This means that the better the equipment during advancement, the greater the advantage. Father-in-law is almost level 10. How many legendary equipment can he sell before he advances? Who knows? This is a one-time opportunity. Lu Chen looked innocent. I just forgot, then suddenly remembered. Wang Bing. He didn't know what to say. Yan Chang's smile widened even more. Wang Bing, what do you mean? My good son-in-law kindly shared this information with us, and you're not happy? He felt like he got a great deal with this Wand of the Dead. Wang Bing was speechless. How am I not happy? This old guy is really cunning, playing tricks on him. As for Lin Yingying, she had no thoughts on the matter. Even if she knew this information beforehand, she didn't have the money to compete for this equipment. Wang Bing sent the information about the advanced tasks to Xia Yan. Xia Yan, upon seeing this information, fell silent for a long time. She bit her lip and couldn't help but hum softly, Lu Chen, this guy. I should have raised the price a bit more. Although Xia Yan still had a lot of gold coins, she considered that Lu Chen might have other more valuable things to sell in the future. So she didn't want to spend too much on the Wand of the Dead, thinking of competing for better items later. But if she had known about the advanced tasks beforehand, she would have definitely competed. Legendary equipment after level 10 can only be used after advancing through tasks, so it would be meaningless. Only legendary equipment at level 10 is the most precious. And Xia Yan knew that such opportunities were not many. Unfortunately, she missed this one. On the other side, Yan Chang was talking to Yan Yuexin and Yan Yueqing. Yan Chang posted the Wand of the Dead in the group, and both Yan Yuexin and Yan Yueqing were shocked. Yan Chang, darling Yuexin, how's this equipment? Dad bought it for you, do you like it? Yan Yuexin, Dad, is this equipment for me? You're also a mage, you can use it yourself. Yan Chang, I don't have the talent, you do, so it's best for you to use it. Yan Yueqing, wow, it's a legendary equipment. Sister is going to be invincible this time. Yan Yueqing, wait, did Lu Chen drop this? He can already drop legendary equipment? Yan Chang, hee, you guys don't understand. My good son-in-law already has epic equipment on him. I just followed him to clear dungeons, and saw him kill a boss that was almost a lord. Yan Yuexin? Yan Yueqing? The two of them were filled with question marks. Lu Chang, by the way, speaking of this matter, today this equipment can actually be sold at a higher price. My good son-in-law told me about the advanced tasks. When you reach level 10, there will be advanced tasks. Lu Chang, now you know how precious this equipment is, right? This was said by my good son-in-law after selling it. If he had said it before selling, the third princess would have definitely tried to snatch it more fiercely. He clearly knew that I was buying the equipment for my precious daughter, so he didn't mention it beforehand. What does this show? It shows that my good son-in-law's heart leans towards my precious daughter. Lu Chang happily assists Lu Chen. Divine level aircraft, applying for battle again. Seeing Lu Chang's message, Lu Yuexian's face turned red all of a sudden. Liu Qing beside her saw Liu Xian's expression and teased, "Sis, why is your face so red? Last time this guy said her face was red. Isn't her own face even redder now? Women. Huh? Wait, something seems off?" Liu Qing suddenly realized something and said with a strange expression, "Sis, last time Luchan sold skill books, Dad said it was for me. This time he sold legendary equipment, and Dad said it was for you. So who is it really for? He can't possibly be doing it for both of us at the same time, right?" Liu Xian was also stunned, her eyes widened. She and Liu Qing looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. In the group chat, Lu Chang was still talking about how great Luchan was, and Liu Qing couldn't help but say, "Old man, didn't you say last time that selling skill books was for me? Why is it for my sister this time?" Lu Chang? He saw this message and fell silent on the spot. Wait, something seems a bit off? He has 2 daughters. How can he favor both daughters at the same time? What if both daughters end up liking the same good son-in-law? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Although the Great Xia has ruled for over 3,000 years, some customs have been passed down and they don't have a one-husband one-wife system like some other countries. But in modern society, who would be willing to have several wives? Especially his daughters, Lu Chang's daughters. How could 2 daughters marry the same person? Isn't that a joke? Lu Chang fell silent for a moment. How should he respond to this? Regardless of whether he said it was for Liu Qing or Liu Xian, it was just a random statement. With the intelligence of his 2 daughters, they would definitely see through his act as a good father at that time. His lifelong reputation would be ruined in an instant, wouldn't it? Lu Chang couldn't think of a solution. He could only dodge the issue for now and think about it later, leaving Liu Xian and Liu Qing staring at each other. Liu Qing, "Sis, the old man hasn't replied to the message, could he be angry with Lu Chen?" Liu Xian, "I don't think so. I see Dad really likes Lu Chen. What's wrong? Are you nervous?" Liu Qing shook her head quickly. "How could that be? I see that Lu Chen is saying it's for you, then for me, he's a total scumbag. We can't let him deceive us." Liu Xian nodded slightly, Then, when we leave the newbie village, about meeting him, should I go? I can just handle it casually. Sis, you're so gentle, you don't know how to refuse others. Liu Qing chuckled. Liu Xian shook her head, "That won't do, right? We promised Dad before, how can we break our promise? If you don't want to go, just tell Dad, I'll go." Then let's go together, so we can take care of each other. Okay then. After selling the staff of the deceased, Luchan sold the rest of the equipment. This time in the Silver Moon Tomb, they obtained over 400 pieces of equipment, all ranging from level 8 to 10. Since these green-grade equipment are not needed yet, their prices are not much higher than those dropped in the Little Demon Camp, almost 1 gold each, totaling around 400 gold. As for the excellent equipment of the leaders, it will be a bit more expensive. The equipment of the first 3 leaders sold for over 1,100 gold coins in total. Adding the last 2,600 gold coins, the total income reached over 4,100 gold coins. It is higher than the income of the Little Demon Camp. Just from these 2 instances, Lu Chen earned over 70 million. This speed of making money is simply outrageous. Making over 1 billion a day is no problem. As for other things, the minor skill stones, Lu Chen no longer has new skills to use. But he plans to keep them. After all, he is not done learning new skills, and he will need them when he learns new skills. The 3 leaders contributed 3 primary skill stones. Lu Chen thought for a moment, but decided not to use counterattack, and instead used them on Savage Strike, using 2 stones to upgrade it to level 9. Savage Strike, level 9, unleash a savage blow, dealing 280% damage, and has a 90% chance to stun the target for 1 second, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. To upgrade it to level 10, he would need intermediate skill stones. With the remaining primary skill stone, Lu Chen could only use the primary skills of regeneration and charge. Lu Chen thought for a moment, the healing boost from regeneration is no longer very useful, and charge is already at level 9, so he decided to use it on that, upgrading charge to level 10. Charge, max level, charge towards the enemy, rapidly closing in on them, stunning the enemy for 1 second, and increasing damage by 20% for the next 3 attacks. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the description of the max level charge. Indeed, after reaching the max level, charge also has a max level skill effect, increasing damage by 20% for the next 3 attacks. This is quite a good effect. This means that Lu Chen's burst damage after charging is even stronger. After using up the skill stones, Lu Chen also used all the attribute stones. His strength attribute increased to 90 points, while agility and intelligence exceeded 50 points, approaching 60 points. He is 1 step closer to reaching the maximum limit for all attributes. After using up all the gains, Lu Chen smiled and said, Alright, today's instance ends here, let's all go back. Everyone used the town portal scroll together and returned to Silver Moon Village. Lu Cheng and the other two bid farewell to Lu Chen, and then each went their separate ways to attend to their own matters. Lu Chen rode his beloved transformed wild wolf, intending to search for the traces of the little demon's lair. Yesterday, Lu Chen searched the east of the village but did not find any traces of the little demon. Later, when he went to fight the transformed Tiger King, he also went to the west of the village, explored the area, but still did not find any traces of the little demon. Now, only the north and south directions of the village are left to search. Lu Chen decided to go to the north of the village first. Leaving the newbie village, Lu Chen headed north. The northern area is also a mountainous region, but unlike the mountains in the east and west of the village, there are many mines here. Inside, there are many copper ores, iron ores, and other metal ores that can be used to craft equipment. In the mines, besides ores, there are also respawning monsters. The monsters here are humanoid creatures called dogmen. They are hunched in stature, not taller than 1.5 meters, and have the body of a dog and the intelligence of a semi-sentient being. Dogmen are more intelligent than beasts, able to use simple weapons and armor, and some even practice shaman-like magic. Moreover, when they encounter danger, they will flee and call for help from their kin. This means that although dogmen monsters drop coins, and the drop rate of weapons and armor is higher than that of wild monsters, they are more dangerous. Solo players are very likely to fail here. Dying once means an hour of resurrection time. Only team players are more suitable for fighting here. Even so, one must be extremely cautious to avoid attracting too many dogmen and being surrounded and killed. Before, Lu Chen had seen many posts on the Cosmic Game Forum criticizing humanoid monsters like kobolds and murlocs. Although they were not individually strong, their tendency to run away and seek help was outrageous. Many players had been killed by these humanoid monsters, naturally harboring resentment. For Lu Chen, whether kobolds called for reinforcements or not, it didn't matter as they couldn't break through his defense and had no impact. Lu Chen quickly delved deep into the mountain range. The kobolds here had reached level 9. The level 10 area was not far away. However, Lu Chen still hadn't found any trace of the little demon. As he entered a mine, killing kobolds and investigating deeper, he suddenly saw one of them emitting a faint black aura, with unusually blood-red eyes. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of joy. Demon aura. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Corrupted kobold, level 9 health, 350 attack, 19 description, a kobold corrupted by demon aura, becoming more bloodthirsty and cruel than before. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, confirming the corruption by demon aura. Nearby demon aura meant the possibility of demons. Lu Chen smiled in surprise, thinking he was getting close. He continued deeper into the mine. Lu Chen had already entered several mines before. Mines followed a certain pattern. The higher level kobolds occupied larger and deeper mines. But even the deepest kobold mines didn't twist downwards like the current one, almost leading to the abyss, with no end in sight. The deeper he went, the more corrupted kobolds he encountered. Compared to regular kobolds, these corrupted ones had a wider alert range. They would charge at Lu Chen from 100 or 80 meters away, shouting and attacking. Of course, they were all swiftly killed by Lu Chen's sword, unable to escape. As he went further, Lu Chen arrived at an extremely huge underground mine. The mine was hundreds of meters in size. Many kobold miners were digging at the edge of the mine. All these kobolds were corrupted by demon aura. Besides the kobold miners, there were also imp demons wielding spiked whips inside the mine. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a few detection spells. The kobold miners were still regular monsters, but the imp demons were different, all elite. Imp Overseer, elite, level, 10 health, 920 attack, 55 description, overseers dispatched by imp demons to supervise kobold miners in the nest, extremely cruel, demanding the kobolds to mine for 8 hours daily, or they wouldn't be fed. Lu Chen was taken aback by this information. How cruel. The kobold miners didn't resist? Unbelievable. Filled with righteous indignation, Lu Chen decided to kill these cruel kobold overseers for justice. Lu Chen randomly selected a few drops from the imp overseers and charged in. He rushed towards one overseer with a ferocious expression, wielding a small spiked whip. With a basic attack, he instantly killed the imp overseer. The dying screams of the imp overseer attracted the attention of half the mine's kobold miners and imp overseers. Before the imp overseers could react, the kobold miners, as if encountering their archenemy, with red eyes, rushed over to kill Lu Chen. Lu Chen was puzzled. Why didn't the kobold miners, who were bullies, run away when faced with a stronger opponent? Instead, they chose to fight to the death? Lu Chen couldn't understand, but the kobold miners' small pickaxes only dealt 0 damage to him. Expressionless, Lu Chen swept through, killing all the surrounding kobold miners, imp overseers, and kobold miners he encountered. Soon, the entire mine fell silent. Lu Chen picked up the fallen object, looked around, and quickly found a huge passage on the other side of the mine. The passage was about 5 to 6 meters high, pitch black inside. Lu Chen took a step forward and entered the passage. The environment inside the passage was much darker than outside, and Lu Chen could barely see the way. Fortunately, the passage was not long, and soon he saw the light at the exit. Stepping out of the exit, the scene that greeted Lu Chen made his eyes widen. It was a huge underground cavity. Lu Chen couldn't see the whole picture, but the area he was in was a rectangular stone room. On the other side of the room was a black iron door. Standing on each side of the door were two giant small demons about 3 meters tall. On both sides of the room were formations made up of dozens of small demons. At the forefront of the formation were 2 tall small demons. The temperature inside the cavity was much higher than outside, and through the gap in the black iron door, one could see flickering dark red flames. Ding! Player found the small demon's nest, mission completed. The system prompt brought Lu Chen back to reality. Indeed, was this the small demon's nest? Lu Chen took a deep breath and decided not to rush back to complete the mission. He planned to assess the situation first. Lu Chen cast several reconnaissance spells. All the small demons in the formation were elite level 10. Black Tooth Small Demon Warrior, elite, level 10 health, 980 attack, 58 introduction, a small demon warrior from the Black Tooth tribe, following the Black Tooth chieftain to destroy the Silver Moon village. Black Tooth Small Demon Mage, elite, level 10 health, 850 attack, 65 introduction, omitted. Black Tooth Small Demon Archer, elite, omitted. Black Tooth Small Demon Shaman, elite, omitted. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that the leaders were at the forefront of the formation. Black Tooth Small Demon Instructor, leader, level 10 health, 11,000 attack, 130 introduction, a battle-hardened veteran among the Black Tooth Small Demons, dispatched by the chieftain to be the instructor for new recruits. Not only were these 2 instructors leaders, but even the 2 large small demons at the door were also leaders. Black Tooth Gatekeeper, leader, level 10 health, 12500 attack, 125 introduction, responsible for guarding the gate of the Black Tooth Small Demon's nest, seemingly modified with an abnormally large physique. Lu Chen was stunned. They hadn't even entered the small demon's nest yet, and there were already 4 leaders outside, along with hundreds of elite level 10 demons. How could an average player handle this? Was this the strength of the small demon's nest? Even Lu Chen couldn't help but frown upon seeing the attributes of the level 10 leaders. If it were before he had defeated the Silver Moon Tomb, even he would have had some difficulty dealing with these leaders. What weighed heavily on Lu Chen's mind was that if the outside had such a powerful lineup, how strong would it be inside? He couldn't imagine. No wonder the old village chief was so worried about the small demons slaughtering the village. If all these small demons rushed out, almost all players would be overwhelmed. They could only rely on the original residents of Silver Moon Village to defend it. Thinking about this, Lu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow and contemplate. No, he had to find a way to weaken the strength of the small demon's nest first, so that when the time came for the small demons to slaughter the village, Silver Moon Village could hold on. But before that, Lu Chen had to go and complete the mission first. In case there were follow-up tasks, he wouldn't be able to do them. Lu Chen took a deep look at the black iron door of the small demon's nest, then used a scroll of return. Back in Silver Moon Village, Lu Chen mounted his enchanted wild wolf and headed straight for the old village chief's yard. Upon entering the chief's small yard, Lu Chen saw the chief at the door of the house. As always, he was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun, like a lazy old man. Seeing Lu Chen come in, the chief smiled and said, "Little guy, you're back? How was it? Did you find the small demon's nest?" Lu Chen nodded with a smile, mission accomplished. Found it, deep inside the Gotu Rin mine to the north of the village. Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of a smile. Good. With the direction found, we can make targeted defenses. Well done, young one. Lu Chen also smiled. Because the village chief's words marked the completion of Lu Chen's task. His experience increased significantly, leaving only a tiny bit to reach level 10. Besides experience, this mission also rewarded him with 30 gold coins. For Lu Chen, this was only a small amount of money. The 15 free attribute points were more valuable. Lu Chen thought for a moment, with only a few points left in strength attribute before reaching the limit. There were still many points left in agility and intelligence. He used 8 points in agility and the remaining 7 points in intelligence, raising both to 60 points. A piece of beginner's skill stone. Lu Chen could only use beginner's skill stones for counterattack and beginner regeneration. Counterattack was not useful to upgrade now, so Lu Chen could only use it on beginner regeneration. He raised beginner regeneration to level 8, recovering 8 health points per second. It could only be said that beginner regeneration skill had helped him through the most difficult times. Without beginner regeneration, he couldn't even defeat the leader of the little demon camp. The remaining tasks were the reputation of the Great Wu City and Silver Moon Village. Lu Chen didn't know the purpose of these reputations, but they certainly wouldn't be harmful. After using up the mission rewards, Lu Chen spoke, "Village Chief, I found that the strength of the little demon's nest seems very strong. I encountered 4 leaders and hundreds of elites at the entrance. Does Silver Moon Village have any countermeasures?" Upon hearing this, the village chief smiled. "What countermeasures do we need?" Although the people of Silver Moon Village are now living peaceful lives, in their past lives, everyone was an elite player. This small situation is definitely something we can handle. Lu Chen fell silent. He felt that the old village chief was lying. If it were really as easy as he said, the matchmaker wouldn't have asked him to find the bony rotting grass in the first place. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about this? As a player, I can respawn even if I die. Why not let me weaken the strength of the little demon's nest first? Then it will be easier for Silver Moon Village to resist." Hearing this, the village chief fell silent and said, "I know you mean well, but if we can't deal with those little demon lords, it won't have much impact on the overall situation. Those little demon lords are the real trouble." Lu Chen smiled, "Village chief, don't underestimate me just because I'm only level 9. I have already killed a lord." The village chief rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Don't give me that. Both the battle axe and the matchmaker have told me. You killed a quasi-lord in the middle of advancement, and you did it while he was backlashing during advancement. A real lord is much stronger than a quasi-lord. But according to the battle axe, your base endurance has reached the limit of 100 points? Impressive. Even my son didn't reach the limit. Your future is immeasurable." Hearing this, Lu Chen remembered that the old village chief's son seemed to be the strongest human in Silver Moon. When he said this, the old village chief's mood was probably quite complicated, right? He modestly smiled, "Old village chief, you flatter me. In any case, even if I can only weaken it a little, it's a good thing. And maybe I'll have the chance to kill a lord by coincidence?" The old village chief glanced at Lu Chen, sighed helplessly, "Since you put it that way, then go ahead. I'll give you another task. Go weaken the power of the little demon's nest. If you have the ability to kill a lord, I'll give you a legendary item that my son left behind here. It was originally prepared for my grandson. But alas, I have no grandson." Legendary. Lu Chen's eyes widened, his heart pounding. That was even higher quality than an epic item. If there is a legendary item, Lu Chen's chances of completing the highest level of difficulty are much greater. Ding, mission found. Weaken the living forces in the small demon nest. Do you accept? Accept. Mission, weaken the living forces in the small demon nest. Unique, introduction. The old village chief knows that you are extremely powerful and hopes you can help weaken the living forces in the small demon nest to increase the chances of winning the final siege. Note, this mission is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Reward, rewards depend on the completion of the mission. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he encountered a mission where he couldn't see the rewards. Can the rewards only be determined by completion? If he could clear all the small demon nests by himself, he wondered how much reward he would get. Lu Chen couldn't imagine. However, Lu Chen was just thinking. He also knew that there were probably many lords in the small demon nest. With his current strength, he might not be able to defeat the lords. If there were high-level lords inside, Lu Chen wouldn't stand a chance even if he fought to the death. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, he smiled and said, "In that case, village chief, let's settle it." The old village chief smiled. "It's settled." Lu Chen walked out of the old village chief's courtyard contentedly. Fortunately, he thought of coming back first. If he had gone straight to the small demon nest, he might not have received this mission. Lu Chen sold his green equipment in the square, then rode his demonized wild wolf mount, replenished his mana potions, and set off towards the direction of the small demon nest again. There were many mines, even more caves, but fortunately Lu Chen had carefully noted the locations before, otherwise he might not have found which cave the small demon nest was in. So, the small demons were very cautious, hiding in such a place. Lu Chen was familiar with the route and arrived outside the small demon nest. Once again, he saw the 4 leaders and a large number of elite small demons. Even though Lu Chen's attributes were very strong now, these were all level 10 leaders, and he felt a bit nervous about facing 4 of them at once. His plan was to separate them and fight. He decided to first kill a group of small demon foot soldiers including one instructor. Lu Chen chose the left side and opened the drop list of the Black Tooth Small Demon Instructor. The items inside caught Lu Chen's eye. Although there were no blueprints or recipes, he found a new set. Black Tooth Battle Armor, Fine Chainmail, Defense plus 242, Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Required Level, 10 Black Tooth Set, 2/6 reduces damage taken by 15 points Black Tooth Set, 4/6 5% Lifesteal Black Tooth Set, June 6 Armor Penetration increased by 30 points Drop Rate, 0.00002%. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that this Black Tooth Set actually had 5% Lifesteal. He knew how powerful Lifesteal was. For many bosses, Lu Chen had to fight cautiously before, but now he could endure the attacks. Wasn't it because of the 10% lifesteal provided by the Bloodthirsty Necklace? If he obtained this new lifesteal, it would be a total of 15%. Lu Chen's sustained combat ability would become even stronger. Lu Chen's eyes turned red, and he decisively chose the Black Tooth Battle Armor. In addition to the Black Tooth Battle Armor, Lu Chen also chose a primary skill stone and a fine ring. Demon Earth Battle Ring, Fine Strength plus 10. Stamina plus 9. Required level, 10 drop rate, 0.0000192%. Lu Chen's two rings were still level 7, especially the Venomous Ring. Besides adding 6 points of stamina, it had an effect of a certain chance to deal 30 points of poison damage, which was quite mediocre. Lu Chen planned to replace it. After selecting the drops, Lu Chen charged straight in. Although the small demon instructor was quite strong, he was facing Lu Chen. With Lu Chen's current attributes, even facing a level 10 leader, even if he can't deal critical damage, his normal attacks, heavy strikes, savage heavy strikes, and sweeping 4-hit combos can still deal 3 to 4,000 points of damage. Moreover, Lu Chen's agility is already high, and his critical strike rate is not low either. His damage output is naturally higher. In less than 5 seconds, he had depleted the health of the little demon instructor. As for the ordinary little demons, half of them were already killed with the first sweep. The remaining ones couldn't be reached due to the limited range of the sweeping attack. Lu Chen quickly killed all the remaining little demon foot soldiers one by one. The ground was covered with green and blue orbs. Lu Chen picked them all up, tidied up, and continued to systematically eliminate the other side's little demon instructor and foot soldiers. This resulted in obtaining 2 pieces of the Black Tooth Set, namely the chest armor and leggings. It's a pity that Lu Chen is not yet at level 10, otherwise, he would have equipped them directly. Facing the remaining 2 gatekeeper leaders, Lu Chen charged directly at them. Lu Chen's tough skin and iron bones were already at level 9, providing him with a 45% damage reduction. Coupled with the Undead Brave Earth set's damage reduction, as well as the entire set of fine and even legendary equipment, his defense was extremely strong. Lu Chen's combat skills had improved significantly compared to before, allowing him to dodge and block the majority of attacks. After blocking, the gatekeeper's damage to Lu Chen did not even exceed 100 points. Furthermore, as Lu Chen took damage, the layers of the crystal shield's damage reduction continued to increase. Eventually, if Lu Chen blocked an attack, the gatekeepers couldn't even break through his defense. Lu Chen's damage output was naturally very high. Leveraging various high-level skill damages, Lu Chen took only about 10 seconds to kill both leaders. After the battle, thanks to his lifesteal, Lu Chen's health was still full. It must be said that Lu Chen's current strength is indeed quite impressive. Unfortunately, his opponents are not just leaders, there are also Lord-level little demons. Looking further ahead, there are players from the other 3 races on the Hunter's newbie continent, as well as those terrifying God-level races. With such strength, it is still far from enough. Lu Chen noticed that each of these little demon leaders dropped a piece of the Black Tooth Set. Moreover, most of them included 3 types of armor: chainmail, leather, and cloth. After killing 4 little demon leaders, Lu Chen had already obtained 6 pieces of the little demon set. In addition, there was a ring that Lu Chen could use. It's not that there were no other parts of chainmail equipment here, but many of Lu Chen's equipment slots were legendary equipment. Even a level 7 legendary equipment did not have inferior attributes compared to a level 10 fine equipment, not to mention the special effects. Lu Chen naturally didn't need to change them. The 4 little demon leaders also dropped 4 primary skill stones. Lu Chen used one to upgrade his primary regeneration to level 9. With 3 stones left, Lu Chen could only use the counter skill. Since he had them, Lu Chen decided to use them for counter. However, counter could only use 2 stones, reaching level 6, and then required higher level skill stones. Counter, level 6, when taking damage, you can counter the target, dealing high damage. When taking 6,000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, dealing 3,000% damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The amplification of this skill was not much different from what Lu Chen had thought before, the upper limit was higher, but still, every 200 points of damage dropped could increase the damage amplification by 100%. Lu Chen kept the remaining primary skill stone for later use when he acquired new skills. Lu Chen was somewhat helpless as he hadn't obtained new skills for a long time, right? Thinking carefully, it had been almost a day? It seemed like his luck wasn't too good recently, as there were no skill books dropping in the loot list. Lu Chen sighed inwardly and pushed open the black iron gate behind the gatekeepers. After pushing open the main gate, there was an incredibly huge underground cavity, with a diameter of nearly 2 kilometers. In the center of the cavity was a huge magma lake, emitting high temperatures. Wearing armor, Lu Chen felt a bit stuffy. Fortunately, his endurance was now extremely high, so his tolerance for high temperatures was naturally higher. If it were an ordinary person wearing armor standing here, they would probably be suffocated. Surrounding the magma lake on the ground outside were many small demon soldiers patrolling. In addition to the patrol teams, there were combinations of small demon soldiers and small demon instructors, just like outside. There were 3 caves on the rock wall next to the magma lake, seemingly leading to 3 different directions. Directly across from the black iron gate separated by the magma lake was a cave. Standing outside the cave was a tall figure, wearing pitch-black armor and wielding a huge warblade, a small demon. The appearance of this small demon clearly indicated that it was a boss. In a place like the small demon nest, this boss was probably at least a high-ranking leader. Ordinary leaders probably wouldn't even compare. Unfortunately, the boss was too far away from Lu Chen, and his detection technique couldn't sense his situation. But it didn't matter, they would meet soon anyway. Just like before, Lu Chen fought his way through, and all the small demon soldiers and instructors he encountered wouldn't take much time for him. There were a total of 6 small demon formations on the left, meaning 6 small demon instructors. The drops were certainly not bad. It included 6 primary skill stones and a total of 12 fine equipment pieces. Lu Chen realized that he had already collected his black tooth set. This included 6 parts: helmet, chest armor, shoulder armor, leg guards, gauntlets, and boots. He could directly equip them at level 10, perfectly replacing the Undead Brave Soil set. After clearing out the small demon formations and patrols on the left, Lu Chen didn't rush to the boss. Instead, he went to the right and eliminated the small demon formations and patrols there. This way, when he started fighting the boss, the other small demons wouldn't come to interfere. Lu Chen wasn't worried about the ordinary small demon soldiers, but the leaders could break through his defenses. Even if Lu Chen had his crystal shield fully stacked, he still needed to block attacks to avoid breaking through. If he wanted to focus on defeating the boss, he wouldn't have the energy to block or dodge the attacks of the small demon instructors. So Lu Chen chose the most prudent method. After clearing out all the small demons in the entire cavity, only the final boss remained. Lu Chen cautiously approached and used his detection technique. Furnace Blacktooth, high-ranking leader, level 10 life, 18,000 attack, 180 introduction. Furnace Blacktooth is a brave soul in the Blacktooth tribe, appointed by the Blacktooth tribe leader to guard the periphery of the small demon nest. In order to repay the leader's trust, he will tear invaders apart in the cruelest way. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a high-ranking leader, not a lord. Although this guy had strong life and attack power, it was still within Lu Chen's acceptable range. As usual, Lu Chen opened the drop list. When he saw the items inside, he revealed a surprised smile. Indeed, as he had thought before, when pioneering, the items dropped by monsters were much better than those in dungeons. The first item dropped by Furnace Blacktooth was purple. Furnace's tight waistband, legendary, chainmail, defense 299, strength plus 20, stamina plus 16, has a chance to gain strength plus 30 when dealing damage, lasting 20 seconds. Required level, 10 drop rate, 0.00000046%. Well, although it was a legendary equipment, it could only be considered average. There was no need to say much about the attributes, adding a total of 36 points, which was worthy of the legendary quality. But in Lu Chen's view, the strength of legendary equipment depended on its special effects, just like his bloodthirsty necklace. Although the additional attributes are not many, that 10% physical lifesteal is really awesome. Lu Chen feels that unless he encounters a new lifesteal necklace, he can use it until level 20 or 30. As for the special effect of this belt, it only adds 30 points of strength, which is actually quite good, equivalent to other players fully allocating points to strength to level up 10 times. But for Lu Chen, it can only be considered passable. Not to mention that it's also a probability effect. Lu Chen's Berserker Cloak also triggers by chance. According to Lu Chen's testing, the chance is only 20%, and after triggering, it cannot be triggered again for a period of time. It can only be triggered once every 2 minutes. Presumably, this belt is the same. Just make do with it, can't expect too much. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Thinking about other players, how many of them still don't even have green equipment by now? He is already considered lucky. After choosing this equipment, Lu Chen continued to look ahead. Among the following items, most are conventional equipment. However, one item caught Lu Chen's eye. Lava Armor Scroll, Fine Armor plus 1000 points, each time being attacked will deal 80 points of fire damage to the target, lasting for 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.00033%. Although this is a disposable item, in terms of value, it is definitely not as good as fine equipment. But Lu Chen considered that he might face a lord next, so he needs to enhance his strength as much as possible. Just like the weakening curse scroll, if he can get his hands on it, it's better to have it. This way, when facing the lord, he will have more cards to play. As for the final item, Lu Chen naturally chose the basic skill stone. You can never have too many skill stones. When you have skills but no skill stones, that's the real problem. After selecting, Lu Chen charged straight towards the furnace. A full-level charge, even against high-level bosses, has a certain impact. Plus, after the charge, there is a 20% damage increase for 3 attacks. Lu Chen swung his flame greatsword, using Heavy Strike, Barbaric Heavy Strike, and Sweeping Strike, all 3 skills benefiting from this damage boost, followed by a basic attack, maximizing the damage. 2 critical hits were landed, directly causing over 5,000 high damage. The Barbaric Heavy Strike also triggered a 1-second stun. This allowed Lu Chen to happily unleash 4 more strikes. By the time the furnace woke up, his health was down to 10,000. The intense pain made the furnace roar, "Intruder, I will tear you apart." He swung his war blade towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought for a moment, deliberately not blocking or dodging. -302. It must be said that as a high-level boss, this damage is considerable. His greatsword kept swinging, and Lu Chen's greatsword also kept swinging, not avoiding the attacks. 2 seconds later, the furnace's health dropped to below half. He roared in anger, lava surging on his war blade as he fiercely struck towards Lu Chen. -1001. The accumulated damage Lu Chen received suddenly surged, exceeding 3,000. His counterattack skill can reach a whopping 1,500% damage boost. Lu Chen grinned and immediately used the counterattack. -12,266. A damage exceeding Lu Chen's imagination floated out. The furnace's remaining health was instantly emptied. Even Lu Chen himself was stunned. He actually landed a critical hit, dealing over 10,000 damage. Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp in cold air. This terrifying damage, even a level 10 boss would be directly killed. It's unbelievable. Fortunately, the unbelievable one is him. He managed to deal over 10,000 damage at level 9. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but feel excited, feeling like he was floating. But when he thought of those apprentices with a maximum of 5,000 attributes, he immediately couldn't feel as excited. He still has a long way to go. Lu Chen shook his head and picked up the items on the ground. After that, Lu Chen looked towards 3 different passages. According to the previous introduction of the furnace, the passage behind him should lead directly to the leader of the Black Tooth tribe. That should be the biggest boss in the entire little demon lair. Lu Chen didn't rush over, knowing that with his current strength, he probably couldn't defeat it. He decided to depart from the 2 side passages. In the end, Lu Chen chose the left passage. Although it was called a passage, in fact, it was incredibly wide, about 200 to 300 meters wide. The passage was also filled with small demon formations and patrol teams, all of which Lu Chen defeated one by one. Just after he killed another small demon instructor, a golden light flashed on Lu Chen. His level increased to level 10. Lu Chen smiled with joy. It's not easy. Finally reached level 10. This darn game, leveling up is really difficult. Without saying a word, Lu Chen directly put on the previously accumulated Black Tooth set. Then he also put on the Morning Soul and the newly obtained Furnace Waistband that had been in his backpack for a long time. Suddenly, Lu Chen's equipment underwent a major upgrade. At that moment, a majestic voice sounded. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Yuanqing player Lu Chen for becoming the first player to reach level 10. His legend will spread throughout the Hunter Continent. Legendary points +1. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Yuanqing player Lu Chen for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Within 7 days, Yuanqing players will receive a 50% experience boost, a 300% drop rate increase, and a 10% increase in all attributes. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Yuanqing player Lu Chen for becoming the first player to reach level 10. In 12 hours of real time, the Universal Server will open the second batch of public testing slots. There will be 50 million slots available. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Yuanqing player Lu Chen for becoming the first player to reach level 10. The potential upper limit of the Yuanqing human race plus 20. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Yuanqing player Lu Chen for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Reward title, First New Star of Hunter. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Yuanqing player Lu Chen for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Reward of 50 free attribute points, 1 epic treasure chest, 1 advanced professional chest, plus 500 reputation in Dada City, plus 50 reputation in Xinghe City. There were more than 10 consecutive announcements, leaving Lu Chen stunned in place. Although Lu Chen knew there would be system announcements and rewards at level 10, he never expected the rewards to be so generous. 6 system announcements in total, each announcement played 3 times, totaling 18 times. Lu Chen carefully read the system announcements and realized that not only were there upgrades for himself but also for the entire Yuanqing. A 50% increase in experience points meant players could level up faster, wear stronger equipment, have stronger attributes, and overall increase their strength. And there was even a 3-fold increase in drop rate. This was not very useful for Lu Chen, as he could drop whatever he wanted. But for ordinary players, this increase was significant. The drop rate in this game was too low, and a 3-fold increase could give many players hope of dropping white equipment. The probability of dropping green equipment when defeating an elite would also greatly increase. This was the best news for players in Silver Moon Village. After all, it seemed that there were no dungeons in other newbie villages yet. But Silver Moon Village had 2. In 7 days, high-end players could level up to level 8 or higher and start exploring the Silver Moon Tomb. Both of these dungeons contained elite monsters and bosses. This increase in drop rate meant that these players had a higher chance of obtaining equipment. Other newbie villages without dungeons did not have as many elites and bosses to farm, so the effect was not as good. As for the final overall attribute increase, there's nothing much to say, it's a solid improvement. Lu Chen looked at his own panel and found that his attributes had also increased by 10%, which means that this reward is also effective for him. What surprised Lu Chen the most were the next 2 system announcements. The number of spots for the open beta has increased. It has increased by a whopping 50 million. The significance represented by this is immense. You see, currently, there are only 20 million spots for the open beta in the entire Yuanqing. If the open beta spots increase, there will be more players in Yuanqing, which also means that there will be more fighting power when the demonic energy invades in the future. Yuanqing will be safer. This may not have much impact on Lu Chen personally, but in terms of the current situation in Yuanqing as a whole, it is of great significance. Lu Chen actually hopes that his mother can also get a spot in the open beta, so that she will have the strength to protect herself, and he can be more at ease. If increasing the open beta spots has a huge impact on the situation in Yuanqing, then raising the potential upper limit of the human race in Yuanqing is simply a human evolution. You see, the higher the potential upper limit, the stronger the future will be. Lu Chen's talent is good enough, right? But now, due to his own Yuanqing human bloodline, he is stuck at the 100-point limit of basic attributes. If the attribute limit is raised, Lu Chen's strength during the probation stage will certainly be stronger. With each attribute increased by 20 points, the overall attributes will be equivalent to 80 points, which is like 2 or 3 level 10 legendary equipment. You can imagine how significant this increase is. Apart from these 3 benefits that are good for the entire human race in Yuanqing, the rest are Lu Chen's personal rewards. Legendary degree. Lu Chen had never heard of this before. He looked at the attribute panel, but there was no specific introduction. But it certainly won't be harmful. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Title reward, First New Star of Orion. Lu Chen looked at the system introduction, and then he grinned. First New Star of Orion, 1. You have gained some fame in Orion, and your initial favorability with any native of Orion is plus 20. 2. Your overall attributes plus 10%, damage plus 10%, damage reduction plus 5%, speed plus 5%, critical hit rate plus 5%. The entire title has 2 effects. The natives in this game world were originally players from the real universe. Their favorability will definitely have benefits. Just think about the old village chief and the battle axe instructor. They casually give out some tasks, and Lu Chen can get very good rewards. If the favorability is high, it will surely be easier to accept tasks in the future. Perhaps other aspects will also become easier? The second effect is a real improvement. And this improvement is comprehensive and strong. Lu Chen highly praised this. As for the final reward, it's a common reward that all systems have. It's just that the reward items are very good. There's no need to say much about the 50 free attribute points, which is equivalent to the attribute increase of 2 legendary equipment. Lu Chen's current base attribute limit has been raised to 120. This means that Lu Chen's endurance attribute can continue to increase. He still has some endurance attribute stones in his hand. He used them all, maxing out his endurance, and still has more to spare. As for the 50 free attributes in his hand, Lu Chen thought for a moment. His strength attribute is already close to 100 points, while agility and intelligence are relatively low. He allocated 25 points to each attribute. This way, Lu Chen's agility and intelligence attributes also exceeded 90 points. He is also closer to the limit. The remaining part is the main event. Epic Treasure Chest and Career Advancement Treasure Chest. Lu Chen rubbed his hands and decided to open the epic chest first. He checked the drop list. Just as Lu Chen expected, the first item in the chest is an item of higher quality than his own. The first item is an orange legendary item. And it's the weapon that Lu Chen needs most right now. Glock's Novice War Sword, Legendary, Attack plus 447, Strength plus 88, Stamina plus 92, Critical hit rate plus 20%, Strength plus 85. Equipment requirement, level 10, Battle intent level 4. Note, legend has it that this is the weapon used by the galaxy's bloodthirsty war god Glock when he was still a novice. Only the most devout warriors can earn the sword's recognition. Drop rate, 0.00000000001%. These attributes made Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The attack power is as high as over 400 points. It is nearly 5 times higher than the flame greatsword he currently holds. Not to mention the increased attributes. Strength has been increased twice, with over 170 points added. This has exceeded Lu Chen's own basic attribute limit. Even if all of Lu Chen's equipment attributes are added together, they are not as much as this sword. It's simply terrifying. Stamina has also been increased by a whopping 92 points. A total increase of over 280 points in attributes. Coupled with Lu Chen's own battle intent amplification, a Heart of the Warrior amplification, and the newly acquired Hunter's First Star amplification, the attributes can be increased by over 600. Lu Chen's current 4-dimensional attributes combined are not as much. For the average human player, gaining 6 points in attributes requires leveling up 100 levels, plus 2 free attribute points. This makes the average player have to level up 100 levels to gain so many attributes. It's terrifying. And of course, the special effect of the War Sword is no exception, straightforwardly increasing the critical hit rate by 20%. With Lu Chen's current agility attribute, coupled with this increased critical hit rate, Lu Chen's critical hit rate is already considerable. When fighting monsters of the same level, he might be able to achieve 2 critical hits with 2 strikes. The introduction of this equipment made Lu Chen widen his eyes. A weapon used by the Galaxy War God. That is a true divine level powerhouse. Even the son of the old village chief is only a demigod. Is this the style of legendary equipment? Lu Chen expressed great satisfaction and decisively chose this equipment. After opening the treasure chest, Glock's Novice War Sword appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. Lu Chen couldn't wait to take it out and equip it. It was a giant sword nearly 2 meters high, black as night, with blood-red patterns on the spine, as if blood was flowing. The equipment requirements for this war sword are extremely strict. It actually requires understanding battle intent, and at level 4. If Lu Chen hadn't obtained the battle intent skill book from the old village chief, he wouldn't have been able to equip it even if he had it. This made Lu Chen sigh. Legendary level equipment is indeed not something ordinary people can use. It requires the recognition of the equipment itself to be able to use it. However, this equipment is truly powerful. After equipping this weapon, Lu Chen's health directly soared to around 8,000. Even his attack power was close to 1,000. Lu Chen was extremely excited at this moment. Previously, Lu Chen didn't have much confidence in defeating the Lord, but now, with the legendary equipment in hand, he had a lot of confidence and believed he could defeat the Lord. And this is not all, Lu Chen still has a chest to open. The Advanced Occupation Chest. Lu Chen had previously opened a chest for professional skills and obtained the skill book for the Heart of the Warrior. This chest also made Lu Chen look forward to it. He opened the drop list of the chest. The next moment, a large amount of purple light entered Lu Chen's eyes, and at the top, there was a touch of golden light. Epic level. Seeing this quality, Lu Chen's heart was calm, even a little disappointed. How come there are no legendary or even higher levels? However, upon careful consideration, the last time he opened the chest for professional skills, the highest was only at the epic level. In this case, it may be related to the quality of the warrior himself? After all, the warrior himself is just a basic profession. Lu Chen didn't think much about it and looked at the introduction inside. The top epic level advanced occupation item is called Crimson Messenger's broken battle armor. Shattered battle armor of the Crimson Envoy. This is the shattered battle armor left behind after the death of the Crimson Envoy. The Crimson Red is the red of blood, the red of war. The Crimson Envoy is the envoy of war, the master of blood. He is born for war, dies for war. The shattered battle armor is his final resting place. It contains the path of advancement of the Crimson Envoy. Usage condition, war-type professions. The Crimson Envoy sounds pretty strong, right? Lu Chen looked at others, such as Thundering Warlord, Frost Swordmaster, Holy Hall Warrior, and other legendary professions. They all seemed pretty powerful too. But Lu Chen didn't need to worry. The strongest one must be of epic quality. He decisively chose the shattered battle armor of the Crimson Envoy. After opening the treasure chest, a piece of shattered battle armor appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. It was indeed the shattered battle armor of the Crimson Envoy. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Although his strength was very strong now, he still had to play it safe when facing a lord. Advance first, challenge the lord after advancing. With this in mind, Lu Chen chose to use the shattered battle armor. Ding! Player Lu Chen uses the shattered battle armor of the Crimson Envoy. Do you want to start the advancement mission of the Crimson Envoy? Lu Chen naturally chose yes. Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to dissipate for a moment, his thoughts drifting, crossing time and space, arriving at an ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, thousands of troops were fighting. One side of the battlefield was a coalition of many races. Some of these races were over 10 meters tall, made entirely of rocks, some had 6 arms, some were burning with flames. On the other side, there was a demon army exuding black demonic energy. The demons' appearances were equally strange, and the only one Lu Chen recognized was the countless small demons in the front. In such a battlefield, the small demons seemed like dust, able to kill a large area with casual attacks. Obviously, they were the lowest level on the battlefield. In one area, there was a shining red light. A tall figure over 3 meters tall, wearing dark red armor, draped in a crimson cloak, holding twin battle axes, roared thunderously, "Kill!" With a swing of his axe, as if splitting the heavens and the earth, a blood-colored axe light of thousands of meters slashed out, cutting a giant demon over 100 meters tall in half from the demon army. The other warlords of the coalition seemed to be inspired, roaring in unison. Born for war. Die for war. Born for war. Die for war. The deafening roar sent a chill from the soles of Lu Chen's feet to the top of his head. Born for war. Die for war. He couldn't help but shout along. The next moment, the illusion shattered, and Lu Chen returned to the nest of small demons. He was panting heavily. The fierce life and death battle just now was too brutal. Even though he didn't experience it firsthand, Lu Chen still felt a tremendous shock. This kind of shock was no less than when he first comprehended the heart of war. Truly worthy of an epic-level profession. Ding! Player Lu Chen has started the advancement mission of the Crimson Envoy. Mission, Crimson Envoy Introduction. You have embarked on the path of advancement of the Crimson Envoy, born for war. You need to comprehend the intent of war and raise it to level 8. Additionally, you need to independently kill a lord. Note, this mission can only be completed before level 30, otherwise, the mission fails. Reward, transfer to the Crimson Envoy, gain exclusive skills of the Crimson Envoy. Lu Chen? He was a little dumbfounded when he saw the mission introduction. He had originally planned to complete the transfer first and then go kill a lord. Well, he didn't expect that the task of transferring was to kill a lord? Not only that, he also needed to raise the intent of war to level 8. For Lu Chen, this was certainly not a problem, as his intent of war was already at level 9. But for ordinary players, they didn't even know where to learn the skill of intent of war, let alone raise it to level 8. This was a challenge, and killing a lord alone was also another challenge. Even with Lu Chen's current skills and equipment, he didn't dare guarantee that he could definitely kill the lord, let alone others. And this task surprisingly had restrictions. It could only be completed before reaching level 30. One can imagine how difficult it is. For ordinary players to complete an epic advanced task, it would probably be as difficult as reaching the sky. Lu Chen sighed in his heart. However, for him, it was not impossible to complete. He had already completed one of them. As long as he solo killed a lord, it would count as completing the class transfer task. And in this little demon's lair, there happened to be a lord. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to solo kill the lord. Lu Chen carried Glock's war sword and continued deeper into the lair. As Lu Chen continued to delve deeper into the little demon's lair, the entire outside world had already exploded. The various star people, as a humanoid race, were very similar in appearance to the elemental star people. They had fiery red hair, as if flames were burning. Their skin was extremely pale, and their bodies were slender and long. In a newbie village, a starman held a staff, wearing a robe, waving the staff, flames appearing in the sky, covering all monsters within a range of dozens of meters, dealing over 500 points of damage. All monsters were instantly killed. After the system announcement sounded, the Starman's pupils dilated, freezing in place. It's this Liu Chen again. Who on earth is he? The semi-star stone people were a silicon-based life form. Their bodies were made entirely of rocks, extremely hard, and their physical strength leaned more towards the earth element. They were also in harmony with the earth, with many earth-based mage talents appearing. At this moment, in a newbie village in the semi-star territory, in a wilderness area, a black stone player wielding a great sword was in a bloody battle. Around him were densely packed wilderness wolves. These wilderness wolves were all level 8 or even level 9, with strong attacks, but their attacks could not break through the defense of the black stone man in front of them. The stone man's heavy sword swung, each strike shaking the air, directly shattering several wilderness wolves. At this moment, the system announcement sounded. The stone man stood still like a statue. He looked up at the sky, his jet-black gem-like eyes flickering. It's him. He's always a bit ahead of me. What a powerful opponent. Around the stone man, the wilderness wolves continued to attack him, but their efforts seemed futile. The Black Star Tiger people were also a humanoid intelligent race. However, they had fierce tiger heads, with tiger fur still present on their bodies. They were agile, tall in stature, with extremely strong physical strength, exuding a wild aura. A slender tiger woman wearing leather armor, with a feline figure, like a phantom, flashed through the forest. Every time she appeared, it was accompanied by the death of a fierce beast, all of which were killed with a single throat cut, leaving a subtle wound. With the appearance of the system announcement, the phantom in the forest stopped. She looked up at the sky and murmured, Liu Chen. Would he be a good prey? In the Elemental Star region. In the Barren Empire newbie village, high-end players like Adams were currently raiding an area with a large number of elite monsters. As the strongest group of players in the Barren Empire, they had green equipment collected from various places, and they all possessed powerful soul talents. In addition to their large numbers, numbering in the hundreds, they naturally didn't feel much pressure facing the group of elite monsters. Even when facing the bosses among them, they could rely on their overwhelming numbers to kill them. Adams, the leader, smiled. This area might be a dungeon area. Liu Chen has already opened 2 dungeons in Silvermoon Village, and now we are finally going to open one too. Others also showed smiles one after another. By then, we will also have special dungeon resources for equipment upgrades. This way, the gap between us and Silvermoon Village will be greatly reduced. Yes, Silvermoon Village can farm the little demon camp once a day, and I heard they already have a lot of green equipment now. No worries, this is just the early stage. We have plenty of opportunities to catch up. Just as Adams and the others were once again looking forward to the future, a series of system announcements rang out. The smiles on Adams and the others' faces froze. The air fell silent for a moment. After a moment of silence, everyone came back to their senses. Damn! Liu Chen is already level 10? How did he level up so fast? Yes, we teamed up to get most of the experience, and now we are only level 8, still a long way from level 9. How could he be level 10 so quickly? Is he cheating in this game? How is this possible? Their newly risen hopes vanished instantly. However, after listening to the system announcement, they found out that there were rewards for the Element Star players as well. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. One voluptuous and beautiful woman spoke up. This time, Liu Chen has brought great benefits to all Element Star players. Others nodded in silence. Although they were unwilling to admit it, the rewards this time were too good. Experience gain, attribute enhancement, and drop rates all increased. During these 7 days, Element Star players had a significant advantage over players of the other 3 races. Moreover, the open beta slots were not only given to the Great Xia, but to all Element Star humans. This meant that they would also benefit from it. The increase in potential limit left them somewhat puzzled. What does plus 20 potential limit mean? Adams frowned in thought. Others shook their heads. I don't know, but increasing potential must have its benefits. That's true. Just like the Barren Empire, in the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice and her guard were also discussing the system announcement at the moment. As the personal mate of Princess Alice, Delia looked at Alice excitedly and said, Your Highness, you must work hard to defeat Liu Chen. You must make him the prince of our Lionheart Kingdom. I will accompany you as a dowry. If not, our entire princess guard can also accompany as dowry. As the princess of the Lionheart Kingdom, her guard was all female. This was the tradition of the Lionheart Kingdom. As members of the princess's guard, they needed to be excellent in all aspects, not only in knowledge and skills, but also in appearance. The guards beside them looked at Alice eagerly, their expressions making Alice blush, not knowing if it was out of anger or embarrassment. She punched Delia hard on the head. Delia held her head in pain, shouting, "Your Highness, if you hit me like this, I will become even shorter." She was not tall to begin with, only about 5 feet tall. If she kept hitting her like this, what if she lost another 5 feet? The captain of the guard beside her was a tall, golden-haired, voluptuous female warrior named Adela Grems. She was a member of the Grems Duke family. She was not only Alice's guard captain but also her close friend. Adela smiled and said, "Your Highness, such behavior is not very ladylike." Alice retorted, "Is Delia's language very ladylike then? Delia is a maid, you are a princess, your standards of behavior are not on the same level, you know?" Adela chuckled. Hearing this, Alice became even more annoyed. She said, "Alright, let's continue leveling up. The rewards this time are so good, even increasing experience by 50%, we need to level up to 10 quickly too." Adela nodded in agreement. Indeed, after reaching level 10 and leaving the newbie village, we can get ahead of other forces and make contact with Lucan. Alice nodded slightly. Yes, regardless, we need to make contact with Lucan first and then figure out a way to establish a cooperative relationship with him. Your Highness's wisdom is as always, Adela smiled in agreement. At this point, Adela paused, chuckled lightly, and said, "However, regarding the marriage matter, Your Highness can actually consider it." Delia's words were not wrong. Alice? Her face turned red again. What nonsense. Hurry up and level up. Within Daxia, Cheyenne obtained a lot of good equipment from Lucan, coupled with powerful AoE skills like the cold wind impact. As a mage, her leveling speed was naturally not slow, and she had already reached level 8 long ago. At this moment, she was leveling up deep in the mountains. After hearing the system announcement, she fell silent for a long time and whispered, "Lucan, who are you really? After today, you may become the focus of all forces in Daxia, right?" After leaving the game, Xiaoyan had a long conversation with Xiao Huang. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly Lucan. As the Emperor of Daxia, Xiao Huang naturally had a high strategic vision and foresight. His evaluation of Lucan even shocked Xiaoyan a bit. This child may become a pioneer of the human race in Yuanqing in the future. Not only a pioneer of Daxia, but of all humanity. Although Xiao Huang only mentioned it briefly, Xiaoyan still remembered it vividly. Seeing these system announcements now, Xiaoyan felt that Xiao Huang's words might be right. Besides his evaluation of Lucan, Xiao Huang actually said one more thing. Xiaoyan did not respond to it at the time. "Yenner, father thinks he is a good son-in-law, you can also consider it." Even now, Xiaoyan did not know how to answer. In another newbie village in Daxia, the Lu sisters also heard a series of system announcements. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuexin smiled and said, "I didn't expect Lucan to reach level 10 so quickly. With so many system announcements and rewards for all Yuanqing humans, it's great." Lu Yuexin crossed her arms and nodded seriously. "Indeed, that guy is quite impressive." Then she thought of something and felt indignant. "It's a pity that guy is a scumbag. Dad said before that Lucan didn't think that much. This defense is too weak. I think he's just greedy, wanting to have both sisters." Lu Yuexin snorted lightly. "After we meet, we'll personally expose his lies." Lu Yuexin smiled slightly. "Will Dad find it difficult? After all, Dad and Lucan have a good relationship." Lu Yuexin was taken aback, then looked dejected. "That's true. What should I do?" "What should you do? If you don't like him, just don't see him again in the future, right?" Lu Yuexin smiled. Hearing this, Lu Yuexin nodded in realization. "That's true, out of sight, out of mind. Just see him once. We sisters are united, not letting the scumbag succeed." Lu Yuexin smiled slightly. Sister is right. In Yingyue village, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying all sent a series of messages to Lucan. Seeing that Lucan did not respond, they understood that Lucan was probably busy and did not continue to disturb him. After dispersing the people who wanted to know the situation, the three of them went on to attend to their own matters. Inside the little demon's lair, Lucan continued to advance through the passage. Soon, he saw a half-open iron door beside the passage. Cheers and roars could be heard from the inside of the iron door from time to time. Lucan raised an eyebrow, curious, and walked over. Looking inside through the half-open iron door, Lucan discovered that it seemed to be a martial arts arena. In the center of the arena is an open space about 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by tiered stairs where many small demon soldiers are seated. In the open space, there is a giant tiger over 3 meters tall roaring with its head raised. Around this tiger, there are many small demon corpses, traces of blood visible everywhere. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised to find such a beast-fighting arena in the small demon's lair. This tiger looks very powerful at first glance. He cast a detection spell. Black Fur, high-level leader, level 10 health, 19,000 attack, 185 introduction, an abnormally demonized tiger. Its size far exceeds that of a normal demonized tiger, seemingly undergoing special modifications. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This demonized tiger, like the previous giant small demons, seems to have undergone special modifications. I wonder what exactly was used to modify them. Perhaps it was a boss at the Lord level? Now is not the time to think about these things. Since there is a boss, it must be defeated. Lu Chen looked around and saw stairs on both sides of the iron gate leading to the tiered stands in all directions. Lu Chen planned to first kill the small demon soldiers on the stands to prevent them from causing trouble during the boss fight. He climbed the stairs and began to clear them out. He attracted a large group of small demon soldiers and wielded his sword. Minus 8,211. Critical hit. A sweeping critical hit dealt over 8,000 damage. After switching to the sword, Lu Chen's output ability increased significantly. Among them was a small demon instructor. Lu Chen charged forward, followed by a 4-hit combo, and the small demon instructor with a full health of 11,000 was instantly gone. 1-hit kill. Even Lu Chen was a bit shocked. This was a level 10 boss. For an average player to defeat such a boss, even at level 10, they would need dozens of people, right? And Lu Chen just 1-hit killed it. This damage was more than a notch higher than before. However, Lu Chen's monster clearing speed did not increase much. After all, the previous sweeping attack could also 1-hit kill the small monsters. The time spent was still on choosing the drops, but it was faster to defeat the boss, which was impossible before. After killing the small demons on the stands above, Lu Chen finally arrived at the beast arena. He opened Black Fur's drop list. What surprised Lu Chen was that the first item was actually a purple legendary item. And it was a skill book. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked carefully. Then the smile on Lu Chen's face froze. Damn, it's not for him to use. Summon demonized tiger, legendary. Summon a demonized tiger to fight for oneself. Learning conditions, summoning profession or high-level summoning talent. Drop rate, 0.0000023%. It was actually a summoning skill. And it was a legendary level summoning skill. Unfortunately, only players with a summoning profession or possessing summoning talents could use it. Lu Chen was stunned. Finally, he came across a skill book, and he couldn't use it. Lu Chen quickly thought of Lin Yingying. That guy had a very strong summoning talent. If she could use this skill, she would probably become one of the top experts directly. Speaking of which, it seemed like he still owed her a skill book. After all, she had given him a skill book of Brutal Strike before. But Brutal Strike was only a fine level skill, while this was a legendary level skill. This was a big loss. Lu Chen was speechless. Then he shook his head. Forget it, he didn't lack money now anyway, and Lin Yingying had been quite nice to him all along. When he bought the equipment blueprint before, the price she offered was still fresh in Lu Chen's memory. When she gave him the Brutal Strike skill book, she didn't ask for anything in return. Although she was a bit aggressive and shameless, she had been good to him. It's fine to lose a bit. Lu Chen didn't bother to think too much about it. After making his choice, Lu Chen looked at the drops behind. Primary skill stones are a must, and there is one more thing. Lu Chen chose a scroll. Wild Roar Scroll, fine, increases the target's damage by 10%. Lasts half an hour. Note, the target's level cannot exceed level 20. Drop rate, 0.00031%. Lu Chen decisively chose it for when he fights the Lord later. Now killing the Lord is not just for the safety of Silver Moon Village, but also for him to advance to become a Crimson Envoy. In any case, he must solo a Lord. After making his choice, Lu Chen charged forward directly. Then, he swung his war sword, cutting out a black sword light. Minus 6,311. Heavy strike critical hit, minus 3,823. Brutal strike, minus 7,252. Sweep critical hit, minus 3,007. Normal attack critical hit, over 20,000 damage was dealt. Before the Black Fur could react to what had happened, it let out a miserable cry, dropping dead on the spot, ascending to the sky. Its huge body collapsed to the ground, emitting 1 purple and 2 blue light clusters. Lu Chen? Ha? Is that it? Seems a bit weak. Lu Chen picked up the items and planned to continue grinding monsters. At this moment, he noticed his backpack was almost full again. Previously, when Lu Chen was grinding monsters, there were always people to assist him, so there was no issue with the backpack being insufficient. In dungeons, there were also Li Chang and the others to help carry items. But now, there was no one around. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to have someone come over for a trade first. So Lu Chen opened the chat interface. Each friend had a large number of unread messages. Lu Chen took a look and saw words of surprise and praise. There were also thanks for the benefits they received after Lu Chen leveled up. Among them, Lin Yingying had the most unread messages. This guy seemed really happy, with messages exceeding those of others by more than double. Li Mu seemed to have added one more sentence. Mr. Lu, let me tell you an interesting thing. Today when I was running errands in the village, I found out that there are special services available in the village. I never expected that even such things could be done in the game. Lu Chen? Special services? He was shocked. Could this game be played like that? Upon careful thought, the realism of this game was just like reality. Although there were measures against harassment, if both parties were willing, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. But these players were really talented, weren't they? Speaking of doing such things in the game, would it be considered illegal? It was really a bargain for them that the game's open beta was free. Lu Chen silently replied with a 6. As for the others, Lu Chen replied a few words and then sent a message in the trading group. Backpack is full, filled with level 10 green and blue equipment. Send someone over if you want them. Li Chang, good son-in-law, send the location. I'll have someone come over. Wang Bing, father-in-law. I'll have Jiang Su come over. Lin Yingying, father-in-law, I'll come by myself. Lu Chen saw Lin Yingying's message and thought of that skill book. He silently posted the skill book for summoning the enchanted tiger in the group. Li Chang? Wang Bing? Lin Yingying? The three of them were shocked. Lin Yingying, father-in-law. I'll sell myself to you, please sell me this skill book. Please. Li Chang couldn't take it anymore. Ha! Lin Yingying, are you dreaming of having my good son-in-law give you the skill book and yourself? What kind of dream are you having? Li Chang clenched his fists, wishing to beat Lin Yingying to death. This woman really knew how to climb up the ladder. He knew Lin Yingying had a summoning talent and seemed quite strong. But aside from that, she even wanted to sell herself to the good son-in-law? It was clear she wanted to benefit from both sides. How could there be such a good deal? Last time, because he had been too excessive in his actions as a wingman, he had been suspected by his two precious daughters, so he could only come up with an excuse to get through it. Now, he didn't dare mention Lu Chen's matters in front of the two precious daughters. If this Lin Yingying woman got ahead of them, it would be a huge loss. This woman is really good at finding opportunities. Wang Bing, legendary skill book. Damn, my foster father is awesome. It's a pity that I don't have a summoner here, nor do I have summoning talent. Wang Bing didn't think too much about it, he just felt a bit regretful that the Vermilion Bird Army couldn't use this skill book. Lu Chen, you don't have to sell yourself to me, just consider it as exchanging for that Savage Strike skill book you gave me last time. Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he felt annoyed again. Although he didn't let Lin Yingying sell herself to him, isn't being a good son-in-law equivalent to giving a big gift to Lin Yingying? Isn't this elevating Lin Yingying to the heavens? Lin Yingying, huh? How can that be? I can't take advantage of you, I don't have much money on me, so should I just sell myself to you? Winking cutely. JPG, Lu Chang? Even Wang Bing couldn't stand it this time. Bah! Lin Yingying, are you trying to repay your foster father? Are you lusting after your foster father's body, you despicable person? His thoughts were different from Lu Chang's. He was thinking, if Lin Yingying really got together with his foster father, would they have to share more equipment with the Player Management Bureau in the future? What would the Vermilion Bird Army do then? As official organizations, their competition was fierce. Especially since the Vermilion Bird Army was born from the Great Xia military, they already looked down on the Player Management Bureau formed by a group of undisciplined civilian players. If they were to be overshadowed by the Player Management Bureau in the future, wouldn't they be frustrated? No, absolutely not. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying's message and was also at a loss. What's going on with her? Why is she so eager to give herself away? But Lu Chen didn't dare to accept, mainly because it had only been a little over 2 days in the game. How long had Lu Chen and Lin Yingying known each other? In such a short time, how could he really understand a person? Although Lin Yingying had been considerate towards him during this time, who knew if this was really her inner thoughts? What if she had other motives? After all, there were too many interests at stake. If it was just for fun, then it was fine, he could just play along and drop at any time. But Lu Chen had always been serious about relationships. Getting to know each other, understanding each other, falling in love, and staying together. If they were together, they had to be together well. This kind of attitude towards relationships was somewhat out of place in this era where everyone was just playing around. Being serious made it easy to get hurt. It was precisely because of this that his ex-girlfriend broke up with him due to the upheaval in Lu Chen's family, which had left him feeling down for a long time. This made Lu Chen even more cautious about relationships. Naturally, he couldn't just accept someone after such a short and superficial interaction of less than 2 days. Even though Lin Yingying was indeed extremely beautiful, innocent, and lovely in the eyes of men, she was obviously a very popular type. But for Lu Chen, she was no different from anyone else. He was willing to exchange the legendary skill book for a fine skill book simply because of the kindness Lin Yingying had shown him in these 2 days, nothing more. Lu Chen, why would I want you? Go away. If you don't want it, I'll just auction it off. Lin Yingying, huh? I don't want it, foster father. I won't sell myself. Lin Yingying looked depressed at the moment. What's wrong with foster father? A smart, lovely, and charming beauty like herself is offering herself, and he doesn't want her? Lin Yingying thought of something, her heart startled. Could it be that foster father likes men? No. That's impossible, right? A firm determination gradually appeared in Lin Yingying's eyes. No, as a foster daughter, she had an obligation to pull her foster father out of such twisted beliefs. But now is not the time to say this. The legendary skill book that foster father gave her is too precious. Lin Yingying really can't bring herself to accept such a valuable gift. Although she gave foster father a savage strike book, the difference in value between the two is too great. But she really needs this skill book. With this skill book, she can summon a demonized fierce tiger, unleash the power of her talent, and become stronger herself. Lin Yingying didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yingying tentatively said, "Adoptive father, how about I consider this skill book as a debt I owe you for buying it? What do you think? 10,000 gold coins. Let's sign a contract." Lu Chen? Is this person mentally ill? He said it was a gift. And legendary skill books are not worth that price. After some thought, Lu Chen said somewhat helplessly, "Alright, 2,000 gold coins, a friendly price for you." Whether Lin Yingying could repay the money or not, Lu Chen didn't care. After all, he really didn't lack that money. Up to now, he has already earned over 70 million. Lin Yingying, isn't it too cheap? Lu Chen, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll auction it off. Lin Yingying, please don't, adoptive father. I want it, I want it. So after bargaining between the two, Lin Chen's price won. Lin Yingying took on a debt of 2,000 gold coins. This is equivalent to 20 million in reality. Lu Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. Didn't he owe so much debt before? Now it's Lin Yingying's turn? He chuckled unkindly. Lu Chang watched the interaction between the two and felt uneasy. The situation seemed a bit tricky. If these two continue to interact, their relationship might deepen. What will happen to my two precious daughters? Fortunately, the good son-in-law is already at level 10 and will soon leave the newbie village. Then, my precious daughters will have a chance. Lu Chang felt relieved. No matter how strong he is, it's useless if his precious daughters are not here. Wang Bing was happy. This woman Lin Yingying actually dreams of becoming the adoptive father's woman? Dream on. Their player management bureau even wants to suppress the Xian Niao army? What a joke. Wang Bing nodded in satisfaction. Lu Chen, alright, send someone over quickly. I have other matters to attend to. The location is here. There are level 10 monsters nearby, and they are kobolds, so be careful. Lu Chen shared the location. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying all indicated their understanding. Lin Yingying wanted to come in person. After all, she had to trade for the skill book. This is the summoning skill she has been longing for. Lu Chang and Wang Bing each sent Li Mu and Jiangsu to come for the trade. The fastest to arrive was Li Mu, as Lu Chang's team seemed to be farming kobolds. She would probably arrive in about 10 minutes. Lin Yingying wouldn't be far behind, as the player management bureau also seemed to be farming kobolds. The slowest was Jiangsu, who would probably take close to an hour to arrive. She seemed to be farming murlocs near the Fishman Lake. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided not to delve further, but to leave. After all, Li Mu's level was still relatively low, and facing level 10 kobolds, even if they were just regular monsters, she probably wouldn't be able to handle them alone. Besides, the dropped items from monsters couldn't be picked up now. As he walked out of the mine, Lu Chen saw Li Mu running towards him. When she saw Lu Chen, her eyes lit up, and she waved at him, "Mr. Lu." She ran up to Lu Chen, her pretty face blushing, her bright eyes full of admiration. "Mr. Lu, you are amazing. You are the first player in the entire continent to reach level 10. You are truly the pride of our great Xia." Lu Chen smiled helplessly. "Alright, stop praising me. Everyone praises me the same way. I'm tired of it." Li Mu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Then she remembered something and said, "By the way, Mr. Lu, about the special services in the game." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard an excited voice from afar, adoptive father, your adoptive daughter is here." Li Mu's expression stiffened. She turned to look behind her, and then she saw Lin Yingying running over in excitement. How could she not be excited? The legendary skill book was right in front of her. Lu Chen saw Lin Yingying's movements seemed a bit familiar, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Isn't this the action of rushing over to hug someone's thigh? He was speechless and said, "Stop. If you dare to come over and hug me, the skill book will be gone." Lin Yingying? She froze on the spot, lowered her head in disappointment. "Oh." He said impatiently, "You are a senior member of the Player Management Bureau after all, can't you have some dignity? Isn't this embarrassing?" Lin Yingying chuckled, hugging the thigh of a righteous father. How many people dream of it? Completely unembarrassed, without feeling ashamed. Lu Chen fell into silence. He didn't bother to say more on this topic, and said with a stern face, "Alright, let's trade." Like the previous trade, Li Mu and Lin Yingying each received their share of equipment. Lu Chen smiled, "Alright, I'll be fighting monsters under this mine. Every now and then, I'll have to come back for another trade. Thank you for your hard work." Li Mu forced a smile, "Mr. Lu, it's not hard." She glanced resentfully at Lin Yingying, then said, "Well, Mr. Lu, Minister Lin, I'll take my leave." Lu Chen nodded, "Okay." Watching Li Mu leave, Lin Yingying looked puzzled. Why does it feel like she's looking at me as if I've committed some unforgivable sin? Lu Chen was puzzled. How is that possible? Are you mistaken? Lin Yingying didn't dwell on it, crossed her arms, and muttered, "I feel like this woman is looking at you, the righteous father, strangely. She must be thinking of devouring you. As a boy, you must protect yourself outside and not give these bad women a chance." Lu Chen was speechless and said irritably, "You, the one who wants to sell yourself, don't need to say such things, right? If you say that, I'll be embarrassed, righteous father." Even Lin Yingying, with such thick skin, blushed slightly at this moment. Talking in a trading group and being mentioned face to face by Lu Chen were completely different concepts, okay? Lu Chen was shocked. "You're actually embarrassed? Don't praise me like that, righteous father." Lin Yingying blushed even more. "I'm not praising you. Oh, I have to learn the skill." Lin Yingying remembered something and quickly took out the skill book to learn how to summon the demonized tiger. As expected, just as Lu Chen guessed, Lin Yingying's talent was advanced summoning talent, maybe even higher. After all, the amplification was really strong. After learning the skill, Lin Yingying waved her staff. In the next moment, a magic circle appeared in front of her. A black demonized tiger, 1.5 meters tall, appeared. The demonized tiger roared, majestic and imposing, standing beside Lin Yingying, giving off a feeling of beauty and the beast. Lin Yingying happily stroked the furry fur of the demonized tiger and said, "So comfortable, this fur looks high quality. Righteous father, why don't you try?" Lu Chen actually liked small animals. He had petted cats and dogs, but he had never petted a tiger. Seeing Lin Yingying so happy, Lu Chen felt a bit tempted. He said with a stern face, "This is a tiger, not a cat. You can't pet it like that. Come on, righteous father, give it a try." Lin Yingying pulled Lu Chen's hand and pressed it on the fur of the demonized tiger. Lu Chen was shocked in his heart. His hand was petting the tiger uncontrollably. "My hand has a mind of its own." But he had to admit, the feeling was indeed good. As he petted, Lu Chen felt something was off. Wait, was he focusing on the feeling now? Isn't this a skill? Shouldn't he check the skill effect first? Lu Chen felt like Lin Yingying had led him astray. He said with a stern face, "Quick, check the skill effect." Only then did Lin Yingying realize, oh, right. She opened the panel and, after looking at it, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "It's so powerful." Before Lu Chen could say anything, Lin Yingying privately sent the data panel of the demonized tiger to Lu Chen. Kuro, Lin Yingying's summoned beast, level 7 life, 6000 attack, 100 skills, wild roar, heavy claw, sweep these attributes. Lu Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The attributes of level 7 are unexpectedly strong, even stronger than bosses of the same level. However, they are slightly inferior to high-level bosses. But these are just level 1 skills. If the level is higher, then these attributes would probably be even more outrageous. Truly a combination of advanced summoning talent and legendary summoning skills. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Yingying's talent that increases the summoned beast's attributes by 100% is indeed outrageous. Just with one skill, she became one of the top players. Lu Chen pondered, with this summoned beast, you can lead the team to break through the small demon camp. If that's the case, then the Player Management Bureau will also soar with Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying was also very excited, her face turning red. She waved her hand and said, "I'm stronger too. After this, wherever you ask me to fight, I will fight. If you ask me to fight a dog, I will never chase a chicken." Lu Chen was speechless. This guy is quite violent. Forget it, focus on leveling up, don't think about fighting every day. Oh. Lin Yingying looked a bit dejected, then her eyes lit up. "By the way, adoptive father, now that I'm stronger, how about fighting monsters with you?" I only need 20% of the experience. Can you defeat level 10 bosses and high-level bosses? Lin Yingying glanced at her Kuro and shook her head. No, Kuro can't beat them. Then what are you talking about? Go play by yourself, level up properly, and reach level 10 sooner. Lin Yingying let out a disappointed oh. Then, Lin Yingying bid farewell to Lu Chen and left with her Kuro. Lu Chen also returned to the small demon nest. Passing through the beast arena, he continued deeper into the passage. Soon, Lu Chen encountered another high-level boss. It was also in a room next to a stone wall. Chief of Staff Anthony Blacktooth, high-level boss, level 10 life, 16,000 attack, 195 introduction. Anthony Blacktooth is one of the few wise men of the Blacktooth tribe, cunning and ruthless. He is the right-hand man of General Blacktooth. This is a small demon mage boss. The first item on the drop list is a purple intermediate skill stone, which Lu Chen decisively chose. Afterwards, Lu Chen also selected 2 pieces of the Blacktooth set. After selecting, Lu Chen charged forward. Even the high-health high-level boss like Blacktooth was killed instantly by Lu Chen. Not to mention this mage who was more fragile. Before he could even use a set of skills, Anthony screamed and fell to the ground. Lu Chen didn't even know what his skills were. He picked up the drops and planned to use the intermediate skill stone. He now has many skills that can be upgraded with intermediate skill stones. It was then that he discovered the beginner's skill stone that Blacktooth had dropped earlier in his backpack. He used this beginner's skill stone on the basic regeneration. Raised basic regeneration to the maximum level. Basic regeneration, max level, passive skill, restores 0.5% of maximum life per second. The effect of the max level basic regeneration made Lu Chen's eyes light up. It actually heals based on a percentage, rather than a fixed amount as before. This way, the upper limit of basic regeneration is higher. Even with Lu Chen's current 8,000 health, he can fully recover in just 200 seconds. With 40 health points restored per second, the healing speed is already quite exaggerated. Truly a max level skill, the effect is indeed good. Then Lu Chen thought, if there is basic regeneration, are there intermediate regeneration, advanced regeneration, and other skills? If basic regeneration is already this strong, how powerful would the max level effects of intermediate regeneration and advanced regeneration be? It would be great to have the opportunity to obtain these skills. Lu Chen sighed in his heart, then proceeded to use the intermediate skill stone. The skills that can be upgraded using intermediate skill stones now include Sweep, Great Sword Mastery, Counterattack, Tough Skin Iron Bones, and Barbaric Heavy Blow. Among them, the improvement brought by Great Sword Mastery is undoubtedly the greatest. Lu Chen decisively used it on this skill. As a result, Great Sword Mastery has been upgraded to level 6, increasing damage by 60%. This also enhances Lu Chen's damage capability once again. After using it, Lu Chen continued to advance. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the end of the passage. At the end was a huge cave. The cave was several square kilometers in size. Inside, there were a large number of small demon soldiers in formation, like a training ground. At the forefront of the formation, also at the end of the cave, stood a small demon who was 1 meter 8 tall, wearing dark armor and wielding a battle axe. Although the small demon was not as tall as the giant small demons, the dark aura emanating from him was twisted and fierce, making Lu Chen feel a chill in his heart just by looking at him. Clearly, he was a tough character. Lu Chen understood that this small demon was probably a lord. However, because the distance was too far, Lu Chen could not investigate his attributes. Lu Chen planned to first eliminate all the small demon soldiers here, and then have a real man-to-man duel with the small demon lord. There were thousands of small demon soldiers here. Lu Chen cleared them out one by one, and the speed was not too slow. During this time, Lin Yingying and the others came in once to trade for new equipment. When they saw the small demon lord, Lin Yingying and the others widened their eyes. Is that the lord? He looks really terrifying, Li Mu whispered, as if afraid that his voice would disturb the small demon lord. Jiang Su's expression was serious. The black mist on this small demon lord, is it demonic energy? It's exactly the same as the demonic energy invasion in reality, making people feel disgust from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Yingying said, adoptive father, can you handle it alone? Should I ask people from the Player Management Bureau to help? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen spoke, you probably can't break through the Lord's defense. After all, he is a level 10 Lord. There are probably only a few players who can break through the defense now. As long as you can break through the Lord's defense, you are definitely considered top-notch. Lin Yingying blinked, thought for a moment, and said, although you can't break through the defense, I can ask some priests to help you restore health, so you won't have any worries. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Lin Yingying seemed to make sense. His current defense and attack should have no problem dealing with the Lord. His only problem was that his health was not enough, and the Lord's damage to him would definitely be high. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it later. If someone restored his health, he could definitely withstand the attacks. Thinking about this, Lu Chen's eyes gradually lit up. However, soon after, Lu Chen's eyes dimmed. Normally, Lu Chen would definitely choose to ask for help, but he still had a class transfer task now. He had to kill a lord alone. After thinking about it, Lu Chen decided to try it himself first. If it didn't work, he would ask for help to defeat the lord. After obtaining new equipment, he could consider soloing later. He smiled and said, "Let me try it myself first. If it doesn't work, I'll trouble the player management bureau." Jiang Su quickly said, "Mr. Lu, our Xianniao army also has many priests who can come to help." Li Mu also said, "I can ask Director Lu. Director Lu will definitely be willing to help." This was the good karma they had established before, and now they were reaping the rewards. Tianyue Group, Xianniao Army, and the Player Management Bureau were the three strongest forces in Silver Moon Village, and most players already had full green equipment, and some even had blue equipment. Their priest skills were definitely not lacking. With the priests from these three forces together, could he still not defeat a mere lord? Even if soloing is not possible, the job transfer task cannot be completed now, but the slaughter of the little demons doesn't seem to be a big threat? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mood also relaxed a bit. After trading equipment, Lin Yingying and the other two left, while Lu Chen continued to grind monsters. After spending a few hours, Lu Chen finally killed all these little demon foot soldiers. Among these many little demons, there are elites and bosses, bringing in huge rewards. Just the green equipment alone had over 2,000 pieces, selling for nearly 3,000 gold coins. The fine equipment, due to the number of little demon bosses, did not fetch a high price, but even so, it sold for over 5,000 gold. Just these alone added up to over 8,000 gold. Adding the earnings from the 2 dungeons Lu Chen cleared earlier, Lu Chen has earned over 16,000 gold coins so far. That's over 160 million in real currency. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh, money is really just a number. These gold coins are just a part of the rewards, with many attribute stones dropped by the bosses and elites. Lu Chen finally raised all 4 basic attributes to the limit of 120 points. There were even extra attribute stones, which Lu Chen planned to use after advancing. As for skill stones, Lu Chen had some stock of minor and basic skill stones, so he didn't have to worry about not having skill stones to upgrade after learning new skills for a short time. This time, not only Lu Chen was happy, but also Lu Chang and the others. Getting thousands of pieces of green equipment means that after reaching level 10, the equipment of the players under their command will be completely renewed. After dealing with the little demon foot soldiers, only the last little demon lord was left. Lu Chen took a deep breath and cast a probing spell. General Blacktooth Slaughter, low-level lord, level 10 health, 125,000 attack, 550 introduction. The general from the little demon Blacktooth tribe, he holds the title of Slaughterer, a true executioner. Lu Chen, what the heck? This guy has so much health? Over 125,000? And the attack has also reached over 500. Although Lu Chen was mentally prepared, seeing these exaggerated attributes made him shudder a few times. Too exaggerated. Compared to the previous Muto, this slaughterer is like heaven and earth. Obviously, Muto had not fully advanced at that time, he could only be considered a half-baked player. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat serious. With such attributes, Lu Chen didn't have much confidence in his heart, and he didn't know if he could win. However, he had to try. Lu Chen checked his backpack, he had made quite a few preparations during this time to kill the Lord. There were fine level scrolls, such as the Weakness Curse Scroll, Lava Armor Scroll, Wild Roar Scroll, as well as basic Endurance and Strength Scrolls. In addition, there were fine quality Apprentice Healing Potions. Apprentice Healing Potion, fine, immediately restores 800 health when used, cooldown of 30 seconds. This was also dropped from the boss. In order to kill the Lord, Lu Chen had to give up many opportunities to obtain fine equipment. Now, it was time to test his skills. Lu Chen first opened the drop list. The dense purple light flickered, and at the top, there were even 2 golden lights, almost blinding Lu Chen's eyes. Epic items. And 2 of them. Truly rewarding for pioneering. He quickly checked them. The first one was a skill stone, and it was a high-level skill stone. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. Whether it was the battle intent or the heart of war, they now needed high-level skill stones to advance. Lu Chen needed this. A decisive choice. The second item was an equipment, a ring. Ring of Slaughter, Epic, Strength plus 45, Endurance plus 45, Critical Hit Damage plus 15%, Attack plus 150. Required level, level 10 drop rate, 0. 0.000000006% such powerful attributes. With high basic attributes added, the special effects, whether it's critical damage or attack increase, are very practical. Compared to the small demon bone ring on his body, this equipment is much stronger. Lu Chen decisively chose it. The only thing left is legendary equipment. Lu Chen took a look and was pleasantly surprised to find a set. Black Tooth Elite Breastplate, Legendary, Chainmail, Defense plus 437, Strength plus 22, Stamina plus 23, Defense plus 500, Required level, 10 Black Tooth Elite Set, February 6th Reduced damage taken by 50 points Black Tooth Elite Set, April 6th 10% Lifesteal Black Tooth Elite Set, June 6th Armor Penetration increased by 55 points. This Black Tooth Elite Set is obviously an advanced version of the Black Tooth Set. Not only has the quality been upgraded to legendary level, the attributes have been greatly increased, and even the set effect has been greatly improved. Lu Chen's favored lifesteal attribute has been directly increased from 5% to 10%. Lu Chen's eyes turned red, eager to get his hands on this equipment immediately. With only the breastplate and leggings in the drop list, Lu Chen decisively chose these two. After selecting all the drops, Lu Chen took a deep breath and began using various scrolls. Lava Armor Scroll for self-use, Wild Roar Scroll for self-use, Endurance Scroll, Strength Scroll, also used for self. After using all kinds of scrolls, Lu Chen's health increased by 9,000. Then, Lu Chen took a deep breath and used the Weaken Curse Scroll on Slaughter. Because the target was a lord, the effect was halved, only reducing Slaughter's all attributes by 10%. But even so, for Lu Chen, it was still good news. Bold Ants. After being cursed, Slaughter reacted, wielding his battle axe, demonic energy surging, his crimson eyes looking at Lu Chen, growling lowly. The next moment, Lu Chen charged straight at him. 4 strikes in a row. Lu Chen's great sword swung like lightning, but Slaughter's expression remained unchanged, raising his axe to block and evade. Clang 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 clang. Minus 1022. Sweep, minus 1689. Heavy crit, minus 1018. Brutal strike, minus 391. Normal attack. Every one of Lu Chen's attacks was blocked by Slaughter. After blocking, the damage caused was greatly reduced, and the numbers that floated out were naturally unsatisfactory, adding up to a mere 4,000 health points. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. It had to be said, as a lord, Slaughter was completely different from lower-level bosses in terms of intelligence and combat ability. Lu Chen's current attributes were already very strong, with a lightning-fast attack speed. Even so, his attacks were still being blocked. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that the stun effect of the brutal strike seemed to have carried over. Although Slaughter was not stunned in place, his reaction speed seemed to have been greatly reduced. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen didn't give Slaughter a chance to counterattack, swinging his sword repeatedly and striking at Slaughter. A total of 5 attacks were made, 2 of which were blocked, and the remaining 3 struck solidly on his armor. Unfortunately, this time the damage was only from normal attacks and heavy strikes, causing limited damage, also just over 4,000. After a round of attacks, Lu Chen hadn't even taken down 10,000 of Slaughter's health. And as Lu Chen attacked, strands of lingering souls seemed to suddenly appear around Slaughter, entwining him. This was the effect of the Morning Souls. Each attack would entangle the target with Morning Souls, causing 50 points of death damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. Lu Chen had attacked 9 times before, which meant that the Morning Souls had already stacked 9 layers. Slaughter seemed to have low immunity to death damage, as a 400 damage figure quickly appeared. Once per second, equivalent to Lu Chen attacking once more per second. Lu Chen was somewhat helpless. The Morning Soul's Sorrow, as an epic level ornament, was definitely considered extremely powerful, but Lu Chen's own attributes and equipment were too luxurious. This made even such a powerful effect not very eye-catching. Although Lu Chen was somewhat dissatisfied that he could only take down 10,000 health points with one attack, this was after all the health points of a lord. A level 10 player, how could they have the strength to instantly chop off the health points of a lord? Being suppressed at the beginning made the butcher furious, and he roared, "Ants, how dare you!" In the roar, Lu Chen felt a bit dizzy, with ringing in his ears, and even his vision became somewhat blurry. He saw the butcher raising his battle axe, so he quickly retreated, relying on the combat instinct brought by his proficiency in the great sword to raise his sword for defense. Clang! The tremendous force made Lu Chen's arm numb, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. Minus 821. A high amount of damage floated above Lu Chen's head. With one blow, the butcher was relentless, continuing to swing his battle axe repeatedly. Clang clang clang. After 3 consecutive strikes, Lu Chen was pushed back more than 10 meters, and his heavy footsteps even cracked the ground. It was only then that Lu Chen recovered from his dizziness. Seeing the butcher preparing for another strike, he quickly dodged to the side and then swung his great sword. Counter-attack. The 4 attacks just now caused Lu Chen to lose more than 3,000 health points. Such a high amount of health loss meant that the damage from the counterattack was extremely terrifying. A whopping 1,500%. The hot sword wind whistled as the battle sword fiercely slashed towards the butcher. The butcher seemed to sense the terrifying threat and his face changed slightly. Originally planning to strike again, he had to retract his attack and start defending. The clash of gold and iron rang out. The butcher was sent flying back more than 20 meters by the tremendous force before coming to a stop. Above the butcher's head, a high amount of damage floated. Minus 7,233, critical hit. Just this one hit was almost equivalent to the burst from Lu Chen's charge. Although the damage from the counterattack absorbed some health points, Lu Chen still had only a little over 6,000 health points left. He used a bottle of high-quality healing potion and then continued to charge towards the butcher. This amount of health could still support him in a major battle. The Heart of the Warland brought a 15% speed boost, combined with the first Star of Orion's 5% boost, and Lu Chen's agility had reached the limit of 120 points. At this moment, Lu Chen's movement speed was extremely fast. The butcher was obviously of the same warrior class as Lu Chen, not a nimble type of demon. In addition, being weakened by a curse reducing all attributes by 10%, his speed was not even as fast as Lu Chen's. Relying on his agile speed, Lu Chen moved around the butcher, swinging his greatsword and launching continuous attacks. Although the butcher's movement speed was not particularly fast, his combat experience was extremely rich, and his defense was airtight. Sometimes blocking, sometimes evading. Lu Chen attacked continuously for more than 20 seconds, but only managed to chip away at less than 20,000 of the butcher's health points. The butcher's counterattacks were equally deadly. Although the damage he caused was not as high as Lu Chen's health points were far fewer than the butcher's. If they were to exchange health points, the butcher would definitely come out on top. Fortunately, Lu Chen, with the advantage of speed, took the initiative, able to attack and defend as needed. He could replenish his health in various ways. And with continuous attacks, the Morning Soul's Sorrow effect had already stacked to its maximum. With 20 layers of the Morning Soul's Sorrow, it would cause 1,000 points of death damage per second. However, due to the butcher's defense, it could only cause just over 800 points. Even so, this was not bad. This meant a stable over 800 points per second, lasting for a minute. That was over 40,000 damage in a minute. As long as Lu Chen maintained the Morning Soul's Sorrow stacks, in just 3 minutes, the butcher would be tortured to death by the Morning Soul's Sorrow. The situation was favorable for Lu Chen. Just then, a hint of red light flashed in the butcher's eyes. A blazing flame ignited in his battle axe. Lu Chen saw this scene, his whole body hair standing on end, instinctively retreating. However, he was already a bit slow. The slaughterer battle axe slashed horizontally at an extremely fast speed, the axe blade sweeping towards Lu Chen's waist. Lu Chen had no way to retreat, so he could only raise his sword to block. Clang! The battle sword vibrated under such tremendous force, Lu Chen's arm felt numb and sore, almost unable to hold the sword. Fortunately, the weapon in his hand was a legendary equipment. If it had been a green equipment, Lu Chen suspected that his weapon would have lost durability and been scrapped on the spot from that blow just now. The tremendous force lifted Lu Chen's feet off the ground, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. Above Lu Chen's head, a high number floated minus 4,221. Lu Chen's health directly decreased by nearly half. Lu Chen couldn't help but grimace. Fortunately, this skill didn't crit. Otherwise, with over 8,000 damage directly, he would probably have been finished. Because of Lu Chen's faster speed, leveraging the speed advantage, Lu Chen used primary regeneration, lifesteal, and superior potions to restore his health, keeping his health in a relatively good state. However, even so, his health did not exceed 8,005. If this blow had crit, Lu Chen's health would have been wiped out directly. Could he not feel fortunate in his heart? It had to be said, as a lord, the damage was too high. Lu Chen's attributes and equipment were absolutely top-notch among level 10 players. Even so, this slaughter skill could still deal over 4,000 health points. If it were used against other players, the damage might not be stoppable even if doubled. The slaughterer, seeing that Lu Chen was still alive, became even more furious. And, didn't expect you to have some skills. He charged forward, rushing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt as if he had been hit by a truck, his body repeatedly retreating. The slaughterer, relentless, continued to chop with his battle axe. Lu Chen was forced to retreat repeatedly, finding it difficult to stabilize his figure. His health decreased once again, but fortunately, he quickly recovered from this state. Leveraging his speed advantage, he once again escaped the Slaughteler's attack range. At this moment, the damage Lu Chen had received had exceeded 6,000. It had already reached the maximum damage amplification for a counterattack. 3,000%. Lu Chen, relying on his speed advantage, arrived behind the Slaughterer, his battle sword carrying a sharp sword wind, slashing towards the Slaughterer's neck. However, the Slaughterer, being a lord, sensed the threat and quickly turned around, using his battle axe to block. Boom! The Slaughterer's body flew out like a cannonball. Minus 28,456. Counterattack crit. A terrifying damage of over 28,000 floated above the Slaughterer's head. This damage even left Lu Chen a bit stunned. This was a level 10 lord. His defense was extremely terrifying. Even with Lu Chen's current attack power, a normal attack could only deal 300 to 400 health points. Now, relying on the counterattack skill, he actually dealt close to 30,000 terrifying damage. Although it was a critical hit, it was still unbelievable. The nearly 30,000 damage allowed Lu Chen to directly recover 3,000 health points. With only over 1,000 health points left, he immediately restored half of it. He also breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed dangerous just now. When his figure was unstable and unable to dodge, as long as he failed to block the Slaughteler's attack once, he would have been in a sorry state. Fortunately, he had passed this dangerous moment. Lu Chen drank a bottle of superior potion, raising his health to over 5,000, feeling a bit more at ease. He then continued to attack the Slaughterer with his high speed. Nearly 30,000 health points were taken off, and at this moment, the Slaughterer's health was only a little over 40,000. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lu Chen could slay the Slaughterer. However, the closer he got to this point, the more cautious Lu Chen became. He even retreated after each attack, not giving the Slaughterer a chance to counterattack. Especially in terms of positioning, Lu Chen kept at least 3 meters away to avoid being hit by the previous move without reaction time. Next, under Lu Chen's extremely cautious bloodshed, the amount of slaughter continued to steadily decrease. Due to his caution, the damage caused by Lu Chen himself was very limited, but fortunately, the effect of the Wailing Souls was indeed strong, automatically draining health every second, which reduced a lot of danger for Lu Chen. The Slaughter roared repeatedly, "Damn rat! Don't let me catch you! I will kill you!" Unfortunately, his speed could not keep up with Lu Chen, and he could only watch helplessly as his health slowly decreased. When the Slaughter's health reached 25,000, his eyes flashed with crimson light. Then, the demonic energy surged in his body, transforming into twisted black flames. In this state, the Slaughter resembled an evil spirit. His speed suddenly increased. Lu Chen's pupils dilated, and before he could react, the Slaughter was already in front of him. The next moment, his battle axe was raised and struck repeatedly. Clang! 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 Not only did the Slaughter's movement speed increase, but his attack speed also greatly improved. Even his strength increased. Lu Chen's heart pounded. What kind of thing is this? Gone berserk? He didn't have time to think much and could only focus on blocking the attacks with all his might. Under the storm of attacks, Lu Chen had very little room for counterattacks. His health was rapidly decreasing. It quickly dropped to only 3,000, even after drinking a high-quality potion. This couldn't go on. If he didn't fight back, he would definitely be worn down. A fierce expression appeared on Lu Chen's face. He gritted his teeth and, in the next moment, abandoned blocking and used a counterattack skill. Minus 14,875. Counterattack. The high damage restored 1,500 health to Lu Chen. The Slaughter's health was down to the last 10,000. However, the Slaughter had completely fallen into madness. He roared, and his battle axe continued to strike Lu Chen. Minus 1923. Without blocking to reduce the damage Lu Chen received more than doubled. By this time, Lu Chen had also gone completely berserk. Sweeping, heavy blows, brutal strikes were unleashed one after another. Damage numbers popped up. Minus 2022. Sweep critical hit, minus 3,189. Heavy blow critical hit, minus 2,118. Brutal strike, minus 891. Normal attack, the Slaughter, caught in madness, also reduced his blocking significantly. Except for the sweep that he blocked, all other attacks landed on him. The damage increased, and the Slaughter's health was down to about 2,000. His health also recovered slightly as he dealt damage, but the Slaughter's battle axe did not stop. In his berserk state, the Slaughter's speed was extremely fast, and he immediately struck again. Minus 1823. Lu Chen's health was not even 1,000, and the Slaughter's next strike was imminent. Lu Chen's sword also struck towards the Slaughter. Minus 3,192. Heavy blow critical hit, the Slaughter's health was depleted. A high damage number also appeared above Lu Chen's head. Minus 1823. Just when Lu Chen thought his virgin hanging was about to end here, another number plus 2000 appeared above his head. Lu Chen was stunned, realizing that his health had not been depleted. He was a bit confused. What happened? Soon, Lu Chen thought of something and looked at his equipment. Song of Life, Legendary, Accessory, Endurance plus 14, restores 2000 health when receiving fatal damage, cooldown 24 hours, required level, 7 Song of Life. Restores 2000 health when receiving fatal damage. At this moment, the Song of Life was already in cooldown. Obviously, the Song of Life had just saved his life. No, this can't be. I don't believe it. No, believe. Seeing Lu Chen still standing, the Slaughter's crimson eyes were full of unwillingness as he let out a low growl. However, his body was already unable to support him, swaying and falling to the ground. Lu Chen looked at the Slaughter's body, revealing a surprised smile. I really made it. I actually defeated the Lord? Moreover, it's a solo kill. I managed to solo a Lord with such strong attributes? Am I really that strong? Watching the 2 gold and 2 purple orbs floating above the corpse, Lu Chen quickly picked them up, then sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The intense battle just now left Lu Chen physically and mentally exhausted. The feeling of life and death hanging by a thread was truly uncomfortable. But fortunately, he emerged victorious in the end. Lu Chen's face was full of smiles as he sat on the ground to sort out his gains. The Ring of Slaughter goes without saying, equipped directly. He swapped out the bone ring of the little demon. The advanced skill stone. Whether it's battle intent or the heart of battle soil, both can be put to good use. The battle intent has reached level 9, and if it goes up one more level, it will be maxed out, gaining an additional maxed out effect, which should bring about a qualitative change. However, the overall enhancement brought by the Heart of Battle Soil is more comprehensive and powerful. Whether it's an increase in all attributes, damage, movement speed, or damage reduction, all are very practical effects. Lu Chen was momentarily undecided. The advanced skill stone is probably only dropped by lords, and not all epic items dropped by lords are necessarily advanced skill stones. If he misses this opportunity, who knows how long he will have to wait to obtain another advanced skill stone. This choice is crucial. After hesitating for a while, Lu Chen ultimately decided to take a gamble. He bet on the powerful effect after maxing out the battle intent. After all, battle intent is a high-quality skill, so the maxed out effect shouldn't be bad, right? With his decision made, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and directly upgraded the battle intent with the advanced skill stone. Battle intent, maxed passive skill, increases all your attributes by 100%, damage by 20%, critical hit rate by 20%, and movement speed by 10%. Seeing this effect, Lu Chen widened his eyes, full of surprise. Indeed, he made the right bet. It truly deserves to be the core skill of the Heart of Battle Soil. The effect after maxing out is too powerful. The increase in damage, critical hit rate, movement speed, and the magnitude of the enhancements are all significant. It can be said that the maxed out battle intent has increased Lu Chen's damage capability by more than 20%. Soon, Lu Chen discovered something even more astonishing. That is, the original effect of the battle intent needed to be triggered in combat. But after maxing out, this prerequisite was unexpectedly removed. This means that Lu Chen is constantly receiving enhancements? He quickly looked at the attribute panel and found that his attributes were almost the same as in combat status. Now Lu Chen is definitely not in combat. Indeed, he is constantly in an amplified state. Isn't this also a kind of enhancement? Overall, Lu Chen is very satisfied, definitely more than the enhancement brought by leveling up the Heart of Battle Soil. Next, there are 2 legendary equipment pieces. Lu Chen decisively replaced the original Black Tooth set pieces. In this way, Lu Chen's Black Tooth Elite set is complete with 2 set pieces, gaining the set effect of reducing damage taken by 50 points. Only 4 pieces of the Black Tooth set remain. However, the core 5% lifesteal effect is still there, just with 30 points less armor penetration. Overall, it is definitely an enhancement. After all, legendary equipment is much stronger in terms of attributes compared to fine equipment. After the slaughter, Lu Chen's combat power has increased by at least 50%. Lu Chen is content. Then he thought of another matter. It seems like the class change task is completed? He quickly looked at the task panel. Task, Crimson Envoy, completed. Introduction, you have embarked on the advanced path of the Crimson Envoy, born for battle. You need to comprehend battle intent and raise it to level 5. Additionally, you need to independently kill a lord. Note, this task can only be completed before reaching level 30, otherwise, the task will fail. Reward, transition to Crimson Envoy, gain the exclusive skill of the Crimson Envoy. Have you completed the task? Yes/no. Is there even a need to choose? Definitely yes. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for completing the class change task, successfully transitioning to the Crimson Envoy. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for acquiring the Scarlet Envoy skills, Bloodthirst, Intermediate Endurance Enhancement, Bloodthirsty Strike, Blood Chi Enhancement. Lu Chen? Wow! 4 skills added at once? Lu Chen was instantly overjoyed. He now felt that his skills were too few. He was already at level 10, but only had a mere 10 skills. Finally, he had a few more. Feeling great, he began to check the new skills. Bloodthirst, level 1, passive skill, gains 2% lifesteal effect, increases damage dealt by 5%. The first skill made Lu Chen widen his eyes. Having a lifesteal skill, just this skill alone made Lu Chen feel that the Scarlet Envoy profession was worth it. Intermediate Endurance Enhancement, level 1, passive skill, increases endurance by 20 points. There's not much to say about this, enhancing endurance attribute, similar to having tough skin and bones, overall not bad. Endurance can increase health and defense, making it less likely to be taken down instantly. Bloodthirsty Strike, level 1, unleashes a bloody attack, dealing 150% damage, 10% of the damage dealt will be converted into self-health. 10-second cooldown lifesteal skill. Lu Chen was ecstatic. He didn't choose the wrong profession. With Bloodthirst and Bloodthirsty Strike, his lifesteal ability became even stronger. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about standing his ground, he could just stand there and slay the Lord. Blood Chi Enhancement, level 1, temporarily enhances life through strengthening blood and increases life by 5%, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. How to put this skill? After all, the Lord still deals damage. Just like earlier, if he had Blood Chi Enhancement, he might not need to use the Song of Life, relying on the temporary increase in life from Blood Chi Enhancement to perhaps withstand an attack. Overall, it's a life-saving skill. It's quite good. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this class change, gaining 4 additional skills directly. There are passive and active skills, defensive skills, and offensive skills. What's even better is that the Scarlet Envoy profession seems to love lifesteal. It's a coincidence, he loves it too. Next, Lu Chen directly used the remaining skill stones to upgrade all skills. Fortunately, he had saved quite a few skill stones. There were plenty of minor and basic skill stones, but unfortunately, the intermediate skill stones were used up. Lu Chen upgraded all 4 skills to level 5. Bloodthirst, level 5, passive skill, gains 10% lifesteal effect, increases damage dealt by 25%. Intermediate Endurance Enhancement, level 5, passive skill, increases endurance by 100 points. Bloodthirsty Strike, level 5, unleashes a bloody attack, dealing 250% damage, 50% of the damage dealt will be converted into self-health. 10-second cooldown. Blood Chi Enhancement, level 5, temporarily enhances life through strengthening blood, increases life by 25%, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 minutes and 30 seconds. After upgrading the skills, Lu Chen could only say that he was soaring. After finishing up the gains, Lu Chen got up, retracing his steps back to the previous lava cave. There were 3 passages in total, and he had already cleared 1, leaving 2 more. Lu Chen thought for a moment, the passage behind the furnace should be where the Blacktooth Chieftain was. Thinking about the Blacktooth Chieftain, he knew that he was probably the strongest lord, and he might not be able to defeat him now. Lu Chen decided to go to the other passage first. The reason he was able to kill the slaughter earlier was that one of the important reasons was the high-quality one-time items he had accumulated before, including various scrolls and potions. These were all his trump cards. Now that he had used up most of these trump cards, Lu Chen had to figure out a way to continue collecting some. Although his strength had improved a lot, having these trump cards would obviously provide more security. However, before continuing, Lu Chen planned to clear out his backpack first. After all, he had defeated so many demon soldiers before. Although he had cleared out many of them, he still had a lot of green and blue equipment in his backpack. Later, Lu Chen thought of something else, that is, he hadn't sold the flame sword he used before. The flame sword is a level 6 legendary equipment, just right for the current player's level. Thinking of this, Lu Chen put the flame sword in the trading group. Lu Chen, changed to a new weapon, anyone interested? Wang Bing, father, I want it. Seeing this flame sword, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. He was a warrior after all. This equipment suits him perfectly. Although it was eliminated by his father, it is still a legendary weapon. Now Lu Chen's legendary weapon is only 1 death staff. This is the second one. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, 1700. This is a level 6 legendary weapon, naturally incomparable to the level 10 death staff. but because it is more suitable for the current level, Lu Chang still offered a very high price. Wang Bing? Lu Dong, you are not a warrior, your two precious daughters do not have warrior professions, what are you competing with me for? Lu Chang, there is a warrior in my team, with this weapon, it should be no problem dealing with the first few bosses in the small demon camp, can't we fight for it? Wang Bing, damn. Grass Mudhorse, he was speechless, but Lin Yingying was not interested. With Blackie by her side, isn't she stronger than this thing? Clearing the small demon camp is easy as long as you have hands. Wang Bing, 1,800. Lu Chang, 1,900. Wang Bing gritted his teeth, 2,000. This was the highest price he could offer. Although during this time, their Xianniao army had been farming murlocs and buying gold coins, their budget was still limited. And during this time, they had bought a lot of green and blue equipment from Lu Chen, all of which required money. The gold coins in the Xianniao army were very tight. In fact, not only Wang Bing, but Lu Chang was also the same. In fact, he was even more tight on gold coins than the Xianniao army. After all, he had bought the Death Staff before, as well as the Poison Arrow skill book, and various equipment and items suitable for his precious daughters. These were all additional expenses. Their Tianyue group had been farming kobolds all along, but gold coins were really not easy to come by. Hearing Wang Bing shout out 2,000 gold coins, Lu Chang frowned, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but say, no need. After all, none of him and his two precious daughters were warriors, buying equipment for outsiders, although the Tianyue group would benefit, but if the price was too high, the cost-effectiveness would be low. Lu Chang calmly chose to give up. Lu Chen, alright, deal. I still have a batch of green and blue equipment here, you can come and trade. Lin Yingying, father, I'm coming over now. Lu Chang, I'll have Li Mu come over. Wang Bing, I'll have Jiang Su come over. Lin Yingying thought of something and asked, by the way, father, have you fought the Lord? Do you need help? Lu Chen's mouth lifted, revealing a smile, soloed it. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Hearing this, both of them were puzzled. They had heard from Li Mu and Jiang Su that Lu Chen seemed to be going to fight the Lord, but they didn't expect Lu Chen to have already fought it so quickly. They thought it hadn't even started yet. Wang Bing looked at the flame sword he had sent out before and suddenly thought of something. His mouth twitched, trembling slightly as he asked, Father, you said you changed to a new weapon? What weapon is it? It's not dropped by the Lord, is it? Lu Chen, no, it's the level 10 reward from before. Lu Chen smiled and sent out Glock's novice sword. Wang Bing heard Lu Chen's words, just relaxed, and then saw the orange equipment message. Legendary weapon? Wang Bing? Lu Chang? Lin Yingying? Three people silently typed a series of question marks. The trading group suddenly quieted down. Lu Chen saw this series of question marks and smiled. Comfortable. Being saintly in front of ordinary people, 1/1, Lu Chen was still not satisfied, somewhat showing off. It's nothing, just a level 10 legendary equipment. This sword is a bit big, not very handy to use. Wang Bing had already been envious to the point of almost exploding. Seeing Lu Chen's message, he almost spat out blood, his eyes turning green. Not very handy for me to use. I don't mind. Why are you all silent? Are you naturally not talkative? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I'm about to have a heart attack. Wang Bing, father-in-law, please be a human being. I'm almost dying of envy. Legendary weapon. It's only level 10, and I can actually see a weapon of this quality. What have I done to deserve it? Lin Yingying, father-in-law is awesome. Admiration. JPG, Lin Yingying, since father-in-law is showing off, then I won't hide it either. Let me show you my daughter's black mark. Lin Yingying then posted the attributes of the black mark in the trading group. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Both of them had red eyes. Lu Chen, although they were envious, had somewhat gotten used to it. But Lin Yingying, because of a legendary skill book given by Lu Chen, actually obtained such a powerful summoning beast? Are they trying to make people die? Wang Bing was even more resentful. Lin Yingying, this is not your own ability. It's still father-in-law who gave you the skill book. Lin Yingying, hee, if father-in-law gave it, then it's mine, right? You're just jealous. Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, don't forget you still owe me 2,000 gold coins as a good daughter-in-law. Lin Yingying, I can just pay it back to father-in-law. The liaison aircraft was shot down. Lin Yingying was secretly delighted. This old guy just didn't want her to get along with father-in-law, infuriating him. Lu Chen saw the few people arguing and smiled. He didn't expect Lin Yingying to be so arrogant, but to be honest, the current attributes of the black mark were indeed overwhelming. The trading group was in constant turmoil, but Lin Yingying had already arrived in front of Lu Chen. After a while, Jiang Su and Li Mu also arrived. For the trade, they had been grinding monsters nearby. Lin Yingying didn't need to say much. With the black mark, grinding monsters was extremely easy. The Black Mark even had skills like sweeping, so Lin Ying's leveling speed was very fast. Jiang Su and Li Mu both had a full set of green equipment, plus one piece of blue equipment, so it was no problem for them to fight ordinary monsters. After the trade, the three of them left, and Lu Chen entered another passage. The situation inside the second passage was somewhat different from the first one. The first passage was full of small demon soldiers, but the second passage didn't have as many small demon soldiers. Inside were all giant small demons, as well as giant demonized wild wolves, demonized tigers, demonized rats, and various other monsters commonly seen outside. However, the strength of the monsters here was extremely strong. All of them were level 10 elites. There were even many boss-level giant small demons and giant demonized beasts. These giant monsters had all undergone special modifications. Lu Chen speculated that at the innermost part of this passage should be the Lord who modified these monsters. There were no iron gates or rooms on either side of this passage, but there were branching passages around the passage, and when Lu Chen walked over, he found special cultivation pools. In the cultivation pools, there were high-level bosses. One of them was a demonized dog-headed person that was over 4 meters tall. Demonized dog-headed person Fawn, high-level boss, as a high-level boss, and also a pioneer. The first two pieces of equipment were both purple legendary items. One of them was a medium-level skill stone, and the other was a special item. Fanged Miner's Hoe, legendary, increases mining efficiency by 50%, with a certain chance to obtain higher quality minerals. Surprisingly, this is not equipment, nor a scroll or the like. It is a special item exclusive to miners. Although not equipment, it requires quite a few ores for forging. The value of this item is higher than ordinary legendary equipment. Lu Chen made a decisive choice. Lu Chen then chose a piece of the Black Tooth set. Then Lu Chen charged forward, swiftly killing the fangs with 2 swords. The intermediate skill stone was used by Lu Chen on Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, level 6, passive skill, gains 12% lifesteal effect, damage dealt increased by 30%. In addition to the fangs, there was another high-level boss. It was a demonized wild wolf with 3 heads. Demonized 3-headed wolf Quark, high-level boss. He also dropped an intermediate skill stone. Apart from this item, there were no legendary items. Lu Chen chose a scroll of Wild Roar and another piece of the Black Tooth set. Just like dealing with the fangs, Lu Chen charged forward, swiftly killing Quark with 2 swords. Lu Chen didn't even know what skills these high-level bosses had. After all, they couldn't survive for even a second in front of Lu Chen, let alone use skills. Lu Chen used the dropped intermediate skill stone on Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, level 7, passive skill, gains 14% lifesteal effect, damage dealt increased by 35%. With Bloodthirst's 14% lifesteal, combined with the Bloodthirst necklace's 10% lifesteal, and the Black Tooth set's 5% lifesteal, it adds up to nearly 30%. With such lifesteal effects, Lu Chen was confident in killing the upcoming Lord. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the end of this passage. Like the previous passage, the end of the passage was still a huge hollow. However, this hollow was different from the previous one, with not many demon soldiers but numerous cultivation devices and various experimental apparatus. The grounding devices were filled with the bodies of various demons, kobolds, murlocs, and all kinds of monsters. Blood stained various devices, making it look like a horror movie set. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit creepy. What kind of evil scientist's experimental base was this? Everyone was numb. Was this how they were transformed? In the center of these devices, a small, weak demon was hunched over, dissecting something. Lu Chen almost vomited looking at the intestines and organs it dragged out. Was this damn game sick? So hardcore? The good news was, there were no other monsters here, only one lord. Lu Chen walked over and cast a detection spell. Black Tooth Witch Dr. Chiroman, low-level lord, level 10 health, 105,000 attack, 630 introduction. Chiroman is a witch doctor of the Black Tooth clan, dedicated to researching bloodline witchcraft, attempting to change the inferior bloodline of small demons and promote them to high-level demons. Seeing this introduction, Lu Chen silently rated it a 6 in his mind. This Chiroman turned out to be a small demon with aspirations? Having experienced the battlefield of the Crimson Messenger, Lu Chen knew that small demons were probably just cannon fodder on the demon side. This Chiroman actually wanted to change the bloodline of small demons. This was undoubtedly a very ambitious act. Placed among the small demon population, this guy was probably a great figure? But for Lu Chen, a human, this guy was a devil. Setting aside his position, Chiroman's life was slightly lower compared to Slaughter, but his attack power was much stronger. With such strong attack power, it was clear that Chiroman was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. However, Lu Chen's current attributes were much stronger than before. He was confident he could defeat the lord in front of him. As before, Lu Chen first chose the loot. Open the drop list, the first two items at the front. The first one is surprisingly of fine quality, and the second one is of golden epic quality. This arrangement is very strange, indicating that the fine quality item is more valuable than the epic quality item. How is that possible? Lu Chen was somewhat astonished as he checked, then his eyes widened. It turned out to be bloodline. Inferior dragon blood cobalt blood. Fine Chiroman has extracted a rare strand of dragon blood from the cobalt bloodline through experimental research. After use, you will obtain the bloodline of the dragon blood kobold. However, this product has a small side effect. It will turn you into a full-fledged kobold. Drop rate 0.000000002%. Lu Chen was initially surprised that it was a bloodline item, but after seeing the item description, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. This damn side effect is just a small one? A small side effect can turn you into a different species? Although the dragon blood kobold sounds impressive at first, after all, it contains dragon blood. Dragon lineage, no matter how you think about it, is very powerful. But damn, changing the species altogether, isn't that way too outrageous? After much consideration, Lu Chen ultimately decided not to choose this drop. It's too much of a blow to his principles. He definitely wouldn't use it himself. He didn't want to become an ugly kobold. Even if he tried to sell it, Lu Chen wasn't keen on putting it out there. Let's choose something else. The second epic item was a high-level skill stone. This one didn't require much thought, it had to be chosen. There were 3 more drop choices left. Lu Chen looked and found something good. Potion formula, Apprentice Beast Vitality Potion, legendary after use. You can learn the method of making the Apprentice Beast Vitality Potion. Learning conditions, Alchemist, level 3 potion research. Drop rate, 0.0000023%. A legendary potion formula should be good. Although he didn't know the potion's effects, it shouldn't be too weak no matter how you look at it, right? It's just the learning conditions. Besides being an alchemist, there was also a level 3 potion research. Lu Chen wasn't an alchemist, so he didn't quite understand, but that didn't affect his choice. Apart from this, Lu Chen also chose 2 legendary Black Tooth Elite sets. This was a must-have. After all, Lu Chen wasn't sure if this place would form a dungeon. If it didn't, he wouldn't have another chance to obtain legendary sets in the future. It had to be chosen. Accumulating equipment now was to prepare for the upcoming advanced tasks. After making his selection, the exciting Lord's battle time was next. Lu Chen used Strength Scrolls, Endurance Scrolls, and Roar of the Wild Scrolls. Since the Weakness Curse Scroll was dropped by Mom before, Lu Chen no longer had it. In the end, after using all kinds of enhancement items, he made a charge towards Chiroman. Chiroman was staggered by the charge, and Lu Chen's sword had already struck repeatedly. Chiroman was knocked off balance by the charge, unable to even block. Lu Chen originally thought he would take all the damage himself. But as the sword approached Chiroman, a faint red force field appeared around his body. This stance made Lu Chen's sword slow down significantly, even better than the blocking effect. However, even so, the damage caused by Lu Chen still increased significantly. Minus 3022. Sweeping critical hit, minus 2489. Heavy strike critical hit, minus 2912. Brutal heavy strike critical hit, minus 871. Normal attack critical hit, due to the increase in critical hit probability brought by the battle intent, coupled with Lu Chen's own agility and the critical hit probability brought by the sword. Lu Chen's 4 attacks, all critical hits. With just this one attack, Lu Chen caused nearly 10,000 damage. Not only did the critical hits increase, even the normal damage had increased significantly. This is the strength of Lu Chen becoming stronger after defeating a lord. With the battle intent at its highest level, the new level 5 or even level 7 Crimson Envoy skill brought about a tremendous improvement. Lu Chen did not use Bloodthirsty Strike immediately, because Lu Chen planned to use this skill as a trump card when his health was low. After the 4 consecutive hits, Chiroman had stabilized his posture. Lu Chen finally saw Chiroman's face head-on. It was a little demon elder with a face full of fierce wrinkles. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen an elderly little demon. At this moment, the elderly little demon looked at Lu Chen's eyes as if looking at an item, a new experimental material. He excitedly took out a bottle of potion and threw it towards Lu Chen. The potion exploded in the air, and green mist spread out. Lu Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his breathing, his eyes seeing stars, and dizziness. His condition became much weaker than before, and he started losing health. Minus 540. 1 jump per second, 540 per jump. This exaggerated effect made Lu Chen's heart skip a beat. Although he knew it might be difficult to fight Chiroman based on the introduction, he never expected such a terrifying skill. Debuff, health loss, achieved with just one skill? Lu Chen kept retreating, getting out of the range of the green mist. He found his breathing a bit more comfortable, but the weakness throughout his body still persisted. He glanced at his panel. Karaman's gift, all attributes reduced by 20%, receiving 1000 damage per second. Lu Chen? Previously, he was the one giving negative effects to the boss, but now he was the one being affected? However, the damage received was slightly less than what was shown on the panel. Lu Chen thought about the poisonous snake fruit he had eaten before, which had a poison immunity effect, combined with his defense ability, reducing the damage he received significantly. According to this, his overall attribute reduction should not be as much as 20%. Lu Chen felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, he had the poisonous snake fruit before, otherwise, he might not have been able to defeat the boss in front of him. Poisoning was just like an old coin. After retreating, Kairoman sneered, "My little darlings, get him." The next moment, all the cultivation tanks shattered, and giant modified creatures rushed out towards Lu Chen, roaring. Lu Chen scanned and realized that all of them were high-level bosses. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but almost laugh. All these high-level bosses had drops. Wonderful. Sending so many bosses at once, Kairoman turned out to be unexpectedly good. No, a good demon. The high-level bosses had high damage, Lu Chen's overall attributes were reduced, and his defense naturally decreased. However, with his combat skills, he easily dodged the attacks of the high-level bosses, moving freely under their attacks. There were 4 high-level bosses in total, each dropping intermediate skill stones. Lu Chen chose all of them and selected the parts of the Black Tooth set. While avoiding the attacks of the high-level bosses, Kairoman kept throwing poison bottles, forcing Lu Chen to keep changing positions. He found that the damage received inside the poison mist was much higher than outside. The entire cave was filled with green mist. During the process, Lu Chen would deliberately let the high-level bosses hit him a few times to stack up the damage reduction of the crystal shield. When fully stacked at 100% damage reduction, it further reduced the damage he received, which was a good defense mechanism. As for the decrease in health, Lu Chen wielded his sword, dealing 5,000 to 6,000 damage with each strike against the high-level bosses. With Lu Chen's current 29% lifesteal, maintaining his health was not difficult. Before long, Lu Chen had killed all 4 high-level bosses. After killing the high-level bosses, Kairoman suddenly screamed in anger, "No! You've ruined my hard work." In his hand, a staff adorned with skulls appeared out of nowhere. Between the waving of the staff, Kairoman's body was filled with magic. He shot black magic arrows towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's face changed as he dodged repeatedly with his speed. The magic arrows were as fast as bullets. Despite Lu Chen's attributes, he could still dodge bullets. However, due to the large number of magic arrows and Lu Chen's weakened attributes, he was still hit by several magic arrows. Minus 1,238. Minus 1,177. Minus 2,334. Critical hit, minus 1,198. The continuous high damage caused Lu Chen's health to quickly drop, leaving him with just over 2,000 health points. Lu Chen felt fortunate. Luckily, he had acquired the intermediate endurance enhancement skill earlier, which increased his endurance by 100 points. Combined with various enhancements like battle intent and the heart of the battlefield, his health had now exceeded 10,000. Even after being weakened, he still had over 8,000 health points. Otherwise, just this wave of magic arrow rain would have depleted his health completely. What a powerful lord! The attack strength of this magic-based lord was much higher than the previous slaughter. Fortunately, the magic arrow rain stopped, and the skill ended. Lu Chen charged directly at Karaman's face. Then, his war sword, imbued with the furious power of the counterattack skill, fiercely struck Kairoman. Minus 15,833. Although his attributes were weakened, the counterattack skill was still powerful. The previous damage had already stacked the counterattack skill to a 3,000% increase. This strike from Lu Chen dealt a terrifying 10,500 damage. The lifesteal effect from this damage was around 5,000. This almost filled Lu Chen's health to the maximum. But it didn't end there. A crimson light flashed on Lu Chen's war sword. Bloodthirsty strike. Minus 3,012. Bloodthirsty strike critical hit. Bloodthirsty strike itself had a 50% lifesteal effect, combined with Lu Chen's 29% lifesteal effect. This attack restored over 2,000 health points to Lu Chen. His health was full, with even excess healing. He couldn't help but smile. This was the power of the lifesteal attribute. Of course, only players like Lu Chen, with exaggerated attack strength, could truly appreciate the power of the lifesteal attribute. For ordinary players, normal attacks with just a few dozen damage points or skill damage of over 100 points were considered strong. Even with a 29% lifesteal, they wouldn't recover much. When facing lords, even high-end players at this stage probably couldn't break through their defenses. Giving them a lifesteal attribute would be useless. This attribute was most suitable for Liu Kang. The terrifying high damage, combined with the lifesteal attribute, gave Liu Kang an extremely exaggerated endurance in battle. After the bloodthirsty strike, taking advantage of the damage bonus from the charge, Liu Kang continued his attacks. Sweeping, savage strike, heavy blow, normal attacks. With consecutive attacks, Karaman's health dropped by another 10,000. Karaman's total health was just over 100,000. In just a few rounds, Liu Kang had reduced his health to just over 60,000. Although Karaman's attack strength was stronger than the Slaughter, his defense capabilities were lacking. Liu Kang continued to swing his war sword. While his skills were on cooldown, Liu Kang relied on normal attacks and heavy blows for damage output. Karaman's magic arrow rain had a certain cooldown, but he continued to attack Liu Kang with his staff, unleashing attacks like magic arrows, corrosive curse, shadow spear, and more. Liu Kang was almost constantly taking damage. Weak hits were in the hundreds, while strong hits were in the thousands. Despite Liu Kang's strong lifesteal effect, he still couldn't fully recover his health with just normal attacks and heavy blows. Even with the use of high-quality potions, his health was slowly but steadily decreasing. Fortunately, there are many large devices in the entire experimental cave. Although Liu Kang's current movement speed is not as fast as before, he can still hide behind the devices and take a breather. As a lord, many of Karaman's attack skills are instant. Liu Kang cannot interrupt Karaman's spell attacks through his line of sight. Once discovered, he will definitely be hit. However, by using his line of sight, Liu Kang can play hide-and-seek with Karaman, delaying a few seconds. Counterattack, bloodthirsty strike, and sweep all have cooldown times of only 10 seconds. Even the savage strike has a cooldown time of only 15 seconds. As long as Liu Kang's skills are on cooldown, he can counterattack. Especially the counterattack skill. After being continuously hit, Liu Kang's counterattack skill has already stacked up effects, meaning the 10-second cooldown time has not yet passed. Otherwise, he would have attacked already. A few seconds later, as Liu Kang's skills cool down, he starts to counterattack. Using counterattack and sweep, Liu Kang's health is instantly restored from 3,000 to full. Liu Kang did not use bloodthirsty strike, but planned to hold back a bit, giving himself some room for error. To Liu Kang's surprise, the counterattack skill actually landed a critical hit. Coupled with sweep and normal attacks, in just this one wave, Liu Kang took down nearly 40,000 of Karaman's health. His health suddenly dropped to less than 30,000. Suffering such severe damage, Karaman widened his eyes and let out a somewhat frightened and angry roar. "Ah, damn humans! It's you who forced me!" The next moment, Karaman somehow pulled out a syringe from somewhere. He directly injected himself in the neck with a deep blue potion. Then, Karaman seemed to swell up like he had been injected with an expanding agent. His originally 1.45-meter tall and slightly hunched skinny body began to grow continuously. His muscles bulged, and his height directly reached 5 meters. His skin turned bluish-gray, completely transforming into a terrifying giant. Liu Kang looked up at the immensely enlarged Karaman, his eyes almost popping out. "What kind of creature is this?" The transformed terrifying giant Karaman grinned. "Damn humans, die." His huge palm slapped down like swatting a fly, extremely fast, like lightning. The sharp wind made Liu Kang's black hair flutter, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open. His pupils dilated, and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The earth shook. The giant Karaman seemed to have turned into a monster, with power enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Where his huge palm landed, all the experimental facilities were destroyed, leaving a deep dent on the ground, with cracks spreading in all directions. Liu Kang broke out in a cold sweat. This one hit, even with his current attributes, if he were hit, he would be severely injured if not dead. Just then, another strong wind came, and Liu Kang saw Karaman's other palm swiping horizontally from the side. The extremely fast speed left Liu Kang no time to dodge. His whole body's hair stood on end, and he quickly blocked with his sword horizontally. Boom! Liu Kang felt like his body had been hit by a train, with his bones, flesh, and blood all groaning. His body flew out like a cannonball. Minus 5,281. Over 5,000 high damage floated above Liu Kang's head. After landing, in extreme pain, he almost couldn't get up. But hearing the giant's approaching footsteps, he gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Then Liu Kang saw a dark shadow approaching, and the giant lifted his foot to stomp on him. Liu Kang quickly dodged, then used a bloodthirsty strike on the giant's thigh. The bloodthirsty strike dealt critical damage, restoring over 2,000 of Liu Kang's health. Even so, Lu Chen still felt worried. With this amount of health, it's difficult to withstand this guy's attack head-on. He couldn't help but complain, can a level 10 player really fight against this monster? This is something that should be dealt with by local powerhouses during a siege, right? Even if players reach level 10, they probably aren't opponents. Fortunately, Lu Chen is not an ordinary player. Although the giant Cairo Man in giant form is extremely powerful, his attacks can even shake the air. Just the aftermath can cause Lu Chen to suffer 200 to 300 points of damage. Taking a direct hit would result in even more damage. However, he also has weaknesses. Although the giant Cairo Man in giant form is fast, his large size means his movements are obvious, making it easier to dodge compared to smaller opponents. Lu Chen, relying on his speed, moves around Cairo Man, narrowly avoiding his attacks. Although the damage from the aftermath is still present, Lu Chen can withstand it. However, Lu Chen's attention is solely focused on evasion, leaving him unable to counterattack. Fortunately, the previous accumulation of Morning Souls is at its maximum. Even if Lu Chen stops attacking, the continuous damage from Morning Souls within a minute is enough to kill him. Does Lu Chen need to evade for a minute? Absolutely not. After 10 seconds, all of Lu Chen's skills are ready. He immediately retaliates, followed by a sweep, a brutal strike, another strike, and regular attacks. Even without a critical hit, the consecutive high damage still reduces Karaman's health by over 20,000. His health is now less than 10,000. The terrifying damage causes Cairo Man to roar in anger. He stomps the ground forcefully. Boom! Cracks appear on the ground, shockwaves sweep out in all directions, Lu Chen's pupils dilate, and he immediately uses the blood strengthening skill. His health increases by 25%, exceeding 10,000 again. Minus 8,232. Over 8,000 points of high damage appear. Lu Chen is thrown back once again. Lu Chen is relieved that he used blood strengthening, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that last hit. After this blow, Cairo Man seems to enter a short period of exhaustion. His speed has slowed significantly compared to before, and he can't even catch up to Lu Chen. Lu Chen easily surpasses 10 seconds. Waiting for the skills to cool down, Lu Chen charges forward once again. Counter-attack. Nearly 20,000 points of high damage flowed out, emptying Karaman's remaining health. Cairo Man lets out an unwilling roar. No, my goal hasn't been achieved yet. How can I die? However, Cairo Man ultimately dies. His massive body collapses with a loud thud, causing the entire underground cave to tremble. With his death, Karaman's body shrinks once again, turning into the hunched form of a small demon. 3 golden and 3 purple orbs float out from Karaman's body. Lu Chen picks up Karaman's drops, as well as the drops from the other 4 high-ranking bosses he had defeated. He then sits down on the ground, still trembling with fear. This Cairo Man was much stronger than the others he had slaughtered. If he hadn't completed the job change mission, he probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Calming down, Lu Chen begins to process his gains. For intermediate skill stones, which Lu Chen originally intended to use for bloodthirst, now require advanced skill stones for further enhancement. Lu Chen can only use 2 on Bloodthirst Strike. Bloodthirst Strike, level 7, launch a bloody attack, dealing 290% damage, with 70% of the damage converted into self-healing. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Not only does the damage increase, but the life-stealing effect also increases significantly. This enhances Lu Chen's survivability. The remaining levels, like Bloodthirst, also require advanced skill stones for enhancement. After some thought, Lu Chen decides not to use the remaining 2 intermediate skill stones on intermediate endurance enhancement and blood strengthening. Copper Skin, Iron Bone and Brutal Strike are already at level 9. Using these 2 intermediate skill stones will allow him to max out both skills. Maxed out skills will undergo a transformation, and Lu Chen ultimately chooses to use them on these 2 skills. Savage Strike, max level, unleash a savage blow, dealing 300% damage and having a 100% chance to stun the target for 1 second. If it's a critical hit, damage increases by 100%. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Bronze Skin, Iron Bones, max level, passive skill, plus 100 stamina, plus 100 strength, reduces damage taken by 100 points. It has to be said that the effects after reaching max level are quite satisfactory for Lu Chen. Even the Lord cannot be immune to the stun effect of Savage Strike. Even if the skill is blocked, the stun effect not being fully utilized will still have a negative impact. This is somewhat beneficial in Lord battles. After all, with Lu Chen's current agility, a second is enough time to do many things. Perhaps victory or defeat can change within that second. Not to mention, there is an additional effect of doubling damage if it's a critical hit. This means that Savage Strike has become an extremely powerful damage skill. Despite only showing a 300% damage increase on the surface, if it's a critical hit, it doubles and doubles again, directly becoming 1200% damage. Although not as good as counterattack, counterattack still requires taking damage, while Savage Strike does not. Overall, the improvement of Savage Strike at max level is significant. The enhancement of Bronze Skin Iron Bones is equally immense. Originally, with normal progression, the effect of max level Bronze Skin Iron Bones should have been an increase of 50 points in both stamina and strength, and damage reduction of 50 points as well. But now, they have doubled directly. Not to mention, just with an increase of 100 points in both attributes, coupled with various attribute enhancements such as Liu Chen's Fighting Spirit and Heart of War, this one skill alone has increased Liu Chen's attributes by more than 500 points. It can be said to be extremely exaggerated. Liu Chen's current health has skyrocketed to around 13,000. He's only at level 10. Having 13,000 health at this level is enough to scare anyone. The increase brought by damage reduction is also significant. 100 points from Bronze Skin Iron Bones, 100 points from Crystal Shield at full stack, and 50 points from the Black Tooth Elite set attribute. Just the fixed damage reduction alone has been reduced by a whopping 250 points. Considering his current attributes, not even a high-level boss could inflict such high damage on him. Now, even if Liu Chen stands there and lets a level 10 high-level boss attack, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Just by having two skills at max level, Liu Chen has gained a huge boost. Liu Chen also used an advanced skill stone. Without much thought, Liu Chen directly used it on the Heart of War. There is no higher cost-effective skill than this. Heart of War, level 4, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the way of war. All attributes increase by 40%, damage dealt increases by 40%, movement speed increases by 20%, and damage taken is reduced by 12%. The improvement of the 4th level Heart of War goes without saying for those who understand. Then Liu Chen put on 2 new pieces of the Black Tooth Elite set, completing the 4-piece set. The lifesteal amount has directly increased from 5% to 10%. Liu Chen's total lifesteal effect has now become 34%. With Liu Chen's exaggerated damage attributes, this lifesteal effect is better than the combined healing of more than a dozen current stage priest players. This just proves the saying, the best defense is a good offense. As long as his attack is strong enough, the blood he loses can be absorbed back, making him invincible. After finishing the harvest, Liu Chen left the area. He planned to engage in the final Lord battle. The opponent needs no introduction, it's the final Black Tooth Chieftain. Leaving this passage, Liu Chen also sold some items. The most precious item, without a doubt, was the Novice Beast Vitality formula. Because it's a legendary formula, it was sold for a whopping 3,500 gold, plus a high price of 20% profit sharing. This item was bought by Liu Chang. Previously, Wang Bing bought the Flame Sword, so in terms of financial strength, he was still a bit behind Liu Chang. Lin Yingying also made a move, but unfortunately, the financial resources of the Player Management Bureau cannot be compared with Tianyue Group. However, now Lin Yingying is powerful enough to lead the Player Management Bureau to open up the entire Little Demon Camp, something that neither Tianyue Group nor the Xian Niao Army can do. So Lin Yingying is not in a hurry to make these purchases. The benefits of opening up the Little Demon Camp are self-evident. There are plenty of opportunities to make money. After selling the items, Liu Chen headed towards the middle passage. This passage is completely different from the other two. The interior of the passage is relatively dark, with a faint flow of demonic energy everywhere. Amidst the surging black demonic energy, it makes people feel irritable. This surprised Liu Chen. The demonic energy can actually interfere with the player's thinking, and this is still in the game. If the game has such an impact, wouldn't it be even greater in reality? Thinking of this, Liu Chen's mood became somewhat heavy. The number of monsters in the passage seems to be very few. After walking for a while, Liu Chen encountered 2 small demons in black heavy armor on both sides of the passage, each about 1.8 meters tall. Black Tooth Guard, Senior Leader, Level 10 Health, 17,000 Attack, 190 Introduction. The Black Tooth Guard is an elite team by the side of the Black Tooth Chief. Each one of them is the strongest warrior of the Black Tooth tribe. Liu Chen was somewhat astonished. Both of them are senior leaders. It is no wonder that the passage where the Black Tooth Chief is located has a different style from the other passages. Even the ordinary monsters are senior leaders. It's absurd. But for Liu Chen, this is certainly a good thing. After all, each senior leader represents various good things. Senior leaders who are pioneers all have at least one legendary item. Liu Chen clicked on the drops, and as he expected, the first item was legendary. And they were all intermediate skill stones. For Liu Chen now, he definitely needs as many intermediate skill stones as possible. The more, the better. He has too many skills, and many of them require intermediate skill stones to upgrade. Besides intermediate skill stones, there are normal rare items. Lu Chen chose the highest value Black Tooth set. After choosing, Lu Chen charged directly and killed both Black Tooth guards in a few moves. The two intermediate skill stones that dropped, Lu Chen originally planned to use them for counterattack. After all, Lu Chen's health is now over 10,000, and counterattack can be upgraded to the maximum level. But after reaching level 7, counterattack requires advanced skill stones. Lu Chen only used one on this. Counterattack, level 7, when damaged, can counterattack the target, causing high damage to the target, reaching a maximum of 3,500% damage when receiving 7,000 points of damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The damage is exaggerated, reaching 3,500% directly. The remaining intermediate skill stone, Lu Chen used it on Great Sword Mastery, increasing his damage by 70% when using a Great Sword. Lu Chen gained another powerful boost. Afterwards, Lu Chen continued deep into the passage. Every so often, there were two Black Tooth guards guarding. Each Black Tooth guard dropped an intermediate skill stone. Lu Chen happily collected them all. When Lu Chen reached the deepest part, he obtained a total of 6 intermediate skill stones. This means that there were a total of 8 senior leaders in the depths of the passage. Lu Chen naturally used the remaining 6 intermediate skill stones. Great Sword Mastery also requires advanced skill stones after level 7 and cannot be further upgraded, so Lu Chen used them on other skills. Sweep, level 9, swing the weapon to launch an attack on all enemies in front, causing 330% damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds, intermediate endurance enhancement, level 7, passive skill, increases endurance by 140 points. Blood strengthening, level 7, temporarily enhances life by strengthening blood, increasing life by 35%, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Just this wave of upgrades, Lu Chen's improvement is extremely significant. Lu Chen's blood volume directly approached nearly 15,000, and after strengthening his vitality, it exceeded 20,000. The sweeping skill is one of Lu Chen's main attack skills, and the damage amplification has also been greatly increased. In fact, Lu Chen originally wanted to upgrade the sweeping skill to the maximum level. However, to upgrade the sweeping skill to level 10, he needed advanced skill stones, which Lu Chen had to give up for now. Advanced skill stones were too precious, and there were too many skills to use, so the sweeping skill was not a priority. Overall, Lu Chen's current strength has increased several times compared to when he first entered the small demon's lair. The deepest part of the passage was the same as before, still a huge hollow. Inside the hollow, there was a throne made of black rocks, with many skulls hanging on it. Sitting on the throne was a small demon in black armor, wielding a long-handled warhammer. Lu Chen cast a reconnaissance spell. Black Tooth Chieftain Barbaric Liao, Intermediate Lord, level, 10 life, 235,000 attack, 900 introduction, the chieftain of the Black Tooth tribe, the most powerful warrior of the Black Tooth Little Demons. Lu Chen? What is this thing? 230,000 health, 900 attack? Is this a boss? Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart. This guy is an intermediate lord, but damn, he's much stronger than a low lord, right? Just one rank difference, yet the power gap is so huge? Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Originally, he was full of confidence, but now, after seeing the attributes of the Black Tooth Chieftain, he felt weak in his heart. Can he really defeat this opponent with such attributes? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give it a try. If he couldn't defeat him, he would consider bringing 3 priests from different factions to help. However, after the experience in Cairo Man, Lu Chen felt that even with priests, they might not be able to win. These lords all have wide-range attacks, and with the health of other priests, they would die instantly if hit, with no room for error. He would assess the situation later. If it didn't work out, he would wait for the siege battle and team up with the old village chief to take down this guy together. The old village chief was also a lord, so his strength was definitely not weak. 2 against 1, could they still lose? After making his decision, Lu Chen planned to test the waters himself first. Before the battle, he opened Barbaric Liao's drop list. To Lu Chen's surprise, perhaps because Barbaric Liao was an intermediate lord, the drops were much better than those of low lords. There were 4 epic items in total. This meant that Lu Chen could directly choose 4 epic items to drop. Lu Chen looked at these 4 items. To his surprise, the first item was actually a skill book. And it was an epic skill book. Thunderous Fury Strike, Epic, unleash a furious strike like thunder, dealing 500% damage and paralyzing the target for 5 seconds, reducing movement speed by 50%, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Learning requirements, Warrior class, max level Heavy Strike, level 3 battle intent. Drop rate, 0. 0.000000001%. Liu Chen took a deep breath. This skill couldn't be described as just strong, it was extremely powerful. Not only did it have a 500% damage boost at level 1, but it also had a slowing effect. It was crucial to reduce movement speed by 50% in some situations. However, the learning requirements for this skill were also outrageous. Besides the basic class requirements, it also required a max level Heavy Strike. Although Heavy Strike was a basic skill for warriors, without skill stone upgrades, it was unlikely for an average player to reach level 30. Not to mention needing level 3 battle intent. With these skill conditions, even if an average person obtained the skill book, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Fortunately, for Liu Chen, he could easily learn this skill. He made his choice decisively. The second item was an advanced skill stone, which was a must-have. The third item was an equipment. Heart of Fanaticism, Epic, Accessory, Power plus 40, Stamina plus 40, Attack plus 100, Attack Speed plus 20%, Equipment Requirement, Level 10 Drop Rate, 0.000000007%. An extremely powerful accessory. The accessory currently worn by Liu Chen is one Morning Soul, also an epic level, and the other is Song of Life. This one is legendary level. Previously, the Song of Life saved Liu Chen's life, and it still has a powerful effect in special situations. However, the attributes added by the Song of Life are still very few. Relatively speaking, the Heart of Fanaticism is stronger. Liu Chen made the same choice. The fourth item also surprised Liu Chen greatly. Whisper of the Demon Scroll, Epic, reduces target's attributes by 40%, lasts for 30 minutes. Note, target level cannot exceed level 20, effect on king level monsters is halved. Drop rate, 0.000000009%. This is obviously a very powerful trump card. If he had this scroll, dealing with Barbarian Liao would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, he doesn't have such a powerful skill in his hands now. Liu Chen sighed in his heart. Just for the skill Thunderous Fury, he had to kill this lord. Although he might not win, he had to take risks for wealth and success. At most, it's just dying once, missing out on an hour of gameplay. Liu Chen first used the Stamina Scroll and Strength Scroll on himself. All other scrolls were used up. The probability of various scrolls appearing in the drop list is actually not high. Otherwise, he would definitely choose them. After completing the preparations, Liu Chen charged forward directly towards Barbarian Liao. It must be said that Barbarian Liao is indeed a mid-level lord. Liu Chen's charge even made the low-level Lord Cairo stagger. But as a mid-level lord, Barbarian Liao remained unfazed. Faced with the lightning-fast charge, he quickly got up from the throne, holding the warhammer in his hand. He directly hammered towards Liu Chen's head. Liu Chen dodged the attack by sidestepping, then wielded his war sword, taking advantage of the high speed of the charge, and struck repeatedly. -1001. Sweep, -4092. Brutal Strike Critical Hit, -1588. Critical Hit, -333. Normal Attack, it must be said, truly a mid-level lord. Liu Chen's current strength is much stronger than when he faced the slaughter before, but the damage he dealt now is still not as much as when facing the slaughter. It can be imagined how strong this guy's defense is. While he was complaining, Barbarian Liao had already started to counterattack. Although the warhammer in his hand looked extremely heavy, it was very agile in his hands. The warhammer transitioned from a blocking state to an attacking state, flowing smoothly. Barbarian Liao swung his waist and wielded the warhammer, smashing towards Liu Chen. Even if Liu Chen successfully blocked, he still felt as if a force like a mountain collapse was coming through. -1347. High damage floated out from above Liu Chen's head, making Liu Chen's mood sink. This was just a normal attack. It actually dealt over 1,000 damage. It should be noted that Liu Chen is now not only at the highest level of Bronze Skin Iron Bone, but also has improved the Heart of War, greatly increasing his stamina compared to before, and has equipped 4 legendary sets. His current defense is like night and day compared to when he faced the slaughter before. Even so, the damage he is receiving now still far exceeds what he received when facing the slaughter. Liu Chen understood that this would be an extremely difficult battle. After Barbarian Liao's attack, the warhammer swung, the offensive like a continuous flow of mercury. Facing the attack of the warhammer, Liu Chen could only retreat repeatedly. In just 3 seconds, Liu Chen's health was nearly halved. Liu Chen's current health has exceeded 15,000, with over 7,000 remaining, just in the short span of 3 seconds. And this is when Liu Chen almost blocked all attacks. It can be imagined how powerful the barbaric offensive is. It is indeed the most powerful battlefield of the Black Tooth tribe, with much stronger combat experience than Liu Chen. Even though Lu Chen has mastered level 7 great sword proficiency and is skilled in using the great sword, he can be considered a combat expert, but still falls short. However, now it is Lu Chen's time to counterattack. Lu Chen dodged the war hammer strike, and his sword slashed out. Counterattack. Minus 16,023. Although the damage of the counterattack has reached 3,500%, due to the stronger defense of the barbarians compared to the previous massacres in Kairoman, the damage caused by Lu Chen is not much higher than when facing those two low-level lords. Lu Chen had already anticipated this. The high damage also brought excellent lifesteal effect to Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly absorbed around 5,500 health points. Then, Lu Chen used the bloodthirsty strike skill that he had not used before. Minus 1,022. The 70% lifesteal of the bloodthirsty strike itself plus Lu Chen's own 34% lifesteal effect allowed Lu Chen to directly absorb over 1,000 health points. Lu Chen's health points were almost completely restored. However, it had only been a little over 3 seconds since the start of the battle. Lu Chen had already used up his counterattack and bloodthirsty strike. In the next 10 seconds, Lu Chen had no efficient means of regaining health. He could only rely on high-quality potions. However, a high-quality potion could only restore 800 health points at a time, and its cooldown was longer than that of the counterattack and bloodthirsty strike. This healing effect was simply not enough. Lu Chen felt extremely heavy-hearted. Being hit by nearly 20,000 damage at once made the barbarians' faces grim. Ants, how much strength do you have? It seems I have to use some real strength. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed. No, you don't need to use real strength, just make do with what you have. Without real strength, he was already unable to win. If the opponent used real strength, how could he continue playing? The next moment, the barbarians shouted loudly, and the war hammer in their hand was shrouded in black magic. The entire warhammer became much larger under the magic, and the barbarians' attack speed increased. In just 2 seconds, Lu Chen's health points were once again reduced by nearly half. This was under the premise that Lu Chen was trying his best to dodge and resist. If Lu Chen did not have the ability to dodge and evade, he would probably have already been drained of health points. Even so, Lu Chen was still sweating profusely. Too strong. Indeed, a mid-level lord was completely different from a low-level lord. Lu Chen looked around at the surroundings. The empty dungeon had no terrain to utilize. He couldn't use the terrain to block positions or delay skill cooldowns. This meant that he could only fight head-on. Continuing like this was not an option. He needed to find a way to retreat. Lu Chen still had an ace up his sleeve. Scroll of the Wind, fine, increases the target's movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds when used. This scroll was dropped when Lu Chen fought high-level bosses before. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Chen dared to target the mid-level lord. With his current speed, if he could increase it by another 50%, he believed he could escape from the mid-level lord. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and used the Scroll of the Wind. Suddenly, he felt his body become much lighter. Lu Chen swiftly retreated, planning to leave directly. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, as soon as he was more than 20 meters away from the barbarian, a cold smile appeared on the barbarian's face. He reached out his left hand, and the magic surged, turning into a chain that wrapped around Lu Chen. Don't even think about running away. Then, Lu Chen was pulled back. Lu Chen? Damn, there's a skill like this? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Then Lu Chen saw black flames on the barbarian's war hammer as it came down heavily towards him. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Ding, you have died. You can only re-enter the game after an hour. The next moment, Lu Chen was forcibly removed from the game and returned to his room. Lu Chen sat up abruptly, his face showing lingering fear, panting heavily, and sweating profusely. The pain of death just now was so real that he thought he had actually died. After getting up, he touched his arms and cheeks, confirmed that his body temperature was normal, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just death in the game. However, this also made Lu Chen more alert. Death in the game is nothing, you can still respawn, but if you die in reality, there is no way to come back. He needed to be more cautious in reality. Although his current attributes were already terrifying. With equipment and skill enhancements, Lu Chen's attributes exceeded those of an ordinary person by tens of times. In reality, he could definitely be considered a superhuman. But he was not invincible, various powerful firearms could still harm him. He needed to be more vigilant. Lu Chen's mind was racing, and the fear brought by death slowly dissipated. He glanced at the panel and saw that there was a countdown of half an hour to enter the game. Because the time ratio between reality and the game was 1 to 2, half an hour in reality was equivalent to an hour in the game world. Since he had nothing to do now, he decided to take a break. In order to destroy the nest of the little demons, Lu Chen had been fighting continuously for several hours, including 2 intense battles with the lords. He was feeling a bit tired now and needed to relax. As Lu Chen took out his phone to watch some short videos, he suddenly received a text message. "Son, I have paid off the debt, bought a ticket for tomorrow, and will arrive in Xianhai City tomorrow." Lu Chen smiled when he saw this message. He hadn't seen his mother for a while. In the past, during the Chinese New Year, because their family owed too much money, when they visited relatives, the relatives did not look happy. So, they stopped visiting relatives during the New Year and celebrated it simply together. Last year was the same, and now it had been several months. Time really flies, Lu Chen sighed. If it weren't for the game, he would have spent these months living an ordinary life, not achieving any of the things he wanted to do or the goals he wanted to achieve. Perhaps, this was the life of an ordinary person? Living an ordinary life, goals and dreams require not only belief but also various real-life conditions to support them. Lu Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about it. That was his past life, and his future life would be completely different. Lu Chen replied, "Okay, be safe on the way." After replying, Lu Chen continued to watch videos of girls, feeling content. After lying down for half an hour, Lu Chen finally entered the game again. Upon entering the game, Lu Chen found that there were 2 choices for resurrection locations. One was the nest of the little demons, and the other was the square of the newbie village. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to resurrect at the nest of the little demons. He planned to bring priests from 3 factions and fight again. If that didn't work, he would figure something out later. The resurrection location in the nest of the little demons was outside the Mian Liao cave. The previous little demon monsters had not respawned. Lu Chen was not surprised at all. He opened the trading group and sent a message. "Lu Chen, I want to fight an intermediate lord. I need some priests to help. Can you find a few for me?" As soon as Lu Chen's message was sent, 3 people replied. "Lin Yingying, Godfather, I will bring all the priests from the Player Management Bureau over Lu Chang. We have 14 priests in the Tianyue Guild, all equipped with green gear. 2 of them even have fine gear. Is this enough? If not, I will go to the Silver Moon Village. Wang Bing, we have a total of 21 priests in the Xin Niao army. Godfather, I will bring them over." The 3 of them were so proactive. After all, this was the first time Lu Chen asked for their help. During this time, Lu Chen had brought them so much help. Although they paid money, they all understood that green equipment, fine equipment, and even epic equipment were not something that money could buy. Are there no rich players in other newbie villages? Why can't they even gather green equipment until now? Isn't it because they don't have players like Lu Chen who continuously sell green equipment? It can be said that the reason why their 3 forces can pull so far ahead of other forces is entirely because of Lu Chen's equipment. They always felt that they owed Lu Chen a lot, so now that Lu Chen needs help, they naturally cannot refuse. Lu Chen didn't expect them to be so proactive. He also smiled, feeling quite popular, right? "Lu Chen, how much HP can a priest heal with 1 spell?" Wang Bing, with a full set of green equipment, casting for 2 seconds, 1 healing spell restores about 100 HP. Lu Chen pondered, 2 seconds, the damage dealt by quite a few monsters would probably be around 7,000, right? "Lu Chen, let's bring in 70 to 80 priests. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Lin Yingying?" The 3 of them silently typed a series of question marks. Wang Bing, what the heck? 70 to 80 priests? With so many priests, can't they restore 7 to 8,000 HP in 2 seconds? Why do you need so many priests, Master? Lu Chen, to heal. Wang Bing, no. I know it's for healing, but can you lose 7 to 8,000 HP in 2 seconds, Master? Is the mid-level boss that outrageous? Lu Chen, it's about right, maybe more. After all, he hasn't used skills yet. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Lin Yingying? The 3 of them once again sent out a series of question marks. Being able to lose 7 to 8,000 HP in 2 seconds without using skills? What would happen if skills were used? Don't be too outrageous, okay? Wait a minute. Wang Bing thought of something and his face became even more strange. Master, do you have 7 to 8,000 HP yourself? Otherwise, you won't even last until the healing spell finishes casting. Lu Chen, oh, I have 15,000 HP. The trading group fell into silence all of a sudden, quiet as if dead. Lu Chen, what's wrong? Why is no one talking? Lu Chang, son-in-law, you have 15,000 HP at level 10? Wang Bing, I'm level 7 now, with over 600 HP, hee. Lin Yingying, my Blackie doesn't even have half as much HP as Master, QVQ. Lu Chen, keep it low-key, I just have a bit more HP, nothing special. Wang Bing, a bit more? Even the boss doesn't have as much HP as you, right? Who's the real boss here? Lu Chen looked at the 3 of them exploding in disbelief, feeling pleased. Showing off in front of people daily +1, what's the point if others don't know how awesome you are? It's comfortable to show off when you're powerful. Lu Chen, alright, bring people over first. I'm in the small devil's lair now. Lin Yingying, oh, I've already informed the Players Management Bureau. Lu Chang, I'm on the way, we're also on the side of the Kobold Mine, we can be there in half an hour. Wang Bing, we're on the side of the Murloc Lake, it might take a bit longer to get there. Lu Chen, it's okay, take your time. He only had this one boss left to defeat, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lu Chen thought for a moment, walked out of the small devil's lair, planning to grind monsters outside while waiting for the others. After all, waiting around wasn't a solution. With a 50% experience bonus now, he really needed to level up properly. Mainly because leveling up now was really slow. Perhaps it was because there was a threshold from level 10 to 11, so the experience bar was particularly long. Even if Lu Chen cleared the entire small devil's lair, the experience bar wasn't even half full yet. At this rate, in order to fill up the experience bar to level 10, you would need to clear the little demon nest 2 or 3 times at least. If the little demon nest cannot be turned into a dungeon, leveling up by grinding monsters will be even harder. This darn game, muttered Lu Chen in his heart. Soon, he walked out of the mine and started grinding monsters in other kobold caves. Just as he finished clearing a kobold cave, he saw a message from Lin Yingying in the trading group. Godfather, we're here. Lu Chen, alright, I'm coming back now. Lu Chen walked out of the cave, rode his beloved demonized wild wolf, and ran towards the direction of the little demon nest. Soon, he saw Lin Yingying and a few others outside the cave. Lin Yingying, with a big black tiger by her side, was very conspicuous, and next to her were more than 10 priests from the Player Management Bureau. Lin Yingying saw Lu Chen and waved with a smile. Godfather, over here. The other players all looked over in unison. Lu Chen rode over on the demonized wild wolf and saw the many priests from the Player Management Bureau shouting in unison, Godfather, hello. Lu Chen? He looked at the priests shouting in unison and was speechless. What's going on? Why does it feel more and more like a cult? Lin Yingying proudly said, how about that, Godfather? Aren't they shouting with great momentum? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying with a sigh. So it was you who taught them, huh? He had a feeling that something was off. He glared at Lin Yingying, don't teach them useless things. Others might think I'm starting some kind of cult. Lin Yingying immediately shouted, who dares to say that Godfather is leading a cult? I'll beat them up. As she said this, she menacingly waved her fists. The other priests from the Player Management Bureau were also indignant. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, wouldn't they think it was a cult? Why were these people so worked up? Did Lin Yingying really brainwash them? Lu Chen helplessly said, can you guys be normal? Otherwise, I'm starting to get scared. Okay, Godfather, Lin Yingying replied dejectedly. Lu Chen then noticed that perhaps due to the nature of the priest class, most of the players who played priests were female, with a total of 26 priests, of which only 4 were male priests. It was a typical case of yin dominance over yang. Lu Chen overheard the priests whispering to each other, if Godfather is really a god, should we serve as priestesses or something? Serve? I doubt you mean that kind of service. Can men serve too? Lu Chen? He felt that they were discussing something very absurd. He was at a loss and decided to ignore it. It was all Lin Yingying's fault. What kind of nonsense was she instilling in the Player Management Bureau? Just then, Lu Chang arrived with more than 10 priests from the Player Management Bureau. Lu Chang smiled, good son-in-law, I'm here. I sent Li Mu to Silver Moon Village to find some priests, otherwise, the priests from our 3 factions might not be enough. Lu Chen smiled, thank you, Brother Chang. No need to be polite, Lu Chang waved his hand. For Lu Chang, if Lu Chen needed help, he would gladly offer it. Not to mention Lu Chen's own formidable strength, being on good terms with Lu Chen was very beneficial to him. Just being Lu Chen's recognized son-in-law, he felt obligated to help. After a while, Wang Bing arrived with about 20 priests from the Xin Niao army. Along with Wang Bing, there were also the priests led by Li Mu. The equipment of these priests seemed inferior to the players of the 3 factions, indicating that they were from other factions or simply casual players. However, their levels were not low, with the lowest already at level 6. At this stage, they were definitely top players. Upon seeing Lu Chen, these priest players were excited as if they had met an idol, calling out Godfather incessantly. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed by all the shouting. Lu Chang said, I still have some priest equipment in my hands, originally intended to be distributed to other members when the guild expands, let them borrow it for now. Upon hearing this, the priest players widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise. That was green equipment, and it was lent to them just like that? Director Lu, can we join the Tianyue Guild? But it had to be said, Lu Chang's move really won people's hearts. Many senior priests were already considering joining the Tianyue Guild. As for Wang Bing, he didn't mind. After all, the Xian Niao army belonged to the military and would not expand externally. At least not for the time being. They had acquired quite a bit of equipment, but the surplus equipment from their 17 would be shared with the brothers and sisters of the 3rd Legion, with no extras left. Similarly, Lin Yingying, backed by the official side, did not need to recruit players like the Tianyue group did. In fact, the Player Management Bureau had the most staff in all the newbie villages. Just by looking at the number of priests brought this time, one could tell. The Player Management Bureau had brought a total of 26, all of them high-level priests at level 6 or 7. Even the Xian Niao army had only brought 21. They were not short of people either. The surplus equipment in their hands would also be given to the staff of the Player Management Bureau and other newbie villages. Lu Chang was different. As a private guild, the place he was in charge of was the headquarters. So far, the Tianyue Guild only existed in the newbie village where Lu Chang was and the newbie village where the Lu sisters were. They even had surplus equipment. Now that there was a chance to recruit players, Lu Chang would certainly not give up. With so many priests added together, there were about 80 people. For Lu Chen, that was considered enough. After some thought, Lu Chen smiled and said, "For the players who came to help this time, I promise to give each of you 3 pieces of priest green equipment, plus 1 attribute stone for each person." Many people didn't even know what an attribute stone was, but they all knew the value of 3 pieces of green equipment. 1 piece of green equipment was worth almost 10,000, so 3 pieces would be tens of thousands. With so many people, giving each person these items would amount to millions. The priests of the 3 major forces were fine, but the other priests who had been brought over were now wide-eyed and excited. These people had originally been paid a gold coin each by the Tianyue group to come over. And now Lu Chen was offering rewards on top of that? This was a profitable deal. However, Lu Chang and the others were a bit resistant. Lin Yingying blinked and said, "Godfather, you have helped us so much during this time. Just helping you defeat a boss. We don't need you to give us these things." Wang Bing also nodded seriously. "Yes, Godfather, your affairs are our Xian Niao army's affairs. How can we ask for things when doing things for you?" Lu Chang also spoke up, "Good son-in-law, you really don't need to give this reward. Otherwise, how can we face you when buying things from you next time? The value of what you sell is already very low. To be honest, we have been taking advantage of you during this time." "Yes, Godfather, we really don't need it." "Right, being able to help Godfather is our honor." The priests of the 3 forces all spoke up. They were different from the independent priests, as they had always been enjoying the benefits brought by Lu Chen. Now, helping Lu Chen was completely unnecessary for them to receive any rewards. Hearing them say this, the originally excited independent priests were now almost in tears. How could you all be so noble? They were willing to give so many good things, but you all don't want them? If you don't want them, we want them. They hadn't followed the 3 major forces before, so they couldn't enjoy the good life with them. Now that they had the opportunity to get treasures, of course, they wanted them. Seeing everyone say this, Lu Chen was actually a little moved, but he still shook his head. One good turn deserves another. Since you are here to help, I naturally can't be stingy. The hardest debt to repay is a debt of gratitude. For Lu Chen, these equipment and money are trivial matters. He is just afraid of owing too many favors, which is not good. Seeing Lu Chen so determined, Lu Chang and the other 2 did not dare to argue further. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Lu Chen. After signing the contract with everyone, Lu Chen plans to reward them tomorrow. After all, he didn't encounter any elite monsters to level up today. He sold all the green equipment he obtained before. When the Devil's Camp and the Silver Moon Tomb refresh tomorrow, Lu Chen will distribute these rewards. After signing the contract, Lu Chen organized everyone. Together, they entered the mine behind them. Arriving deep in the mine, they saw the grandeur of the Devil's Nest, and each player widened their eyes in amazement. Lin Yingying and Li Mu had been here before during a trade, so they were not too surprised. Soon, they reached the central passage and walked all the way to its depths. Seeing the imposing figure of the barbaric Liao on the throne exuding a demonic aura, everyone felt that this thing was not easy to deal with. They immediately cast detection spells. After seeing the attributes of the barbaric Liao, each player was dumbfounded. Damn, are my eyes playing tricks on me? What kind of attribute is this? 230,000 health, 900 attack. Can anyone really fight this thing? Father-in-law actually wants to challenge this thing? Can we really defeat it? Its attack is 10 times higher than the boss in the Devil's Camp. Not to mention ordinary players, even Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, and Wang Bing were puzzled. Wang Bing swallowed hard, feeling dry-mouthed. Father-in-law, with such high attributes, can we really defeat it? Lu Chen smiled. If it were you guys, maybe you wouldn't break through its defense, but with a priest, I should have a chance. As he spoke, he checked the drop list. He was worried that the drop selection might have disappeared due to his death. Fortunately, he glanced at it and indeed, the drop selection had disappeared because of his death. Lu Chen had to choose again. Fortunately, the items in the drop list remained the same. Lu Chen's words left Wang Bing at a loss for words for a moment. Not breaking through its defense. Then what's the point of fighting it? Lin Ying summoned Hazy, eager to try. Father-in-law, let Hazy help you fight. Lu Chen glanced at the roaring demonic tiger and nodded slightly. Okay. Then he looked at the many priest players and reminded them, this lord may have AoE skills, so try to stand further back, just keep an eye on my health. Hearing this, they instinctively glanced at Lu Chen's health in the team. When they saw Lu Chen's over 15,000 health points, all the priest players silently questioned it in their minds. What the heck? Level 10, over 15,000 health points? Did I not wake up today? After adding so much health for so long, it was the first time they saw a player with such exaggerated health points. Are you ready? If you are, I'll start. Lu Chen confirmed again. The priest players came back to their senses. They nodded repeatedly, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a deity. Level 10, over 15,000 health points, surpassing the top players by 20 times. Such values were no different from those of a deity. After all, this game involves reality. Lu Chen is powerful in the game, so he is equally powerful in reality. Okay. Father-in-law, rest assured. We will keep a close eye on your health bar. Father-in-law, go ahead, we are all watching. Hearing the confirmation from the priest players, Lu Chen nodded slightly and charged towards the barbaric Liao. As before, Lu Chen's charging speed was like a phantom, but the barbaric Liao could still react. In the eyes of other players, the great sword in Lu Chen's hand looked extremely heavy, but when swung, it was like a black sword curtain. This exaggerated attack speed made it impossible for them to see clearly. However, even with such attack speed, the Lord easily blocked them. They only heard the continuous clanging of metal ringing. One after another, numerical values floated above Lu Ken and Man Liao's heads. Each value was beyond their reach. The lowest was in the hundreds, and the highest was in the thousands. Wang Bing and the others were dumbfounded. Damn, is this the strength of the foster father? This attack speed, even with titanium alloy eyes, I can't see clearly. Didn't you see the damage caused by the foster father? That's a level 10 intermediate lord. Just think about how strong the defense is, and he's in a blocking state, yet the foster father can deal over 4,000 damage. It's outrageous. Don't say that, that lord is also damn awesome. With the foster father's attack speed, he manages to block every time, and even evade. I'm really impressed. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. Their movement speed is completely different from ordinary people. Wang Bing stared blankly at Lu Chen's battle, swallowing hard. Before, seeing the foster father fight so easily every time, I didn't feel much difference, but now I see it. Lu Chang nodded slightly. Yes, the son-in-law's strength is too exaggerated. At this speed, even bullets can't hit him, right? Lin Ying called her black dog to charge forward. Blackie, go help the foster father fight the boss. Her summoned beast had some strength, unlike others who could only watch. At least it could help a little. Roar! Blackie charged forward with a wild roar. Lu Ken received a system prompt that his attack damage had increased by 10%. His eyes lit up. He didn't expect Blackie to have this skill. 10% damage increase was pretty good for him. Lu Ken looked satisfied at Blackie. Good job. Next moment, Blackie's heavy claw landed on Man Liao's waist. -5 Lu Ken? Blackie, roar? Lin Ying? Lin Ying's already large eyes widened even more. Blackie's attack power was a whopping 100. Stronger than the vast majority of players at this stage. With such strong attack power, it could only deal 5 points of damage? What kind of thing is this? Wang Bing and others beside him were also full of question marks. After equipping the flame greatsword, Wang Bing's attack attribute had exceeded 100 points. The damage he dealt to monsters shocked himself. Although Blackie's attack was not as strong as his, it wasn't far off. Such an attack could only deal single-digit damage? Looking at Man Liao's over 20,000 health points, Wang Bing fell into silence. What the hell? This damn game is not meant for humans to play. Seemingly provoked, Man Liao glanced at Blackie beside him and roared, "Ant, get lost." He swung his warhammer and smashed it heavily on Blackie's head. Blackie's body flew backward like a cannonball. -8,342. An unbearable amount of damage floated above its head. When it landed, it was already dead. Lin Ying, Sigma, her eyes turned red, my Blackie. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and all the players were stunned. They were shocked by the horrifying damage, feeling numb. Blackie's defense was stronger than most top players. Even it received such high damage, if others were hit by a basic attack, they would die a dozen times? What kind of monster is this? Originally, seeing Lu Ken and Man Liao exchanging blows, they couldn't fully understand how powerful Man Liao was. Now, they knew. It was a monster that several thousand or tens of thousands of ordinary players using human wave tactics couldn't defeat. And Lu Ken could actually fight back against such a monster, making him equally terrifying. Blackie's death was not meaningless. When Barbarian attacked Heisei, Lu Chen's barbaric strike cooldown had just finished. The battle sword, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, heavily fell on Barbarian. The dizziness effect of barbaric strike appeared. Barbarian was directly stunned for 1 second, unable to move at all. Lu Ken was satisfied, sparks almost flying off his sword as he swung it repeatedly. In just 1 second, he swung the sword, attacking a total of 6 times. One high damage after another floated out. In the stun state, Barbarian couldn't block or dodge, each hit causing extremely high damage. There was even a counterattack damage. Minus 36,273. Counterattack critical. A high damage of over 36,000 floated out, leaving the players wide-eyed. What the heck? How much? Over 30,000 damage? Did Ifu deal over 30,000 damage? Are we playing the same game? I deal over 30 damage, Ifu deals over 30,000? How do you play this broken game? There's something fishy. There's something fishy in this game, can't play it. The players were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such high damage in their lives. In comparison, the output of those in my team can all go play in the mud. Yeah, even the players from the Xian Niao army looked towards Wang Bing. Both are warriors, why such a big difference? Wang Bing was full of question marks from the Xian Niao army's priest's gaze. It's not. Why are you all looking at me like that? What's so interesting? Everyone was dumbfounded. He also wanted to deal over 30,000 damage. But he's just a normal person, okay? If he could do what Ifu, that immortal, could do, then he would be an immortal too. What are you looking at? Keep an eye on Ifu's health. If there's a problem, I'll kill you all today. Wang Bing angrily shouted at the Xian Niao army's priests. Hearing this, the other priests were also shocked. Ifu's health is the most important. He's a mid-tier lord. Being able to participate in such a lord battle and fight alongside Ifu was a great honor for them. It has to be said that with the priest's healing, Lu Ken became much more relaxed. He no longer had to worry about insufficient health. Except for leaving one bloodthirsty strike and one blood-strengthening skill for emergencies, in case the priest's healing wasn't enough, he could keep a card up his sleeve. For other skills, Lu Ken used them all without much thought. As soon as the counterattack cooldown was up, he used it, dealing the highest damage each time. Even if it was blocked, there was still over 10,000 output. Although the damage from other skills wasn't much, Lu Chen's attack speed was not slow, and he didn't need to worry about endurance issues, with a very considerable output. Moreover, when filled with the Morning Soul's pain, he could deal 1,000 damage per second. Against Barbarian, the damage was also around 800, a pretty good sustained output. On average, Lu Ken could deal 5 to 6,000 damage per second. Based on this damage calculation, even Barbarian's health wouldn't last a minute. Soon, Barbarian's health dropped to about 80%. He roared, "Mortal, let me show you the true power." After the roar, flames blazed on his war hammer, rising several meters high. He lifted the war hammer and heavily smashed it towards Lu Ken. Lu Ken dodged to the side, but when the war hammer hit the ground, the entire cave shook, leaving a crater about a meter in diameter on the ground, cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. The black flames splattered out as if a black tide. Even though Lu Ken dodged, he was still swept by the force and black flames. High damage floated out from above Lu Chen's head. Minus 6,012. A large chunk of Lu Chen's health bar disappeared instantly. This startled the priests playing from afar. Damn! What kind of skill is this? Over 6,000 damage in one go? That's over 6,000 damage from Ifu. If given to other players, it would be multiplied several times, right? Fortunately, these priest players are high-level players, and their skills are decent. When Man Liao made a move, they had already started pre-reading healing spells. Soon, a series of healing spells fell on Lu Chen, and his lost health quickly recovered at a very fast pace. In no time, Lu Chen's health was fully restored. This made Lu Chen smile, feeling pleased. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. If he were fighting alone, how could he withstand such damage? After using a skill, Man Liao returned to his original attacking state. For Lu Chen, it became even easier. After a while, Manliao's health was only about half left, and he suddenly stomped on the ground, a fierce aura surging. Lu Chen was stunned in place, unable to move at all. This feeling was very uncomfortable. While stunned, Manliao's war hammer repeatedly struck Lu Chen heavily. Unable to dodge or block, Lu Chen's damage intake increased significantly. In just 2 seconds, Lu Chen's health dropped by over 10,000. When he regained consciousness, even with the priest healing him, his health was only about 3,000 left. This made Lu Chen tremble inside. Fortunately, he had a priest to fight with. If he were alone, he wouldn't be able to handle just this one skill. While stunned, he couldn't do anything. Without the priest's healing, his health would have been depleted long ago. Lu Chen thought he was quite well-rounded, but now he saw many shortcomings. At least, he couldn't break free from control. That was very fatal. Lu Chen quickly used Bloodthirsty Strike to restore some health, and also consumed a bottle of fine healing potion, raising his health to nearly 6,000, reaching a safe level. Next, relying on his own lifesteal and the priest's healing, Lu Chen slowly restored his health. After a while, when Manliao's health was down to the last 80,000, he grimaced, "Now, let me show you the potential of the little demon." He had a blue potion in his hand at some point. Seeing this potion, Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. Wasn't this the potion Cairo used before? Thinking carefully, as the witch doctor of the Black Tooth tribe, it made sense for Cairo to give the potion to his chieftain. However, Lu Chen was deeply impressed by this skill. The strength of the enlarged little demon would increase significantly. Watching Manliao inject the potion into his neck, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. The next moment, he saw Manliao's body enlarge, the black armor unable to support his body, and it cracked open. Soon, Manliao turned into a 4-meter giant. Although not as tall as Cairo, the aura emitted by the enlarged Manliao made Lu Chen even more frightened. Even Lu Chen felt a chill, let alone other players. Each priest felt as if they were unarmed facing a hungry tiger. The fear engraved in human genetic instinct made their bodies tremble slightly. This fear came from the dominance of the superior predator over its prey. After enlarging, Manliao's long-handled warhammer, which originally required both hands, became a one-handed swing. The powerful wind from swinging the warhammer made Lu Chen's skin tingle. After enlarging, Manliao's strength increased significantly. Lu Chen dodged repeatedly, but when he couldn't dodge, after blocking, his whole body flew out. The damage he received directly reached 3,000. However, like Cairo before, the enlarged Manliao lacked agility, and Lu Chen quickly maneuvered around him, making it slightly easier to dodge his attacks. Lu Chen could even counterattack. He found that perhaps because the barbarian's armor had been stretched out, his defensive ability seemed to have weakened a lot. The damage caused by Lu Chen has increased, and the full damage counterattack, even if blocked, still has about 20,000 damage. However, although the barbarian's defense has weakened, his attack power has become much stronger. Even though Lu Chen has about 15,000 health points, under such a powerful attack, his health bar still fluctuates. The priests were sweating profusely. Their mental energy was all focused on Lu Chen's health bar, not daring to be negligent. They were afraid that if they slackened, Lu Chen's health would be depleted directly. In a few seconds, the barbarian's health points dropped again, leaving only about 30,000. At this moment, the barbarian's skin turned red, and his attacks became even more ferocious. He had even given up on defense, seemingly wanting to tear Lu Chen into pieces in the most brutal manner. Minus 3,857. Minus 3,466. One high damage after another floated out from the top of Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen barely dodged the attacks, and was even unable to counterattack. He even used up his health enhancement, otherwise, he might have been killed directly by the barbarian's terrifying onslaught. Time passed slowly. When Lu Chen's skills cooled down, he smiled faintly. Savage Strike. After the barbarian's frenzy, he had given up on defense and blocking. Lu Chen's Savage Strike directly stunned him for a second. Then, Lu Chen's sword swung. Counterattack, sweep, heavy blow, normal attack. One damage after another floated out from the top of the barbarian's head. The barbarian, in a stunned state, couldn't dodge or block, and high damage kept appearing. When the barbarian's stun effect disappeared, his health points had been depleted. The barbarian widened his eyes, bloodshot. This is impossible. A mere level 10 human. He roared unwillingly, his huge body swayed, and finally fell heavily to the ground. The entire cave trembled slightly as his massive body fell. The barbarian's body gradually shrank, returning to its original form. Lu Chen was sweating profusely, showing a smile of relief. That was close. In the final moments, even though he had used health enhancement, his remaining health was only a little over 2,000 points. This amount of health could barely withstand another blow from the barbarian. If his skill hadn't cooled down just now, he would probably have been done for. Other players were equally exhausted, panting heavily. Some priests even disregarded their image and sat directly on the ground. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and a few others who couldn't join the battle were still watching from a distance, their hearts pounding, their spirits equally tense. Now that their spirits had calmed down, they also felt exhausted. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look at the drops!" Many players looked at the corpse. On the corpse, there were 4 golden orbs floating. All the players, at this moment, widened their eyes, looking puzzled. Golden? What quality is this? Most players didn't even know what the golden quality meant. They only knew that the drops this time must be really good stuff. Before they could say much, a series of system notifications rang out. Hunter's Land Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Element Star player Lucan for leading the players to kill the Little Demon Chieftain, destroy the Little Demon's lair, and contribute to the universe. Reward, real-world technology, controllable nuclear fusion and related technologies. Hunter's Land Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Element Star player Lucan for leading the players to kill the Black Tooth Chieftain, destroy the Black Tooth tribe. His legend will be passed down in Hunter's Land. Legendary degree +1. Hunter's Land Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Element Star player Lucan for leading the players to destroy the Black Tooth Chieftain, destroy the Black Tooth tribe. Reward, title, Little Demon Slayer. Hunter's Land Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Element Star player Lucan for leading the players to destroy the Black Tooth Chieftain, destroy the Black Tooth tribe. Demon attention +1. Initial goodwill of the indigenous people in Hunter's Land region +10. Hunter Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the Element Star player Lu Chen for leading players to destroy the Black Tooth tribe chief, destroying the Black Tooth tribe. Rewarding player Lu Chen with an epic treasure chest *1, other team members with a legendary treasure chest *1, all team members with +1,500 reputation in Silver Moon Village, +500 reputation in Great Marshall City, +50 reputation in Star River City. A series of system announcements rang out, causing Lu Chen and others to fall silent. Then, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck? What the heck? I made it to the news? It's actually a regional announcement. Mom, I've made it. The rewards are so generous. A legendary treasure chest. There's actually a legendary treasure chest, I'm so thrilled." The excited faces of the players turned red. Even Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying were visibly excited. They all knew that there was a good chance of getting legendary items from the legendary treasure chest. Those were legendary items, just thinking about how precious they could be. Could they not be excited? Of course, the most excited one was Lu Chen. So many announcements in a row, and it was only when he reached level 10 before that it happened. He didn't expect it to happen again. He carefully read the announcement information. The first announcement was the most shocking to Lu Chen. It actually rewarded real-world technology, and it was controllable nuclear fusion and related technologies. The reward was in Lu Chen's backpack, in the form of a document. After Lu Chen opened it, he saw a document appear in his mind. Lu Chen was not a scientist and couldn't understand the specific content, but looking at the table of contents, it included various topics such as basic physics, nuclear physics, material science, and so on. Some things Lu Chen had never even heard of. After all, he was not very familiar with this area, but he knew that it was a priceless treasure. Controllable nuclear fusion. Even though Lu Chen wasn't very familiar with scientific research, he knew the value of this thing. If one truly mastered controllable nuclear fusion, it would mean having unlimited energy for humanity. What does unlimited energy mean? It means unlimited possibilities. It could be said that this document would bring about earth-shaking changes to the world. Even though Lu Chen was already so powerful, he found it somewhat unbelievable for a moment. The cosmic game was truly terrifying. Even real-world scientific technology was being rewarded? What else could the cosmic game not achieve? If it was just rewarding controllable nuclear fusion now, would it reward things like spaceships and warp flight technology in the future? If such rewards really existed, then humanity would enter space in a short time. The times have truly changed. Lu Chen sighed in his heart once again. As for how to deal with this thing, there was nothing much for Lu Chen to say. He was not a scientist himself, nor was he interested in starting a tech company. Having lived in this world for so many years, he had a good sense of belonging to Daxia. In that case, he naturally had to hand over this thing to the country. Only a force like Daxia could truly bring out the real value of this thing. Just as Lu Chen was making a decision, Wang Bing had already come to Lu Chen's side. He said solemnly, "Adoptive father, regarding the first reward, Daxia hopes to negotiate with you." Wang Bing had always been all smiles before, and this was the first time Lu Chen had seen him so serious. Wang Bing had called Lu Chen adoptive father before, but he had never used such a respectful term as you. Calling him adoptive father was mostly a joke. One could imagine how serious Wang Bing was now. However, Lu Chen could somewhat understand. After all, the value of this document was too great. It was likely that the powers behind Wang Bing had already contacted him at the first opportunity. Lu Chen's guess was correct. As soon as the announcement came out, not only the Element Star humans, but also the strong members of the other three races were now paying attention to this announcement. Everyone could barely accept the other announcements. After all, Lu Chen had appeared in announcements more than once or twice, and they had somewhat developed immunity. But the first announcement was truly something that no living being could take lightly. Rewarding real-world technology. This means that the cosmic game is now completely linked to reality. Moreover, the reward is actually controllable nuclear fusion, a technology significant enough to propel civilization forward by a large step. At this moment, all beings of the four races cannot remain calm. Without needing to mention the other races, representatives of various forces such as Princess Alice of the Lionheart Kingdom and Adams of the Baron Empire are almost eager to contact Lu Chen at the first opportunity. Xia Yan is no exception either. She immediately informed Wang Bing, hoping to stabilize Lu Chen and ensure the acquisition of this technology. Even if they cannot acquire the technology, they cannot let it fall into the hands of hostile countries. This is a military order. Wang Bing naturally understands the seriousness of the situation and dares not be careless. Seeing Wang Bing's seriousness, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Why so nervous? No need for a trade." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's face stiffened. Does the foster father intend to sell it to someone else? Wang Bing felt a bit heavy-hearted. As a soldier of Dixia, he naturally stood on the side of Dixia. Wang Bing did not want Lu Chen to go this far. Even if Lu Chen stayed to start a company and make money, Wang Bing could accept it. Others watched this scene silently. Lu Chang did not speak. This matter was too significant, and even though the Lu family had a distinguished status, he could not get involved. Lin Yingying blinked her eyes. In her heart, she also leaned towards Dixia, as her relatives and friends were all from Dixia. She did not think there was anything wrong with Dixia, it was her homeland. But if the foster father was unwilling, what should she do? It's so annoying. Lin Yingying felt very distressed. The priests and others were all quiet at this moment, trembling. This matter was not something they, as insignificant individuals, could participate in. Just then, Lu Chen shook his head. "No need for a trade, this thing is of no use to me, I'll just give it to Dixia." With these words, the entire space fell silent for a moment. Then everyone reacted, all staring wide-eyed. Give? Did the foster father say give? This is controllable nuclear fusion and related technology. Everyone knew that with this, one could easily build an unparalleled energy empire. The whole world would have to follow his lead. Lu Chen actually gave this thing away? Everyone was full of question marks, their scalps tingling. They had thought about cooperating with Lu Chen and about him selling it for a good price, and various other possibilities. But they had never thought that Lu Chen would unconditionally give away this priceless treasure. Lu Chang, having experienced many storms, was the first to come to his senses. He looked at Lu Chen, shocked, and said, "Good son-in-law, do you know what you're saying? Are you really going to give it to Dixia?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Yes, this thing is of no use to me. If given to Dixia, they can research controllable nuclear fusion, which would be beneficial for the people." Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, and others also regained their composure. Lin Yingying's eyes were almost teary as she looked at Lu Chen. The foster father was indeed someone who cared for the motherland. She didn't need to worry too much. Wang Bing was even more moved. He solemnly saluted Lu Chen, foster father's great righteousness. The priests from the Xian Niao army also saluted solemnly, foster father's great righteousness. Each one shouted in perfect unison. Even the other priests were influenced, calling out foster father's great righteousness. Lu Chen was speechless. Why were they shouting so uniformly? Let's not go down the cult path, okay? However, soon Wang Bing said, "Foster father, although you want to give it to Dixia, I think this thing is so precious that Dixia must trade with you for it. Don't worry, I am now communicating with the third princess. She will definitely make a decision on this matter." When Lu Chen heard this, he suddenly realized. So, the person behind Wang Bing is the third princess of the Great Xia Imperial family? The Great Xia Imperial family has always been low-key, and Lu Chen is not sure who the third princess is. However, since she is a member of the Great Xia Imperial family and can be in charge of the Xian Niao army, it is obvious that she has the approval of the Xia Emperor. Lu Chen would not doubt the status of the third princess. At this moment, Xia Yan also saw Wang Bing's report. Lu Chen actually wanted to give this technology directly to the great Xia. This made Xia Yan momentarily stunned. Who doesn't know the value of this thing? Lu Chen is willing to give it to the great Xia for free? Although in reality, if Lu Chen wants to use this technology, he will definitely expose himself. But with the strength and talent that Lu Chen has shown, even if he exposes himself, to be honest, the great Xia would not be hostile towards him. After all, the value represented by Lu Chen is too great. The endless green equipment, blue equipment, and various treasures are the foundation of the great Xia's prosperity. Lu Chen can continuously produce so many good things. How could the great Xia do something like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? If Lu Chen really wants to use this technology himself and establish an energy empire, the best choice for the great Xia is to cooperate with Lu Chen. The great Xia provides money, manpower, and effort, while Lu Chen provides technology. This way, it is a win-win situation. Xia Yan is even considering cooperation plans. However, now with Wang Bing's report, everything she had previously considered was disrupted. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering, and whispered, "That guy is playing by his own rules." After some thought, Xia Yan gave a reply. When Wang Bing saw the reply, his pupils slightly dilated. He looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "Master, the third princess has replied to me. She said this matter is too significant, and she needs to discuss it with His Majesty. However, she assures you that no matter what, if you provide controllable nuclear fusion technology, you will definitely have a share of the profits." Lu Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. This is controllable nuclear fusion technology, and the profits involved are unknown. If he really gets a share, he could easily become the richest person in the world. Unexpectedly, this third princess is quite bold. Lu Chen smiled. Okay. He wouldn't refuse the profits that came to him. Afterwards, Lu Chen began to check other announcement rewards. Legendary points +1. This was also present when Lu Chen reached level 10 last time. He now has 2 legendary points, but he doesn't know what they are used for. Title, Little Demon Slayer. Lu Chen looked at the effects. Little Demon Slayer, 1. You have slaughtered a large number of little demons, destroyed a little demon tribe, and your notoriety among little demons has spread. All attributes of little demons are reduced by 10% when they see you. 2. You have slaughtered a large number of little demons, destroyed a little demon tribe, and your notoriety among little demons has spread. Your hatred level within the little demon tribe +5,000. 3. Damage dealt to little demons is increased by 20%. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. All attributes of little demons are reduced by 10% when they see him. This attribute is very good, making it easier for him to deal with little demons in the future. Even when facing a little demon boss, he can handle it relatively easily. The third attribute is also good, increasing damage dealt to little demons by 20%. However, the second attribute left Lu Chen speechless. Damn, why would they specifically mention the hatred level? Useless. The next announcement was Demon Attention +1, and Native Goodwill +10. Demon Attention, from the literal meaning, seems like being noticed by demons. This is not good news. If they are targeted and powerful demons are sent to deal with him, it would be disastrous. As for the Native Goodwill +10, that's good. In addition, there is a 20-point favorability reward for the title of the first new star in Orion. Lu Chen's initial favorability in the Orion continent is now 30 points. It should be easier to go out now. After all, going out depends on friends. High favorability means more friends, right? Finally, there is the normal reward. And it is a reward that all team members have. Previously, it was his personal reward. Lu Chen speculated that it was because of his significant contribution in destroying the lair of the little demons. After all, Lu Chen was the one who killed all the little demons before. Other members only made contributions in the final battle with the Black Tooth Chieftain. So only the last announcement reward is for everyone. Even so, Lu Chen's reward is an epic treasure chest, while other members have legendary treasure chests. The epic treasure chest is of course extremely precious to Lu Chen. This means that Lu Chen will obtain another legendary item. For others, being able to get a legendary treasure chest is also something to be happy about. For the current Lu Chen, legendary items may no longer be valuable. After all, his whole body is legendary, with several epic items. However, for others, they are like artifacts. At this moment, these players have already started discussing the legendary treasure chest. Some have even started opening the treasure chests, and exclamations are heard one after another. Wow! Legendary staff! I'm invincible! I got a legendary robe, a priest's robe. My healing power will be huge in the future. Most of the priests are women, but at this moment, they are not reserved, each one exclaiming in excitement. It is easy to imagine how excited they are. Lu Chen looked at Lu Chang and the other two, who also received legendary treasure chests. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aren't you going to open the chest?" Wang Bing's expression was somewhat stiff. As soon as he heard about opening the chest, he instinctively recalled his two previous experiences, which made him already have a fear of opening the chest. Lu Chang and Lin Yingying, on the other hand, had no worries. The things they had opened before were pretty good. The two of them successively opened the treasure chests. Lu Chang saw what he had opened and instantly smiled, sharing it in the group. It was a purple legendary staff. He smiled and said, "My luck is not bad." This legendary staff would greatly increase Lu Chang's combat power. Wang Bing beside him looked envious, his eyes turning red. This made him somewhat restless. Lin Yingying, on the other hand, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow! I actually got this." Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lu Chen all curiously looked over. Lu Chen asked, "What did you get?" Lin Yingying shared what she got in the group, proudly putting her hands on her hips. "I told you I am the destined female warrior. I always get skill books that my adoptive father can use." Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Lu Chen? Looking at the skill book introduction in the group, the three of them were full of question marks. Wow, Lin Yingying's luck is so good? She actually got another skill book. Lu Chen saw the introduction of this legendary skill book and raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat pleased. Steel Will, legendary, passive skill, when you are affected by negative statuses such as dizziness, slow, etc. The effects of the negative statuses are reduced, up to 10%. Learning condition, warrior class. When Lu Chen faced the barbarian Liao before, that dizziness skill left a deep impression on him. If there weren't so many priests around at that time, he would have been killed instantly. One can imagine how much negative statuses can affect battles. And Steel Will can reduce the effects of negative statuses, which is obviously an excellent skill in battle. At level 1, it reduces by 10%, and at full level, who knows how strong it will be. Perhaps it can immunize against many negative statuses. Lin Yingying grinned and said, "Adoptive father, this skill book is for you." Hearing Lin Yingying's words, Lu Chen was not surprised either. He now knows a little more about Lin Yingying than before. She is not the kind of woman who likes to take advantage of others. When Lu Chen gave her the skill book for summoning the demonized fierce tiger before, she was willing to buy it even if it meant going into debt. And she was willing to pay extra. Now that she has the skill book, Lu Chen can guess that Lin Yingying will definitely give it to him. However, Lu Chen won't take it for free. He smiled and said, "This skill is very good, consider it as you buying it on credit." Lin Yingying did not object this time. She nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Okay, then if you come across a skill that suits me next time, remember to sell it to me, okay?" Lu Chen nodded slightly, "Okay." Lin Yingying and Lu Chen made a deal, and Lu Chen learned the skill. Then he used the skill stones to raise the level of Steel Will. He still had quite a few small and basic skill stones in his hand. Unfortunately, there were no intermediate skill stones left. After using several small and basic skill stones, Lu Chen raised Steel Will to level 5. Steel Will, level 5 passive skill. When you are affected by negative status effects such as dizziness or slowing, the effects of the negative status are reduced, up to 50%. A full 50% reduction. This means that if he was originally dizzy for 2 seconds, now he only needs 1 second to recover. This is extremely useful in battle. However, this is the maximum effect. Lu Chen speculated that the effect of the skill should be related to the quality and level of one's own skills and the opponent's skills, as well as the player's own attributes and the opponent's level attributes. Higher level lords and higher level skills probably won't have such a good 50% effect. However, even so, this is still a very powerful skill. Lu Chen was satisfied and looked at Wang Bing, saying, "Wang Gu, why aren't you opening the box?" Wang Bing immediately fell silent. Lu Chang and Lin Yingying had opened good items, so if he opened something bad, where would he put his face? Lu Chang chuckled, "This kid must think his hands stink and is afraid of opening something bad." Wang Bing heard this and stomped his foot. "Lu Chang, what are you saying? How could I think like that? Let me tell you, the previous 2 times were accidents. This time I will definitely open something good." Lu Chang laughed, "Then go ahead and open it." Lin Yingying also smiled and said, "Wang Bing, go ahead and open it." Wang Bing felt underestimated. He was so angry that he sneered, "Then I'll open it for you to see." With that, he opened the treasure chest. When he saw what was inside, Wang Bing's expression froze. Seeing Wang Bing like this, Lu Chen's expression was a bit strange. This guy, did he really open something bad again? Lin Yingying curiously asked, "What did you get?" Wang Bing cleared his throat and changed the subject, "There's nothing." Lu Chang knew what was going on. "Did you get another bad item?" Wang Bing's face turned red, and he said angrily, "Can you call opening the box a bad thing? This is a matter of probability. Blue equipment is actually not bad, better than what I have on me. Hearing Wang Bing's stubbornness, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. It was obvious that opening a blue equipment from the legendary treasure chest was a disappointment. Lu Chang chuckled, "It's okay, at least it's better than before, not like opening healing potions." Wang Bing fell silent immediately and didn't want to speak anymore. Lu Chen didn't say much either, and at this time, he walked over and picked up the items dropped by the barbarian Liao. There were a total of 4 items, all of them were epic quality. Many players immediately turned their eyes over. They were extremely curious. Someone asked, "Foster father, what did you drop?" "Yeah, foster father, a golden light cluster, I've never seen it before." "Foster father, can you show us?" Lu Chang and the others were also curious. Lu Chen didn't hide anything, he smiled and posted all the items in the team channel. Epic level skill, advanced skill stone, epic level accessory, epic level scroll. The powerful attributes made many players stunned. They gasped in amazement, providing support for the warming environment. Damn, epic level skill? This skill is too strong, isn't it? Yes, with only level 1, there is a 500% damage increase, as well as a 50% slowing effect, and a cooldown time of only 10 seconds? With this skill, wouldn't one be invincible on the spot? Don't think about it, haven't you seen the requirements for this skill? Heavy Strike is the basic skill of the War Earth class. The highest level my War Earth friend knows is only level 3. I wonder how long it will take to reach the maximum level. Yes, there is also a skill called Battle Intent. I haven't even heard of this skill. Wang Bing, as a War Earth player, saw the Thunderous Fury skill and his eyes turned red. However, when he saw the learning requirements, he was dumbfounded. Can humans really learn this skill? Not to mention Battle Intent, but Heavy Strike requires maximum level? Without reaching level 30, who can learn this skill? Other players also nodded slightly. Just then, everyone saw Lu Chen pat the skill book and learn the skill. Wang Bing? Other players? Everyone had a question mark in their minds. What is this? The outrageous learning requirements, how did the foster father achieve it? His Heavy Strike is already at maximum level? And that Battle Intent skill, no one else has heard of it, but the foster father is already above level 3? Why is there such a big gap between players who are all the same? Many players were full of question marks in their minds, silently criticizing. Seeing everyone confused, Lu Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Why is everyone silent? Wang Bing was silent for a long time, unable to say a word. Lu Chen looked at the stunned expressions of these players and felt amused. Daily +1 for showing off in front of people. Then, Lu Chen equipped the Heart of Zeal and replaced the Song of Life. His attributes increased significantly once again. As for the Scroll of Demonic Whisper, Lu Chen kept it in his backpack. This was a powerful weapon that would come in handy in the future. As for the Advanced Skill Stone, there was no need to say more. Lu Chen directly used it on the Heart of War Earth skill. Heart of War Earth, level 5, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the Way of War Earth. All attributes increase by 50%. Damage dealt increases by 50%, movement speed increases by 25%, and damage taken decreases by 15%. The level 5 Heart of War Earth skill brought about a huge improvement. Lu Chen's combat power increased significantly once again. After dealing with all this, Lu Chen sold off various odds and ends. Even the Song of Life. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to sell it as well. After all, the Song of Life could restore 2,000 health points when receiving fatal damage. But the Heart of Zeal added 40 points of stamina. Combined with Lu Chen's own attribute amplification, he had nearly 2,000 health points. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of stamina was higher than that of health points, not to mention the additional attributes of strength, attack, and attack speed. It could be said that the Heart of Zeal was much stronger than the Song of Life. However, the Song of Life was a legendary equipment after all, and it was also an accessory, a life-saving type of accessory, the first choice for tank players. Although the level was slightly lower, the price was still very high. In the end, it was snatched up by Lu Chang for 2,000 gold coins. At this moment, Lin Yingying remembered something and said, "By the way, foster father, you haven't opened your epic chest yet." Lu Chen then remembered that he still had an epic chest. It was a good time to open it now. Lu Chen clicked on the drop list of the epic chest. As expected, the first item was still an orange legendary item. Cape of Dragon's Wrath, legendary. Attack plus 237, Strength plus 80, Stamina plus 84, Dragon's Wrath. After use, gain the Dragon's Wrath effect, damage plus 50%, critical strike chance plus 12%, lasts for 20 seconds, cooldown time of 10 minutes. Equipment requirements, level 10, strength exceeding 100 points, stamina exceeding 100 points. Note, this cape is a witness to the anger of the young dragons on Dragon Island. Only creatures strong enough can use it. Drop rate, 0.00000000001%. Lu Chen took a deep breath in shock. Legendary equipment is truly remarkable, much more powerful than his previous wild battle cloak. The attributes speak for themselves, and the skill of Dragon's Wrath that comes with the equipment is also outrageous. It directly increases damage by 50% and has a 12% critical strike chance. Coupled with Lu Chen's previous critical strike chance, he is bound to land a critical hit in every 2 strikes. Truly a piece of equipment related to the Legend of Dragons, it's just different. Lu Chen decisively made his choice and then opened the treasure chest. Inside was a crimson cloak, with a faint golden shadow of a roaring dragon visible on it. The appearance was exceptional. Lu Chen immediately put it on, and his attributes once again soared. Coupled with the Fanatic Heart accessory he had put on earlier, Lu Chen's current health was close to 20,000. This was without activating the blood strengthening state. If he did, his health would exceed 23,000. Simply outrageous. After putting on the equipment, Lu Chen looked at Lu Chang and the others, surprised, and said, "How did you know I obtained a legendary equipment? Let me show you." Lu Chen shared the Dragon's Wrath cloak in the group chat. Lin Yingying, Wang Bing, Lu Chang, all 3 of them were filled with question marks. Wait, when did they start talking? Nevertheless, they instinctively checked the equipment's effects. Upon seeing the terrifying attributes of the Dragon's Wrath cloak, Wang Bing and the others' eyes turned red. The attributes added by this equipment were higher than all the attributes added by their entire set of equipment. Was it really that outrageous? Wang Bing looked somewhat resentful at Lu Chen and said, "Foster father, stop showing off. You'll end up with no friends like this." Lu Chang sighed, "Alas, we're getting old, yet we still get stabbed in the heart by young people every time. Life is truly bitter." Lin Yingying nodded silently, not wanting to speak. Seeing the resentful expressions of the 3, Lu Chen felt relieved. Another +1 for appearing saintly in front of others. Alright, that's it for today, everyone go back. After killing the Black Tooth chieftain, the entire Black Tooth tribe had been completely destroyed, and the threat in the little demon's lair naturally ceased to exist. Lu Chen still remembered that he had a task from the old village chief. The old village chief had asked him to help weaken the living forces in the little demon's lair. Did he expect Lu Chen to directly clear the little demon's lair? The reward for this task was based on completion rate. Wasn't his completion rate the highest? I wonder what the reward will be. Lu Chen was looking forward to it. After bidding farewell to Lu Chang and the others, Lu Chen used a town portal scroll and returned to Silvermoon Village. Just as he walked out of the square, Lu Chen encountered several Silvermoon natives. Previously, the Silvermoon natives would just nod in acknowledgement when they saw Lu Chen. But this time, these Silvermoon natives actually stood in place and bowed to Lu Chen. "Respected Lord Lu Chen, good afternoon." Lu Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit confused. What was going on with these natives? However, he quickly realized and nodded back at them, saying, "Good afternoon to you too." Upon receiving Lu Chen's response, the natives seemed to be greatly honored, with excited smiles on their faces. Watching the departing natives, Lu Chen was filled with question marks. Why was their attitude completely different from before? Then Lu Chen suddenly realized something. Was it because of reputation? When Lu Chen destroyed the Black Tooth tribe before, he was rewarded with a whopping 1,500 points of reputation with Silvermoon Village. Coupled with the reputation he had accumulated before, was that why the Silvermoon natives were so respectful towards him? He didn't expect the effect of reputation to be so significant. Lu Chen was surprised. And he wasn't the only one surprised. The players nearby also witnessed this scene. They were equally astonished. What the heck? What did Foster Father do? Why are the Silvermoon natives so respectful towards him? Yeah, those natives used to be very arrogant and indifferent to us. Why does it feel like they're treating Foster Father like their own father? The players couldn't understand. Lu Chen continued to ride the demonized wild wolf towards the direction of the old village chief. Along the way, all the original residents of Silvermoon Village he encountered bowed and saluted to Lu Chen with exceptional respect. This respectful attitude left all the players wide-eyed and speechless, almost dropping their eyeballs. Upon arriving at the old village chief's courtyard, Lu Chen walked in. The old village chief was originally sunbathing on a lounge chair, but when he saw Lu Chen approaching, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face, warmly saying, "Lu Chen, you're back." Lu Chen noticed that the old village chief's attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. Obviously, reputation not only affected the ordinary residents of Silvermoon Village but even influential figures like the old village chief. However, as a lord-level figure, the old village chief probably had higher expectations for reputation compared to the average resident. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Village chief, I'm back." The old village chief nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. I heard the system announcement that you actually wiped out the entire little demon's lair. It's truly unimaginable. The old village chief, as a former high-end player, had a much better understanding of demons than Lu Chen. He naturally knew how strong the combat power of a small demon's lair was. This was a force that the entire Silver Moon village would find difficult to resist. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen, a player who had only been in the game for 3 days since the open beta, had actually cleared out the small demon's lair. When he first heard this system announcement, the old village chief was dumbfounded. Was this really a new player? Are new players nowadays this terrifying? Lu Chen chuckled. Village chief, you're too kind. Eliminating the small demon's lair is beneficial to Silver Moon Village and also to us, the human race of Element Star. The old village chief looked at Lu Chen, and for a moment, he seemed to see his own once-spirited son. He had fought for the interests of the tribe in the same way back then. Unfortunately, he had ultimately failed to protect his tribe. The old village chief understood that it wasn't his fault. But he couldn't move on himself, otherwise he wouldn't have traveled to the central continent in hopes of finding a way to resurrect the indigenous people in the universe. A tinge of reminiscence gradually appeared on the old wrinkled face of the old village chief as he sighed. With you, the human race of Element Star will surely have a remarkable future. He then changed the subject. I originally wanted you to weaken the living forces of the small demon's lair, but you ended up destroying the entire lair. Our Silver Moon village is now safe, all thanks to you. You have perfectly completed this task. With these words, the task in Lu Chen's task list to weaken the living forces of the small demon's lair showed as completed. The huge amount of experience directly pushed Lu Chen's experience bar to over half, reaching close to 2/3. It's worth noting that clearing the entire small demon's lair had only increased Lu Chen's experience bar by 1/3. One can imagine how rich the experience rewards were for completing this task perfectly. In addition to experience, there were various rewards. The rewards included a whopping 100 free attribute points, another 1,000 increase in Silver Moon Village reputation, a legendary item, and an unknown fragment. The free attribute points were directly rewarded to Lu Chen's panel, but because Lu Chen's basic attributes had already reached the limit, he couldn't allocate them. He could use them once he broke through to the first tier. The increase in Silver Moon Village reputation was self-explanatory. What's important were the last two rewards. The legendary item was obviously a good thing, and the unknown fragment was likely also valuable. These two rewards needed to be given by the village chief. Just as Lu Chen was waiting for the village chief to give him the rewards, the system suddenly announced, Element Star Region announcement, ding, player Lu Chen has opened the Silver Moon Village instance, Black Tooth Little Demon's Lair. Lu Chen was stunned, feeling somewhat bewildered. After killing the leader of the Black Tooth tribe, Lu Chen also expected to open a copy. But the copy had not been opened for so long before, and he originally thought it was because it was the headquarters of the little demon's nest and would not open a copy. Now it seems that it is not the case. Is it because he did not complete the task? After completing the task, the copy of the Black Tooth Little Demon's Nest opened. A look of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. How many leaders and high-ranking leaders are there inside the Black Tooth Little Demon? These are all resources. Plus there are 3 lords. It can be said that the opening of this copy is like a gold mine for the players of Silver Moon Village. Even if ordinary players cannot defeat the Lord, as long as they can defeat some leaders and high-ranking leaders, they can get a lot of good things. And these good things will allow all players in Silver Moon Village to go further than other novice village players. Not only for ordinary players, but even for Lu Chen, it is a great resource. The Lord may drop advanced skill stones, epic equipment, and items. This is of great value to Lu Chen. In the other areas of Yuanqing, whether it is the Lionheart Kingdom, the Barren Empire, or the Kingdom of Kalados, players from various countries have red eyes at the moment. Damn! Silver Moon Village has opened a new copy again? Is this too much? This is the 3rd one, right? Yes, 3 copies in a novice village. Can't they give us one? Can they finish it? Woo, how do I transfer villages? I want to go to Silver Moon Village. To be honest, I want to immigrate to Daxia. With Lu Chen, Daxia will definitely take off in the future. The invasion of demonic energy is coming, and it may be very dangerous in various regions next. Daxia may be the safest place. Yes, I think so too. I'll go offline today and see how to immigrate. We are all beta players, talents even in the era of demonic energy. Daxia should not reject us, right? At this moment, in the countries outside Daxia, many players are already considering immigrating to Daxia. After all, Lu Chen is too strong. Just in a novice village, he has opened 3 copies. If he leaves the novice village, how many copies can he open? The bright future of Daxia is unimaginable. Of course, many players do not have plans to immigrate, some out of love for their own country. Some because the system of player management in Dacia is very strict. Living in Dacia, although they are beta players, they are still ordinary civilians. But in their own country? Then they are already superhumans beyond human beings, the ruling class. Being able to do as they please in their own country, isn't that stronger than being controlled by others? Players in the Yuanqing region have different thoughts. Representatives from various major forces have already begun to discuss with the national leadership on how to deal with Lu Chen. Some national leaders believe that they may find a way to expose Lu Chen's flaws in reality, and then use various means such as real threats to force Lu Chen to join their country. If Lu Chen is unwilling, then assassination is necessary. After all, Lu Chen's rise means the rise of Dacia. For opponents of Dacia, this is extremely disadvantageous. This includes some small countries hoping to become stronger by controlling Lu Chen. Some high-level officials believe that they can cooperate with Lu Chen in the game and gain benefits through friendly cooperation. Of course, some high-level officials believe that they can establish friendly relations with Dacia through direct cooperation, establish a defense community against the invasion of demonic energy, and gain benefits through Dacia. Different countries have different behaviors. The only consensus among many countries is that Lu Chen's repeated system announcements have made him a character who can truly influence the direction of the era in the era of demonic energy invasion. In the midst of external turmoil, Lu Chen continued to communicate with the village chief in the courtyard of the village chief in Silver Moon Village. The village chief announced that after Lu Chen completed the task perfectly, he smiled and said, "I will give you the legendary item I promised you before." He flipped his hand and found a scroll in his hand. Lu Chen was surprised, thinking it was some legendary equipment. He didn't expect it to be a scroll, feeling a bit disappointed. However, Lu Chen quickly accepted it, thinking that scrolls could be useful. After all, with good use, scrolls could have great effects. He took the scroll and checked it. Crystal Guardian Scroll, legendary after use, gain a shield of 500,000 health. During the shield's existence, damage received is reduced by 50%. Required level 10. Lu Chen. What the heck? Is this a legendary scroll? It's too outrageous. Not only does it provide a shield of 500,000, but also reduces damage by 50%. If he had this Crystal Guardian Scroll before, he could have smashed the barbaric hammer. However, it would be a waste to use it on mere barbarians. With this scroll, even facing high-level lords or even king-level monsters, Lu Chen dares to fight. He said, "Thank you, Elder Village Chief. This is very useful." The Elder Village Chief smiled and nodded. "You should have heard about the advanced tasks from the battle axe, right? In advanced tasks, various items can be used. With this scroll, you should have some hope of completing higher-level difficulties." Lu Chen nodded slightly. He indeed needed to collect various trump cards to prepare for advanced tasks. The little demon's lair is now open for dungeons, so he can change his equipment and upgrade all his skills to the maximum. If he could obtain some powerful scrolls, that would be even better. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Village Chief. I will pay attention." The Elder Village Chief smiled and nodded. "If there is hope, you should challenge the advanced tasks with high difficulty. It will be beneficial for your future path." "I will." At this point, the Elder Village Chief hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "You managed to destroy the little demon's lair in just 3 days of public testing. Your talent is extraordinary, something I have rarely seen in my life. I have a collection here that might be useful to you." Lu Chen thought of the unknown fragment in the task reward and curiously asked, "What is it?" The Elder Village Chief smiled faintly. "It is one of the keys to an ancient relic." "An ancient relic key? What relic?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. The Elder Village Chief shook his head. "I'm not sure about the specific relic. It was something I obtained by chance when the Silver Moon humans were just extinct in the universe and entered the game world. I am now a wandering soul, and this thing is of no use to me, but you are different. Your talent is strong, and it may have a significant effect on you." With that, the Elder Village Chief took out a triangular prism. The prism was pure white, emitting wisps of white mist, looking quite extraordinary. Lu Chen took the prism and checked its attributes. Unknown fragment, legendary. This fragment emits pure light power, seeming to be one of the keys to an ancient relic. Lu Chen showed a hint of surprise. Just a key is already a legendary item? Then what level is this relic? Lu Chen was somewhat delighted but also a bit helpless. He didn't know where the other keys were, let alone the information about the ancient relic. He wasn't sure if he could collect all the keys, let alone unlock the ancient relic. He decided to keep it for now. If he didn't need it in the future, it would still be a good collection. Lu Chen put the key in his backpack. Later, he looked at the Elder Village Chief and said, "Village Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." The little demon's lair has been destroyed, so there shouldn't be any major dangers in Silver Moon Village. The elder village chief smiled and nodded, but then he remembered something and called out to Lu Chen, "Wait a moment, young man." Lu Chen was surprised and looked at the elder village chief. "What's wrong?" The old village chief looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression, then smiled lightly and said, "Seeing you reminds me of my son. It's been several years since I last saw him. I wonder how he's doing now. If possible, I would like to entrust you with a task." "A task?" Lu Chen was immediately excited. "Village chief, just say it, I will definitely get it done for you." The old village chief smiled. "With your talent, you will definitely go to the central continent in the future. If you meet my son and daughter-in-law there, I hope you can tell them that the Silver Moon humans have always been there. Even if they haven't found a way to revive, no one will blame them." Here, the old village chief paused, then said with some pain, "Also tell them that this old man of mine is useless, letting their child die outside." Lu Chen fell silent. His son and daughter-in-law were far away, but their child died under his care in their hometown. The old village chief's heart was probably filled with guilt. However, his son and daughter-in-law might not be able to accept it either, right? Lu Chen then remembered the soul bloom that the old village chief had the matchmaker refine before. This potion was probably the last resort that the old village chief intended to use, perhaps planning to burn his last bit of strength for the remnants of the Silver Moon humans. All beings suffer. Ding, new task discovered, village chief's entrustment, do you accept? Lu Chen silently chose yes. Task, Village Chief's Entrustment, Unique, Description. The village chief of Silver Moon Village hopes that you can go to the central continent to find his son Ming and daughter-in-law and tell them what the village chief said. Note, this task has no time limit. Rewards, experience points, 8,000 gold coins, 3 sacred skill stones, sacred skill, Silver Moon battle body, Silver Moon human leader favorability plus 30, Silver Moon human favorability plus 50. Lu Chen's pupils slightly dilated, almost exclaiming, "Holy level skills? And there are sacred skill stones too?" Lu Chen found it difficult to even obtain high-level skill stones now, let alone sacred skill stones. The rewards for this task were indeed extremely generous. Lu Chen smiled, "Don't worry, village chief, I will find them." The old village chief nodded slightly, smiled lightly, "Then I'll trouble you, young man." After that, the old village chief said no more. Lu Chen left Silver Moon Village. At this time, today's game time was almost over. Lu Chen didn't feel like leaving the village. He planned to go to the tavern, pass the time, and see if the battle axe mentor had any new skills. After all, he was already level 10, and the only skill he had learned from the battle axe was a charge. It was ridiculous. He had forgotten to ask the battle axe mentor about new skills before. Now was a good time to ask. Arriving at the tavern, the battle axe was sitting in its usual place drinking. The table was full of wine barrels. Lu Chen walked over, and all the original residents of Silver Moon Village in the tavern greeted him. "Lord Lu Chen, greetings. Lord Lu Chen, thank you for eliminating the small demon tribe and saving Silver Moon Village." The battle axe, who was originally a little drunk, looked over when he heard the voices. When he saw Lu Chen, the battle axe's drunkenness disappeared, and he laughed heartily. "Ah, look who's here! The savior of Silver Moon Village, the nemesis of the small demons." Lu Chen was speechless. When did he get such a weird nickname? But it sounded good. At least it was much better than his adoptive father's. The players nearby looked at Lu Chen enviously. Look at him, how glorious. Wherever he went, the natives treated him with the highest respect. As for them, wherever they went, the natives rolled their eyes. This gap could make people depressed. Lu Chen walked over and sat down in front of the battle axe, smiling. "Hello, Mentor Battle Axe." The battle axe looked Lu Chen up and down, making Lu Chen feel embarrassed. Lu Chen had a black line on his head and said, "Mentor, why are you looking at me like that? I like women, thank you." Battle Axe was taken aback, then said in silence, "I see you want to see what's different about you. It's only been a few days since the public beta, and you've already destroyed the imp nest. Your talent, in the entire galaxy, is probably among the top." Hiss. Hearing this, the Warland players nearby who wanted to obtain skills or tasks from Battle Axe couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes widened, showing shock. It should be noted that in the galaxy, Yuanqing is an extremely tiny existence. Before the cosmic game, they were not sure if there were other races in the galaxy. But now, even the Hunter arm has at least 4 races, indicating how many races there are in the galaxy. Among so many beings, the talent of the adoptive father is considered top-notch? Where is the adoptive father? Isn't even the biological father like this? The Warland players all wished they could directly cling to Lu Chen's thigh. But while Lu Ken was communicating with Battle Axe, they didn't dare to do so, lest they offend the 2 big shots. Offending Battle Axe would mean they couldn't learn skills, and offending Lucan would leave them with nowhere to cry. Without Lucan taking action, the Xian Niao Army, Tianyue Guild, and the Player Management Bureau would all kick them out. Especially the Player Management Bureau. Who doesn't know that Lin Yingying is a fervent fan leader? What crazy things might such a person do for Lucan? Hearing Battle Axe's words, Lucan raised an eyebrow and became interested. Master Battle Axe, are there many races in the galaxy? Are they strong? Battle Axe smiled. Not too many, there are dozens. Compared to other star systems, the galaxy is a remote area of the universe, relatively barren, with fewer living beings. Lucan, 6. If the barren galaxy has dozens of races, how many races would a more powerful star system have? The universe is truly vast. As for strength, Battle Axe fell silent for a moment, then smiled. The 3 most powerful races in the galaxy all have divine-level strength. They are the rulers of the galaxy and the main force against the invasion of dark energy in the galaxy. You will encounter them in the central continent in the future. Lucan couldn't help but gasp. Just in the galaxy, there are 3 races with divine power? How many divine beings are there in the entire universe? Even facing the invasion of dark energy, such a powerful universe cannot completely eliminate it. It can be imagined how strong the dark energy invasion is. Seeing Lucan's serious expression, Battle Axe smiled. You're not even at the first level yet. Consider the other races on the Hunter continent. Those powerful races have existed in the online game for countless years. Why do you need to think about them now? Hearing this, Lucan also came back to his senses. Right, he's only been in the public beta for a few days. Given some time, he might not necessarily lose to the strong of other races. Thinking of this, the pressure in Lucan's heart eased a bit. He asked, by the way, Master, I'm level 10 now. Are there new skills I can learn? Battle Axe chuckled. I thought you forgot. Indeed, there is a new skill to learn. A panel appeared in front of Battle Axe, showing the skill that could be learned. Cleave, level 1, swing your weapon to launch a powerful attack, dealing 120% damage to 3 targets in front, with a cooldown of 4 seconds. Lucan decisively learned it. After learning the skill, Lucan used minor and basic skill stones to upgrade Cleave until it couldn't be upgraded anymore. Cleave, level 8, swing your weapon to launch a powerful attack, dealing 190% damage to 3 targets in front, with a cooldown of 4 seconds. Each level increases the damage amplification by 10%, which is better than nothing. At least there is one more skill attack every 4 seconds, which is a kind of improvement. Of course, this is for Lucan. After all, Lucan already has the more powerful area attack like Sweep. For other Warland players, Cleave is probably their only area attack at level 10. Of course, it is a powerful skill. After learning the xiao, Lucan was satisfied. After bidding farewell to the Battle Axe, he went straight into the game at the tavern. And not long ago, inside the Great Xia Palace, after Xia Yan and Wang Bing confirmed, they left the game directly. She was wearing a plain white long dress, lying on the bed, her slender figure clearly visible. After getting up from the bed, Xia Yan walked out of the bedroom. Outside the bedroom, 2 personal maids were waiting. As the 3rd princess, Xia Yan was highly favored in the palace. Her 2 personal maids had grown up with her since childhood, and although they were master and servant, they were like sisters. As personal maids to the princess, both of them excelled in figure, appearance, and talent. Seeing Xia Yan come out, one of the maids named Wang Yaoyao was somewhat surprised. Your Highness, why did you come out so quickly? It's not time yet, right? The other maid, named Lin Ming, also looked at Xia Yan curiously. Xia Yan hurriedly said, there's an urgent matter, I need to see the emperor. Wang Yaoyao and Lin Ming glanced at each other, rarely seeing Xia Yan so eager. They quickly began to dress Xia Yan, and then Xia Yan left the palace in a hurry with the 2 of them. Outside Xia Yan's palace, several female soldiers dressed in Great Xia military uniforms were on guard duty. When they saw Xia Yan, they saluted, greetings to the 3rd princess. They all knew that Xia Yan was the only beta tester in the royal family, highly valued by the Emperor Xia, and naturally respected. They were sent by the Emperor Xia himself to protect Xia Yan's safety just in case. Although Xia Yan was not too worried about her safety, she was no longer a helpless woman. After becoming a player, her various attributes had improved, making her physique stronger than male special forces. Not to mention, as a mage, she had her own means of self-preservation and extraordinary spells. But since the emperor cared about her, she naturally would not refuse. Xia Yan nodded, I need to see the emperor, please escort me there. Several female soldiers nodded in agreement. The Emperor Xia had long ordered that Xia Yan's affairs be given top priority. One of the female soldiers went to bring a military vehicle. Xia Yan and the 2 maids got into the vehicle. The vehicle headed towards the Emperor Xia's palace. It was now close to 7 o'clock in the early morning, and the sky was still somewhat dark. Outside the Emperor Xia's palace, several local soldiers were on guard. Seeing a military vehicle approaching, the soldiers frowned. These local soldiers were from the Xian Niao army. They took turns to rest and were responsible for guarding the Emperor Xia's safety. After all, with the invasion of demonic energy and the presence of assassins among the players, the Emperor Xia, as an ordinary person, naturally needed a higher level of protection. The Xian Niao army was obviously the most suitable choice. When the local soldiers of the Xian Niao army saw Xia Yan, they immediately relaxed their frowns. They respectfully saluted, "Greetings, Your Highness." Xia Yan nodded slightly. "Is the Emperor inside?" The attendants who had been guarding outside quickly replied, "Your Highness, His Majesty is resting." Xia Yan said, "Inform the Emperor that I have an important matter to discuss with him." Now, the attendant was taken aback. But the attendant quickly remembered the Emperor's instructions. As long as the third princess wanted to see him, she should be informed immediately. After all, everyone in the palace knew that the third princess was a beta tester. Now the Emperor's attitude towards the third princess made several princes jealous. There were even rumors that a new empress would appear in Great Xia. It should be noted that in the 3,000 years of Great Xia's history, there had been only 3 empresses among dozens of emperors. And for a woman to become an emperor, it proved how strong her abilities were. Now, the third princess Xia Yan might become the 4th empress of Great Xia. The attendant gritted her teeth and respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, Your Highness, I will inform His Majesty immediately." After finishing speaking, he turned and entered the bedroom. Just a minute later, the attendant hurriedly came out and said to Xia Yan with even more respect, "Your Highness, His Majesty is inviting you in." Xia Yan nodded slightly and then walked into the bedroom. The attendant remained outside and closed the door. The bedroom was already lit up, and Xia Yan saw Emperor Xia wearing pajamas, sitting on the bed with a hint of tiredness on his face. As the great emperor of Xia, he was naturally busy. He had only slept at 2 in the morning. Being awakened now, one could imagine how exhausted he must be. However, even when tired, Emperor Xia still carried the dignity of an emperor on his face. He looked at Xia Yan with a gentle smile. "Yener, why did you suddenly come to see Father Emperor?" Seeing Emperor Xia, Xia Yan's usually cold face also showed a smile. She first bowed and then smiled. "Father Emperor, Yener has something to report, and it's all good news." Emperor Xia's expression changed to seriousness. "Is it about the game?" Xia Yan nodded, "Yes." Emperor Xia was already sitting on the edge of the bed and said, "Is it related to that Lu Chen again?" Xia Yan smiled. "Father Emperor is truly wise." Emperor Xia shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Every time there is a big issue, isn't it because of him? It's a pity that we can't find him. Otherwise, I would definitely treat him with national courtesy." When Lu Chen reached level 10 before, Emperor Xia naturally received the news. He was naturally very excited at that time. With an additional 50 million slots for the public test, they might have a few more strong individuals in Great Xia. If the Xia family could produce a few more public testers, it would be even better. As the emperor, Emperor Xia naturally hoped to become a public tester himself. This way, in the future, he could better lead the people of Great Xia and walk at the forefront of the new era. When Xia Yan heard this, she couldn't help but smile. "Father Emperor, you might really have to treat him with national courtesy." "Oh, why do you say that?" Emperor Xia looked at Xia Yan with some surprise. He understood Xia Yan. She always spoke with reason and never exaggerated. This indicated that Lu Chen had done something significant again this time. Xia Yan said seriously, "Through the game, Lu Chen obtained the technology for controlled nuclear fusion and related industries." "What?" Even the composed Emperor Xia widened his eyes and stood up abruptly. His breathing became somewhat rapid as he looked at Xia Yan again and asked, "Really?" Xia Yan was not surprised at Emperor Xia's astonishment. She smiled. "Father Emperor, how could I dare to deceive you?" Emperor Xia clenched his hands and said, "Have you contacted Lu Chen to trade for this technology?" Xia Yan chuckled. "Father Emperor, I haven't finished yet. Lu Chen has generously gifted this technology to Great Xia for free." Emperor Xia's expression was extremely shocked. As the Emperor of Great Xia, although he was not a scientist, he had some understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. He understood that if controlled nuclear fusion could be developed, then humanity at this stage would have unlimited energy. This could be considered a priceless treasure. However, Lu Chen was willing to give this thing to Great Xia for free? What kind of magnanimity was this? After pacing for a moment, Emperor Xia couldn't help but sigh. "Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, what kind of person is he really, to give away such a priceless treasure?" Xia Yan agreed deeply. After all, she was a public tester and knew more about Lu Chen than Emperor Xia. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of admiration as she said, perhaps Father Emperor's previous judgment was correct. He is a remarkable figure of this era, a pioneer of humanity. Emperor Xia chuckled lightly, although I think so. I never expected him to give me such a big surprise so quickly. After a moment of silence, Emperor Xia's expression turned serious. Although Lu Chen said he has given us controlled nuclear fusion and related technology, we in Great Xia naturally cannot remain indifferent. Xiayan nodded. I also think so. This is why I came to see you, Father Emperor. What should we do? The Summer Emperor fell silent and then spoke. Lu Chen is not lacking in money, and it seems he also looks down on fame and fortune, but we, Great Xia, still need to express our sincerity. He hesitated for a moment and continued slowly. Lu Chen is exceptionally talented. In a short time he has gained so many benefits for Great Xia, and now he has presented priceless treasures for the country and the people, deserving to be the pillar of the nation, to be appointed as the Prime Minister and bestowed the title of King. I will issue the decree immediately to appoint Lu Chen as the Prime Minister, the King of Pride. He will enjoy all the privileges of nobles and prime ministers. Yener, what do you think? Although Xia Yan had thought that the Summer Emperor would offer Lu Chen many things in exchange, including money and privileges, she never expected the Summer Emperor to go this far. Prime Minister, King of Pride, both the pillar of the nation and a king with the title of heaven. Who can bear such a title? Xia Yan was taken aback for a moment. However, she also felt that Lu Chen indeed deserved it. She said, everything is up to the Emperor. She paused and continued, but, Father Emperor, Lu Chen has never revealed his identity in reality, so it might be difficult to write this decree. The Summer Emperor also thought of this point and waved his hand. It's okay. Isn't there someone online who has given Lu Chen the title of adoptive father? I don't know who started it. We will make the formal decree later. For now, the notice will use the title of adoptive father. Xia Yan's expression was somewhat strange. She had already guessed the content of the notice. Appoint the adoptive father as the Prime Minister, King of Pride. Thinking of this, even Xia Yan, with her cold and proud nature, felt goosebumps. She muttered, it's all titles spread by the Wang family. That kid from the Wang family? The Summer Emperor nodded thoughtfully. That kid is quite clever. You are the commander of the Xin Niao army, Yener, you can consider using him. Xia Yan nodded slightly. I understand, Father Emperor. Wang Bing has indeed been helping me and Lu Chen make contact during this period, but Lu Chen is already at level 10, so he should be leaving the newbie village soon. When I leave the newbie village, I will go and meet him. The Summer Emperor nodded slightly. Yes, meet him soon and have a chat with him. Don't let him be lured away by people from other countries. At this point, the Summer Emperor paused and then continued. However, no matter what, Lu Chen's future may not be with us, Great Xia. With the talent and strength he has shown, we may not be able to keep him. It's better to establish a good relationship. After all, he is one of us, Great Xia. With his character, he should not disappoint Great Xia in the future. Xia Yan nodded. I will listen to Father Emperor. The Summer Emperor looked at Xia Yan's beautiful face, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yener, you are not young anymore, you can consider your lifelong matters. Lu Chen is a good choice. If you two can be together, in the future, who among your brothers would dare to compete with you for the throne? Even Xia Yan, upon hearing the Summer Emperor's words, blushed slightly, not out of shyness, but out of embarrassment. She helplessly said, Father Emperor, I haven't even met him. Don't be like the Lu family's Lu Chang, always pushing him to be a son-in-law. The Summer Emperor was taken aback, raised an eyebrow. Huh? Lu Chang? It's no wonder the Lu family is in business, they have some foresight. He shook his head and didn't dwell on it further. Since that's the case, then Father Emperor won't say more. You may go. Xia Yan bid farewell and left the Summer Emperor's palace. The Summer Emperor stood by the window, quietly watching Xia Yan leave in a military vehicle, his eyes shining. The last words just now were not just casual remarks by the Summer Emperor. This game involves too much. If Xia Yan can really be with Lu Chen, with the talent Lu Chen has shown and the understanding of his character by many experts, he will probably help Xia Yan. If Xia Yan becomes stronger, then Xia will become stronger. And Xia represents the people of Great Xia. With this relationship, the future of Great Xia is likely to surpass the present by far. Controlled nuclear fusion. I didn't expect that even real-world technology could be rewarded in the game, Xia Huang sighed. If Xia Yan could really be with Lu Chen, then the future of Xia might become a powerful empire dominating the stars. Xia Huang shook his head, no longer thinking too much. He spoke, someone come. He was about to issue a decree. After 8 o'clock, Lu Chen left the game and returned to reality once again. After getting up, Lu Chen stretched and his whole body made cracking sounds. Due to his basic attributes reaching the limit of the Yuan star human race, Lu Chen's physique improved day by day. 8-pack abs, slim waist, vest line, clear chest muscles. With such a physique, if posted online, it would probably make many girls swoon. He looked at his body and smiled satisfactorily. He ordered breakfast first, then washed up. After washing up, the breakfast delivery arrived. Lu Chen ate while opening the official forum and started browsing. The forum today had a solemn golden background color, with only one interface on the homepage. Personally sealed by Xiao Huang, foster father of Silver Moon Village appointed as Grand Minister, Tianzhou King. Lu Chen? He saw this news and choked, coughing repeatedly. Fortunately, his strength was strong, and his body was tough enough, otherwise he might have choked to death. What the heck? Grand Minister? Tianjia King? Me? Lu Chen was shocked. Another different surname King, and a Grand Minister. When did I become so awesome? Also, speaking of which, can't such formal news have a different title? Damn, using foster father in this news, are they trying to embarrass me on the spot? Lu Chen had no idea that it was not the publicity department's unwillingness to change the title. After all, the title foster father was indeed a bit out of line. The main reason was that Lu Chen's personal information was unsearchable, and in the hearts of the vast Xia players, the mention of Lu Chen immediately brought up the words foster father, so there was no choice but to use this title. Lu Chen clicked on the home page, where the specific content of the decree was detailed. It mentioned Lu Chen's unparalleled talent, which had brought many benefits to the people of Xia, such as various equipment, level 10 attribute enhancements, and human potential improvements. Lu Chen felt somewhat ashamed as he looked at it. Besides the equipment, the rest was not exclusive to Xia players, but rewarded throughout the Yuan Star. As for the equipment, Lu Chen had indeed paid for it. It was not as selfless as the decree made it out to be. It also mentioned Lu Chen's heroic act of single-handedly destroying the nest of small demons. In the end, he donated the controlled nuclear fusion technology to Xia for the country and the people. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Xia Huang to directly mention this matter. Although the entire Yuan Star had heard about Lu Chen receiving this thing before, players from other countries would definitely spread the news, so Lu Chen obtaining this technology was not a secret. However, not many people knew that Lu Chen had donated this technology to Xia, and it wouldn't have been difficult to keep it a secret. But Xia Huang had actually made it public. Lu Chen thought for a moment, speculating that perhaps Xia Huang hoped to attract the attention of various forces? After all, Xia was powerful, and even with controlled nuclear fusion, other countries could only negotiate with Xia through diplomatic means. But if Lu Chen alone possessed it, it would be different. Lu Chen also didn't believe that a country would only use diplomatic means. This was also a way of indirectly protecting him. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's speculation. As for the specific reasons, Lu Chen was not Xia Huang after all. How would he know? In the end, the title was bestowed upon Lu Chen, indicating that he could accept the decree at any time. The mansions of the Grand Minister and the Tianzhou King had already begun preparations for Lu Chen, with various rewards and privileges ready for use at any time. Lu Chen was a bit tempted as he looked at them. But in the end, Lu Chen chose to play it safe first. If he goes to pick up the imperial decree now, his identity will be exposed. Although with his attributes and equipment now, ordinary firearms should not pose much of a threat to him. However, human weapons are not limited to just ordinary firearms. There are also sniper rifles, various types of artillery shells, and even things like nuclear bombs. If his identity is revealed, if some crazy person directly throws a nuclear bomb over, he would have nowhere to cry. It's better to wait until he can withstand a nuclear bomb before revealing his identity. Lu Chen feels it's always right to be cautious. Anyway, he is living quite comfortably these days. He doesn't have to go to work every day. Besides playing games, he reads novels and watches videos of girls dancing. Under the sealed book, there is no discussion allowed, unlike the comments from the brothers in the forums. However, as soon as Lu Chen leaves the home page, he quickly sees various discussion posts about him being sealed as the Prime Minister and the King of Heaven. Lu Chen, filled with curiosity, clicks to take a look. Damn! Foster father is awesome. That's controlled nuclear fusion. Foster father actually gave it directly to Xia? One could say, in this move, foster father has given away something more precious than a planet. Is controlled nuclear fusion so awesome? What is this thing exactly? The one above must not have read any books. Go search for yourself. Damn! I searched it. Originally I thought His Majesty's reward was too exaggerated, but now looking at it, this reward is quite reasonable. Yes, that can advance the entire human civilization significantly. Bestowing a king or something is completely reasonable. Even if he marries a princess, I think it's normal. Marrying a princess is awesome. I also hope foster father can become the son-in-law of our Dacia. This way, foster father won't be taken away by others. The one above makes sense. During this period, with various system announcements, I wonder how many countries are eyeing our foster father. After reaching level 10, many people will definitely come looking for our foster father, tempting our foster father. I heard from a friend, a little insider information. It seems that in the Lionheart Kingdom, the Lionheart King seems to want foster father to become a prince. The eldest princess seems to have no clear objection. Damn! What the hell, foreign women are starting this already. It must be that our Dacia's princess is more alluring. So the discussion veered off, starting to debate which country's princess is more beautiful. Lu Chen felt a headache. It's as if he must marry a princess. Countless discussions, most players believe that Lu Chen deserves this reward. Of course, there are a few who think Lu Chen is not worthy, believing that the people of Dacia should naturally hand over good things to Dacia. Why give such a high reward? However, these people were all scolded. There are also discussions about who Lu Chen really is and whether he will go to pick up the imperial decree. Most people believe Lu Chen will go, but there is also a small group who think he won't. It can only be said that each side sticks to their own opinions, arguing endlessly. Lu Chen also happily commented, "I think he will definitely go. With such a high reward, if he doesn't go, that would be a loss." His comment received a few likes. Content, he closed the post and started looking at other posts. Most of the gaming websites are filled with news from the game. Among them, the Xianyao army from other newbie villages found an area similar to a full elite monster zone. There are also foreign news, such as the statistics of instances appearing in various countries around the world. The Baron Empire has only one, the Lionheart Kingdom also has only one, while other countries have many or even none until now. It can be imagined how exaggerated it is for a village like Silver Moon to have 3 instances. Lu Chen looked at the discussions in the posts, all filled with praise foster father. He looked at the unanimous replies and felt a headache. Alright, playing it like this, huh? They really treat him like a god, huh? Lu Chen thought to himself, and followed suit by repeating praise foster father. Soon, Lu Chen saw a post and furrowed his brows. The traces of little demons were found in Qinglin village, suspected signs of invasion by little demons. This was the first time he had seen traces of little demons in another novice village. Previously, the little demons in Inue village came to destroy Inue village. Lu Chen understood at that time that other novice villages might also have little demons. It seemed to be the case. Previously, due to the low levels of players, the areas they could enter were limited, and they did not discover the existence of little demons. Now, most players have reached level 5 and started entering deeper areas, discovering traces of little demons. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, but fortunately, he had informed Wang Bing and others in advance. Through their respective channels, they spread the news of demon invasion in the novice villages. Now all players in Dacia knew the harm that demon invasion would bring. Lu Chen opened the post and saw that players were expressing concerns. They hoped that there would be no demon invasion in their novice village. If they couldn't stop it, the novice village would be gone, and leveling up would become extremely difficult. After reading it, Lu Chen pondered. Generally speaking, it would take a few days for the little demons to attack the city. During these days, besides the things he needed, he should make more equipment and scrolls. If any novice village was in danger, he would sell them to Wang Bing and have Wang Bing send them to the Xianyao army of that village. After breakfast, Lu Chen read the posts for a while. After finishing reading the interesting posts, Lu Chen opened the game and planned to play a few rounds. As time approached noon, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the sky. People of Yuanqing, the second batch of public testing qualifications are now being distributed. Lu Chen was stunned, then remembered that this was the reward he received for reaching level 10, with Yuanqing offering 50 million public testing slots. Was it starting now? Indeed, after a while, the majestic voice sounded again. 50 million public testing slots have all been distributed. It was really 50 million. Adding the previous 2 million, there were now a total of 70 million public testing slots in Yuanqing. However, compared to the over 8 billion human beings in the entire Yuanqing, less than 1% were public testers. This proportion was not high. With the invasion of demonic energy already happening, even the powerful human race of Inue was vanishing in the demonic energy invasion. Lu Chen felt that the more players there were, the better. It would be best if everyone was a public tester. He wondered if there would be other ways to obtain public testing slots in the future. Lu Chen speculated that perhaps when he reached level 20 or 30, there would be rewards of public testing slots again. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. It was useless to think about it now, he just needed to focus on leveling up. Just then, Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. He checked and found a message from his mother, Du Shu Fa. Son, I have arrived at Xianhai City train station, I will be at your place soon. Lu Chen was surprised, then remembered that his mother had said she would come to Xianhai City today. He didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. He smiled slightly, okay, take care on the way. Alright, don't have lunch yet, we'll go eat together later. Du Shuefei replied, and Lu Chen responded with an okay. The place where Lu Chen currently lived was in the suburbs, not too far from the train station. As Lu Chen's mother, Du Shuefei naturally knew where he lived. In just half an hour, there was a knock on Lu Chen's room door. He walked over and opened the door to see a middle-aged woman standing outside. Despite the signs of aging on her face due to fatigue, remnants of her youthful beauty could still be seen in her features. This was Lu Chen's mother, Du Shuefei. To be honest, Du Shuefei was only in her 40s now and shouldn't have had white hair so soon. But with the family debt and the loss of her husband, the impact on her was too great. It seemed like everything was getting better now. Lu Chen smiled, Mom, come in quickly. Du Shuefei brought a suitcase, Lu Chen quickly took it and pushed it in. Du Shuefei looked at Lu Chen and smiled, it's been a while, you seem to have lost some weight, but you look more energetic than before. Lu Chen smiled, it's all thanks to the game. My attributes are high now, so I naturally look more spirited. Before, Lu Chen used to work overtime often, exhausted every day. How could he look energetic? Now his attributes are more than 10 times higher than an average person, so he naturally appears more energetic. Then Lu Chen thought of something, looked at Du Shuefei, and asked with some anticipation, Mom, didn't they just release new spots for the public beta? Did you get one? Du Shuefei shook her head with a bitter smile, Mom's luck is not good, didn't get one. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed but could understand. After all, there's only a 1% chance of getting a public beta spot. The odds are indeed low. If Du Shuefei could get into the beta, Lu Chen could provide some good things.